Chapter 1, You Hurry Up and Hide. July Summer. After a day of baking, the house is as hot as a steamer. Qin Xiaolong tossed and turned and couldn't sleep, so he went to the Qingshui River to swim. After swimming, the feeling of heat suddenly dissipated a lot. Qin Xiaolong only began to go home. Passing by an old house at the east end of the village, Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but stop. This was the home of Lu Shangqiao, a substitute teacher at the village elementary school. Knowing that it's almost 1 in the morning, there are no recreational activities in the countryside. Usually people in the village have long gone to bed at this point, but Lu Shangqiao's house is still lit. Sister Shangqiao is still awake. She should be too hot to sleep. Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but guess. Lu Shangqiao is a famous beauty in their Taoyuan village, with a watery look, fair skin like snow, slender and plump figure, and a reputation as the widow Shishir. She is not good. Her own father in order to 50,000 yuan bride price to marry her to their village of Yang Degue. The results of the two married less than half a year. Yang Degue drink death. After that, the young Lu Shangqiao became a widow. It's no exaggeration to say that almost every animal in Taoyuan village has been thinking about Lu Shangqiao's body. However, Lu Shangqiao kept her body like a jade, and no livestock had gotten their way until now. Right at this moment, a scream came out violently from the courtyard of Lu Shangqiao's house. Hearing this scream, Qin Xiaolong thought that Lu Shangqiao met a bad guy. Without saying anything, over the wall from rushing into her yard. However, Qin Xiaolong was wrong. There was no bad guy in the yard, only Lu Shangqiao. At this time, she was taking a bath. To know, Lu Shangqiao was already as beautiful as a flower, and now she was dripping wet, even more charming and enchanting as a lotus flower. Xiaolong, save me, there's a snake. Seeing Qin Xiaolong, Lu Shangqiao, who was full of nervousness, said in a hurry. Qin Xiaolong took a look and realized that there was a highly poisonous 5-step snake coiled less than 10 centimeters to Lu Shangqiao's left. The 5-step snake was constantly spitting out its letters and seemed to be ready to attack Lu Shangqiao at any moment. Sister Shangqiao, you must not move. Qin Xiaolong hurriedly urged Lu Shangqiao. Their Taoyuan village was in a remote location. If Lu Shangqiao was bitten by the 5-step snake, it was very likely that she would perish before reaching the hospital. Xiaolong, quickly think of a way to get rid of it, Lu Shangqiao said with a hint of crying. Her mood had been tense to the extreme. Don't panic, I'll get rid of it. Qin Xiaolong soothed Lu Shangqiao and swept around. Seeing a snakeskin bag next to him, he picked up the snakeskin bag and a wooden stick and came next to the 5-step snake. Qin Xiaolong slowly placed the wooden stick in front of the snake. The 5-step snake subconsciously wrapped itself around it. Only then did Qin Xiaolong take the opportunity to pick up the 5-step snake wrapped around the stick and quickly put it into the snakeskin bag, and then tightened the mouth of the bag to look. It's alright, Sister Xiangqiao. Qin Xiaolong put the bag aside and clapped his hands, saying, Thank you, Xiaolong. Lu Shangqiao, who had escaped death, directly jumped into Qin Xiaolong's arms. With the warm fragrance and soft jade in his arms, Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but feel a little dry in the mouth. Cough cough. Sister Shangqiao, so what? Why don't you put your clothes on first? Qin Xiaolong hurriedly reminded Lu Shangqiao that he was really afraid that if he continued like this, he would not be able to control himself. Hearing this, Lu Shangqiao then remembered that she had no clothes on. Her face instantly blushed with shame. Without saying a word, Lu Shangqiao immediately ran back inside. After putting on her clothes and organizing her makeup, Lu Shangqiao walked out of the bedroom. Lu Shangqiao was wearing a floral dress at this time. Her hair was still dry. Her face seemed like a peach blossom, looking quite charming. Sister Shangqiao, do you want this 5-step snake? If you don't want it, I'll take it home and make wine. Qin Xiaolong asked after swallowing his saliva. Don't want it. You take it away. Lu Shangqiao said back. Then I'll leave first. You rest too. Qin Xiaolong returned and prepared to leave. Wait, there's still a bottle of wine in my room. Why don't you accompany me to drink a couple of cups? I feel a little scared right now. Lu Shangqiao said in shock. Just now, it was actually still quite dangerous. Almost she was bitten by the 5-step snake, but it scared her a lot. Alright, a beauty invited. Qin Xiaolong naturally wouldn't refuse. This is the first time Qin Xiaolong enters Lu Shangqiao's bedroom. The house is very simple. Hardly any decent furniture. However, the house is very neat and clean, and also carries a faint jasmine fragrance. Lu Shangqiao took out a bottle of Jade Emperor wine from the cabinet and then poured a cup for Qin Xiaolong. Xiaolong, this cup is for you. Thank you for saving me just now. Lu Shangqiao looked at Qin Xiaolong with gratitude and said, You don't have to be polite. Sister Shangqiao, it's just a matter of lifting a finger. Qin Xiaolong indifferently said back. For you it's a show of hands, but for me it's a life-saving favor. Sis will remember it for the rest of my life. Lu Shangqiao returned with a serious face. Qin Xiaolong smiled, but did not say anything else. After this, the two of them drank 2 more cups. Lu Shangqiao suddenly asked, Xiaolong, is Sis good looking? Good looking. In my heart, Sister Shangqiu, you are just like a fairy, Qin Xiaolong said honestly. This is not that he compliments Lu Shangqiu, but in itself, Lu Shangqiu is a beauty of national color. Even many female stars can't compare to her. Then can you not leave tonight? Lu Shangqiu suddenly asked. Can you not leave? The atmosphere in the room was suddenly ambiguous when these words came out. Sister Shangqiu, you're not drunk, are you? Qin Xiaolong looked at the slightly drunk Lu Shangqiu and asked with some disbelief. I'm not drunk, I want you, Lu Shangqiu said, unexpectedly grabbing Qin Xiaolong. Hiss. Qin Xiaolong didn't expect Lu Shangqiu to be so bold, and immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Xiaolong, accompany me tonight. The fluffy voice sounded again. For 3 years, Lu Shangqiu hadn't even touched a man again. Her body was like the arid earth, very eager for the watering of sweet rains. And Qin Xiaolong is not only handsome, but also very masculine. Lu Shangqiu has actually secretly liked him for a long time. At this moment, she finally revealed her heart through the strength of alcohol. Especially after feeling Qin Xiaolong's manly power, she couldn't help but feel a trace of desire in her heart. At the same time, Qin Xiaolong's body also burned with a blazing flame. Clang clang clang. Seeing that the two were about to make the mistake of Adam and Eve, a sharp knock suddenly sounded outside. Lu Shangqiu immediately let go of Qin Xiaolong as if she had been caught in the act of adultery. Xiaolong, hurry up and hide, Lu Shangqiu immediately said. Oh, good, Qin Xiaolong answered, swept left and right, and immediately burrowed under the bed. I'm not a ing adulterer, why should I hide? Under the bed, Qin Xiaolong muttered secretly in his heart. However, as the saying goes, there are many wrongs and wrongs in front of a widow's door. In case he was seen appearing at Lu Shangqiu's house in the middle of the night, there was no guarantee that others wouldn't gossip about him. After determining Qin Xiaolong to hide well, Lu Shangqiu came to the door and said, Who is it? Chapter 2 The Black Hand. I'm your big tiger brother. Hurry up and open the door. My brother just went up the mountain to hunt rabbits and broke his head, bleeding a lot. You hurry up and find me some gauze to bandage him up, outside the house, Li Dahu said with eagerness. Li Dahu was the bully in the village. Lu Shangqiu hated this person, but after hearing the other party's words, she didn't give it much thought and hurriedly opened the door. The moment the door opened, Li Dahu and Li Era brothers quickly ran in. Seeing the two brothers' unsuspecting appearance, Lu Shangqiu instantly realized that she had been tricked. Li Dahu, what do you guys want? Because Qin Xiaolong was hiding in the house, Lu Shangqiu was still relatively calm at this time. Xiangqiu, you said how hard it is for you to live alone as a woman. As long as you follow me, I'll guarantee that you'll eat fragrant food and drink spicy food in the future. Li Dahu looked at Lu Shangqiu with fiery eyes and said, Lu Shangqiu is like a ripe peach. He has been craving for a long time. Today no matter what he will eat Lu Shangqiu. Li Dahu, don't you dream. I won't be with a scum like you even if I starve to death. You hurry up and get out of here or I'll call out for someone. Lu Shangqiu said with full of disgust. Give your face no face. Seeing that Lu Shangqiu rejected herself once again, the lustful Li Dahu directly pounced towards her while covering her mouth. Holding her in his arms, he was ready to run towards the house. Li Eru, on the other hand, hurriedly closed the door of the room. Seeing that these two brothers were actually going to commit violence against Lu Shangqiu, Qin Xiaolong didn't hide anymore and immediately rushed out. Thud! Qin Xiaolong kicked Li Eru over to the ground, then rushed to the side of Li Dahu, grabbed his hair, and greeted him on his face. And finally, with another knee bump, Li Dahu also fell to the ground. Qin Xiaolong, it's you again. Let's see if I don't get you killed today. Previously, Qin Xiaolong had spoiled his own good deed once. Seeing that Qin Xiaolong intervened again today, Li Eru instantly became furious. Come on, whoever wimps out is a grandson. Qin Xiaolong was undaunted, grabbing the firewood knife hanging on the wall. Brother, don't be impulsive. There's no need for us to be general with this flunky. Li Eru hurriedly stopped Li Dahu and said. Hearing this, Li Dahu also calmed down a little. He knew very well that Qin Xiaolong was the one who dared to play with his life, and if he really started to fight, the two of them would definitely not be able to get a single advantage. Qin Xiaolong, I'll take this account today. You wait for me. After letting out a vicious sentence, Li Dahu took his brothers and ran away. Bah! What the hell? Qin Xiaolong spat towards the ground with a disdainful face. In Taoyuan village, many people were afraid of Li Dahu's brothers, but he, Qin Xiaolong, was not, because he had been the village bully since he was a child. He had never lost a fight, but he wouldn't take the initiative to cause trouble either. Sister Shangqiu, are you alright? Qin Xiaolong then looked at Lu Shangqiu and asked. I'm fine, thank you Xiaolong. Lu Shangqiu immediately thanked Qin Xiaolong. She was very clear that if it wasn't for Qin Xiaolong just now, she was afraid that she would have to be spoiled by the two Li Dahu brothers. Don't be polite with me. It's getting late. I'll go back first if there's nothing else. Qin Xiaolong returned a sentence full of concern, then said goodbye to Lu Shangqiao. Good, then take your time. After sending Qin Xiaolong away, Lu Shangqiao went back to her bedroom. Recalling Qin Xiaolong's sunny and handsome appearance, Lu Shangqiao's eyes couldn't help but slowly close. Grandma, it's all because of those two dogs. Otherwise I might have been able to help my sister plow the fields. Qin Xiaolong cursed with some indignation. As the saying goes, a fair lady, a gentleman's son. Lu Shangqiao has a long face and a good figure. Definitely the best on earth. Qin Xiaolong is a normal man. Naturally also like, if it wasn't for Li Dahu's sudden appearance, he and Lu Shangqiao would have already started communicating deeply. However, recalling what Lu Shangqiao did to him today, Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but feel a trace of excitement in his heart. Obviously, Lu Shangqiao is also interesting to him. In the future, as long as he gives more to Lu Shangqiao attentiveness, drunk on the knee of a beautiful woman, that is a matter of time. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaolong is not in a hurry, his mouth humming a small song, swaying towards home. In the front of a corner, Qin Xiaolong suddenly saw a wallet on the ground. Qin Xiaolong picked it up and found that there were several $100s inside. Ha, this is Li Dahu's wallet? There was also an ID card in the wallet that belonged to Li Dahu. If it was someone else's wallet, Qin Xiaolong would have picked it up and definitely picked up the money. But this dog Li Dahu hadn't done many bad things in the village, so he directly pulled out the money and put it in his pocket. Just when Qin Xiaolong was ready to throw the wallet to the side, a dark shadow quietly came behind him and directly slapped a brick. Thud! With a muffled sound, Qin Xiaolong fell straight down. Asterisk 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 asterisk. And Qin Xiaolong, aren't you pretty good? You continue to be arrogant with me. Li Dahu cursed as he rushed at Qin Xiaolong and kicked him several times. The wallet just now was intentionally thrown to the ground by him, in order to sneak attack Qin Xiaolong here, and the fact was just like what he expected. Qin Xiaolong really fell for the trick. He shaded Qin Xiaolong without any effort. Brother, don't hit him yet. Seeing that Qin Xiaolong was motionless, Li Arrow called out to Li Dahu, then probed Qin Xiaolong's nose with his hand. In the next second, his face changed abruptly. Brother, he's dead, Li Arrow said in a panic. Hearing this, Li Dahu's face also changed. He only wanted to violently beat Qin Xiaolong so that he could get out of his anger. He didn't want to kill Qin Xiaolong. Now that a human life had been caused, he was also scared to death. Brother, what to do? You killed someone. Will you be shot? Li Arrow asked in panic. Shut up. Li Dahu forced himself to calm down, then looked around to make sure that there were no other people around. He immediately drank. Arrow, you go home and get a snakeskin bag. Let's sink Qin Xiaolong's body into the reservoir. Come to destroy the body and destroy the traces. No one will know about this at that time. Brother, is this okay? Li Arrow asked with trepidation. Nonsense. It can only be like this now. Otherwise if I get caught, you kids won't want to be good either, Li Dahu said in a low voice. In order not to go to jail, Li Arrow could only go home and get a snakeskin bag. After putting Qin Xiaolong in it, the two brothers carried him to the Wulong Reservoir outside the village. In order not to let Qin Xiaolong's body float up, Li Dahu also deliberately put some stones in the snakeskin bag, and then they threw Qin Xiaolong into the deepest part of the reservoir. Qin Xiaolong's body slowly sank to the bottom of the reservoir, and blood flowed out from his head wound, which happened to blend into the sand on top of a colorful stone. Right at this moment, the seven-colored stone suddenly flashed and erupted with a seven-colored aura, completely wrapping Qin Xiaolong's body. At the same time, an old voice rang out in Qin Xiaolong's ears. I am the divine heavenly emperor. Today you have obtained my inheritance. When you bless the world's living beings, in order to cope with the great calamity of heaven and earth. Chapter 3, Try touching me. Under the effect of the seven-colored light, the injury sustained by the back of Qin Xiaolong's head recovered in an instant, and eventually, the piece of seven-colored stone turned into a stream of light and entered Qin Xiaolong's body. Right at this moment, Qin Xiaolong opened his eyes. After seeing that he was in the water, he panicked. His arms subconsciously exerted force. The snakeskin bag that bound him was instantly torn apart. After getting out of the trap, Qin Xiaolong immediately floated above the surface of the water. Grass. How come old me is in the reservoir? Qin Xiaolong looked at the reservoir in front of him with a confused expression. However, he quickly recalled that he had been knocked out by a moving brick, but after that, his consciousness was plunged into darkness. Ah, my head hurts. Right at this moment, countless arcane information poured into Qin Xiaolong's head. There were divine kung fu, medical techniques, and feng shui bagua. All these information included 10,000 elephants and were incomparably ponderous. Qin Xiaolong felt as if his head was about to explode. Fortunately, this sense of explosion only lasted less than 10 seconds before disappearing. Inheritance of the divine Shao Emperor? I'm not dreaming, am I? Qin Xiaolong muttered to himself with a face full of shock. He pinched his thigh vigorously, causing him to grimace in pain. I'm not dreaming. I've really gotten the immortal inheritance. Qin Xiaolong at this time was so excited. He completely didn't expect that this kind of thing that only existed in novels would happen to him. However, Qin Xiaolong knew in his heart that he absolutely couldn't say anything about this matter, or else he might be captured as a mouse to be sliced and studied. After calming down, Qin Xiaolong recalled the incident where he was slapped unconscious. Although there was no evidence, he could probably guess that this matter was most likely done by Li Dahu. After all, this grandson has always been inept. Dog, it's better that you didn't do it, or see how I'll clean you up. After cursing, Qin Xiaolong turned around and went back home. After arriving home, Qin Xiaolong didn't go to sleep, but instead cultivated the technique from his inherited memories, chaotic heavenly scripture. According to the records, this was a supreme divine technique that once practiced to the highest level, one could live forever. In just a few breaths of effort, Qin Xiaolong found a sense of qi and smoothly condensed the first strand of true qi, which then began to run through his body according to a subtle pattern under his control. Xiaolong, get up and eat. Suddenly, a voice woke Qin Xiaolong up. Qin Xiaolong opened his eyes and realized that it was already dawn. Although he hadn't slept all night, he was radiant without a trace of fatigue. At this moment, he felt that his entire body was filled with a sense of power. He even felt that he could kill a cow with one punch. Xiaolong, hurry up and get up to eat. Outside the house, his mom Liang Jing's voice sounded once again. Coming. Qin Xiaolong replied back and quickly went out of the room. After eating breakfast, Qin Xiaolong's dad, Qin Fugui, wiped his mouth and said, Xiaolong, I'll go to the town to sell grain. Remember to water our cornfield. It's been drought these past few days, and if we don't water it, it'll definitely affect the harvest. Okay, leave it to me. Qin Xiaolong agreed. Qin Fugui then moved the bags of grain to the tractor and drove to the town, while Qin Xiaolong took a shovel and went to his own cornfield. After diverting the water from the Qingshui River, Qin Xiaolong sat on the ground and watched a small movie. Compared to Chao Laoshi, this technique of Chinami is still slightly inferior, but Chinami's voice is good. When Laozi has money, I must go to see the live broadcast. After watching a movie, Qin Xiaolong also did not forget to comment. Inadvertently glancing towards the aqueduct, Qin Xiaolong froze. It was then that he realized that there was no water in the aqueduct. Usually when this happened, there was only one reason. The water had been cut off. Without hesitation, Qin Xiaolong walked forward along the aqueduct and soon discovered the culprit for intercepting the water. Chen Guangfu, the village head of their Taoyuan village. Chen Guangfu, you're really shameless. Who told you to cut off my family's water? Qin Xiaolong looked at the smoking Chen Guangfu and said, I'm the village chief. I'm busy all day long for the village. What's wrong with letting me water first? Chen Guangfu justified back. The village head counts as a hang. You even if you are the governor is useless. Qin Xiaolong returned with a carelessness, directly stripped away the blocked drains, and then blocked the drains of Chen Guangfu's house. Chen Guangfu, listen to me well. Don't blame me for being impolite if you dare to block my family's aqueduct again. Qin Xiaolong pointed at Chen Guangfu and cursed. Taoyuan village is far away from the emperor. As the head of a village, Chen Guangfu was almost an earth emperor in the village. Not many people dare to offend him, but Qin Xiaolong is not afraid of him. Qin Xiaolong, you are really rampant. Do you really think that I don't dare to clean you up? Chen Guangfu said with a glare in his eyes. Come, try moving me. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, I'll sleep with your daughter tonight. Qin Xiaolong arrogantly said back. This guy Chen Guangfu was not a good thing, but his daughter Chen Xiaoyu that was a flower in Taoyuan village. Qin Xiaolong and Chen Xiaoyu grew up together. The two were considered childhood sweethearts, but Chen Guangfu disliked Qin Xiaolong's family's poverty. Not infrequently scolded Qin Xiaolong's toad wanting to eat swan's meat on his mom's face, and the two had never had a good relationship. You dare to touch my daughter, I'll kill you. Daughter is his own baby bump. After hearing Qin Xiaolong's words, Chen Guangfu's face also became ferocious. Village chief, don't be angry. I'm just joking. Alright, I'm going to water the ground. Qin Xiaolong suddenly changed from his earlier arrogance and compensated with a smile. He could not take Chen Guangfu seriously, but as the saying goes, don't look at the face of a monk. Just because of Chen Xiaoyu's face, he couldn't tear his face off with Chen Guangfu. After watering the cornfield at home, Qin Xiaolong returned home. When passing by the village accountant Li Gangxian's house, Qin Xiaolong suddenly remembered that his grandfather's low-income status has not been done. So he turned to Li Gangxian's house. The door of Li Gangxian's house was not closed, so Qin Xiaolong entered the courtyard straight away. In the yard there is a young woman in her 30s, and this person is Li Gang now wife Wu Jinlian. Don't look at Li Gang now looks crooked, but his wife is a real beauty. Wu Jinlian's face was like a peach blossom, her figure was graceful, and her eyes looked like they contained a spring of water, which made her look churlish. And at this moment, Wu Jinlian was wearing a muslin nightgown. Under the sunlight, the scenery was hidden. Looking at Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Ha, Xiaolong, you came just in time. Help me hold the chair. I'll pick a few water peaches, Wu Jinlian said after glancing at Qin Xiaolong. Qin Xiaolong didn't refuse, and after answering, he came next to Wu Jinlian and helped her hold the chair while Wu Jinlian stepped on the chair and started picking up peaches. Just at this time, a hornet suddenly flew to the front of Wu Jinlian. Wu Jinlian screamed in fear, immediately fell towards Qin Xiaolong's body. Chapter 4 Claiming Favor Fees. Gu. Wu Jinlian yelped, and her foot wrenched from the fall. Aha! At this moment, Qin Xiaolong was being pressed underneath Wu Jinlian, and the thick smell came over him. He was a bit breathless. Hearing Qin Xiaolong's voice, Wu Jinlian then moved her body. Qin Xiaolong took the opportunity to stand up. Xiaolong, hurry up and help me. I've broken my foot. Wu Jinlian frowned slightly and said, Okay. Qin Xiaolong replied back and hurriedly helped Wu Jinlian up. You'd better help me into the house. I have safflower oil in the house. Wu Jinlian continued. Qin Xiaolong nodded and helped Wu Jinlian into the house. Sister, where is the safflower oil in your house? Qin Xiaolong asked. It should be in the drawer of that table. Wu Jinlian pointed to a small table in front of her and said. Qin Xiaolong opened the drawer and took a look. There was indeed a bottle of safflower oil inside. Sister, don't move. I'll help you rub the medicine. Qin Xiaolong came to Wu Jinlian's side and said. That's troublesome. Wu Jinlian's feet were hurting so much that she naturally wouldn't refuse. Wu Jinlian's feet were very small, and her skin was tender and smooth, definitely qualifying as a 3-inch golden lotus. If this were to meet some special enthusiasts, they would only fall in love with it. But Qin Xiaolong's mind was free of distractions at this time. He poured out the safflower oil and smeared it on Wu Jinlian's ankles. Gu, be gentle. It hurts. Wu Jinlian couldn't help but scream again. Sister, your bones are misaligned. I have to help you straighten your bones. It will hurt a little in the middle. Bear with it. Qin Xiaolong judged Wu Jinlian's injury after touching her ankle. You still know how to straighten bones? Wu Jinlian asked with a surprised face. Well, I learned a bit from a master in the past. Qin Xiaolong blurted it out. The inherited memories he obtained included a lot of medical knowledge, and the current him could not even compare to Hua Tuo even if he was alive when it came to medical skills. Of course, he definitely wouldn't tell Wu Jinlian about this kind of thing. Alright then, you try. Wu Jinlian did not doubt Qin Xiaolong. I'll count to 3 to help you right your bones. Here we go. 1, 2, click. Qin Xiaolong said with his mouth counting to 3. However, only just to his hand then violently exerted force, only to hear a crunching sound. Wu Jinlian's misplaced bones were righted. Sister Jinlian, you move around now to see if it still hurts. Ha, my foot doesn't hurt anymore. Xiaolong, you're too good too. Just now, Wu Jinlian's foot hurt a lot when she moved it slightly, but now she was fine when she moved it casually. He, I'm a professional in bone setting. Qin Xiaolong laughed and said, Not bad. I didn't expect you kid to have this hidden means. Sis really underestimated you before. Wu Jinlian smiled and said, Actually, I not only know how to set bones, I also know medicine. In the future, if sis is sick, you can find me anytime. I'll be at your beck and call. Qin Xiaolong continued. Yo, speaking as if it's true, then you show sis what kind of sickness I have right now. Wu Jinlian half-heartedly said. Okay. Qin Xiaolong did not flinch and directly held Wu Jinlian's arm. A moment later, Qin Xiaolong then said, Sister Jinlian, if I'm not mistaken, you've been suffering from some insomnia in the last few days, and you also have a loss of appetite and loose stools, right? How do you know that? Wu Jinlian was astonished. She completely did not expect Qin Xiaolong to have said it word for word. According to my diagnosis, you have a bit of spleen deficiency, and what I just said are basically the basic symptoms of spleen deficiency. Qin Xiaolong smiled. Then do you have any way to help cure sis? Sis has always felt unable to sleep in the recent days. Even rice I don't want to eat. Wu Jinlian hurriedly said. This is simple. You daily add 5 grams each of white peony, white atractylodes, white poria, and 5 grams of licorice. Add half a liter of water and decoct for half an hour. Then take it warmly, and drink it continuously for a week and you will be able to recover. And not only does my formula cure the disease, but it also helps you whiten your skin and nourish your face. Qin Xiaolong quickly said. Wu Jinlian's spleen deficiency was not serious, so he prescribed a 3-white soup for Wu Jinlian, which was just the right remedy for her. Xiaolong, when did you learn the art of medicine? Wu Jinlian asked full of curiosity. She never knew that Qin Xiaolong knew about medicine. Didn't my dad spend quite a lot of money on hospitalization before? Then I started to learn Chinese medicine on my own, and now I'm considered to be a little accomplished. Qin Xiaolong made up another random lie. If you have this ability, you can set up a small clinic in our village. I wouldn't dare to say anything else, but it's definitely more profitable than farming. Wu Jinlian suggested. Your proposal is good. I'll think about it before I say anything. Qin Xiaolong's family still owed a debt right now, but right now he had gotten the immortal inheritance. Paying off the debt was no longer stressful for him. As the two were talking, a motorcycle roar sounded outside. It should be just now coming back. So what? You go out first. I'll change my clothes. Wu Jinlian was still wearing her pajamas at this time. In order to avoid being misunderstood by her husband that she was stealing from him at home, Wu Jinlian supported Qin Xiaolong outside the house. Qin Xiaolong picked up the peaches scattered on the ground. At the same time, a fat-headed man walked in. This man was the accountant of Taoyuan village, Li Gang now. Qin Xiaolong? What are you doing in my house? Li Gangxian glanced at Qin Xiaolong and said, I didn't come to ask you about my grandfather's low-income insurance. You see, it's been months. When will it be done? Qin Xiaolong asked with a smile. Don't be anxious. This thing I have already helped you in doing. But you also know, this thing has to go through the procedure. If the approval is passed, I will surely notify you at the first time. Right. Li just now faintly back. Now brother, you don't fool me. You just say to my grandfather to do the low-income insurance it. Qin Xiaolong directly put the word straight. In order to do low insurance for his grandfather, Qin Xiaolong had already come to Li Gangxian 4 or 5 times, but every time he either played taiji or shirked for various reasons. He had already lost his patience. Xiaolong, to tell you the truth, the town leaders said that your grandfather's conditions are not too compatible. Have called back several times, but if you are willing to send some gifts, I can help to dredge through. Li just now slowly back. Qin Xiaolong is not a student who doesn't understand anything. He instantly understands the meaning of Li Gang present's words. This was clearly wanting a favor fee. I don't know what kind of gift you want. Brother present? Qin Xiaolong asked. It's not that I want it. It's the town leaders who want it. Let's do it this way. You buy a bottle of Hibiscus King and 2 bottles of Jade Emperor wine in gold. I guarantee to help you with this matter, Li Gang presently said in a grandiose manner. Doing a low security, you ask me for a small $1,000? You're really greedy. Qin Xiaolong said with a cold smile. The village people begged Li Gang now to do things have to send gifts which he knows. If only buy packets of cigarettes, buy bottles of wine, Qin Xiaolong can accept. But a Hibiscus King 250, 2 bottles of gold Jade Emperor wine 500, which adds up to 750. And their low-income household a month but also receive $450, which is equal to Li Gang now all of a sudden to take away almost 2 months of low-income money. Qin Xiaolong naturally cannot agree. The words I have told you very clearly. If you do not send it does not matter. Anyway, you just wait slowly. Li just now, although only a sesame official, but the processing of low-income households are his responsibility. Qin Xiaolong, if he does not give him a gift, he pressed the application materials do not report. He would like to see who can consume over who. Chapter 5 Marry my sister. You are also worthy? Li Gangxian, do you believe that I will go to the town to report you for corruption and bribery? I will let you, the accountant, go to jail. Seeing Li Gang now that arrogant attitude, Qin Xiaolong spoke without the harmony of a moment ago. If you dare to report me, I'll break your legs. Li Gang present's eyes glared as he said with a ferocious look. Just you still break my legs? Do you trash have that kind of ability? Qin Xiaolong sneered with a disdainful expression. You're ing looking for death. Being insulted by Qin Xiaolong to his face, Li Gang now instantly became furious, grabbing a nearby stick and preparing to hit Qin Xiaolong. Just then, Wu Jinlian, who had changed her clothes, walked out from the house. Gangxian, stop! Wu Jinlian shouted and quickly ran over to stop Li Gangxian. Let go of me. I have to waste him today. Li Gangxian angrily shouted. Gangxian, calm down. What can't you say properly that you have to do it? Wu Jinlian continued to persuade. Sister Jinlian, don't mind Li Gangxian. I'll accompany him if he wants to make a move. Qin Xiaolong said with a smile on his lips. His motto was to be able to do it and definitely not push it. His name as the little bully of Taoyuan village was not for nothing. Xiaolong, you also stop talking. Wu Jinlian hurriedly gave Qin Xiaolong a wink and said. Wu Jinlian was still quite a good person. Seeing that she had opened her mouth, this face he still had to give. Li just now. I'm telling you, if you push back again and don't give my grandpa the low-income insurance, I'll go to the town to report you. Don't believe us? We'll see. After saying this, Qin Xiaolong turned around and left. This little is really rampant. Let go of me. I must give him some color. Li Gang now gritted his teeth and cursed. Okay, just now. People, little dragon from childhood is a chaotic devil. You fight with him that is not asking for trouble. Wu Jinlian said without any good humor. Hearing this, Li Gang now also calmed down a little. Indeed, in terms of fighting, he couldn't beat Qin Xiaolong at all. But having just been pointed at and scolded by Qin Xiaolong, if he didn't retaliate back, he really couldn't swallow this breath. Damn, I can't do it openly, but you still won't come in the dark. Tonight I'll find a few people to give this kid a good beating. I'll see if he dares to be this crazy in the future. Li just now said. Just now, I tell you, you are not allowed to go to revenge Xiaolong. Itself this matter on you. Who let you have been stuck not to Xiaolong his grandfather to do the low-income insurance? Wu Jinlian said. Jinlian, are you my ing wife or is Qin Xiaolong's wife? Why are you still elbowing your way out? Li Gang now angry asked. I am to help reason not to help relatives. You are not unaware of. People Xiaolong family conditions were not good. To his grandfather to do a low-income household that is not supposed to be. Wu Jinlian argued. That's what he deserved. Who let this kid does not give me a gift? To the village are the same as him. I still have to drink the northwest wind. Li just now strong words of reasoning. The village people have to give him gifts to do things. Who does not send him to wear small shoes? He does not care if Qin Xiaolong's grandfather is really a poor household. You said you've made a lot of oil and water over the years. It would kill you to accept less gifts from Xiaolong. Wu Jinlian once again pleaded for Qin Xiaolong. You're defending Qin Xiaolong so much. You're not having an affair with him, are you? Li Gang now raised an eyebrow and questioned. What are you babbling about? Do you think that my old lady is that kind of watery woman? Upon hearing these words, Wu Jinlian instantly became angry. Although her name was Jinlian, she was a very womanly woman. It's best not to. If I know that you're cuckolding my old man, I'll beat you to death. After saying this, Li Gang now directly waved his hand and ordered. Hurry up and go cook. Laozi is starving to death. Wu Jinlian knew that if she said anything else, the two of them would definitely have to quarrel, so she could only go to the kitchen. On the other hand, Qin Xiaolong has returned home. Seagull black grandparents have not come back. Qin Xiaolong will boil a pot of rice porridge, and then fry the shredded potatoes of fried cabbage. When the rice was ready for nearly 5 minutes, his parents came back. Mom, why are you back so late today? Qin Xiaolong asked with concern. That boss in our town collects grain too cheaply. A caddy of corn is only given $1 a caddy. The boss in Mingao town gives a caddy for $1.28. So your dad and I pulled the grain to Mingao town, and all of a sudden, we sold more than $300. Liang Jing said with a happy face. In the eyes of many people, 1 or 2 cents was not money at all. But the farmers in the ground had always counted every penny, and even if they could earn a penny more for a caddy of grain, they would go out of their way to go farther away to sell grain. Right, I also bought some pig head meat. Today our family will also have a good meal. Liang Jing said and hurriedly took out the meat she bought on the way. Seeing the pig head meat, Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but drool, because his family was in debt. They had been living as frugally as they could lately, and he hadn't seen meat for days. Qin Xiaolong brought a plate and put the pig's head meat in it, and was just about to eat with his own parents when several men dressed in flowing clothes suddenly walked in. The person in the lead Qin Xiaolong was quite familiar with. It was Chen Xiaowei, the son of the richest man in their village, Chen De Gun. Yeah, Xiaowei is here. Quickly sit, quickly sit. Seeing Chen Xiaowei, Liang Jing's face hurriedly surfaced with a pleasing color. There was nothing else. Simply because Chen De Cannon was their family's debtor. Their family owed Chen De Cannon $60,000. Aunt Liang, I won't sit down. Today I came over for only one thing. That is, I want to talk to you guys to see when you will marry Qian Xue to me. Chen Xiaowei said with a smile. *************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************maybe Just now, I tell you, you don't take a piss to find out if you're worthy. Qin Xiaolong immediately chided. His sister Qin Xianxue was pretty when she was young, and after she grew up, she was like a flower, which is one of the 2 famous golden flowers in the village, and from time to time, someone will come to the door to propose marriage. But his sister just graduated from high school, and also took a very good one. They naturally cannot let their sister so early to marry. Not to mention the fact that this Chen Xiaowei was an uneducated punk. He would die before letting his sister marry this kind of trash. Hearing Qin Xiaolong scolding himself, Chen Xiaowei's face immediately sank. However, a sinister smile soon appeared on his face. Qin Xiaolong, open your eyes and look. This note is written in black and white. If you don't pay back the money before July 15th, you can either marry your sister to me or use your house to pay off the debt. Do you want to renege on the debt? Qin Xiaolong took a closer look. Above the note was indeed written such 2 sentences, but when his dad wrote the note he was present. There were no such words in it. These words were obviously added by Chen Xiaowei later, and the handwriting was different. Chapter 6, Medicinal Herbs More Precious Than Gold. Chen Xiaowei, you think you can fool your master Long by adding a few words after it? Do you really think that your master Long didn't go to school? Qin Xiaolong sneered back. It was only natural to pay back what was owed, but he didn't recognize the conditions attached at the back. Hey, even if this is what I added later, so what? Now this has your father's signature and handprints on it. This is the iron proof. Words I put down here. Before the 15th, if you do not pay back the money, still do not want to marry Qin Xianxue to me, then I can take your home this mansion, just as I am ready to transform this place into a pigsty. Chen Xiaowei said with a smug smile. I'll be right here waiting for you. I'll see how you can snatch my family's mansion away. Qin Xiaolong coldly said back. Don't worry. I'm not like you barbarians. I'm a civilized person. I'll go and apply to the court for enforcement. Right, I forgot to tell you. I have a relative who works in the court. At that time, I just need to say hello, and you all have to get lost. Chen Xiaolui said with a fierce smile. He had been drooling over Qin Xianxue for a year now. He must force the Qin family to give in this time. Shall we, please forgive us for a while longer. We will definitely return the money to you. Frightened by Qin Xiaolui, Liang Jing instantly panicked and hurriedly begged. Auntie Liang, don't beg me either. I told you before, as long as you are willing to be my mother-in-law, you don't have to pay back a single penny of that $60,000, and I can also give your family another $100,000 as a bride price. If you guys don't agree, hey, then I'm sorry. I can only let your family sleep on the street. You family discuss it. I'll come back on the 15th. I hope we can be a family by then. After saying this, the condescending Qin Xiaolui left with his own group of fox and dog friends. What can we do about this? 2 days? Where are we going to get $60,000? Liang Jing muttered to herself in a heavy tone. Her eyes were about to cry. Don't panic. I'll go beg Chen Degun again and ask him to give us some more time. Qin Fuguei couldn't care less about eating. He got up and was ready to go find Chen Degun to beg for leniency. Dad, you don't need to go beg him. I'll figure out how to get this money. Qin Xiaolong immediately stopped Qin Fuguei. Previously, his dad fell off a scaffolding while working at a construction site and spent over $200,000 on hospitalization, causing his family to be in debt, and he was forced to drop out of school. However, a month ago, his grandfather fell and was hospitalized and spent another 120,000 yuan. At that time, in order to raise the medical expenses, the relatives and friends have borrowed all over, but still short of 60,000 yuan. At this time, Chen Degun took the initiative to lend 60,000 to them. At that time, Qin Xiaolong thought that Qin Decanon's conscience had realized that he wanted to build up his own virtue, but now it seems that this family is clearly trying to force them to marry Qin Xianxue to Chen Xiaolui. Not to mention that Qin Xiaolong had obtained the immortal inheritance. Even if he remained the same little peasant he was before, he wouldn't push his sister into the fire pit. Xiaolong, this is $60,000. Where are you going to find a way? Qin Fuguei said with a lowered expression. I have a high school classmate. His family is quite rich. I can borrow from him. Qin Xiaolong casually made up a blind story and said, is he willing to lend you money? Liang Jing asked. The two of us were like blood brothers before. He's definitely willing to lend it to me. Don't worry, Qin Xiaolong said with a smile. That's fine. Then you try first. If you can't borrow it, I'll go beg Chen Degun again. Qin Fuguei no longer had anyone around him that he could borrow money from. He could only agree to it for the time being. Dad, Mom, let's hurry up and eat. The food will get cold later. Qin Xiaolong didn't want to make his mom and dad worry, so he quickly changed the topic. When he finished eating, Qin Xiaolong pretended to go out to make a phone call, and came back not long afterward and said to Liang Jing, Mom, that classmate of mine has agreed to lend me the money, and he'll transfer the money to me in the next 2 days. Great! Hearing this, the couple who were still worried couldn't help but reappear with smiles on their faces. Mom, I'm going up to the mountains to pick herbs. I might be back later in the evening. You guys can eat as soon as you've finished cooking. There's no need to wait for me. After saying another word to Mom, Qin Xiaolong picks up the medicine basket and heads up to Wulong Mountain. Wulong Mountain stretches for hundreds of miles, is a natural treasure trove, in which grows a lot of wild herbs. In order to pay off the external debt as soon as possible, Qin Xiaolong will go up to the mountain to collect medicine when he is not doing anything. But because there were wild beasts in the mountain, in the past, his range of activities was basically within 20 miles, so as to ensure that he could go down the mountain before dark. But now that he had received the immortal inheritance, coupled with the cultivation of aura in his body, he didn't even need to put ordinary wild beasts in his eyes, so he planned to walk deeper. In case he was lucky enough to find a wild ginseng or a Ganoderma lucidum or some other superb herb, it would be easy to gather $60,000. Of course, trying to find wild ginseng in the vast primeval forest is not an easy task. It's not much different from the probability of buying a lottery ticket and winning $5 million. So Qin Xiaolong has made up his mind. If he can't find the wild ginseng in the next 2 days, he will go to Chen Dazheng's house on the night of the 14th to steal the note and tear it up. And then, there is no evidence to prove that he is dead. He would like to see how Chen Xiaolui is still arrogant. Wulong Mountain is off the beaten track. The scenery is naturally very good. The mountains are beautiful, birds and flowers. Unfortunately, Qin Xiaolong had no interest in enjoying the scenery at this time, and went nearly 20 miles deep into the mountain before stopping. If this was placed in the past, 20 miles of mountain road. Qin Xiaolong would have to walk for at least 2 hours, but after the transformation of his body by the inheritance, he only spent 40 minutes. Moreover, Qin Xiaolong's reflexes, strength and other physical qualities have all undergone a transformation. Take eyesight for example. His eyesight is definitely no less than an eagle's eye. Even if it's tens of meters away, he can still see the flies clearly, which was unimaginable in the past. Now that he has entered the depths of Wulong Mountain, there are more medicinal herbs. Qin Xiaolong began to slow down his pace and searched for herbs hidden in the weeds. Not long after, Qin Xiaolong found a small piece of wild Atractylodes macrocephala. Atractylodes macrocephala has the effect of tonifying the spleen and strengthening the stomach, drying dampness and inducing diuresis, stopping sweating and stabilizing the fetus, etc., and is considered to be a relatively common herb, which is also very cheap, a caddy of only about $20. But as the saying goes, a small mosquito is also meat. Qin Xiaolong still squatted down to dig out all those Atractylodes. In the next search, Qin Xiaolong also found astragalus, half-summer, diwang, tianma and other herbs. Among them, tianma is a very rare herb. A caddy of wild tianma is now nearly $300. Qin Xiaolong dug more than 2 pounds, at once $700. Together with the other herbs, in less than an hour, he had already earned more than 1,000. But this was still a drop in the bucket from the $60,000 owed. After a short rest, Qin Xiaolong continued to start searching. When passing by a large tree, Qin Xiaolong's eye swept inadvertently and his vision solidified violently, only to see a small purple-brown ball that wasn't too regular on the ground next to a large stone, with some brown fine hairs on top of the ball. Qin Xiaolong hurriedly picked up the small ball and then smelled it. A strong fragrance followed. Holy, it's really musk. After ascertaining that he wasn't mistaken, Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but feel a surge of ecstasy in his heart. Chapter 7, Going to the Grove for a Chat. Musk is one of the 4 famous incense. Its price is more expensive than gold. The Divine Husbandman's classic of the Materia Medica has such a record. Musk. Flavor pungent. Warm. The lord of the evil gas. Kill ghosts and spirits. Warm malaria. Parasites. Epilepsy. To go to the 3 insects. Served for a long time in addition to the evil, not dreaming anorexia sleep. Whether ancient or modern, musk is a very valuable medicinal herbs. For example, some time ago in the online speculation of the sky-high price of medicine pinsawon, a piece of thousands of dollars, one of its core materials is musk, and Qin Xiaolong hand this small piece of musk about 12 or 13 grams, which if you get to the city to sell, conservative estimates can also sell $1 million. Qin Xiaolong hurriedly searched around again, and finally found some chunks of musk in a small cave. From the cave, it is easy to see that this place should be a roebuck's nest, but it should have left a long time ago. Musk is the secretion of the roebuck, and in the past, people used to take the musk by killing the roebuck and cutting off the scent pouch directly, but the effectiveness of the musk obtained in this way is actually very poor. Generally wait until May. The roebuck sends sacks filled with musk. Because it is difficult, it will use its claws to pick out the incense, pull on the feces and urine to cover, so that the musk is the best musk. And Qin Xiaolong picked up these obviously as the incense roe deer themselves pick out the mature musk. This kind of musk can be called a phoenix, can be encountered but cannot be sought, money cannot buy. It's a pity. If I can have a caddy or 2, then I'll be rich straight away, Qin Xiaolong said with slight regret. However, he knew that this was a daydream. After all, a fragrant roe deer only produces at most 20 to 30 grams of musk a year, and it was already considered lucky for him to pick up 1 to 20 grams of mature musk. After putting the musk away, Qin Xiaolong continued to search for other herbs in the forest. Time flickered and came to 5 in the afternoon. Seeing that it was getting late, Qin Xiaolong went down the mountain. My goodness, little dragon, how did you pick so many herbs today? Looking at the fully loaded Qin Xiaolong, Liang Jing couldn't help but have a shocked look appear on her face. Qin Xiaolong often went up the mountain to pick herbs, but the amount of herbs picked in half a day today only topped 4 or 5 times the amount of herbs picked in the previous whole day. I got lucky today and just happened to find a valley that no one has ever been to, so I picked more herbs. Qin Xiaolong casually told a well-intentioned lie. After the transformation of the immortal inheritance, his eyes are now just like human flesh radar. The search speed is too much faster than before, coupled with the agility of his actions. Even if the mountain road is rugged, he still walks as if he were walking on the ground. It's actually quite normal to be able to pick so many herbs, but these secrets he was not going to tell anyone for the time being, including his own mom and dad. Right, Mom? I also picked up some musk today, Qin Xiaolong said and hurriedly took out the musk. Looking at the musk, Liang Jing and her husband and wife were even more ecstatic. In the past, their village often had people going into the mountains to hunt roe deer, but as early as a dozen years ago, the nearby roe deer became extinct, and no one dared to go to the deep mountains, so musk had long since become more and more difficult to come by. Right now, Qin Xiaolong was able to pick up mature musk, which made Liang Jing can't help but have a feeling that God is starting to favor their family. After chatting with mom and dad a few more times, Qin Xiaolong went to eat. When he had eaten and drunk enough, Qin Xiaolong was about to take a shower when his phone suddenly rang. The call was from Chen Xiaoyu, the daughter of village head Chen Guangfu. Xiaoyu, why are you calling me in the middle of the night? Did you miss me? After answering the phone, Qin Xiaolong smiled and joked. Less narcissistic. The hell I miss you. Chen Xiaoyu replied back without any good humor. Then what are you calling for? Qin Xiaolong then asked. I bought you a gift. Come and get it next to the pole in front of my house. If I don't see you in 10 minutes you don't come. Chen Xiaoyu urged. Alright, I'll be right over. Qin Xiaolong hung up the phone and then rushed out the door. When he arrived at the pole, Chen Xiaoyu was already waiting here. Xiaoyu, how come you're pretty again? You're trying to charm brother to death. Qin Xiaolong praised with a smile on his face. Chen Xiaoyu was already a natural beauty, and was the two golden flowers of Taoyuan village that was on par with his sister Qin Xianxue. Today, she also wore a light purple floral small short skirt. Her long white legs were exposed, and it looked like people couldn't help but gulp straight. Less sugarcoating me. This young lady doesn't eat that. Chen Xiaoyu pretended to look like she didn't care on the surface, but in her heart, she was as happy as if she had eaten honey. Chen Xiaoyu then took out a packed stuff thing and handed it to Qin Xiaolong. It's for you. Qin Xiaolong unwrapped the outside packaging and took a look, only to realize that it was a Casio watch. How is it? Do you like it? Chen Xiaoyu asked. Like it, as long as it's from you. I like it even if it's a rock. Qin Xiaolong said and hurriedly put the watch on his wrist. This is something I saved up half a year's allowance to buy. I want you to wear it every day in the future. Do you hear me? Chen Xiaoyu continued. Yes, my queen. Qin Xiaolong playfully replied back, and that comical expression couldn't help but amuse Chen Xiaoyu. Look at that silly look of yours. Chen Xiaoyu nudged Qin Xiaolong's forehead with her finger, then turned the conversation around and said, by the way, I heard from my dad that you quarreled with him again this morning and tried to hit him? Your dad is being evil. It was clearly him who cut off our family's water and scolded me, which forced me to dislike him back. Qin Xiaolong immediately clarified, even if my dad is at fault, you can't let him be, no matter what. He is also an elder. Chen Xiaoyu gave Qin Xiaolong a blank look and said, then if the two of us have a conflict again in the future, I will definitely not fight back or curse back, okay? Qin Xiaolong said with a doting smile. Although his relationship with Chen Guangfu had never been great, he was still willing to make concessions for Chen Xiaoyu's sake. That's more like it. Hearing this, Chen Xiaoyu's face then revealed a look of satisfaction. After sweeping a glance in the direction of Chen Guofu's house, Qin Xiaolong took a step forward and walked to Chen Xiaoyu, saying with a bad smile, Xiaoyu, let's go to the front grove and chat for a while. No go. You're just going to bully people. Chen Xiaoyu knew too well what Qin Xiaolong was playing at, so she rejected him without hesitation. Are you sure you won't go? Qin Xiaolong said, wrapping his arms around Chen Xiaoyu's small waist, and his hands were not honest. Aya, what are you doing? Hurry up and let go of me. You'll be dead if you let my dad see you later. Chen Xiaoyu said rather flustered. Seeing is seeing. Qin Xiaolong indifferently said back. Seeing that Qin Xiaolong had no intention of letting go, Chen Xiaoyu could only compromise. You bad egg. I'll go to the grove with you, alright? Hurry up and let go of me. Chapter 8, Black Shop. Inside the grove, Qin Xiaolong didn't pretend to be a gentleman anymore. Directly kissed Chen Xiaoyu's cherry mouth, and his two hands were not honest. Just when Qin Xiaolong couldn't help himself and wanted to break through the forbidden zone, Chen Xiaoyu grabbed him. No touching there. Chen Xiaoyu's tone was firm, completely without a hint of room for discussion. Although Qin Xiaolong wanted to eat Chen Xiaoyu up at this moment, he still respected her wishes and forcefully suppressed the roaring beast within him. Xiaoyu, when do you think we can be together openly and honestly? Sneaking around all day. It's almost like an underground worker. Qin Xiaolong bitterly looked at the jade in front of him and said, this year's New Year's Eve when Chen Xiaoyu promised to be good with him, but because Chen Guangfu always looked down on Qin Xiaolong, the two of them meet do not dare to let Chen Guangfu see. Moreover, Chen Xiaoyu also made a pact with him that she could see and touch but not eat before marriage, which was undoubtedly a torture for Qin Xiaolong. A bloodthirsty man. Don't worry, I've been doing my dad's work. You also fight a little bit. Do something early, otherwise you can't even get the bride price money. How can my dad let me marry you? Chen Xiaoyu was gentle as water and pacified Qin Xiaolong. She liked Qin Xiaolong very much, but she was also clear that her dad was doing her a favor by not agreeing to the two of them being together. And in his dad's words, it's not like love can be a meal. After all, Qin Xiaolong's family was too poor, and also owed a butt of debt. Chen Guangfu would not let his precious daughter marry Qin Xiaolong to suffer and suffer even if he died. Don't worry, I'll definitely earn enough to smash your dad's face with $1 million as soon as possible. I'd like to see what other reasons he has to stop us at that time, Qin Xiaolong solemnly promised. Previously there was a time when the two quarreled. Chen Guangfu had said that Qin Xiaolong was a toad, not worthy of his white swan daughter at all, and that if he wanted to marry his daughter, he would first take $1 million out. For the once Qin Xiaolong, $1 million was undoubtedly an astronomical sum, but now he got a strange encounter. Earn enough 1 million is not a matter. Just waiting for him to earn enough 1 million, he must go and slap Chen Guangfu's face, or the slapping kind. Well, I'm sure you'll succeed. Seeing Qin Xiaolong so ambitious, Chen Xiaoyu was instantly much more pleased. Just at this moment, Chen Xiaoyu's cell phone suddenly rang. After seeing that it was her dad calling, she immediately gave Qin Xiaolong a silent gesture. Hey dad, is there something wrong with you calling me? Chen Xiaoyu asked after picking up the phone. Where are you going again this late at night? Chen Guangfu inquired. I came to Lily's house. I'll be right back. Chen Xiaoyu lied and said. Alright, then hurry back. Chen Guangfu hung up the phone after saying this. Xiaolong, I'll go back first. You must do your best. After encouraging Qin Xiaolong, Chen Xiaoyu gave him another fragrant kiss before quickly returning home. Qin Xiaolong licked his mouth. There still seemed to be a bit of sweet flavor in his mouth that left one wanting more. Grandma Bear, it's really hard to be a gentleman. Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but spit out. If this was anyone else, he would have probably directly eaten Chen Xiaoyu just now, but Qin Xiaolong still didn't do it in order to respect Chen Xiaoyu. However, the current him was as if there was a fire burning inside him. It was unbearable. In order to get rid of the fire, Qin Xiaolong directly went to swim in the river outside the village, until he completely calmed down before going home to sleep. The next day, after breakfast, Qin Xiaolong collected all the herbs that he had accumulated yesterday and before, first letting his dad drive the tractor to send himself to the town, and then getting on the bus into the city. Previously, Qin Xiaolong had sold his herbs directly to the herb dealers in the town, but since this time he had musk to sell, he carried the other herbs into the city with him so that he could sell them for more money. After arriving at Deshun East Street Station, Qin Xiaolong changed to 418 for 5 more stops, then changed to 316, and then walked for another 5 or 6 minutes, finally arriving at the destination of this trip, Shengde Tang Pharmacy. Shengde Hall Pharmacy is the largest pharmacy in Linchang, which accepts all kinds of medicinal herbs. At this time, it was almost 12 o'clock, and probably because it was noon, there weren't many people in the store. Brother, I'm here to sell herbs, help me estimate a price. Qin Xiaolong took the initiative to walk towards one of the shopkeepers and said. The clerk glanced at Qin Xiaolong, his face vaguely revealing a hint of contempt, before he carelessly asked, what kind of herbs are there? There's quite a variety of herbs. Astragalus, Angelica, Atractylodes, Tianma are all there. The most precious one is this one. Qin Xiaolong placed the bag of herbal fertilizers on the ground, then took out the musk wrapped in newspaper from his pocket. What is this? The clerk glanced at the musk and said, this is the musk I picked up in the mountains. Qin Xiaolong quickly said back, musk? Hearing Qin Xiaolong's words, the clerk's eyes lit up. He hurriedly picked up the musk, pinching and smelling it. However, he seemed to be unsure and said to Qin Xiaolong, wait for a moment, I'll have our herb master here appraise it. After saying this, the clerk took the musk and entered the room. After 7 or 8 minutes, Qin Xiaolong waited a bit anxiously before the clerk came out. Your musk is synthetic, it's not worth much at all. Hurry up and take it away, the clerk said and threw the musk wrapped in newspaper to Qin Xiaolong. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but sneer and said, you guys don't know what you're talking about. I'm a wild superb musk, extremely fine my ass. Hurry up and take your trash and get out. Our store doesn't welcome stinky peasants like you, the clerk urged with a face of impatience. Hee, with this eye candy you're still opening a store. I wish you guys to close down soon. Qin Xiaolong was originally rushing to the fame of Shengde Tang. Seeing that the other party couldn't even distinguish between real and fake musk, he was also too lazy to fight a war of words with the other party, put the musk into his pocket and went to another traditional Chinese medicine store not far away. Boss, collect musk? Wild superb musk. Qin Xiaolong opened the door and asked, quickly bring out the goods for me to take a look. Hearing Qin Xiaolong's words, the store owner immediately became interested. Qin Xiaolong brought the musk back out and then opened the newspaper. In the next second, his face changed. The wild musk he had placed in the newspaper had all turned into synthetic musk. Damn, this black store. Just in an instant, Qin Xiaolong reacted that his musk must have been switched by the clerk, which explained why the clerk had such a bad attitude just now, urging him to leave. Chapter 9, A Beauty of Absolute Color. Without any hesitation, Qin Xiaolong picked up the herbs on his back and ran back to Shengde Hall. At a glance, he saw the clerk who was chatting with his cell phone. Qin Xiaolong quickly ran over and grabbed the other by the collar. Where's my musk? What are you doing? Let go of me. The clerk snapped. I'll ask you one last time. Where's Laozi's musk? Qin Xiaolong's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a murderous aura appeared on his body. The clerk was a thief, not daring to meet Qin Xiaolong's eyes, and immediately cried out, "Help! Hit! Help!" Hearing his cries, other shopkeepers ran out from the inner room. "Kid, what do you want? Hurry up and let go of Shinjun. Dare to cause trouble in our holy virtue hall. You don't want to live. Hurry up and let go of Shinjun." The crowd pointed at Qin Xiaolong and rebuked loudly, but Qin Xiaolong ignored them. Seeing this, a man suddenly threw a punch at Qin Xiaolong. Qin Xiaolong smiled disdainfully and kicked out. The man was directly sent flying. The others, once they saw Qin Xiaolong was so fierce, they were all scared for a moment and didn't dare to make another move. Qin Xiaolong didn't care about the others. He raised his leg and kicked at Shinjun's knee. Shinjun flopped on the ground with a thud. Qin Xiaolong then stomped his foot on Shinjun's face. "Say, where did you hide the old man's musk?" Qin Xiaolong came to Shang Ditang because he thought this place was famous and he could sell it for more money. But as a result, his musk was switched, which made him so angry that he wanted to beat this asshole in front of him to death. "You stinking peasant, hurry up and let go of me or I'll kill you." Shinjun angrily threatened Qin Xiaolong. At this time he hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem. "Don't know how to die." A cold light flashed in Qin Xiaolong's eyes, just as he was about to give Shinjun a lesson engraved in his heart. A petulant shout suddenly came from his ears. "Stop!" Qin Xiaolong turned his head to see a girl in a black dress walking over. This girl had a stunningly beautiful face, with icy muscles and jade bones, and eyes like stars. Under her delicate nose, her pink lips were like dripping cherries, making people want to kiss her. Coupled with the melon-like face that can be broken, she looks like a fairy from heaven, a perfect interpretation of what is called the country to the city. Moreover, her figure was equally very alluring, concave where it should be concave, curved where it should be curved, constantly provoking men's nerves. Asterisk. This woman is also too beautiful. Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. One should know that Chen Xiaoyu and Lu Shangqiao from their village were considered great beauties, but they were still quite inferior compared to this girl in front of them. This woman is definitely considered to be the best on earth. If she can sleep with her, TSK, thinking about it makes one's blood boil. However, Qin Xiaolong didn't show his piggish face. Instead he calmly asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Mu Qiushi, the owner of Shang Ditang. Let go of my employee." The girl returned with a clear and cold demeanor. "Oh, so it's the boss of Sacred Virtue Hall. That's good." The corner of Qin Xiaolong's mouth curled up and directly let go of Shinjun. "MS. Mu, I originally thought that your Shang Ditang is an established name in our Lin city with a guaranteed reputation, but I didn't realize that you're a black store. You haven't made a lot of black money over the years, have you?" Qin Xiaolong looked at Mu Qiushi with a cold smile and said, "What are you babbling about? Don't blame me for being impolite if you defame our Holy Virtue Hall's reputation again." A middle-aged man following Mu Qiushi snapped, He, your employees switched the wild musk I picked up in the mountains into artificial musk and still denied it. What are you if not a black store?" Qin Xiaolong snorted. "Missy, you mustn't listen to this kid's nonsense. What he brought is artificial musk. I think he just wants money like crazy, deliberately blackmailing us." Shinjun immediately bit back. "If you say one more word about me blackmailing you, do you believe that I will tear your mouth apart?" Hearing Shinjun reverse black and white, Qin Xiaolong's fire rubbed off. "Missy, see for yourself what this kid is wearing. Obviously a smelly peasant wants to come to us to cheat money. You must not be fooled by him." Shinjun continued to pour dirty water on Qin Xiaolong. Qin Xiaolong's lower half was wearing big pants bought for $10, and his upper body was wearing a t-shirt given to him by his family for buying fertilizers, with the advertisement "Buy fertilizers, choose Stanley" printed on it. From the clothes alone, it was easy to determine that he was a farmer. "I'm not well dressed, but my heart is clean, unlike you guys, who have a shiny surface, but actually have a belly full of bad water," Qin Xiaolong coldly retorted. Mu Qiushi didn't judge a person by his appearance. After a slight contemplation, she then opened her mouth and said, "What evidence do you have to prove that your musk has been switched?" "You want evidence, right? Fine. You wait, I'll get it for you." The corner of Qin Xiaolong's mouth curled up as he walked straight towards Shinjun. Shinjun knew how powerful Qin Xiaolong was and hurriedly hid behind Mu Qiushi. "Missy, this guy is a madman. You hurry and drive him away," Shinjun said with a scornful face. To be honest, he was really quite afraid of Qin Xiaolong. "What's your name?" Mu Qiushi looked at Shinjun and said, "My name is Shinjun." Shinjun hurriedly said back, "You don't have to be afraid. As long as you're clean, no one can touch you." After saying this, Mu Qiushi looked at Qin Xiaolong again. "You don't make a move either. I'll definitely find out what happened in this matter." Then, Mu Qiushi turned to the middle-aged man beside her. "Old Chu, go check the surveillance to see if Shinjun has dropped this person's musk." "Miss, the surveillance was broken yesterday. and it was only in the afternoon that someone came to fix it. Chu Hong snapped back. Upon hearing this, Mu Qiushi couldn't help but frown again. Without being able to check the surveillance, there was no way to prove whether Qin Xiaolong's words were true or false. Did any of you see Shin Jun drop this gentleman's musk? Mu Qiushi then asked the other employees around her. No, the crowd shook their heads. Sir, as you can see, I've already tried to help you as much as I can, and unless you can produce evidence, I have no reason to believe you. Mu Qiushi looked at Qin Xiaolong afresh and said. Hearing this, Qin Xiaolong had wanted to forcefully interrogate Shin Jun to get him to tell the truth, but with a turn of his mind, he suddenly thought of another, better way. Today, I admit defeat. You guys wait for me. Dropping these words, Qin Xiaolong made a gesture of turning around and leaving. The crowd originally thought that this matter ended here. Who knew that Qin Xiaolong rushed to Shin Jun with an arrow step, and before Shin Jun could react, his cell phone was snatched away by Qin Xiaolong. A look at Shin Jun's cell phone and fingerprint unlock. Qin Xiaolong forced Shin Jun to unlock it again. Let go of Shin Jun. Mu Qiushi thought that Qin Xiaolong was going to hit someone, and her face instantly turned cold. Qin Xiaolong, however, didn't take Mu Qiushi's rebuke seriously and opened Shin Jun's WeChat to take a look. See for yourself. Qin Xiaolong sneered and directly handed his phone to Mu Qiushi. Chapter 10 Angry Hair. On Shin Jun's WeChat notes a person called Boss Zhao. He sent a photo to Boss Zhao 10 minutes ago. The photo is exactly the musk. Shin Jun told the other party that he had just gotten some extreme musk, and the two had agreed to trade face to face this evening. Mu Qiushi flipped through the previous chat records again, and she then realized that Shin Jun had already resold the store's herbs to this Boss Zhao more than once. Bastard. It turns out that the tumor that has been hiding in our store is you. After reading the chat records, a touch of frost instantly surfaced on Mu Qiushi's pretty face. In the last half a month, several complaints had appeared in their store, all saying that the herbs bought from them had quality problems. Mu Qiushi personally came to the store today just to check on this matter, and now it seems that the black sheep is undoubtedly Shin Jun. Seeing that the matter was revealed, Shin Jun didn't dare to argue. Flopping down on the ground, Missy, I was wrong. I was just a momentary financial obsession. I beg you to spare me for once. When he saw that Qin Xiaolong brought the best musk, and Qin Xiaolong was obviously a farmer, Shin Jun saw the wealth and intentionally replaced the wild musk with the artificial musk from the store. He originally thought that even if Qin Xiaolong found that he was a farmer cannot turn what waves. Who would have thought that Qin Xiaolong is a ruthless person, and even before he did the good thing were pulled out. Where are those musk? Mu Qiushi asked in a cold voice. In the cabinet in the house. I'll go get it. Shin Jun didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly ran into the house to hand over all the musk he had hidden. Old Chu, lock this person up first and hand him over to the police later. Mu Qiushi then instructed. If this guy was just a first-time offender, Mu Qiushi might still be able to forgive him once. However, he had gone so far as to repeatedly take substandard herbs from outside and pass them off as high-quality herbs from their store, causing their Holy Virtue Hall's reputation to suffer a huge loss. This action was unforgivable. Yes, Chu Hong answered, not bothering with Shin Jun's pleas for mercy, and forcibly locked him up in the inner courtyard. This, sir, on behalf of the Sacred Virtue Hall, I would like to express my sincere apologies to you. I'm sorry, Mu Qiushi said, directly bending down to apologize to Qin Xiaolong. Because of the angle, Qin Xiaolong just happened to see the hidden beautiful scenery through Mu Qiushi's collar. It made him unable to help but swallow his saliva. Forget it, brother is generous, so I won't get into it with you. Qin Xiaolong hurriedly put on an unblinking look and said, thank you sir for your understanding. That, I don't know if your herbs are still for sale. I can offer a high price for all of them. Mu Qiushi continued, of course it's for sale. You give an estimate, Qin Xiaolong said, handing over the musk. Mu Qiushi first appraised the musk and quickly determined that it was a mature and excellent musk, and then had all the herbs in the fertilizer bag dumped out for classification. Sir, your quality of this musk is very good. I can buy it at the price of 1,001 per gram. I don't know what you think of this price? Mu Qiushi asked. It can be. Qin Xiaolong's mental expectation was actually only 800 a gram. The price given by Mu Qiushi was quite a bit higher than his expectation, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. Upon hearing this, Mu Linglong had someone find a precision electronic scale and weighed the musk, which totaled 23.35 grams. In order to express his apology, Mu Qiushi directly settled into 30,000 for Qin Xiaolong. Qin Xiaolong was now short of money, so naturally he wouldn't mind too much money. After accounting, the other herbs added up to be worth more than 5,600. Mu Linglong also rounded it up and finally gave Qin Xiaolong a total of $36,000. Sir, let's add a contact. In the future, if you have musk or other herbs, I will buy them all at a high price. Mu Qiushi continued. She is very clear. Qin Xiaolong brought herbs are pure wild. The efficacy is much stronger than artificially planted. put in the market are sought-after goods. Their holy virtue hall most in need of this high-quality medicinal herbs. Okay. Qin Xiaolong nodded and added WeChat with Mu Qiushi to each other, while telling her his name. The transaction ended. Qin Xiaolong spent another 800 or so on a set of silver needles and left. Outside the blazing sun was high, the hot wind was pounding his face, but Qin Xiaolong was in a very good mood. After all, he earned more than $30,000 from today's trip, and according to the current rate of earning, paying off the debt is as easy as a slap in the face. Looked at the table. Are almost 1 o'clock. Qin Xiaolong casually find a small restaurant, and then very extravagant order 3 meat dishes plus a bottle of beer. After eating and drinking, Qin Xiaolong didn't rush home, but took public transportation to the Light Cloud Cafe on College Road. His sister Qin Xianxue worked here. Qin Xianxue is a very understanding girl. She knows that her family's conditions are not good, so as soon as the college entrance examination was over, she was introduced to this cafe to work as a summer vacationer. The work here is not particularly tiring, regardless of food and housing. The wage is relatively okay, 4,800 a month. Dry 2 months down, Qin Xianxue's tuition and living expenses basically halve. This can undoubtedly help the family to reduce the burden. Beauty, where is my sister? After arriving at the store, Qin Xiaolong asked a clerk in the store. She's a bit unwell. She's taken the day off and is resting in the dormitory. After recognizing that it was Qin Xianxue's brother, the sales clerk replied back, "Thanks." After saying a thank you, Qin Xiaolong was about to go to the dormitory which was at the back of the distance from the coffee shop, when the clerk suddenly called out to Qin Xiaolong, "Brother Xiaolong, did Xianxue tell you that there's always a guy harassing her recently?" The clerk asked. "No, she never mentioned this to me. Can you tell me exactly what's going on?" Qin Xiaolong hurriedly returned. "About a week ago, a man came to our place to have coffee. Then he said that he liked Xianxue, and when he had nothing else to do, he came to find Xianxue and said that he wanted Xianxue to be his girlfriend. That man looks quite rich, presumably a rich second generation, but I see that he is not a good person. I think you tell Xianxue, so that she has more eyes. Do not be cheated." The shopkeeper said. "I know, thanks." After making a note of this, Qin Xiaolong went out the door and then went straight to the residential building located behind the cafe. The topmost floor of the residential building was the group home that the cafe had arranged for Qin Xianxue. *******. I'm going to eat you today. Help! Oh! Qin Xiaolong was just about to knock on the door when such a voice suddenly came from inside the house. Qin Xiaolong knew that something was wrong, and without any hesitation, he kicked open the door of the room. Inside the living room, a young man had Qin Xianxue pinned down on the sofa and was preparing to do something untoward. "You seek death." Seeing this scene, Qin Xiaolong was instantly enraged. Chapter 11, $100,000. Taking a step forward, Qin Xiaolong grabbed the young man's hair before throwing a punch. Bang! The young man was instantly beaten by Qin Xiaolong to the point where his nose was bleeding. But Qin Xiaolong didn't feel relieved yet, and punched and kicked the man again. "Brother, stop hitting. If you keep hitting, someone will die." Seeing Zhang Jijie's face covered in blood from the beating, Qin Xianxue hurriedly stopped Qin Xiaolong. "Xianxue, don't mind me. I must get this dead today." Qin Xiaolong roared with murderous anger. "Brother, listen to me. We don't need to lose ourselves again for this kind of person." Although Qin Xianxue also wants to kill Zhang Jijie, but she knows that killing is against the law. She doesn't want Qin Xiaolong to bury his own future for such a human and animal face. After kicking Zhang Jijie a few more times, Qin Xiaolong stopped. "You listen to me well. Stay away from my sister in the future, and if you dare to think wrongly about her again, I'll kill you." "Yes, yes, yes." Zhang Jijie, who had been beaten into a pig's head, hurriedly answered. Scram! Hearing this bellowing cry, Zhang Jijie was like an amnesty. Fearing another beating, he hurriedly fled the scene. Qin Xiaolong took a deep breath and tried to let his emotions regain stability before looking at Qin Xianxue. "Xianxue, that didn't do anything to you, right?" "No." Qin Xianxue shook her head and said, "What's going on here? How could you let that into your dormitory?" Qin Xiaolong then asked. "At first he said he came to deliver medicine to me. I let him in. Who thought that he followed the confession? Let me be his girlfriend." "I do not agree. He's suddenly beastly," Qin Xianxue said with some fear. Just now, thanks to Qin Xiaolong's timely appearance, Zhang Jijie did not succeed. Otherwise she was afraid that she would be defiled. "In the future, you must be a little more mindful. The society outside is not the same as school. Some people are well dressed on the surface, but in reality, they are a beastly person." Qin Xiaolong continued to educate Qin Xianxue. "Aha, I'll remember." Today's matter had undoubtedly given Qin Xianxue a bone-deep lesson, and she was considered to have truly realized what it meant for people's hearts to be treacherous. "Xianxue, why don't you stop doing this job? Let's go home and rest. Brother Tuition will find a way." Qin Xiaolong said with a slight contemplation. Although their family is relatively poor, but Qin Xianxue is undoubtedly the most favored. Qin Xiaolong really do not want her to come out to suffer. That won't do. I've agreed to work for 2 months with our boss. I can't go back on my word. Besides, working here is really not tiring, and our dormitory has air conditioning. The conditions are much better than our home. Qin Xianxue said with a smile. Poor people's children early to be a family. She knows that her own conditions are not good. As long as she can help to reduce the burden of the family, she suffered a little bit is not a big deal at all. Alright then, call me when you don't want to do it. I'll pick you up and take you back. Qin Xiaolong completely understood his sister's mind, so he didn't force her anymore. After the two chatted for almost half an hour more, Qin Xiaolong said goodbye to Qin Xianxue. He was ready to go home and try his luck in the mountains again, to see if he could find any other precious medicinal herbs, and to get the money owed to Chen Degun's family together as soon as possible, so as to save Chen Xiaowei, that bastard, from having any more thoughts about his sister. When he was almost at the bus stop, Qin Xiaolong suddenly realized that there were quite a few people gathered in front of him. Out of curiosity, he also gathered up. Fixing his eyes, he saw an old man lying on the ground, his mouth and eyes slanted, his body convulsing uncontrollably, and he was already unconscious. Qin Xiaolong instantly judged that the old man was having a stroke. Stroke is an emergency, like paralysis, incontinence, serious or even death. Seeing the critical situation, Qin Xiaolong did not dare to hesitate, and hurriedly squatted down to prepare for the old man to start treatment. Young man, what are you doing? A big sister beside him suddenly tugged Qin Xiaolong and said, Of course I'm saving people. Qin Xiaolong froze for a moment and said, Don't blame me for not reminding you. You'd better not touch this old man. It's not easy to be a good person these days, in case this old man has another death. You're not afraid of their family blackmailing you, big sister kindly reminded. It's okay, I'll admit it if I'm blackmailed, as human life is at stake. Qin Xiaolong didn't think about it at all and quickly squatted down to take the old man's pulse. According to his diagnosis, the old man was suffering from a stroke caused by weak yang qi and dampness blocking blood stagnation. Qin Xiaolong hurriedly undid the old man's clothes and took out the silver needle he had just bought from Shangdi Tang. He didn't care about sterilizing the needles. He moved his fingers, and several needles were quickly inserted into the old man's 100 clubs, 4 divine zones, wind pools, and heavenly columns. Immediately after that, Qin Xiaolong took out 6 more silver needles and stabbed into the 4 acupoints of extreme spring, Xiuqi, Lianquan and Guanyuan at a very fast speed. While applying the needles, Qin Xiaolong also quietly input a strand of true qi into the old man's body. Immediately after, Qin Xiaolong gently flicked the end of the silver needle, which trembled, further stimulating the yang qi in the old man's body, helping him dredge up his qi and blood. After a pause of a few tens of seconds, Qin Xiaolong pulled out all the silver needles in the opposite direction of the application. It could be clearly seen that drops of black blood flowed out from the locations where the old man had been stabbed by the silver needles, and the old man slowly stopped convulsing, and the symptoms of his crooked mouth and eyes gradually recovered. It was only because his body was too weak that he hadn't awakened for the time being. Phew, alright, he's fine. Qin Xiaolong wiped away the black blood from the old man's body and let out a long breath. Young man, can't see that you're really something. Seeing the old man's vital signs return to normal, the big sister who had blocked him earlier couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. Had, a small skill, not worthy of mention. Qin Xiaolong smiled very modestly and said, as the saying goes, if you don't have a diamond drill, you can't do porcelain work. Qin Xiaolong dared to save the old man just now because he was sure that he could cure the old man. In the gap between the two talking, a Bentley suddenly stopped at the roadside. Get out of the way, get out of the way. A man rushed down from the car. When he saw the old man on the ground, the man's face suddenly changed. Dad, what happened to you? Dad, you mustn't scare me. The man loudly shouted at the old man, but the old man was unconscious, so naturally there was no response. Your dad had a stroke just now, but I've already cured him. Now he's just unconscious. Later on, I'll give you another prescription. Let him take the medicine for a few days in a row and he'll recover completely. Qin Xiaolong said to the middle-aged man, it's thanks to this young man's wonderful hands today. Otherwise your father might have been lost. That elder sister once again vocalized. This young man is indeed powerful. I reckon this medical skill is comparable to our Lin City's Dr. Mu. The others followed suit and praised Qin Xiaolong. Brother, thank you for saving my father. The middle-aged man hurriedly turned around to express his gratitude to Qin Xiaolong. No need to be polite. It's just a matter of lifting a finger. Qin Xiaolong smiled faintly. He didn't have any intention of taking credit. As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Since he had come across it, there was no reason for him to see death and save it. Just at this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly took out a check from his pocket, then wrote a few numbers on it. Brother, This 100,000 yuan is a little bit of my heart. You can be sure to accept it. Chapter 12 Can't let the hostess see. Seeing that the middle-aged man was so generous, Qin Xiaolong was also taken aback. To know that this is $100,000. For an ordinary farmer, he can't earn this much money without eating or drinking for a year. But he wasn't the kind of person to see money in the eyes of the beholder. He still refused. Big brother, take this money back. I didn't save this grandpa for money. I know you're not doing it for money, but this money is a little bit of my heart. You must take it, the man said with a resolute attitude. Young man, take it. This is what you deserve. The big sister next to him followed and persuaded. Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Qin Xiaolong finally accepted the check. Young man, I want to send my dad to the hospital for another checkup, so I won't talk to you anymore. After dropping these words, the middle-aged man then carried the old man onto the Bentley before traveling in the direction of the hospital. Looking at the disappearing Bentley, Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but feel a sigh of relief in his heart. This rich man is different. $100,000 is almost as much as a few dollars of pocket money to others. In the envious eyes of the surrounding, Qin Xiaolong entered the bank not far away. He exchanged all the checks for cash, and the tens of thousands of dollars from selling herbs were also withdrawn. Taking more than $100,000 in cash, Qin Xiaolong directly stepped out of the pace of his 6 relatives. However, he soon regained his composure. After all, he was the one who had gotten the inheritance from the divine Shao Emperor, just waiting for his cultivation to rise. Not to mention 100,000, a billion would just be a matter of waving his hand. Afterwards, Qin Xiaolong bought some nutritional products by the roadside that he never dared to buy before, and then got on the bus back to town. Originally, Qin Xiaolong still wanted to take advantage of the dawn and go back up the mountain to dig up some herbs, but now that he had $100,000, he wasn't in a hurry. After arriving in town, he directly went to a store that sells home appliances and spent $13,000 to buy 4 air conditioners, one for the living room, one for his room, one for his parents' room, and one for his sister's room when the time comes, so as not to be unable to sleep in the heat later. Xiaolong, what is this? Seeing that the workers were unloading the air conditioners, Liang Jing hurriedly walked out from the yard and asked, This is the air conditioner I bought in town. Qin Xiaolong returned. Why did you buy an air conditioner? How can we have the conditions to install an air conditioner in our house? Liang Jing said with some anger. They had a total debt of nearly $200,000, and she was saving money every day just to pay off the debt earlier. But Qin Xiaolong bought an air conditioner right after he went to sell herbs. This was simply spending money indiscriminately. Mom, take it easy. Look at this. Qin Xiaolong smiled faintly and handed the bag containing money to his mom. Seeing the cash in the bag, Liang Jing's entire body froze. Xiaolong, where did you get so much money from? Liang Jing asked incredulously. More than 30,000 in here is what I earned from selling herbs, and the other 100,000 was given to me by that person's son after I saved a person today. Qin Xiaolong briefly told Liang Jing what happened in the city. Even though he knew that his son wouldn't lie, Liang Jing still had the feeling of a dream. Even if you have money, we should still pay off our debts first. The matter of buying an air conditioner can totally wait. Liang Jing calmed down a bit and said, Mom, don't worry about repaying the debt. You and my dad will wait to enjoy your happiness. Qin Xiaolong smiled and said, Mom and Dad for the family toiling for most of his life. Now he has the ability. Naturally will not let them live the hard life before. And buy air conditioning is just the first step. Seeing her son so filial, Liang Jing did not say anything, because this time came 4 installers, just 1.5 hours later. 4 air conditioners were installed and debugged. Once the air conditioner was turned on, a gust of cool wind came, not to mention how comfortable it was. This air conditioner is more comfortable than a fan. This money is not wasted. Qin Xiaolong's dad, Qin Fugui, said with a smile. In the past, they only had fans in their house, and every summer, the house was as hot as a steamer. He never dared to think that there would be a day when he had an air conditioner in his house. You two gentlemen sit here and rest first. I'll go cook. Liang Jing was also very happy at this time and got up and went to the kitchen. After eating, Qin Xiaolong then turned to his dad, Qin Fugui, and said, Dad, hasn't your waist always been unable to use its strength? I'll cure it for you. Did I hear you right? You're going to cure my back injury? Qin Fugui asked with a stunned face. Did you hear me right? I recently taught myself Chinese medicine. Now I'm also a little accomplished. If you don't believe me, you lie on the bed. I'll give you acupuncture, you try the effect. Qin Xiaolong returned. Qin Fugui didn't quite believe that Qin Xiaolong could learn anything from his self-study, but he still laid down on the bed. Qin Xiaolong placed his hand on Qin Fugui's waist, and after his examination, he quickly discovered where Qin Fugui's illness was. Because of the previous fall from the scaffolding, many of the nerves in his waist were damaged, which directly led to the pain in his waist when he exerted himself slightly. After finding out the root cause of the disease, Qin Xiaolong immediately started to use acupuncture to help his dad to regulate his body, and at the same time used his true qi to repair the damaged nerves. 20 minutes later, Qin Xiaolong ended the treatment, and by the way, he also helped his dad treat the hidden diseases in his body. Dad, you get up now and try to see if you can use your strength, Qin Xiaolong said. Qin Fuguwei twisted his waist. He found that his waist didn't hurt at all. He tried carrying the grain again. Nearly 100 pounds of grain was carried at once, and it didn't take any effort at all. Xiaolong, this medical skill of yours is really divine. My waist is really healed, Qin Fuguwei said full of excitement. Before, because of his waist injury, he couldn't do heavy work at all, and had to spend money on medicine all the time, but now that his back was healed, he no longer had to be a burden to the family. Qin Fuguwei then ran outside and shared this good news with Liang Jing. Is Xiaolong at home? Right at this moment, someone outside suddenly called out Qin Xiaolong's name. Qin Xiaolong instantly heard that it was his hairdresser Yang Daju coming. At home, Qin Xiaolong replied back and hurriedly walked out. Xiaolong, are you going to catch eels? Yang Daju looked at Qin Xiaolong and asked. Go. Qin Xiaolong agreed without thinking. Catching eels is another important side business of Qin Xiaolong besides digging herbs. Every summer he would go out with Yang Daju to catch eels, and if he is lucky, he can sell several $100s a night. Mom, I'm going to catch eels with Daju. After saying a word to his mom, Qin Xiaolong went out with Yang Daju. In Taoyuan village, there are still quite a lot of people who come out at night to catch eels to earn extra money. In order to catch as many eels as possible, Qin Xiaolong and the others walked for more than 20 minutes before they arrived at a very large wild pond outside the village. Listening to the old generation people said, this pond has drowned before. At night there will be water ghosts come out to claim their lives, so usually very few people come over. However, Qin Xiaolong and Yang Daju are both newborns. They don't believe that there are water ghosts here. They only know that there are more eels here than in the ridge, and they are also big. As a veteran eel catcher, in less than 3 minutes Qin Xiaolong found a round hole, with the bubbles floating on the water surface. He could almost conclude that there must be eels in this hole. Then Qin Xiaolong took out the hook used for eel fishing, which was made of umbrella bone. He first strung a worm dug by Yang Daju on the hook, then placed the hook at the mouth of the hole and gently shook it. After a few dozen seconds, an eel head poked out of the hole, and then bit the hook. Seeing this, Qin Xiaolong immediately lifted the hook, and at the same time grabbed the eel with his left hand to prevent it from unhooking. What grass! This eel is really thick. This can't let the female anchor see it. Yang Daju on the side immediately exclaimed. Chapter 13, Delivering Medicine to Lu Shangxiao. Ha ha, that's not right. We should find a female anchor, so that we can sell it for a good price, Qin Xiaolong said with a smile. Normal people buy eels for eating, but certain people are different. Your idea is good. Wait a bit, I'll go on the live broadcast and ask if anyone wants it, Yang Daju said, directly took out his cell phone and opened Shark Live. Holy, you colorful batch, even follow so many female anchors. Qin Xiaolong cursed with contempt. Yang Daju was following a clear female anchor, and the avatars were all the kind of demonic women who scratched their heads. He, it doesn't cost anything to follow anyway. I've been whoring around for nothing, and I haven't had any of them reward me for a dime. Yang Daju smiled back, then randomly entered a live room, sent a pop-up screen, just caught a super large eel, anchor to buy if private chat, fair price. As a result, this pop-up screen was sent less than a minute. The system prompted Yang Daju. He was banned for 365 days. As a white party, Yang Daju simply does not matter. Immediately changed to another live room. The result was the same as just now, once again receiving a 365-day ban package. Grass. These guys are usually so flirty, but now they're pretending to be pure. After taking 4 speech ban packages in a row, Yang Daju couldn't help but curse. Who let you be the white whoring party? If you open a king or open an emperor, see if these female anchors still don't treat you like a master. Qin Xiaolong smiled and joked. Open a egg. I have that money to adopt a female model it does not smell? Yang Daju rolled his eyes and said. Shark lived to open a king to $60,000. The emperor is as high as $120,000. Not to mention that Yang Daju simply do not have that financial resources. Even if he really have money, he will not do this kind of thing in addition to pretending to be meaningless. Alright, stop playing. Let's just hurry up and catch eels. Qin Xiaolong had expected Yang Daju to really be able to sell the eels in the live broadcast, and after loading the eels into a bucket, he and Yang Daju continued to search for eel holes on the shore, because there was an open door. Qin Xiaolong was also full of anticipation for the next eel catching operation. Not long after, the second eel was hooked. This eel was not as big as the first one, but it was also about half a catty. With one eel entering the bucket, Qin Xiaolong and Yang Daju's faces were also happy. After strolling through the wild pond, The two had already caught nearly 12 pounds of eels. According to the price given by the eel merchants, the purchase price of a caddy of pure wild eel like this is $50. 2 people on average. One person can also share almost $300. Xiaolong, let's not go to Lotus Pond and turn around. Let's try to break a record tonight and catch 20 pounds of eels. Yang Dazhu proposed with excitement. They hadn't had such a proud record for many days. Okay, although it's already more than 10 o'clock at night, but because catching eels can make money, Qin Xiaolong doesn't feel tired. The two were about to rush towards the Lotus Pond when Qin Xiaolong's cell phone suddenly rang. Qin Xiaolong glanced at the caller ID. The call was actually from Lu Shangqiao. Hey, Sister Shangqiao, what's the matter with you? Qin Xiaolong asked after picking up the phone. Xiaolong, I have a stomachache. Do you have painkillers at home? Send me 2 tablets. On the other end of the phone, Lu Shangqiao asked with a delicate voice. Okay, I'll send them to you right now. Qin Xiaolong immediately agreed. Xiaolong, why is Sister Shangqiao calling you so late at night? Yang Dazhu asked with a gossipy face. Sister Xiangqiao has a stomachache and asked me to send her a painkiller. Qin Xiaolong returned. If I say to send medicine is an excuse. Fragrant Xiao sister is lonely and want a man. Yang Dazhu said with a bad smile on his face. Get lost, don't talk nonsense there. Qin Xiaolong glared at Yang Dazhu and said. Don't worry, brother, I'll definitely keep it a secret for you. Hurry up and go. Don't let Sister Xiangqiao wait and get anxious. Yang Dazhu said with a look of I know how. Too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I'll go first, you take your house later. After saying this, Qin Xiaolong left first. Yang Dazhu didn't rush back, but went to the Lotus Pond alone. After arriving home, Qin Xiaolong took a plate of painkillers and went to Lu Shangqiao's house. Qin Xiaolong sent a WeChat to Lu Shangqiao, telling her that he had arrived at her door and asked her to come out to get the medicine. But Lu Shangqiao sent a WeChat back saying that the door was open. Qin Xiaolong pushed the door, only to realize that the door was indeed hidden. Is it hard to believe that delivering the medicine is really just an excuse? Thinking of this, Qin Xiaolong's blood flow couldn't help but start accelerating as well. He hurriedly closes the door and quickly steps to Lu Shangqiao's room. However, soon Qin Xiaolong realized that he was overthinking. At this time Lu Shangqiao is lying on the bed. Both hands cover the stomach, face pain color, mouth constantly humming, and in her next to put half a bowl of red sugar water did not finish. This was obviously Lu Shangqiao's great aunt coming, which then led to menstrual cramps. Seeing Qin Xiaolong come in, Lu Shangqiao forcefully climbed up from the bed. Sister Shangqiao, I've brought you the medicine, so hurry up and drink it. Qin Xiaolong hurriedly said. Aha! Lu Shangqiao nodded and drank the painkiller with the remaining brown sugar water. As the medicine took effect, that pain was eased, but she still had a vague pain in her belly. Xiaolong, I'm really sorry for making you make a trip in the middle of the night. Lu Shangqiao said with full of apologies. Sister, you say this is out of place. This is not just a matter of convenience. Qin Xiaolong said uncaringly. Right, sister, you are menstrual cramps, right? Well, recently when I get my period, it hurts so much that I want to die. It's too unbearable. Lu Shangqiao nodded and said. Sis, give me your hand. Qin Xiaolong suddenly said. Lu Shangqiao didn't know what Qin Xiaolong wanted to do, but still handed her hand over. Qin Xiaolong placed his hand on Lu Shangqiao's wrist and took her pulse. Stick out your tongue again for me to take a look. Qin Xiaolong continued. Lu Shangqiao once again complied. Sister, your menstrual cramps are caused by uterine cold. It has to be treated or it will get worse. Qin Xiaolong said with a solemn expression. Lu Shangqiao's pulse manifested as sunken, thin and weak. Her tongue coating was white and greasy, and there were teeth marks on the edge of her tongue, which was clearly a symptom manifestation of uterine cold. Palace cold? Then do you know how to cure it? Lu Shangqiao asked in a hurry. Menstrual cramps are a normal phenomenon for women, but the last few times she had menstrual cramps every time it hurt her to death, and there were times when drinking painkillers couldn't suppress it. Of course, Qin Xiaolong returned, then looked at Lu Shangqiao and said, Sister Shangqiao, you lie there first, I'll give you a massage. I guarantee it's more useful than taking pills. Everyone don't be in a hurry. 23 chapters will be up. Chapter 14 The Secret in the Cell Phone. Lu Shangqiao's stomach did still hurt a bit, so she didn't refuse and immediately lay down on the bed. Qin Xiaolong came to Lu Shangqiao's side and placed his hand on the Guanyuan point on her abdomen, then gently massaged it. If you want to treat uterine cold, it is mainly divided into 4 steps. Replenish the yuan yang, warm the spleen and stomach, remove the accumulation of cold, and clear the blood. The Guanyuan point massaged by Qin Xiaolong could enhance the body's yang qi, replenish the deficiency and benefit the loss. During the massage, Qin Xiaolong also quietly input some real qi into Lu Shangqiao's body. The warm feeling came. Lu Shangqiao's abdominal pain immediately dissipated most of it. After massaging Guanyuan point for 5 minutes, Qin Xiaolong then massaged Lu Shangqiao's Shinkei point. Shinkei point is the key point of Rin vessel. Through massaging Shinkei point, it can play the function of adjusting the balance of yin and yang. After a massage, the severe pain in the abdomen had disappeared and was replaced by a very comfortable feeling, making Lu Xiangqiao particularly enjoyable. How about Sister Xiangqiao? It doesn't hurt now, right? Qin Xiaolong stopped his hand movements and asked. It doesn't hurt anymore. This massage of yours really works. Lu Xiangqiao shook her head and said, then that's it for today. You rest early and try to touch as little cold water as possible. Waiting for tomorrow, I'll get you some more herbs. You drink it for a few days in a row, your body will basically be fine. Qin Xiaolong got up and said goodbye to Lu Xiangqiao. Okay, then you go slowly. Lu Xiangqiao reluctantly returned. She actually wanted Qin Xiaolong to spend the night in her house, but the words came out of her mouth and she still didn't say it. After sending Qin Xiaolong away, Lu Xiangqiao returned to her bedroom. Lying on the bed, her mind unconsciously conjured up Qin Xiaolong's sunny and handsome appearance. A moment later, Lu Xiangqiao grabbed the summer cool quilt and hugged it in her arms, a murmur slowly coming out of her mouth. While passing by Wu Jilian's house, a glowing object on the ground suddenly attracted Qin Xiaolong's attention. He walked in and took a look, only to realize that it was an Apple cell phone. From the shell of the phone, Qin Xiaolong instantly judged that it was the cell phone that Li Gang now had. At this moment, a person called Little Treasure had sent a video invitation to Li Gangxian, which was why the cell phone had lit up. If it was before, Qin Xiaolong would have returned the phone to Li Gangxian. However, this guy rely on their own hands, a little power intentionally stuck not to give his grandfather to do low-income insurance. Qin Xiaolong's heart is also very angry. Simply put the phone into the pocket. After returning home, looking at Li Gangpres's cell phone, Qin Xiaolong cannot help but secretly said, this cell phone may be hidden in the Li Gangpres evidence of corruption and bribery. If I can get this evidence, I see after Li Gangpres dare not pretend to be a big-tailed wolf with in front of me. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaolong began to try to unlock the cell phone. Li Gangxian had unlocked it in front of him once before, and he only remembered the approximate gestures. Qin Xiaolong began to try over and over again, waiting for a while after making a mistake, and finally succeeded in unlocking it when he tried it for the 8th time. Qin Xiaolong first clicked on Li Gang Now WeChat, the top of a contact. How ran is the note little baby, that person. At first, Qin Xiaolong also thought that this person is Wu Jinlian, but clicked in only to find that it is not at all. This is another very sexy looking woman. The two chat content is very revealing. Flirty words. In addition, the woman also sent a lot of fruit photos to Li Gang Now. Through the chat content, Qin Xiaolong quickly determined that this woman is Li Gang Now outside the adopted junior. Grass. There is such a beautiful wife at home is still outside to raise a mistress. This Li just now ing brain into the right. Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but curse after reading the chat records. Li just now wife Wu Jinlian is absolutely a superb special thing. Skin white tender, body plump, looking at people cannot help but swallow saliva. And this is called a small baby, obviously is a mediocre powder. In addition to chest big point outside, and Wu Jinlian completely no comparison. I don't know what Li Gang Now think would find such a woman as a mistress. Qin Xiaolong took another look at Li Gangxian's chat records with several village cadres in their Taoyuan village. Unfortunately, Li Gang Now cunning very, as long as talking about some sensitive issues or playing the voice phone. So Qin Xiaolong did not find any handle. The most surprising thing is that Qin Xiaolong, Li just now with Chen Debao is quite close. Through the transfer records can be seen, the last 6 months, Chen Debao to Li just now on WeChat turned several 100,000, and there is no text content between them, chat, all voice calls. From this is enough to see, between the two people must have some kind of ulterior motive. After writing this down, Qin Xiaolong checked the file management. Soon he found a lot of videos of Li Gang sleeping with different women, from which it was not difficult to see that these women were basically ladies. This dog Bei really enjoys himself. Qin Xiaolong, who had finished watching the videos, cursed angrily again. To know, Li Gang is now an accountant in the village, a normal monthly salary of $3,000, not to mention going out to prostitutes. It is not easy to support the family. However, he used an Apple cell phone, wearing a high-grade Longines watch, driving a Kawasaki motorcycle worth 80,000 yuan, but also they can be outside to keep a mistress. Ghosts know how much this dog has been greedy over the years. The more Qin Xiaolong thought, the more angry he was. He directly made a copy of all the things in Li Gang's current cell phone. In order to avoid alarm, he will not publicize these things for the time being, just wait for the future to collect some evidence. He will go to the town to report Li Gang Now, so that this guy to go to jail to eat. Looked at the time, already not early, Qin Xiaolong went out and threw the cell phone back to the door of Li Gangxian's house, before going home to sleep. The next morning, about 8 o'clock, Chen Shelwei with a few gangsters came to Qin Xiaolong's house. Two of them Qin Xiaolong was more than familiar with. It was Li Dahu, Li Arrow brothers too. Grass. This kid really isn't dead. Seeing Qin Xiaolong who was alive and kicking, Li Dahu couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. Since sinking Qin Xiaolong's body in the reservoir that night, the two brothers were worried that something would happen to the east, and ran away overnight to the neighboring city. However, yesterday they got the news that Qin Xiaolong was not dead, and only then did the two brothers come back to Taoyuan village. Qin Xiaolong, pay back the money. If you dare not pay back the money today, I'll break your legs. Chen Xiaolui looked at Qin Xiaolong in a flaunting manner and said, wait. Qin Xiaolong returned and took $63,000 from the house. 60,000 of them were the principal and 3,000 were the interest. This is $63,000. Count it yourself. Where did you get so much money? Chen Xiaolui asked incredulously. Qin Xiaolong's family situation he knew too well. Owed a buttload of debt. Even if he smashed his pots and pans, it would be impossible for him to come up with 60,000 in just 2 days to be right. What do you care where I got the money? Take the money and hurry up and get lost. Right. Leave me the debt note. Qin Xiaolong said coldly. Chapter 15, Kill or Bury. Chen Xiaolui took the money and counted it. $63,000. Not a penny less. In this way, the plan to use debt to force the Qin family to marry Qin Xianxue to him was directly dead in the water. He had no choice but to return the IOU to Qin Xiaolong, who tore it to shreds on the spot. Qin Xiaolong, I genuinely like your sister. As long as you are willing to marry her to me, I will give you 200,000 dowry. How? Chen Xiaolui still said with some thievery. Just trash like you still want to marry my sister. You also don't piss on yourself to see if you're worthy. Qin Xiaolong sneered nonchalantly. Chen Xiaolui has always been unprofessional. Is a gangster, not to mention 200,000. Even if $20 million, he could not let his sister marry a trash like Chen Xiaolui. Fine. Don't you regret it? Once again being rejected by Qin Xiaolong, Chen Xiaolui couldn't help but get annoyed. Scram. Push lie again. You'll see me clean you up or not. Qin Xiaolong said with a glare in his eyes. Let's go. Chen Xiaolui didn't want to clash head-on with Qin Xiaolong and turned around, ready to leave. Li Dahu, Li Eru, you two stay here for me. Qin Xiaolong's voice sounded again. What for? Li Dahu stopped in his tracks and said, the night before last, you beat me up and threw me into the reservoir. If it wasn't for my life, I would have become a lonely ghost by now. How do you think this matter will be resolved? Qin Xiaolong coldly asked. Don't spit on me. I didn't do any of these things. Li Dahu immediately denied it. You're slandering. Do you have evidence? Li Eru followed. In fact, Qin Xiaolong is not sure that his being sunk into the reservoir was the work of Li Dahu's brothers. Just now he said that just to swindle them a little. But from the two people's evasive look he is enough to conclude that this is what they did. Want evidence, right? I'll give you evidence. Qin Xiaolong smiled back and violently rushed to Li Eru. Thud. Li Eru was kicked to the ground by Qin Xiaolong. Cursed mud horse. Seeing Li Eru being beaten, Li Dahu roared angrily and threw a punch at Qin Xiaolong. Qin Xiaolong smiled disdainfully and backhandedly grabbed Li Dahu's fist, followed by an over-the-shoulder slam. Li Dahu was instantly lowered to the ground. Bang bang bang. Qin Xiaolong's fists fell on Li Dahu's face like rain, and in the blink of an eye, he was beaten to the point where his nose was bleeding. In order to save his big brother, Li Eru, who had climbed up from the ground, swept left and right, picked up a wooden stick and smashed it towards Qin Xiaolong's head. However, Qin Xiaolong was like having eyes behind his head. The moment the stick fell, he dodged and dodged very skillfully. Qin Xiaolong then moved his body and without waiting for Li Eru to react, he rushed to his side. Fists fell, and in no time at all, Li Eru was beaten into a pig's head. Xiaolong, stop it. Liang Jing, who ran out from the house, rushed forward to stop Qin Xiaolong, fearing that he would beat someone to death again on impulse. You two give me a good listen. In the future, all give me honest. Again give me to play dirty. Lousy tube kill regardless of burial. He too a. After warning the two Li Dahu brothers, Qin Xiaolong also rewarded them with a mouthful of 1,000-year-old phlegm. He then glanced at Chen Xiaolui. And you, settle down too, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Seeing Qin Xiaolong being so wild, Chen Xiaolui was also burning with rage in his heart. But seeing with his own eyes that Qin Xiaolong had easily packed up Li Dahu's brothers like a grandfather beating up his grandchildren, he didn't dare to speak again at this time. Alright Xiaolong, what words can't be said properly? The unknown Liang Jing hurriedly persuaded. It's okay, these just owe it. Qin Xiaolong smiled back, then rushed to the ground lying Li Dahu brothers said, do not pretend to be dead. Hurry up and roll. Li Dahu's brothers were really scared of being beaten at this time. They didn't even dare to put out a fart, and after climbing up from the ground, they hurriedly ran away. Chen Xiaolui also followed. After breakfast, Qin Xiaolong and his mom together with the rest of the cash, began to go to those who borrowed money relatives and friends home to pay back the money. Soon they came to their cousin Uncle Qin Jiangwo's country. Qin Jiangwo's wife, Wang Mei, was picking vegetables at the door. When she saw Qin Xiaolong's mother and son, She got up and walked home, while quickly closing the door. That look, just like seeing the plague. Wang Mei opened the door. Liang Jing patted the door and said, "You guys hurry up and leave. Our family has no money." Wang Mei said back through the door, "You misunderstood. I'm not here to borrow money from you. I'm here to return the money." Liang Jing hurriedly said, "Pay back the money?" Hearing this, Wang Mei then opened the door. "Here, this is the $3,000 that I borrowed from your family before. I'm really sorry that it took more than a year to pay you back," Liang Jing said with full of apologies. "It doesn't matter if you guys don't pay me back. I'm just feeding it to the dogs," Wang Mei said with an indifferent expression. "Auntie, we're all relatives. There's no need for you to speak so harshly." Qin Xiaolong frowned. His cousin uncle's family's conditions belonged to the upper middle class in their village, but they were particularly snobbish and had always looked down on their family. Before his mom said all the good words to borrow $3,000 from his cousin uncle, but because they have not been able to pay back, his aunt has not less openly and secretly Yin and Yang taunted their family, and basically meet with did not see the same. Never take the initiative to greet them. "Who is related to you? I never said I was related to you," Wang Mei said with full of disgust. "Alright, that's what you said. In the future you don't come to flatter me." Seeing that Wang Mei was so dog-eyed, he originally thought that he would help his cousin's family in the future when he was developed, but now he directly dismissed this idea. "I flatter you? Ha ha, Qin Xiaolong, are you out of your mind? What does a poor man like you have that's worth flattering me for?" Wang Mei nonchalantly sneered. "Mom, let's go." Qin Xiaolong didn't bother to see eye to eye with this kind of snob, and took his mom and left, because the family owes more money. Qin Xiaolong has used up all his cash and still owes more than $30,000. In order to pay off the rest of the debt as soon as possible, Qin Xiaolong once again carrying a medicine basket ready to go into the mountains to collect medicine. When passing by Li Gang's current home, Qin Xiaolong purposely stopped, standing at the doorway and taking a look. Wu Jinlian was washing clothes by the sink. As her hands rubbed, her clothes shook along with it, and Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but feel his mouth drying up a bit as he watched. "Ahem, Sister Jinlian, is Li Gang home now?" Qin Xiaolong hurriedly withdrew his gaze and gave a dry cough. "It's Xiaolong you just now brother is not at home. He said there is a friend in town looking for him for something. Early in the morning went to town." Wu Jinlian got up and said back, "Sister Jinlian, there is something I don't know whether to say or not." Qin Xiaolong pretended to hesitate and said, "You're talking about the matter of the low-income households, right? This matter is wrapped up in sister. I will let your just now brother do it for you as soon as possible." Wu Jinlian smiled and said, "Sister, what I'm going to say is not this. It's the matter of Li Gang now keeping a mistress outside." Qin Xiaolong didn't ink anymore, and directly told the broken matter of Li Gang present. Chapter 16, The Weasel That Became Spiritual. Li Gang is now harboring a mistress? You're not joking with sis, right? Wu Jilian's face suddenly changed and said, "Just take a look at this and you'll know." Qin Xiaolong said and flashed a screenshot of the saved chat records to Wu Jinlian. Looking at the two of them chatting there, along with all sorts of unflattering selfies, Wu Jinlian instantly surged with anger. "This kills 1,000 knives. I said how he never actively touched me at night recently. It turned out to be outside to raise a Thai fox. In the recent 2 months, Wu Jinlian often alone in the empty room, occasionally come to a conjugal life. Li just now is also haphazard. This makes Wu Jinlian also had doubts. Doubt is not Li Gang now outside there are other women, but Li just now is too tired to work as a perfunctory past, and even let the village chief to help testify. Now Wu Jinlian finally understand. Li Gang now do not touch their own, completely because he was outside the vixen to empty, which still have the physical strength to come back to pay rations. Jinlian's sister. This Li Gang reality in is abominable. He has you so beautiful a wife still outside to raise a mistress. Simply is worse than a pig dog. Qin Xiaolong watched the fun and continued to fan the flames. Wu Jinlian looks charming and attractive. Big breasts and big ass. Not to mention those livestock in the village. To be honest, even he is a bit greedy. As a result, Li Gang now even put such a superb don't want, have to adopt a mediocre powder. This is simply a waste of resources. Just for this point, Qin Xiaolong must let him receive justice. "Xiaolong, sis won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to find this dog to settle the score now." The angry Wu Jinlian couldn't care less about washing her clothes. She got on the family's other motorcycle and started rushing towards the town. "Sister, be gentle with your hands, don't make a scene." Qin Xiaolong still didn't forget to shout at Wu Jinlian. However, Wu Jinlian had already left in a blur and didn't make any response at all. "It's a pity that old me still has to go pick herbs, or else I must go to the town to see a good show," Qin Xiaolong said with a look of regret. Without wasting any more time, Qin Xiaolong continued up the mountain, just like before. In order to pick more herbs, Qin Xiaolong didn't even go home at noon and directly ate some dried food he brought along to make do. A tree is still precious herbs continue to be Qin Xiaolong in the bag. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He brought the medicine basket and a snakeskin bagger filled with all kinds of herbs. He estimates that this trip down to at least a few $1,000s he can earn. Considering that he couldn't hold any more herbs, Qin Xiaolong got up and went down the mountain. When he was about to reach the foot of the mountain, a yellow shadow suddenly leapt out from the bushes, startling Qin Xiaolong. He fixed his eyes on it and realized that it was a weasel. The weasel, also known as the yellow skin, or the yellow fairy, used to be quite plentiful around their village. This thing is a thief, often sneaking into the villagers' homes at night to steal chickens to eat. The key to this thing is that it likes to suck blood very much. Once it is allowed to drill into the chicken coop, it can bite the chickens to death and suck out the blood, and then eat the internal organs. He still remembers. 3 years ago, their family raised a dozen chickens. The result of a nighttime by the weasel was wiped out, but let her mom heartache for several days. The weasel that appeared in front of Qin Xiaolong looked almost half the size of a normal weasel, almost as big as a small dog. Seeing the weasel leaning closer to him, Qin Xiaolong hurriedly took a few steps back while placing his scythe in front of his body. "Get the hell out of here, or I'll kill you!" Qin Xiaolong loudly shouted towards the weasel. He didn't do it rashly, because according to the village elders, the weasel was quite vindictive. If you didn't get it killed, it would definitely go for revenge on you. The most important thing is, the weasel secretes stinky liquid is too stinky. It is just like a biochemical weapon. Before their village there is a person who was shot by the stinky liquid secreted by the weasel. The person almost didn't get smoked to death. Qin Xiaolong is really not willing to mess with this thing. However, what he didn't expect was that the weasel suddenly stood up on its 2 backward legs, then clasped its 2 paws together and bowed to Qin Xiaolong. That action, it was almost exactly like a human making a bow. This weasel has become a spirit. Seeing this bizarre scene, even though Qin Xiaolong had always been bold, at this time there was also a chill down his back. Kirikirikirikir. At the same time, the weasel's mouth continuously emitted bursts of cries. Thanks to this guy not spitting out human words. If it could really speak human words, Qin Xiaolong's soul would probably be scared out of his mind. Kirikirikirikir. The weasel yells while its 2 front paws dance towards the left, and in its small eyes there is also an obvious begging color. "Are you asking me to follow you?" Qin Xiaolong doesn't understand beast language, so naturally he doesn't know what this guy is saying, but he probably guesses something from its movements. Kiri. The weasel immediately nodded while running towards the left, running a few steps before looking back at Qin Xiaolong. Qin Xiaolong now understood. This weasel obviously wanted to take himself somewhere. After a little contemplation, he still followed. After running in the jungle for almost 200 meters, the weasel suddenly stopped. Qin Xiaolong looked towards where the weasel was, and he saw another weasel caught in a trap. Kirikirikirikir. The large weasel that brought Qin Xiaolong here barked at Qin Xiaolong again, then pointed at the trapped weasel, the meaning of which couldn't be more obvious. Qin Xiaolong could see that the weasel that brought himself here should be a male and the other one a female. The fact that the male weasel had risked his life to save his wife and went to him for help made Qin Xiaolong not help but feel sympathetic as well. "I can save it, but you must promise that you won't be allowed to go to our village to scourge the poultry and livestock again in the future, do you hear me?" Qin Xiaolong said to the weasel. "Kirk." The weasel immediately nodded. Seeing this, Qin Xiaolong put down the medicinal herbs on his back, then came to the trap and easily rescued the female weasel. Seeing that her leg was still bleeding, Qin Xiaolong got some more hemostatic herbs and gave her a simple bandage. Kirikirikirikir. Seeing his wife saved, that male weasel once again arched its paw towards Qin Xiaolong to thank him. Truly full of aura. "Alright, it's time for me to go. Remember not to go back to our village to do bad things in the future." Seeing that it was getting late, Qin Xiaolong carried the herbs on his back and went down the mountain. When passing by Li Gang's current home, Qin Xiaolong deliberately glanced towards his yard. Originally, Qin Xiaolong wanted to see Li Gang existing did not kneel on the rubbing board. Who knows through the doorway to see. Wu Jinlian even got a rope hanging in the yard of the old peach tree to hang himself. Chapter 17 Persuading Wu Jinlian. Seeing that Wu Jinlian was about to kick the stool, Qin Xiaolong hurriedly rushed over with the speed of a 100-meter sprint and saved Wu Jinlian. "Sister Jinlian, what can't you think of? Why do you want to commit suicide?" Qin Xiaolong hurriedly discouraged. "I served Li Gang now all day long like an old mom, but as a result, this even beat me and scolded me for that Tai Fox, and even told me to die. Since this is the case, I will die to him. I am a ghost will not let go of this pair of dogs and men." Wu Jinlian cried. That pearly look, seeing Qin Xiaolong was a bit heartbreaking. "Sister, not I say you. You use suicide to retaliate against Li Gang now too stupid. People's Junior probably can't wait for you to die, so that in the future she can rightfully live in your house. So, you not only can't die, but you also have to live better than before, and piss off that Junior." Qin Xiaolong went on to persuade. Hearing this, Wu Jinlian, who was still seeking death, suddenly calmed down. You're right, sis can't die. It would be too cheap for that couple of dogs. Wu Jinlian quickly recognized Qin Xiaolong's point of view. This is the sister Jinlian I know. Seeing that Wu Jinlian finally stopped seeking death, Qin Xiaolong was relieved. He told Wu Jinlian about Li Gang now keeping a mistress outside, mainly to let Wu Jinlian clean him up. If Wu Jinlian committed suicide again because of this, then he would probably have to feel guilty for the rest of his life. Xiaolong, thank you for persuading me. Otherwise sis might really be pissed off at that pair of dogs today. Wu Jinlian's desire to die just now was also an impulse. Now that she calmed down, she naturally wants to live well. Thanks for what? I didn't do anything. Qin Xiaolong smiled and said, right Xiaolong, you come in with sis for a bit. Sis has something for you. Wu Jinlian said with a twist of words. Qin Xiaolong didn't know what Wu Jinlian was going to give herself, but still followed her into the house. Xiaolong, do you think sis looks good? Wu Jinlian suddenly asked such a sentence. Of course it looks good. Qin Xiaolong returned without thinking. Wu Jinlian was a beauty known far and wide, and everyone secretly said that Li Gang now was lucky to have such a beautiful wife. Then do you want sis? Wu Jinlian asked with eyes like spring water. Sis, don't joke. This joke isn't funny at all. Qin Xiaolong snapped back. He really didn't expect Wu Jinlian to say such words. I didn't joke with you. Li Gang now that is messing around outside. If he is not benevolent, don't blame me for being unrighteous. I also want to cuckold him today. Wu Jinlian said with a hateful face. Since marrying Li Gang now, she has always been careful to abide by the way of women, but after being beaten up by Li Gang now in conjunction with Xiao San today, she is completely dead to Li Gang now. Li Gang now outside to raise a mistress. Then she let Li Gang now head green oil. Sister, don't be like this. This is not good. Qin Xiaolong hurriedly persuaded. Wu Jinlian was definitely a beauty. To say that he didn't have some thoughts would be deceiving himself, but now that Wu Jinlian was clearly trying to get back at Li Gang now, he naturally couldn't agree. Xiaolong, to tell you the truth, sis likes you. Do you like me? Wu Jinlian looked at Qin Xiaolong with affection and said. Li Gang now had never been very nice to her. She now wanted to get the love she hadn't gotten for a long time from Qin Xiaolong. Sis, calm down. I'll leave first. Worried that he might not be able to hold back, Qin Xiaolong turned around and prepared to leave. Who knew that Wu Jinlian suddenly took the initiative to embrace him? Xiaolong, I don't want you to leave. A gentle voice rang in Qin Xiaolong's ears. In that instant, Qin Xiaolong felt like the seal demon within him had broken the seal all of a sudden, and he had already reached the limit of his tolerance. Sister, hurry up and let go of me. Let's not do this. Qin Xiaolong took a deep breath and said with his remaining sanity. However, Wu Jinlian not only didn't let go of him, but instead took the initiative to kiss him. Qin Xiaolong wasn't some virtuous monk. He was just a very bloodthirsty young man. Just when Qin Xiaolong was about to hold on to his Taoist heart, a knock on the door suddenly sounded outside, followed by a woman's voice. Jinlian, just now home? Hearing this voice, Qin Xiaolong and Wu Jinlian were both startled at the same time. Xiaolong, you quickly hide under the bed and go down, Wu Jinlian immediately said. Without any hesitation, Qin Xiaolong very nimbly burrowed under the bed. Damn, how come someone comes every time at a critical moment? God, you're purposely messing with me, right? Under the bed, Qin Xiaolong secretly spat out a sentence, knowing that the last time at Lu Xiangxiao's house was like this, and as a result, it's the same thing today. He wants to cry. Meanwhile, Wu Jinlian, who had gotten dressed, tidied up her messy hairstyle before pretending to be calm and walking out. Granny Wang, what's the matter with you? Wu Jinlian looked at the old woman in front of her and said. This was their village's Granny Wang. My son shot a few wild rabbits in the mountains. I brought one over for just now, so you guys can taste it too. Granny Wang returned with a smile on her face. Thank you. Wu Jinlian did not refuse and directly took the hair. What are you polite for? It's not worth anything. Granny Wang smiled, and after a little hesitation, she continued. Jinlian, in fact, I came here today to ask for something just now. Can you let him get me and our family a low-income household? Granny Wang, your family's conditions aren't bad, so why do you need a low-income household? Wu Jinlian frowned. Hey, who minds too much money? It's a few $100s a month. You talked to just now. As long as he can give us a couple of ratings, I'll give him a good cigarette a month in the future. Granny Wang smiled and said back. Alright, I'll talk to him then. Wu Jinlian didn't want to waste her breath with Granny Wang, so she casually made a perfunctory remark. Thank you Jinlian, then I'll come back tomorrow. Seeing that Wu Jinlian promised herself, Granny Wang was then satisfied and left. Wu Jinlian closed the door of the room and quickly returned to the house. Xiaolong, Granny Wang has left. Let's continue. Wu Jinlian's eyes were like spring water as she said. That look seemed to be even more anxious than Qin Xiaolong. Chapter 18. Good things stirred up. Looking at Wu Jinlian, who was within reach in front of him, Qin Xiaolong once again became thirsty. To be honest, he had been a single dog for 20 years, and he also wanted to taste what a woman was like. However, he always had a feeling of taking advantage of a man's danger, so he couldn't help but be in a struggle in his mind as well. Seeing that Qin Xiaolong didn't touch himself, the delicate-minded Wu Jinlian instantly understood why. Seeing only a faint smile, she took the initiative to wrap her arms around Qin Xiaolong's neck and then sent her own fragrant kiss. In that instant, Qin Xiaolong was as if electrocuted. He could no longer control himself and picked up Wu Jinlian to the bed. Under the dim light, the smell of hormones filled the air, as if spring flowers were blooming and everything was reviving. Seeing that the two were about to complete the exchange of chromosomes, realizing one of the payloads of human civilization, just at this moment, the urgent knock on the door sounded once again. Knock knock knock. Stimulated by the knocking sound, Qin Xiaolong and Wu Jinlian instantly separated. After taking a deep breath and stabilizing her breathing, Wu Jinlian then shouted to the outside. Who is it? Me, Granny Wang. There's something else I forgot to tell you. Granny Wang quickly replied back. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why is this old woman still a ghost? Hearing Granny Wang's voice, Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but curse. Xiaolong, wait for me for a bit longer. I'll go get rid of her. After speaking to Qin Xiaolong, Wu Jinlian put on her clothes and left the door. Jinlian, why are you locking the door in broad daylight here? Granny Wang asked with a curious look on her face. While asking this, she also purposely glanced towards the house. Why? Do you think I'm stealing a man at home? Why don't you go in and search? Wu Jinlian returned with a cold face. I didn't mean that. I just casually asked. Don't be angry. Granny Wang hurriedly compensated with a smile. Don't worry, I won't be angry. I locked the door just intend to take a bath. I don't want to be peeked at by those few shrews from our village again while I'm bathing. Wu Jinlian's face softened slightly and said, so that's how it is. I thought you were uncomfortable and wanted to go to bed early. Granny Wang smiled back. Say, what else do you have to do? If nothing else, I'll go back and take a bath. Wu Jinlian faintly asked. Wang Bao looked around outside the street. After determining that there were no other people, only then did she take out a card from her pocket and handed it to Wu Jinlian. Jinlian, this is our town's gasoline card. There are $300 in it. You give it to just now, so that he can take it and use it. Just now I forgot to give it to you. I can't have this. Wu Jinlian directly refused. Don't be polite. Take it. When the time comes, don't forget to let Gang Xian do the low-income insurance for both of us. Granny Wang said with a face full of currying favor. Alright, then I'll take it first. Wu Jinlian was still thinking about the good thing with Qin Xiaolong. She didn't want to waste her time on Granny Wang, so she could only accept the card. Don't forget to tell Gang Xian about this. I'll treat you guys to dinner when it's done. Only after instructing Wu Jinlian once again did Granny Wang leave. Sister Jinlian, it's getting late. I should go home. Seeing Wu Jinlian enter the door, Qin Xiaolong directly said goodbye to her. What's the hurry? You don't want to have sex with sis? Wu Jinlian asked. Forget it. After all, this kind of thing can't be seen in the light. Let's just pretend nothing happened. Qin Xiaolong smiled bitterly and said back. Of course he wanted to eat Wu Jinlian, but just now, Granny Wang had ruined his good deed twice in a row, and he had now become a scared bird. Most of all, just now, Granny Wang has obviously become suspicious, and this old woman in their village is famous for her broken mouth, often chewing her tongue behind her back. If she spread any more rumors, Qin Xiaolong's thick skin could care less, but Wu Jinlian would not be able to see anyone again. No, sis won't let you go. Wu Jinlian grabbed Qin Xiaolong again. It was as if there was a fire burning inside her now. Only Qin Xiaolong could let her experience the joy of being a woman again. At this exact moment, Qin Xiaolong's cell phone rang. He took out his cell phone and glanced at it. It was his own old mom calling. Hey mom, what's up? Qin Xiaolong asked after picking up the phone. Your grandfather broke his leg. Your dad and I are sending him to the hospital in town now. You come back later to cook and eat by yourself. Don't mind us. Liang Jing said back full of anxiety. You guys wait for me, I'll be home soon. Qin Xiaolong returned, then looked at Wu Jinlian and said, Sister Jinlian, my grandfather fell on his leg, I have to hurry back. Not waiting for Wu Jinlian to make a response, Qin Xiaolong picked up the herbs in the yard and hurriedly left. Looking at Qin Xiaolong's disappearing back, Wu Jinlian's heart immediately developed a strong sense of loss. In order to relieve the loneliness in her heart, Wu Jinlian walked into the kitchen and finally landed her eyes on the fresh cucumber. Not long after, Qin Xiaolong arrived home. At this time, his grandfather Qin Jinkai had already been lifted onto the tractor, and Qin Fugui and his wife were preparing to send him towards the town. With just a glance, Qin Xiaolong could tell that his grandfather had only dislocated his joints, and it wasn't particularly serious. Dad, help me out. lift my grandfather down. My grandfather's leg is just fractured. I can help him connect it. Qin Xiaolong hurriedly said to his dad. Upon hearing this, Qin Fugui then remembered that his son had taught himself medicine. He hurriedly helped lift the old man down. After letting the old man lie down, Qin Xiaolong exerted force with both hands, and the old man's misaligned joints immediately recovered. Next, Qin Xiaolong injected some more true qi into the old master's body, helping him repair the damaged bones. Grandpa, you try it now and see if you can walk? Qin Xiaolong said to the old master. Upon hearing this, the old master slowly stood up and took 2 steps forward without any pain at all. Xiaolong, who did you learn orthopedics from here? The old master asked with a face full of surprise. I'm self-taught, and today is considered my first real combat. Qin Xiaolong smiled and said, okay, our little dragon is getting more and more outstanding. In the future will definitely be able to make a name for himself. The old master said with a face full of gratification. Grandpa, why did you fall on your leg today? Qin Xiaolong said with a twist of words. I dug up some dandelions, ready to get the bungalow on the sun to make tea to drink. Who knows that when going up the stairs accidentally stepped on a foot? The old man returned. Grandpa, why don't you move over to live with us? It's convenient for us to take care of you this way. Qin Xiaolong proposed. Ever since his grandmother passed away, his grandfather had been living alone in the old mansion. Qin Xiaolong and the others had all mentioned many times for the old man to move over, but he just didn't agree. No, I'd rather live alone. I'm not used to living with you guys. The old master once again rebuffed. Grandpa, why are you so stubborn? Qin Xiaolong said somewhat helplessly. I just like to live alone, clean, so don't persuade me. The old master said with a resolute attitude. Qin Xiaolong knew that the old master was a donkey, and after a few more words of persuasion, seeing that he could not convince the old master, he could only choose to give up. Chapter 19, Letting Master Be the Receiver? When he finished dinner, Qin Xiaolong took his grandfather to the village head store to buy a bunch of food, then personally sent him back to the old mansion. Grandpa, I'll go back first then. Remember to call me if anything happens. After saying goodbye to his grandfather, Qin Xiaolong returned home. However, after arriving home, Qin Xiaolong realized that there were guests in the house. One of them was Du Meifeng, the well-known matchmaker of their Taoyuan village, and the other was Li Xiyan, the daughter of the director of governance. What are these two people coming over for? It's just a matchmaking for me though, right? Qin Xiaolong secretly guessed in his heart. Xiaolong is back. Come sit down. Auntie Feng has a great thing to tell you. After seeing Qin Xiaolong, Du Meifeng hurriedly greeted him with that warmth. What good thing? Qin Xiaolong asked. Auntie Feng has brought you a daughter-in-law over. Du Meifeng asked with a smile. Aunt Feng, you're not talking about Li Xiyan, are you? Qin Xiaolong raised his eyebrows and said, how clever. It's Xiyan. Xiyan said that she's liked you since she was a child. And now you've both just reached the point where you're talking about marriage. As long as you nod your head, she'll be your daughter-in-law from now on. Du Meifeng continued. Li Xiyan likes me? What international joke are you playing? Qin Xiaolong snorted. Li Xiyan was of the same generation as him, and the two of them used to be classmates, but she had been spoiled by her father since she was a child, being bratty, willful, and bossy. On top of that, she also smoked and drank tattoos. The most critical thing is, Li Xiyan's personal life is rotten. Change boyfriend with change clothes. I heard that before also with 3 men at the same time. The village wind rating is very bad. Many people secretly scolded her as a prostitute, and he and Li Xiyan is completely two-way people, usually not even talk much. As a result, now Du Meifeng even said that Li Xiyan liked him, which was pure bull. Xiaolong, I'm not joking with you. Xiyan really likes you, right? Xiyan. Du Meifeng hurriedly gave Li Xiyan a wink and said, well, I've always liked you. I just didn't have the heart to say it before. Li Xiyan returned with a shy face. Xiyan, I don't think the two of us are quite right. Let's forget about it. Qin Xiaolong very politely rebuffed. Chen Xiaoyu was as beautiful as a flower, even more charming when she was shy. Looking at Qin Xiaolong's heart itched. However, Li Xiyan was nothing more than a mediocre powder. The shy expression of hers was completely a case of East meets West. Looking at Qin Xiaolong, he almost didn't spit out his dinner. Xiaolong, don't be in a hurry to reject it. I'm telling you, Xian's father said that if you guys get married, he won't want a single penny of dowry. Instead, he will also give Xian $100,000 as dowry. At that time you will pick up a daughter-in-law for nothing, not to mention that you will also be able to get $100,000. This is a good thing that many people can't even beg for. Du Meifeng continued to persuade. About 2 or 3 months ago, Qin Xiaolong's mother, Liang Jing, had approached Du Meifeng, and at that time, she was trying to ask her to help introduce Qin Xiaolong to a marriage. But Du Meifeng replied that their family was so poor that they were on the verge of eating chaff and food, but it would be impossible for any woman with a brain to get married into their family. However, this is only the past 2 months. Du Meifeng's attitude has come to a 360-degree turn, and also give out such attractive conditions, which if there is nothing fishy, killed Qin Xiaolong he did not believe. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaolong once again looked at Li Xiyan. After taking a closer look, he really found a problem. Xiyan, can you give me your hand? Qin Xiaolong spoke again. Li Xiyan didn't know what Qin Xiaolong wanted to do, but she still extended her hand. Qin Xiaolong placed his hand on his own Li Xiyan's wrist and quickly determined that this was a happy pulse for Li Xiyan. Damn it! I knew that you old was not in a good mood. Qin Xiaolong directly cursed Du Meifeng in his heart. Auntie Feng, are you telling me about my daughter-in-law? You're clearly trying to make me a receiver, aren't you? Qin Xiaolong asked with a cold smile. What being a receiver? Auntie doesn't quite understand what you mean. Du Meifeng played dumb and said, alright, stop pretending. Li Xiyan is pregnant. What do you mean by asking her to marry me? Qin Xiaolong coldly replied back. If he really agreed to Du Meifeng, then they were directly happy to be fathers. If this were to spread out, in the future, his old Qin family would probably be reduced to the laughingstock of the entire Taoyuan village. Hearing Qin Xiaolong's words, Du Meifeng couldn't help but have a trace of embarrassment appear on her face. She completely did not expect Qin Xiaolong to have discovered the secret of Li Xiyan's pregnancy. Meifeng, is Xiyan really pregnant? Liang Jing, who hadn't said anything, immediately asked. She actually didn't have too many requirements for her daughter-in-law, as long as she was filial and virtuous and could run a household. But for this to get pregnant before she even got married, this kind of woman was something she could never agree to be her daughter-in-law. Ahem, that. Xiyan is indeed pregnant, but I don't think it's a big deal. When the time comes, your family will be prosperous. How nice. And Xiyan's her father will definitely contribute money to help you raise the child together. Du Meifeng knew that she couldn't hide it and could only admit it. That's a nice thing to say. Then why don't you let your son marry her as his wife? When the time comes you'll just hold a grandchild. How nice. Qin Xiaolong sneered and asked back, can my son be like you? I'm telling you, I'm also doing this for your own good. Think about it. With your family's conditions, which woman would be willing to marry over? Do you want to be a bachelor for the rest of your life? Du Meifeng's tone at this time also had a hint of unkindness. You're right. I'd rather be a bachelor for the rest of my life than marry her. Qin Xiaolong said back with a firm resolve. Li Xiyan is a Thai person, not to mention the outside. Just in their village there are several men who have slept with her. If such a woman really married home, he estimates that his head will have to be an extra piece of Hulenbuyer big herbs. Not to mention that she was pregnant. If he wasn't wrong, he was afraid that Li Xiyan didn't even know who the baby's father was. Qin Xiaolong, what are you? Just you still look down on me? Let me tell you, it's your good fortune that I'm willing to marry you. Seeing that Qin Xiaolong was not willing to marry himself at all, Li Xiyan also stopped pretending to be a lady and her nature was exposed. Thanks for thinking so highly of me, but I, Qin Xiaolong, am just a poor boy. I'm not worthy of a little princess like you. You'd better hurry up and find another man. Qin Xiaolong deliberately said the opposite. Fine. Don't you regret it? Li Xiyan pointed at Qin Xiaolong and said coldly. Just like what Qin Xiaolong guessed, Li Xiyan had no idea who the child's real father was. However, because she had already had several abortions before, the doctor said that if she had another abortion, it would most likely lead to infertility, which is why her father suggested that she find a receiver in the village. And Qin Xiaolong was the best candidate they chose. First, Qin Xiaolong handsome, and secondly, the family is poor, in urgent need of money. Originally they thought to Qin Xiaolong fooled, and then hurry to the marriage. When the rice is cooked, even if Qin Xiaolong want to back out also late. Who would like to think that Qin Xiaolong even a glance on the discovery of Li Xiyan pregnant thing, but also clearly refused to marry her? Their plan is undoubtedly a complete fizzle. Chapter 20, I'll marry your daughter. Don't worry, whoever regrets it is a dog. Qin Xiaolong sneered back. He didn't have any good feelings for a woman like Li Xiyan who was as good as a man. Not to mention that now that he has obtained the immortal inheritance, he is still afraid that he won't be able to marry a wife in the future. Joke. And Feng, let's go. Seeing that the plan to make Qin Xiaolong a receiver had failed, Li Xiyan no longer continued to waste time and turned around to leave. Qin Xiaolong, you really don't know what's good for you. You deserve to be poor for the rest of your life. Du Meifeng at this time also lost her enthusiasm from earlier, coldly dropping these words, immediately followed Li Xiyan. Meifeng is really looking down on people. What does she take our son for? Liang Ding huffed, introducing her son to a pot-bellied woman. In her opinion, this was simply an insult to their family. It's okay mom, you don't have to be angry. Today she's ignoring me, but later I'll make her climb higher. Qin Xiaolong said with a smile. Ever since he got the inheritance from the divine Shao Emperor, his vision had changed. Du Meifeng's words really wouldn't affect him much. After all, A giant dragon would never see eye to eye with a mole cricket. Xiaolong is right. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. When our Xiaolong soars to greatness in the future, I'd like to see if they'll come to flatter us. Qin Fugui followed and agreed. He still had great confidence in his son. Hearing the words of the father and son, Liang Jing was in a much better mood. After the family chatted for a while, Qin Xiaolong got up and sorted the herbs he had picked on the mountain today, then took some herbs that were specifically used for treating uterine cold and left the door. Not long after, Qin Xiaolong came to Lu Xiangqiu's house. Sister Xiangqiu, I've packaged the rest of these herbs for you. You remember to decoct one packet every night and drink it for a week straight. Your uterine cold will basically be cured. After personally frying a packet of herbs for Lu Xiangqiu, Qin Xiaolong very considerately urged, "Thank you, little dragon." Seeing that Qin Xiaolong came to deliver medicine to himself in the middle of the night, Lu Xiangqiu's heart was also warmed. One must know that as the village's rather famous widow Shishir, there were many people who craved for her body, but the only one who truly cared for her was Qin Xiaolong, and because of this, she had always had a good feeling towards Qin Xiaolong. If it wasn't for the two Li Dahou brothers stirring up trouble that night, she might have gone to Witch Mountain with Qin Xiaolong. You mustn't be polite to me. Just remember to look for me if there's anything in the future. Qin Xiaolong smiled back, then glanced at the time. It was almost 10 o'clock. Sis, remember to drink the medicine later. I'll go back first. Okay, then you take your time. Lu Xiangqiu sent Qin Xiaolong out the door, and only after Qin Xiaolong completely disappeared from her sight did she withdraw her gaze. But a little person had already taken up residence in her heart, and that person was Qin Xiaolong. The next day, after breakfast, Qin Xiaolong carried the fertilizer down to the ground. It was now the tasseling period of the corn, and they had to fertilize the corn one more time, so as to ensure the yield of the corn. The two cornfields together amounted to nearly 3 acres. Qin Xiaolong's family was busy for a small half-day, and they didn't return home until 10:30. Mom, I'm going to buy some things from the store. You and my dad take a break first. After saying a word to his mom, Qin Xiaolong went out the door. Not long after, Qin Xiaolong arrived at the village head store. The owner of the village head store is Zhao Yongmei, the wife of their village head Chen Guangfu. Because there is only one store in the whole village, Zhao Yongmei is also considered a monopoly, and her business is still quite good. Xiaolong, what do you want to buy today? Unlike Chen Guangfu, Zhao Yongmei's attitude towards Qin Xiaolong was still quite good. 3 $2 popsicles, then a Texas steak chicken, 3 bottles of cold beer, 10 chicken feet and 2 packs of spicy strips. Qin Xiaolong quickly reported what he wanted to buy. Alright, Zhao Yongmei replied back, very skillfully loading up the things Qin Xiaolong wanted. 82 in total. Zhao Yongmei said. Hearing this, Qin Xiaolong pulled out a $100 bill and handed it over. After giving Qin Xiaolong the change, Zhao Yongmei then smiled and said, Xiaolong, have you gotten rich recently? You've been buying things with a big hand. To know, in the past, Qin Xiaolong used to buy the cheapest 50 cents a popsicle, but now he even buys $2 a popsicle, and he already spent a few $100s with her last night, and today, he is buying roasted chicken and beer again, which is completely different from her impression of a poor boy who is frugal with his food. I did make a small fortune recently, so naturally this living class has to be brought up a notch. Qin Xiaolong smiled back. In the past, in order to pay off their debts, the family could not afford to eat or drink, but now that he was not what he used to be, he naturally had to say goodbye to those poor days of the past. Okay, Auntie knew you are a promising child. Don't forget to bring Auntie along when you make a fortune in the future. You eat meat, Auntie just have a mouthful of soup. Zhao Yongmei is a businessman, very good at talking. 3 words on the praise of Qin Xiaolong. Heart beautiful. Aunt Zhao, you're a little out of place. When I have money, I'll go to your home to propose marriage. You will be my mother-in-law. I guarantee that you eat and drink spicy food every day. Qin Xiaolong smiled back. Then you hurry up and get rich. Auntie can wait for that day. Zhao Yongmei smiled back, but in her heart, she only took Qin Xiaolong's words as a joke. Waiting my ass. This bastard has been a pauper's life all his life, and he still wants to marry my daughter? Don't daydream. Right at this moment, Chen Guangfu suddenly walked out from the inner room, opening his mouth with a flurry of mockery. Qin Xiaolong didn't get angry at all. Instead, the corner of his mouth curled up and said, Village chief, what you said before that, as long as I take out $1 million of dowry, you'll let Xiao Yu marry me. Does that still count? Of course my words count. I'm afraid that you, a poor man, won't be able to earn enough for $1 million without eating or drinking for the rest of your life. Chen Guangfu returned with a disdainful face. Don't worry, I'll marry your daughter, Qin Xiaolong said back in a loud voice. Chen Guangfu had always looked down on him. Meeting him was a sneer, but he had long since not been the rural boy he used to be. He would definitely earn enough for $1 million as soon as possible, and then give Chen Guangfu a good smack in the face. letting him know what it meant to be a dog's eye view of others. Aunt Zhao, I'm going home first. After saying goodbye to Aunt Zhao, Qin Xiaolong carried his things and left. A poor man still misses my daughter. What a toad wanting to eat the swan's head. I poo. Chen Guangfu cursed once again and even spat at Qin Xiaolong's back. Moreover, his words were very loud. He was obviously purposely letting Qin Xiaolong hear them. However, Qin Xiaolong didn't get angry and treated it as if he didn't hear anything. When he was almost at home, Qin Xiaolong happened to run into the oncoming Yang Dazhu. However, today's Yang Dazhu's face has swollen into a pig's head. Looking that funny. Chapter 21, Harvesting Honey. Dazhu, what's going on with you? Qin Xiaolong forced a smile and asked. Stung by a cliff bee, it hurts me to death, Yang Dazhu said with a hateful face. Hearing the word cliff bee, Qin Xiaolong's eyes lit up. Then where is the cliff bee? Is there much honey? Qin Xiaolong immediately asked. I came over to find you today is ready to go with you to pick honey. There is quite a lot of honey there. I estimate that I can pick at least 20 to 30 pounds. But the location of the cliff bee's nest is quite dangerous. We have to go with Hunchback Zhang to borrow his tools, or else we'll be giving away food. Yang Dazhu quickly returned. That's easy. Qin Xiaolong returned, and after taking the things he just bought home, he followed Yang Dazhu to Hunchback Zhang's house. Hunchback Zhang's real name was Zhang Yinsong. Because of his hunchback, he got the nickname Hunchback Zhang. Zhang Hunchback is also the only beekeeper in the village, relying on beekeeping to sell honey, can earn a few $1,000s a year, because we are all from the same village. After Qin Xiaolong talked to Hunchback Zhang, he lent Qin Xiaolong the protective clothing, honey cutter, and other tools needed for honey harvesting. Next, led by Yang Dazhu, the two of them went up the mountain together, turning left and right along the rugged mountain road. After walking for almost 20 minutes, Yang Dazhu stopped under a cliff. See, that old nest of cliff wasps is up there. Yang Dazhu pointed at the cliff and said. Qin Xiaolong looked up and could easily see a crevice roughly 50 meters above their heads, and inside the crevice was the old nest of the cliff bee. At this moment, there were constantly cliff bee flying around. Let's go, climb up from over there, then I'll use a rope to hang down and pick them. The cliff wall was smooth and completely perpendicular to the ground. It was impossible to climb up. The only feasible way was to hang down from above, which would be more convenient for harvesting honey. The two did not waste time, and walked forward another 100 or 200 meters, from a relatively gentle slope to climb to the mountain, and then came to the location of the cliff bee above. There were only some low shrubs and weeds up here, and there was no suitable place to bolt a rope. Dazhu, when I climb down to collect honey later, remember to pull the rope tightly and don't let go. Qin Xiaolong urged Yang Dazhu. Don't worry, unless I die, I definitely won't let go. Yang Dazhu replied back. Hearing this, Qin Xiaolong didn't waste any more time and quickly put on the protective suit borrowed from Hunchback Zhang. It was now noon and already hot. After putting on the protective suit, Qin Xiaolong was even hotter. But for the sake of collecting honey, he could only endure it. At the same time, Yang Dazhu tied one end of the rope to himself and the other to Qin Xiaolong. When everything was ready, Qin Xiaolong pulled the rope and started to climb down. Release, release again, then release. Yang Dazhu couldn't see the situation below the cliff and could only release the rope outward little by little according to Qin Xiaolong's command. Okay, stop. After waiting for the location where the cliff bee was, Qin Xiaolong hurriedly shouted, and Yang Dazhu quickly wrapped the rope around his arm while tying up his horse stance. At the bottom of the cliff, Qin Xiaolong could only barely see a small portion of the exposed hive, but it was only at this point that he realized that the hive inside the crevice was much bigger than they expected, with a spleen of golden-colored hives hanging tightly on the rock, making people salivate at the sight of it. The cliff bees inside were even in the thousands, a dark and pressurized mass. Qin Xiaolong had picked cliff bees several times, but this was the first time he had seen such a large hive. With Qin Xiaolong's appearance, the cliff wasps inside the hive obviously sensed the danger, and within a few breaths, hundreds of cliff wasps were constantly flying around Qin Xiaolong. Fortunately, he was wearing a protective suit, so there was no need to be afraid. Afterwards, Qin Xiaolong stabilized his stance, lit the mugwort in his hand, and started to use the smoke from the mugwort to smoke up the cliff wasps. Those cliff wasps couldn't stand the pungent flavor of the mugwort and flew towards the outside. After the cliff wasps and the rock crevices had almost fled, Qin Xiaolong took out his honey knife and started to cut down the hive. The moment the honeycomb was cut down, golden-colored honey that looked like gold flowed out, making Qin Xiaolong gulp. However, because of the protective clothing, he can't savor this earthly delicacy for the time being. After slowly putting the honeycomb into the bucket, Qin Xiaolong was about to cut the second piece of honeycomb when his body violently fell downward. Although he only fell less than a meter, Qin Xiaolong was still shocked into a cold sweat. Dazhu, what the hell are you doing? Qin Xiaolong hurriedly shouted towards the top. Sorry, my hand slipped just now. Yang Dazhu returned with an apology. Be steady, if I fall to my death, I won't let you go even as a ghost. Qin Xiaolong cursed without a good breath. His position was 40 to 50 meters from the ground. If he fell this high, it was estimated that the entire village could go straight to his house for a banquet. Don't worry, I guarantee that what just happened won't happen again, Yang Dazhu hurriedly said. Pull me up another meter. Qin Xiaolong knew that Yang Dazhu didn't do it on purpose, so he didn't say anything else. Hearing this, Yang Dazhu immediately pulled Qin Xiaolong upwards a little. Only after waiting for the rock fisher to follow him, did Qin Xiaolong continue to cut up the hive. As the smoke gradually dispersed, the cliff wasps began to attack Qin Xiaolong in groups. Unfortunately, due to the protection of his protective suit, Qin Xiaolong was not harmed. According to the customary rules, after picking almost half of the hive, Qin Xiaolong stopped. After all, the cliff bee had to rely on honey to survive the winter. He couldn't do something like killing the chicken to get the eggs. Dazhu, pull me up. Qin Xiaolong shouted towards Yang Dazhu, who quickly pulled the rope, and soon Qin Xiaolong was back on the mountain. Holy, so much honey, looks like we're going to be rich. Looking at those honey in the bucket, Yang Dazhu immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. He, this is called being rich. Qin Xiaolong smiled back. Cliff bees basically live on the edge of cliffs, and cliff bees are bigger and more toxic than ordinary honey. Harvesting honey is very dangerous, and someone in their village has fallen to their death because of harvesting cliff honey before. Luckily, he had a scare this time, and successfully harvested a big half bucket of honey, which definitely counted as a bumper harvest. I'll get a piece and taste it first. Yang Dazhu was so greedy that he broke off a piece of honey and stuffed it into his mouth. Wow, it's so delicious. It's been a long time since I've had such pure cliff honey, Yang Dazhu exclaimed with a face of enjoyment, and in order not to waste it, he licked all the honey from his fingers. Qin Xiaolong also broke off a piece and tasted it. In an instant, his mouth was full of flavor. This was simply a delicacy on earth, giving one a feeling of being unable to stop. Chapter 22, A Small Profit. Qin Xiaolong and Yang Dazhu ate 2 more pieces each, and only then was satisfied to take the cliff honey down the mountain. Back home, his mom has already done lunch. Qin Xiaolong let Yang Dazhu eat a meal in his own home. When he was full of food and drink, Qin Xiaolong called Mu Qiushi, the owner of Sheng De Tang, on WeChat. Hey, Ms. Mu, do you accept the cliff honey? I just picked it on the mountain today. Qin Xiaolong opened the door and asked, turn it into a video call, I'll take a look. Mu Qiushi said, okay. Qin Xiaolong replied back and quickly clicked on the camera, then aimed it at the cliff honey in the bucket. Looks like the color is not bad. Bring them all over. I'll take them all. Mu Qiushi looked at it and said, cliff honey production was scarce. It was quite popular in the market. Even in their sacred virtue hall there wasn't much hoarding. They didn't need to worry about sales at all. Okay, then I'll go over right away. Let's talk face to face later. After determining the acquisition from Mu Qiushi's side, Qin Xiaolong hangs up the phone. Dazhu, borrow your van. I'm going to take the herbs I got yesterday and sell them too. Qin Xiaolong looked at Yang Dazhu and said, no problem. Yang Dazhu agreed. After this, Qin Xiaolong left about 5 pounds of honey, then drove Yang Dazhu's family's dilapidated van into the city. At 2:30 p.m., Qin Xiaolong and the others arrived at the entrance of the Holy Virtue Hall. Is Ms. Mu there? I have an appointment with her to sell honey. After entering, Qin Xiaolong directly asked, you wait a moment. Because of what happened last time, the employees of the pharmacy basically remembered Qin Xiaolong, and after returning a sentence, they went to the inner hall. Not long after, Mu Qiushi came out. Miss Mu, take a look. Just picked cliff honey. Qin Xiaolong brings the bucket to Mu Qiushi and says. Mu Qiushi broke a small piece of the hive and tasted it. Her face instantly showed satisfaction. It has the fragrance of hundreds of flowers, with a hint of a faint herbal flavor. It tastes sweet but not greasy, smooth and delicious. It's wild cliff honey undoubtedly. Ms. Mu, feel free to rest assured. A gentleman loves his money and takes what he wants. We won't take artificially fed honey to pass off as wild cliff honey. Qin Xiaolong smiled and said, currently, honey is sold everywhere in the market, and basically under the banner of pure wild, but in reality most of it is concentrated honey. The so-called concentrated honey is when the manufacturer acquires the beekeeper's honey and then processes it twice. Such honey and pure wild honey is very different, and some beekeepers, in order to let the bees produce more honey, will deliberately feed the bees white sugar, so that the honey produced is far from being able to compete with the natural honey of hundreds of flowers. This is still relatively conscientious. The most detestable is some black-hearted businessmen, in order to profiteer, often use syrup coloring and thickening agent to make fake honey. This honey can be said to have no nutrition to speak of. For example, the honey on the platform of a certain Eve $9.09 packages, but also called pure natural honey is actually this kind of fake goods. Don't worry, I'm a professional. If it's fake honey, don't even think about fooling me, Mu Qiushi said with a faint smile. Ha ha, that's true, Qin Xiaolong smiled back. It might be difficult for ordinary people to judge whether the honey is wild or not, but Mu Qiushi looks like a connoisseur. Trying to pass off the second best in mixing fish eyes for pearls is expected to get him blown right out of the room. Alright, back to the topic. I'll give you these honeys at 500 a caddy. I'll take all of them. How's that? Mu Qiushi said with a straight face. 500 a caddy is a bit cheap. At least 800. Qin Xiaolong shook his head and said, cliff honey is beneficial to people. Often eat. Not only can beauty and skin care, but also can regulate human immunity, and it contains a lot of natural antibacterial ingredients. As long as properly preserved, can be said to never deteriorate. If Mu Qiushi can't give him a satisfactory price, he'd rather keep it for himself. Alright, 800 on 800. Mu Qiushi agrees to Qin Xiaolong's price after a brief contemplation. After weighing, the honey Qin Xiaolong brought over this time totaled 36 pounds, and Mu Qiushi directly calculated it as $29,000 for him. As for those herbs, they were sold for a total of 3,002. Mu Qiushi was very quick and paid Qin Xiaolong on the spot. The quality of these herbs you sent is quite good. It's just that the quantity is too small. If you can provide them in large quantities, I can raise the purchase price upwards by 10% for you. Mu Qiushi continued. What their Sheng De Tang did was to make fine products, and they were very strict in controlling the quality of the herbs. As long as there were good herbs, the price was definitely not a problem. There are still quite a lot of medicinal herbs on our side of the mountain. When I go back and organize the villagers, let everyone go up to the mountain to dig up the medicinal herbs together at that time. I estimate that the amount should be able to come up. Qin Xiaolong immediately said. Mu Qiushi's words undoubtedly reminded him that his power to go up the mountain and dig up herbs alone was ultimately limited. But if he could be a middleman, then he would definitely make a lot more money than he does now. You can go back and try. If the amount of medicinal herbs can come up, I can send someone to buy them at home. Mu Qiushi said. Good, then you wait for my news. After saying this, Qin Xiaolong was ready to leave. Hey, do you have any honey for sale here? I've been constipated for the past few days, and the doctor said for me to come buy some honey to moisten my intestines. A man with a fat head and a gold chain, dressed as a thug, entered the door and asked. Yes, it just so happens that we have just received a batch of cliff honey. Do you want it? The clerk rushed forward to greet him. Is this cliff honey the best? The fat man asked. Yes, it's the best, but the price is a bit expensive. 1,600 a caddy. We also have 100 flower honey. That one is cheaper. 600 a caddy. I don't know which one you want. The clerk returned. Of course, come to the most expensive one. Give me 5 pounds of cliff honey. Old me is not poor, the fat man said condescendingly. Okay, the clerk replied back and then quickly prepared the honey for the fat man. The side has not yet left. The Qin Xiaolong heard that he sold 800 cliff honey. Sheng De Hall turned to earn double. The heart is also a burst of staggering, but he is not red. After all, the Hall of Fame in that, people have the courage to sell high prices. He dared to sell so expensive estimates will not be bought. Without wasting any more time, Qin Xiaolong turned around and left. See Qin Xiaolong out? Because of the fear of being ticketed has been in the car to stay, and the fat young hurriedly asked, how about Xiaolong? Those honey sold how much money? There are 10,000 did not? Said less. Sold a total of 29,000. Qin Xiaolong smiled and said, asterisk 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 selling this much. Hearing Qin Xiaolong's words, Fatty Yang was also shocked. Calm down. This is all small money. Wait for brother to bring you a big fortune in the future. Qin Xiaolong smiled back and directly transferred 14,500 to Fatty Yang. However, Fatty Yang transferred another 350 to Qin Xiaolong. This 350 is the money from selling eels. He forgot to give it to Qin Xiaolong yesterday. Chapter 23, Sister got sick. Lovesickness. After earning money, Yang Daju was so excited that he went directly to the mall to buy a new cell phone before following Qin Xiaolong back to Taoyuan village. But back to the village of Qin Xiaolong did not rush home, but came to the village committee. Inside the village committee, the village head Chen Guangfu and Li Mingtao were drinking tea and laughing. After seeing Qin Xiaolong, the smiles on Chen Guangfu and Li Mingtao's faces disappeared at the same time. Chen Guangfu was because he didn't like Qin Xiaolong, while Li Mingtao was because Qin Xiaolong refused to marry his daughter. So he naturally wouldn't give Qin Xiaolong any good looks. What are you doing over here? Chen Guangfu asked coldly. I want to borrow our village's loudspeaker. Qin Xiaolong opened the door and said, you think our village's loudspeaker is your home? You can use it whenever you want? Chen Guangfu said with a cold face. Village chief, I know you've always had a problem with me, but this time I'm borrowing the loudspeaker for the benefit of the people of our village. Please don't deliberately make things difficult for me. Qin Xiaolong calmly said back. Just you are still giving benefits to the people of the village? Do you think I would believe that? Chen Guangfu asked with a contemptuous look. I know a boss in the city. People specialize in the medicinal herb business. She asked me to help collect medicinal herbs in our village. The price will be 2 to 3% more expensive than the town's purchase price, by the time the villagers in our village have more income. You, the village chief, also have a light on your face, is not it? Qin Xiaolong didn't want to clash with Chen Guangfu, so he deliberately gave him a high hat. Come with me. After hearing this, Chen Guangfu then agreed to Qin Xiaolong using the village's loudspeaker. Turning on the switch, Qin Xiaolong picked up the microphone and said loudly, Folks of Taoyuan village, hello everyone, I'm Qin Xiaolong. From today onwards, anyone who has medicinal herbs can take them to my house to sell them, and the price is definitely higher than that of the town's buyers. Folks, I am Qin Xiaolong. After repeating 3 times in a row to make sure that the village people had heard his words clearly, Qin Xiaolong then turned off the loudspeaker. Village chief, thank you. Although he disliked Chen Guangfu all the same, Qin Xiaolong nonetheless politely said thank you. Thank you is not necessary. In the future, as long as you don't harass my daughter again is the biggest thank you to me. Chen Guangfu returned with an indifferent expression. Qin Xiaolong did not make a response and directly returned home. He had only arrived home a short while ago when Auntie Niu from the east end of the village came to the door with a few women. Xiaolong, do you accept the mudwort and motherwort? My family got a lot of them in the mountains before, and they are still piled up in the house. Auntie Niu was the first to ask. If there's no problem with the quality, motherwort is $10 a caddy, and mudwort is $6. Qin Xiaolong returned. These 2 herbs are very common, not worth much at all. Qin Xiaolong was too lazy to dig them up when he came across them on the mountain. That's not a bad price. Then I'll bring all those herbs to sell to you later. Auntie Niu asked other buyers before. Motherwort only gave her $7 a caddy. Wormwood is only $4. Qin Xiaolong this all of a sudden rose by a big half. She naturally had to hurry to deal with those medicinal herbs. Xiaolong, how much is a caddy of pigling? Ping's sister-in-law from the same village followed and asked. Poria is quite expensive. 81 pounds. Qin Xiaolong quickly returned. This was all the offer Mu Qiushi had given him, but when he sold it to Mu Qiushi, he would still be able to make an extra 10% difference. What about the astragalus? Astragalus 30. After determining that Qin Xiaolong's purchase price was indeed quite a bit higher, these village women went home to transport the medicinal herbs that each family had stored to Qin Xiaolong's house. In less than an hour's work, Qin Xiaolong had spent more than $6,000 in order to acquire the herbs. Among them, mugwort was the most abundant, amounting to 200 to 300 pounds, but this stuff is not worth much. It can be found everywhere on the mountain. So much mugwort is only worth more than $1,000. When the medicinal herbs into money, those villagers are smiling, have taken the initiative to help Qin Xiaolong to do publicity. As a result, other villagers who got the news came to Qin Xiaolong's house with herbs. Waiting until dark, Qin Xiaolong's house was originally used to load food. In the room has been piled up all kinds of medicinal herbs, and he has just arrived at the more than 10,000 has been left only $200. Xiaolong, it seems like I'll have to change my name to call you Boss Qin from now on. Yang Daju, who had been helping to acquire herbs, smiled and joked. Don't you dare shame me, just call me by my name still. Qin Xiaolong smiled and said, Xiaolong, Daju, hurry over for dinner. Liang Jing, who had prepared dinner, hurriedly shouted, got it. Qin Xiaolong replied back and brought Yang Daju into the house. Wow, so much delicious food. It smells like I'm drooling. Yang Daju looked at the table of dishes and said, you guys have worked hard today. Auntie specially made you a good meal. Hurry up and eat. Liang Jing smiled and said, her son had found a new way to make money. She was also very happy, so she specially slaughtered a large rooster, and then went to buy some pork. A total of 4 meat and 4 veggies plus an egg soup. If this were put in the past, it would be a New Year's treatment. Yang Daju and Qin Xiaolong are good brothers from childhood. He is not polite. Immediately eat up. After eating and drinking, Qin Xiaolong and Yang Daju took a short rest and went out to catch eels again. For Qin Xiaolong, debt is no longer a problem, but he still has to hurry to make money, and strive to earn enough money as soon as possible, so that those who look down on him in the village to see, especially the dog-eyed Chen Guangfu. 3 hours later, Qin Xiaolong and Yang Daju went home, but today their harvest is not much. A total of only caught 8 pounds of eels. It is estimated to sell at $300 or $400, but as the saying goes, even a small mosquito is meat, and this amount of money is at least enough to cover their family's food expenses for a few days. After taking a cool shower, Qin Xiaolong was just about to go back to the house to cultivate chaotic heavenly scriptures and improve his strength, when his cell phone suddenly rang. The call was surprisingly from Wu Jinlian. Sister Jinlian, what's the matter with you? Qin Xiaolong asked after picking up the phone. Xiaolong, come over quickly. Sis is sick. I'm so sick. On the other side of the phone, Wu Jilian's voice seemed to be filled with pain. Okay, I'll come over right now. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaolong hurriedly put on his clothes and left the door. After arriving at the door of Wu Jilian's house, Qin Xiaolong knocked on the door, and not long after, Wu Jilian came over and opened the door. Sister Jilian, is Li Gang home now? Qin Xiaolong asked. No, that dog hasn't come back since yesterday. Come in. Wu Jilian returned and led Qin Xiaolong into the house. Sister, didn't you say you were sick? Why do I see you looking quite well? Qin Xiaolong sized up Wu Jilian after entering the house and said, Sis is really sick. It's just lovesickness. It depends on whether you, the only antidote, are willing to save your sister. Wu Jilian smiled with the corners of her mouth, looking at Qin Xiaolong with affection, and said. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaolong instantly realized that he had been tricked by Wu Jilian. Sister, can you stop teasing me? It's not funny at all. Qin Xiaolong smiled bitterly and said back, I'm not teasing you. Sis is now terminally ill. You have to have me. Wu Jilian said, unexpectedly taking the initiative to embrace Qin Xiaolong. Chapter 24, Still you know how to feel sorry for people. Wu Jilian's body still carried a faint scent of shower gel. Obviously she had just taken a bath. At this moment, she hugged Qin Xiaolong tightly, causing Qin Xiaolong's heart to pound as well. Sister Jilian, don't be like this, Qin Xiaolong said with a bitter smile. LOL, you brat, just stop struggling. Today sis definitely won't let you go again. Wu Jilian smiled delicately and took the initiative to send her fragrant kiss. Qin Xiaolong was not a saint after all, and under the temptation of Wu Jilian, he eventually fell. Time passed quietly. Not knowing how long had passed, the world regained its peace. Looking at Wu Jilian in his arms, Qin Xiaolong finally understands why heroes have been unable to resist beauty since ancient times. He himself was a living example. In the face of Wu Jilian's gentle attack, his rock-solid will seemed to become as fragile as paper, and was completely destroyed in an instant. Sister Jilian, so what? You rest, I'll go back first. Seeing that it was getting late, Qin Xiaolong got up and prepared to bid farewell to Wu Jilian. You want to run away after eating dry? You're really a scum. Wu Jilian glared at Qin Xiaolong with a glance full of pout and said, I'm not trying to run. It's mainly what to do in case Li Gang now comes back later. Qin Xiaolong returned with an embarrassed face. Fear what? It's better if he comes back. Pissed off his dog, Wu Jilian huffed. Li just now outside to raise a mistress. She gave Li just now cuckold. This is called a retaliation for a retaliation. Sister, I'm actually not afraid of Li Gang now. Mainly afraid of your reputation damage. After all, we still have to live in the village in the future. I don't want the other villagers to point their fingers at you. Qin Xiaolong then explained. So that's how it is. It's still you, Xiaolong, who knows how to feel for people. Hearing this, a happy smile immediately surfaced on Wu Jilian's face. Don't worry, Li Gangxian, that dog thing won't come back today, and I've thought about it. I'll divorce him if he comes back. Sis's youth will be fed to the dog. In the future, Sis will only be good with you. Wu Jilian is not Li Xian. The reason why she took the initiative is not impulse, but after careful consideration. She is very clear. Once the divorce, like her, this kind of unsupported woman is easy to be bullied. She must find a backer, and Qin Xiaolong is undoubtedly the best choice. After all, Qin Xiaolong is not only handsome, his character is even more reputable. Otherwise she would not cheapen Qin Xiaolong. Your divorce I support with both hands. Li Gang, now that kind of person really doesn't deserve you. Qin Xiaolong hastened to state. Then you marry me when sister gets divorced? Wu Jilian suddenly said. One sentence immediately put Qin Xiaolong in a daze. He didn't know how to answer for a moment. Ha 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 ha. See how scared you are. Don't worry, Sis is just joking with you. Even if you want to marry me, I won't marry you yet. In the future, Sis is going to be a good single aristocrat. I'm not going to be a cow for you men anymore. Wu Jilian smiled back. As an intelligent woman, she knew very well that the Qin family couldn't possibly allow herself, a divorced woman, to marry into their family, and what she needed was just a dependence. As for the name and whatnot, she didn't care at all. Sister Jilian, I don't dare to promise anything else, but if you have any needs in the future just tell me. As long as I can do it, I definitely won't excuse myself. Qin Xiaolong said solemnly. With your word Sis is satisfied. Wu Jilian smiled with satisfaction. On the following day, the morning sun was slightly exposed. Qin Xiaolong woke up early and went back home. Xiaolong, why did you get up so early today? At the same time Qin Xiaolong climbed over the wall and entered the courtyard. His mom Liang Jing happened to walk out of the house. What's that? I'm taking a piss. No more. I'll go back and squint for a while. Qin Xiaolong casually found an excuse to perfunctorily pass over before hurrying back to his room. Liang Jing didn't suspect anything, and after feeding the chickens and pigs at home, she went to make breakfast. After breakfast, Liang Jing and Qin Fugue went down to the field to weed the grass again. Qin Xiaolong didn't go today. It's not that he's lazy, it's mainly because he's planning to go into the mountains again to collect medicines. After all, farming is exhausting, not to mention that all year round cannot earn a few dollars, far from being able to compare with the mountain picking medicine. Before going to the mountain, Qin Xiaolong first used mineral water to make 2 copies of the honey left at home. He was going to send some to Wu Jinlian and Lu Shangxia. After everything was prepared, Qin Xiaolong first came to Wu Jinlian's house. However, before entering Wu Jinlian's house, he heard a quarrel. Wu Jinlian, listen to me. You were born as my man and died as my ghost. Want a divorce? You're dreaming. Li Gang now pointed at Wu Jinlian with an arrogant and domineering face. Li Gang present. You, old lady, fight with you. Wu Jinlian cursed angrily, grabbed the kitchen knife from the kitchen and rushed towards Li Gangxian. But she is a woman. Where is Li Gangxian's opponent? The kitchen knife was snatched away before it even touched Li Gangxian. Immediately after that, Li Gangxian slapped Wu Jinlian's face, and then viciously kicked her a few times, without the slightest bit of pity. Be honest with me. If you dare to make a move with me again, I'll beat you to death. Li Gang now viciously scolded. Li Gang present. You are not a human being. You shall not die. Oh. Seeing that she could not beat Li Gangxian at all, Wu Jinlian, who was full of grievances, bawled on the spot. Your mom. I see you have not been beaten enough. Li Gangxian's eyes flashed with a ferocious light, making a gesture to hit Wu Jinlian again. Chapter 25, The Ruthless Li Gang. Now, stop! Qin Xiaolong shouted and quickly rushed forward to stop Li Gangxian. Li Gangxian, you're a big man laying such a heavy hand on a woman. Do you even have a ing face? Qin Xiaolong coldly questioned. I hit my wife. What the do you care? Get the hell out of here. Li Gang now viciously said back. I'm still in charge today. I'll see you try touching a hair on Sister Jinlian again. Qin Xiaolong said back without showing any weakness, not to mention the fact that he had just made a one-night stand with Wu Jinlian. Even if nothing had happened between the two of them, he couldn't possibly stand by and watch Li Gangxian bully a woman like this. Hey, I think you're tired of living. Li Gangxian's eyes glared as he picked up the kitchen knife on the ground and slashed at Qin Xiaolong. Qin Xiaolong didn't spoil Li Gangxian. After easily dodging his attack, he backhanded Li Gangxian's chin with a punch. Taking advantage of the moment when Li Gangxian's body and mind were unsteady, he made another sweeping move, and Li Gangxian instantly fell to the ground. Then, Qin Xiaolong took a step forward and picked up the kitchen knife on the ground and put it on Li Gangxian's neck. Li Gangxian, how did you dare to make a move against me? Did Liang Jingru give you the courage? Qin Xiaolong looked at Li Gang present with a face of contempt and said, Xiaolong, I'm wrong, hurry up and take the knife away. Let's not joke about this. Being held by the knife on his neck, Li Gang now instantly wimped out in seconds, afraid that Qin Xiaolong would kill him with a knife. Look at your wimpy face. What a disgrace to a man. Qin Xiaolong originally wanted to scare Li Gangxian, but now he was not interested at all. Immediately kneeled down and apologized to Sister Jinlian. Qin Xiaolong kicked Li Gangxian and said, Qin Xiaolong, don't bully me too much. I, Li Gangxian, am not one to be messed with. Li Gangxian was a man in the end. Asking him to apologize to a woman on his knees, he just couldn't accept it. Alright, then don't kneel. I'll chop one of your hands first. Qin Xiaolong sneered and raised his hand to make an action to chop. Don't do it. I'll kneel. Li Gang now deeply knows that Qin Xiaolong, this kid, is a mongrel. Dare to do anything. He doesn't even dare to bet on whether Qin Xiaolong will really cut him or not. And he doesn't dare to be tough anymore. Flopping down on the ground. Jinlian, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Li Gang now greeted Qin Xiaolong's ancestors in his heart, but on the surface, he dared to be angry. Xiaolong, give me the knife. I'm going to chop him this. Wu Jinlian said with a murderous look on her face, saying that she was going to grab the kitchen knife in Qin Xiaolong's hand. Sister Jinlian, don't be impulsive. Qin Xiaolong hurriedly pacified Wu Jinlian. He could see that Wu Jinlian was really moved to kill. Taking advantage of Qin Xiaolong's opening to stop Wu Jinlian, Li Gang now hurriedly got up and ran outside. Qin Xiaolong, you wait for me. We're not done with this today. Only after running out the door did Li Gangxian let loose his harsh words towards Qin Xiaolong. You have the guts to come and say it in front of me. Qin Xiaolong pointed at Li Gangcheng and said, over your mom. You think I'm stupid? You wait for me. This revenge will not be reported. I Li Gang now swear not to be a man. After saying this, Li Gang now let Qin Xiaolong chase over again to beat himself, and hurriedly drove the motorcycle to run away. Waste. Qin Xiaolong gently spat out these two words before looking at Wu Jinlian. Sister Jinlian, calm down. Don't get your body angry again. Seeing that Qin Xiaolong was so concerned about himself, Wu Jinlian once again lost control of her emotions and hugged Qin Xiaolong before she burst into tears, crying in the blink of an eye. Qin Xiaolong knew that Wu Jinlian needed to vent, so he let her cry. Only after 10 minutes did Wu Jilian's emotions stabilize. Xiaolong, you are not aware of how cold-bloodedly gang now this is. After he came back in the morning I told him I wanted a divorce, and as a result, he drew out his belt and beat me. Look at how he beat me up. If you hadn't come over today, I guess I would have been beaten to death by him alive. Wu Jilian wiped her tears while lifting up her clothes. Only then did Qin Xiaolong notice that Wu Jilian's body had long been scarred. This bastard is really a ing no good. Looking at the beaten Wu Jilian, Qin Xiaolong also felt a heartache. Sister Jilian, go, enter the house and I'll rub some medicinal oil on you. After entering the house, Wu Jilian took off the clothes on her body. A wound crisscrossed her body. It was shocking to see, especially Wu Jilian's back. There was barely a piece of it intact. Qin Xiaolong is also burning with anger at this time, thanks to Li Gang now running away in advance. Otherwise he will definitely pack this a good meal. Sister, you endure a little. I'll rub some safflower oil for you. After speaking to Wu Jilian, Qin Xiaolong dipped a bit of cotton into the safflower oil and gently wiped it on Wu Jilian's wound. Hiss! At that instant, it hurt so much that Wu Jilian couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, and she clenched her teeth so that she didn't scream out. After rubbing Wu Jilian's body with safflower oil, Qin Xiaolong gently helped her with a massage, while secretly inputting some true qi into her, in order to have the effect of revitalizing blood and removing blood stasis. How is it, Sister Jilian? Is it any better now? 10 minutes later, Qin Xiaolong stopped and said, much better. This massage technique of yours really works. Just now, when Wu Jilian moved, she felt that her body hurt like hell, but after Qin Xiaolong's massage, that kind of pain could hardly be felt anymore. Take a good rest today, and I'll give you another massage in the evening. By the way, I also brought you some cliff honey. Keep it to wash down your water. After saying this, Qin Xiaolong hurriedly brought in the cliff nectar that was placed there. After the two of them chatted for a while longer, Qin Xiaolong said goodbye to Wu Jilian. He first gave the other bottle of honey to Lu Xiangqiao before entering the mountain. After entering the mountain, Qin Xiaolong realized that there were quite a few more villagers from their Taoyuan village on the mountain today, and all of them, without exception, had come to the mountain to pick medicines. In the past, even if the village people picked herbs, they could only wait at home for the herb merchants to come to the village to see, elect them, but now it's different. Qin Xiaolong here can sell them, and the price is even higher, which is undoubtedly a good thing for the villagers, just enough to subsidize the family. Only these villagers basically maintain the scope of activities in the outer 10 miles. No one continue to go deeper. After all, further in there will be wild beasts. Not many people are willing to take that risk. But Qin Xiaolong is not the same. He breathed deep into the Wulong Mountain 30 miles before stopping. Here is basically already considered a primitive forest. There is no trace of anyone, and here the medicinal herbs can be much more than the periphery. Less than 2 hours, Qin Xiaolong picking the medicinal herbs has already filled a half of the fertilizer bag. In order to dig up as many rare herbs as possible, Qin Xiaolong directly climbed over a hill in front of him. Moving his eyes downwards, there was a valley, while in the center of the valley were clouds and mist, just like a fairyland on earth. Chapter 26, Getting Rich. This place is so beautiful. If this can be developed into a scenic area, then I guess I'll be lying down and counting my money in the future. Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him, Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but think of such an idea in his heart. But this thing he just think about. After all, the development of scenic area is quite costly, often have to tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of investment. He now cannot that financial strength. Without wasting any more time, Qin Xiaolong got up and started walking towards the valley. Inside the valley, all kinds of wildflowers compete for color. Bees and butterflies dance. Running water gurgles, just like the legendary paradise. The herbs here can be much more than other places. Qin Xiaolong casually swept to see angelica, panax quinquefolius, snake bed seed, asparagus and so on, all kinds of herbs. And a lot of them are a piece of 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 a piece. Because of the scarcity of people here, Qin Xiaolong wasn't afraid of someone robbing with him. He ate some dry food first, and only then began to dig up the herbs. Less than an hour's work, Qin Xiaolong will be another 100 or 200 pounds of herbs, and our more precious varieties, a rough estimate, can also be sold for $8,000 or $9,000. Grandma Bear, this feeling of picking up money is cool. Looking at the herbs piled into a small mountain in front of him, Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but feel a burst of excitement in his heart. It's no exaggeration to say that this place is a treasure trove of medicinal herbs. If he can dig up all the remaining herbs, he can earn $100,000 to $200,000 at least. But this is also Qin Xiaolong has this fortune. After all, this is 34 miles away from Taoyuan village. Other people want to walk to this, basically have to spend a day. And this primitive forest is quite dangerous at night. In case of encountering wild beasts, life is estimated to be gone. No one dares to go so deep into this place. Holy, golden thread lotus. When he was about to walk to the edge of the stream, Qin Xiaolong suddenly stopped, only to see a large area of golden thread lotus appearing in front of him. This golden lotus is one of the herbs that he wishes to come across the most, because the wild golden lotus is very expensive. Starting price is 800 pounds a caddy, and the good quality ones even cost more than $1,000. If he dug up the whole piece in front of him, he could sell it for $20,000 to $30,000. Qin Xiaolong was excited, and was about to dig out all of these golden thread lotus, when a hissing sound suddenly came from his ears. Qin Xiaolong twisted his head and realized that it was a king cobra, and the moment he turned his head, the king cobra violently bit towards his leg. In the nick of time, Qin Xiaolong rolled on the ground, and only then did he narrowly force his way through. Hiss hiss hiss. The king cobra didn't chase after Qin Xiaolong, it just kept spitting its snake letters, obviously threatening Qin Xiaolong. Nima, it's a good thing I reacted fast, or else I wouldn't have died young. Looking at the king cobra flaunting in front of him, Qin Xiaolong was also scared for a while. The king cobra is one of the most poisonous snakes, especially the one in front of him, nearly 6 meters long, with a body as thick as a baby's arm. Looking at it all still shudder. As a rural man, he knew very well that running away from a king cobra was dangerous, so he did not move, stood in place in king cobra confrontation. After waiting for 3 or 4 minutes to pass, the king cobra, seeing that Qin Xiaolong did not pose a threat to him, directly burrowed into the grass and crawled away. Phew! Only at this point did Qin Xiaolong let out a sigh of relief. If it was an ordinary poisonous snake, he would have killed it with a direct sickle, but this king cobra in front of him was too big, almost calling it the king cobra, so there was no need for him to take the risk of decapitating it at all. Otherwise, in case he missed, he would most likely be accounted for here. Because of the king cobra's appearance, Qin Xiaolong was much more cautious next. After digging out all of the golden thread lotus, Qin Xiaolong took his scythe and started walking along deeper into the valley. He was prepared to explore the place properly first, so that he could undoubtedly save a lot of time by coming back tomorrow to pick the medicine. Nowadays, Qin Xiaolong almost has the ability to forget everything. He remembers exactly what herbs are at what location. After walking along the valley for about 200 meters, Qin Xiaolong subconsciously glanced his eyes towards the stone walls on both sides of the valley, and in the next second, his eyes instantly widened. It's Dendrobium ironicum. Ha 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 ha. Rich, Dendrobium, known as the first of the 9 Chinese immortal herbs, is an extremely precious medicinal herb. In the mountains near their village has long been extinct, but here, on the mountain wall, the Dendrobium has been found. However, the mountain wall here is full of Dendrobium. These Dendrobiums were like a money tree constantly waving at Qin Xiaolong, which made his heart unable to resist a burst of ecstasy. Originally, Qin Xiaolong had already planned to return home, but looking at these Dendrobiums in front of him, the idea of going home was instantly thrown out of his mind. Qin Xiaolong directly climbed up the mountain wall. Although the mountain wall was a bit steep, it did not present any difficulty for Qin Xiaolong. After arriving at the first cluster of Dendrobium, Qin Xiaolong could see at a glance that these were all 7 or 8 years worth of superb Dendrobium, which were now absolutely priceless, and belonged to the rare goods that money couldn't even buy. If this was in the past, Qin Xiaolong would never spare such precious herbs, but now that both sides of the mountain wall were covered with Dendrobium, he naturally had to have a good feast, otherwise he would be too sorry for himself. After eating enough at once, Qin Xiaolong then resumed harvesting the Dendrobium. Because he was immersed in the joy of making money, Qin Xiaolong could not feel the passage of time at all, and unknowingly the sky was getting late. Ouch I go. Why is it dark? It wasn't until the sun set that Qin Xiaolong snapped to the realization that he was now in a deep forest. In order not to spend the night in the mountain, Qin Xiaolong hurriedly moved the harvested Dendrobium to the mouth of the valley. After a slight contemplation, Qin Xiaolong poured out all the other herbs in the snakeskin bag and then packed the Dendrobium in. Anyway, no one comes here, so he doesn't have to worry about these herbs being stolen at all. After loading all the Dendrobiums, it was already completely dark. Without any further delay, Qin Xiaolong picked up the 2 big bags of Dendrobium and started to return the same way. The mountain road was rugged, coupled with the darkness. An ordinary person would not be able to walk much faster than a tortoise, but Qin Xiaolong's gaze was like a torch, and with the help of the not-so-bright moonlight, he was still walking as fast as he could. Ouch! However, before he could walk out much farther, a wolf howl sounded in Qin Xiaolong's ears. Qin Xiaolong's heart strengthened its vigilance, and the speed of his feet once again accelerated by a few points. After walking for almost 10 more minutes, a black shadow suddenly blocked Qin Xiaolong's path. Chapter 27, One-Eyed Black Wolf King. This was a black wolf with a huge body. Standing there, its body was more than a meter tall, and its limbs were thick and sturdy, about the same as Qin Xiaolong's arm. One of its eyes seemed to be blind, and the other eye flashed with a cold luster. making it look even more terrifying. At the same time this one-eyed black wolf appeared. A head of grey wolves surrounded it from all sides. In the blink of an eye, it surrounded Qin Xiaolong. Ow! The one-eyed black wolf raised the sky and howled, and the other grey wolves immediately followed suit. This made Qin Xiaolong instantly determined that this black wolf was the wolf king of this group of grey wolves. Don't think that I'm easy to bully. Let me tell you, if you want to eat me, be careful of chipping your teeth. Qin Xiaolong didn't care if these wild wolves could understand his words or not. After placing the 2 big packs of iron-skinned dendrobium on the ground, he picked up his scythe and confronted the wolves. Although Qin Xiaolong had already started to cultivate, his cultivation was still shallow, and at this moment, there were 8 ordinary black wolves around him, plus this one-eyed black wolf king that was bigger than a Tibetan mastiff. He had no chance of winning at all, so he did not act rashly. Ow! The one-eyed black wolf king howled once again, and a grey wolf suddenly rushed up towards Qin Xiaolong. Qin Xiaolong didn't dare to be careless and fiercely waved his side. This grey wolf was still quite agile in its reaction, easily dodging Qin Xiaolong's attack. Then it violently made a jump and directly tore at Qin Xiaolong's neck. Seek death. Qin Xiaolong's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he smashed his fist against the grey wolf's head. It was well known that this wolf thing was a copper head, iron bones and tofu waste, but Qin Xiaolong directly used his full strength in this punch, and this grey wolf was killed by Qin Xiaolong's punch without even screaming. Ow! 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 Seeing their companions being killed, the other wild wolves had become violent, each showing a bloodthirsty color, showing their teeth, their mouths constantly emitting bursts of low roars, as if they wanted to tear Qin Xiaolong to pieces. Come on, if you're capable you'll eat me today. Qin Xiaolong roared loudly with his sickle, not showing a trace of fear. He knew very well that wolves were very smart animals, and the more he wimped out at this time, the faster he would die. The one-eyed black wolf king's grim eyes stared at Qin Xiaolong. It was like a cunning hunter, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. After about 2 minutes, the one-eyed black wolf king once again raised the sky and let out a long whistle. This cry was like the emperor giving an imperial decree, and those wolves that had long been dumbfounded instantly swarmed up to Qin Xiaolong, launching a siege against him. The situation was critical, but Qin Xiaolong was not in a state of panic. The scythe in his hand swung out violently and instantly slashed at the body of a grey wolf. Blood splattered, but none of the wolves retreated. All of them pounced on Qin Xiaolong, one person fighting a pack of wolves alone. Qin Xiaolong didn't dare to be careless and could only do his best to make a counterattack. Just as he kicked a wolf away, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. However, at this time when his old strength has just gone and new strength has yet to be born, he has no way to make any defense and can only lean his body forward a bit. Tear! Qin Xiaolong's clothes were torn apart by a claw and a bloody gash appeared on his back. After resisting this hard, Qin Xiaolong hurriedly rolled over and rolled next to a large tree. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is surprisingly insidious. Feeling the fiery pain in his back, Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but break out in curses, knowing that just now, that lone wolf black wolf king had been watching the battle from the side. Qin Xiaolong simply didn't expect it to suddenly sneak attack him. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would most likely have been directly pounced onto the ground, and by the time the other pack wolves swarmed him, he would have definitely been instantly torn apart. Qin Xiaolong once again looked at the one-eyed black wolf king. This even licked the blood stained on its paw. He clearly felt that the one-eyed black wolf king's gloomy eyes steeply surfaced with bloodlust. That look was the same as a bachelor seeing a great beauty without clothes. Roar! The one-eyed black wolf king suddenly roared once again, and those other wolves that were preparing to surround Qin Xiaolong immediately stopped. Immediately afterward, the one-eyed black wolf king charged straight towards Qin Xiaolong, knowing that he had no way to retreat. Qin Xiaolong raised his sickle and slashed at the one-eyed black wolf king's body. However, the speed of the one-eyed black wolf king was much faster than Qin Xiaolong expected. He did not manage to injure the other party in the slightest, while the one-eyed black wolf king turned around and lifted up its huge claws to grab towards Qin Xiaolong's body. Qin Xiaolong didn't resist this time. His body dodged and then slammed his fist into the one-eyed black wolf king's most vulnerable waist. Thud! A muffled sound came. The one-eyed black wolf king did not move at all. Instead, it raised its head towards Qin Xiaolong and slammed into him. A terrifying force came. Qin Xiaolong scraped the ground and stomped back several meters one after another, eventually crashing into a tree before stabilizing himself. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How is this power so terrifying? One must know that the moment he obtained the inheritance of the divine Shao Emperor, Qin Xiaolong's body had also been transformed, but this collision from the one-eyed black wolf king made him feel as if his bones were about to fall apart, and his stomach was even turned upside down. This was him. If it was any other ordinary person, he would have been seriously injured without dying. Seeing that Qin Xiaolong was still able to stand up, the one-eyed black wolf king's only eye flashed with the same color of surprise as a human. However, it had clearly taken Qin Xiaolong as the fat meat by its mouth, and with a shake of its body, It was ready to pounce on Qin Xiaolong once again. Oh, right at this moment, suddenly another wolf howl came from a short distance away. Hearing this wolf howl, the one-eyed black wolf king quickly stopped. It looked deeply at Qin Xiaolong. Then with a command, it took the group of wolves and instantly disappeared into the dark forest. How did this run away? Qin Xiaolong was instantly confused. He had originally been prepared to fight to the death. Who knew that these wild wolves suddenly ran away? However, soon after, a dull voice sounded in his ears and it was getting closer and closer. Qin Xiaolong couldn't see what was making this sound for the time being, but he was certain that the wolves' sudden departure was definitely related to this unknown thing. It was too late to run now. Qin Xiaolong hurriedly climbed up the big tree beside him and climbed to the top of the tree in one breath. Almost at the same time when he stabilized himself, another huge thing appeared on the battlefield where he had just fought with the wolves. This turned out to be a huge black bear that was more than 3 meters tall. That ponderous body made it look like a moving mountain of meat, and its body was filled with a fear-inducing aura. Can't see me, can't see me. Qin Xiaolong didn't dare to make any sound at all at this time, and could only do a silent prayer in his heart. Chapter 28. Who is your woman? After arriving under the big tree where Qin Xiaolong was, the big black bear first sniffed around with his nose before coming to the coyote that had been killed by Qin Xiaolong's punch. Tear. The big black bear opened its bloody mouth and bit down on the wolf's neck, and then violently tore it. The wolf's head was immediately yanked off. The picture was a bloody one. Afterwards, the big black bear threw the wolf's head to the side, and then began to devour the wolf's flesh and blood. Just 10 minutes, a large wolf was eaten only a skeleton. After eating its fill, the big black bear came back to the big tree where Qin Xiaolong was. Qin Xiaolong thought that the big black bear had discovered him, and at this time, his mood could be said to be tense to the extreme. However, Qin Xiaolong soon realized that he was overthinking. The big black bear was just borrowing the bark of the tree to rub against the itch, but the power of this big black bear was too terrifying. It casually rubbed. The big tree that needed to be hugged by one person even shook violently. Qin Xiaolong had no doubt that if this big black bear used its full strength, it would definitely be able to knock down the tree. After rubbing for 7 or 8 minutes, the big black bear then wobbled and disappeared into the darkness of the night. Damn, it's good that I ran fast. If I were to be targeted by this big black bear, I don't think I'd even have any bones left. Qin Xiaolong was also in a state of fear at this time. He knew that there were wild beasts on Wulong Mountain, but he didn't realize that the beasts in here were much bigger than the ones outside. If the black bear hadn't suddenly appeared and startled the wolves away, he was afraid that he would be in deep trouble today. For the sake of his own safety, Qin Xiaolong hurriedly carries 2 fertilizer bags of medicinal herbs on his back and runs towards the outside of the mountain. He used more than an hour when he came. When he went back, because it was night, the speed was a little slower. Even so, he only used 2 hours to finish the road that other people need almost a day to walk. Little dragon, why are you injured? Seeing Qin Xiaolong, whose clothes were stained red with blood, Liang Jing's face immediately surfaced with a strong heartache. Nothing much, I accidentally fell into the thorns when I was going down the mountain, and I got a few cuts on my body. Qin Xiaolong didn't want his mom to worry, so he didn't tell the truth. Go. Hurry up and enter the house. Mom will give you some medicine. Liang Jing didn't doubt Qin Xiaolong's words and hurriedly took him into the house to clean the wound. When he changed his clothes, Qin Xiaolong then poured out the 2 fertilizer bags of herbs. Mom, look, what's this? After seeing a field of dendrobium and golden lotus, Liang Jing immediately exclaimed in shock. My goodness, is our family going to be rich? She knew very well the value of these medicinal herbs. If they were all sold out, not only would their family's debt be paid off in one go, there would definitely be a surplus. I got lucky this time. I found a valley that is full of valuable herbs, but because the bag wasn't enough, I only brought back the dendrobium and the golden thread lotus. I'll get the rest tomorrow when I go up the mountain. Qin Xiaolong smiled and said, then tomorrow I'll go up the mountain with your dad and you. Let's get all those herbs back. Liang Jing said full of excitement. Their family had been poor for too long, but with these medicinal herbs, they would soon be able to escape poverty and become prosperous. No need, the road is too far. I'll just go alone. It's too slow for you guys to follow. From Taoyuan village to that valley is 30 to 40 miles. His parents are a burden to follow. Plus this time they encountered wild wolves and black bears. It is too dangerous to go deep into it. He might as well go alone. Alright then you must pay attention to safety. Remember to go down the mountain before dark. Liang Jing purposely urged. Got it. Qin Xiaolong smiled back. His stomach had already started to grumble. He hurriedly went to eat. The next day, Qin Xiaolong had breakfast and was just about to leave when Chen Xiaoyu suddenly called him. Hey, Xiaoyu, why are you calling brothers so early in the morning? It's not because you can't sleep because you miss your brother, right? Qin Xiaolong smiled and joked. Don't be self-absorbed. I wanted to ask if you're free today to accompany me around town. I'm going to buy a few clothes and send some money to my brother on the way. Chen Xiaoyu replied back in a good-natured manner. If it were anyone else, I definitely wouldn't be free, but my family Xiaoyu is looking for me, so I'll have to squeeze out some time even if I'm not free. Say it, when are you going to leave? Qin Xiaolong licked his dog and said back, compared to going up the mountain to collect medicine, of course it's more important to get the girl. You come to my house in 10 minutes, you ride my dad's motorcycle, Chen Xiaoyu said. You're asking me to go to your house? You're not afraid that your dad will chop me? Qin Xiaolong asked with a smile. Don't worry, my dad went into the city to study today. I guess he won't be back until the evening, Chen Xiaoyu immediately explained. That's fine, I'll go over right away. Upon hearing that Chen Guangfu was not at home, Qin Xiaolong immediately had nothing to be afraid of, and after changing his clothes, he came to Chen Xiaoyu's house. Seeing that the door of her house was not closed, Qin Xiaolong walked straight in and then came all the way to Chen Xiaoyu's room. At this time, Chen Xiaoyu was changing clothes and did not notice Qin Xiaolong's arrival. Qin Xiaolong quietly pushed open the door and violently hugged her from behind. Ah! Chen Xiaoyu was so frightened that she directly screamed out. Don't scream, it's me, Qin Xiaolong said with a smile. Only after hearing that it was Qin Xiaolong did Chen Xiaoyu relax. You bastard, why didn't you knock on the door when you entered, causing me to think it was some hooligan? Chen Xiaoyu glared at Qin Xiaolong and said, which rascal dares to touch my Qin Xiaolong's woman? I'll skin him alive. Qin Xiaolong said viciously, who is your woman? Crawl away. Chen Xiaoyu's pretty face reddened, full of shyness and returned. Aren't you my woman? Come, let hubby take a look. TSK, I haven't seen you in these 2 days, but you've grown up again. Qin Xiaolong stared at Chen Xiaoyu with a bad smile on his face and said, reaching out his hand. He was ready to go over his hand. Not a bit serious. Wait outside. Chen Xiaoyu knocked Qin Xiaolong's hand to the side. In order to avoid him from being bad again, she hurriedly put on her skirt. Looking at Chen Xiaoyu who was as pure and lovely as a fairy in front of him, Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He really wanted to eat Chen Xiaoyu right now, but eventually held back. After all, he promised Chen Xiaoyu that he couldn't step over that red line until he got married, so he certainly couldn't go back on his word. What's more, Chen Xiaoyu's dad, Chen Guangfu, could be staring at him all the time, which if he let that old guy know that he had put Chen Xiaoyu to sleep, he had no doubt that Chen Guangfu would chop him up with a knife. Go! Chen Xiaoyu waved her hand, and then let Qin Xiaolong ride his dad's motorcycle, and the two of them went to the town together. Arriving in the town, Qin Xiaolong realized that there was a big fair today. People from 8 villages in 10 miles converged here at the same time. There were still quite a lot of people. After Qin Xiaolong locked the motorcycle, he started shopping with Chen Xiaoyu. Chapter 29 Pinhole Camera. Because of her own dad's constraints, Chen Xiaoyu usually didn't dare Qin Xiaolong to get too close at all. But today she didn't have to worry about being discovered at all. Directly holding Qin Xiaolong's arm, the two of them were like a young couple in love. While flirting, while tasting up all kinds of snacks, it was called a beautiful. After eating, they came to the town's clothing store, began to buy clothes for Chen Xiaoyu. Chen Xiaoyu's requirements for clothes were still quite high, and after trying several stores in a row, she couldn't find any satisfactory clothes. Soon, the two of them came to a women's clothing store called City Beauty. Seeing a beautiful-looking fairy like Chen Xiaoyu come in, a man in the store who was watching a movie on his cell phone stood up in a hurry. Xiaoyu, we are really destined to meet. Zhou Zipping? Chen Xiaoyu turned her head to see that this man was actually her classmate from high school plus middle school. Zhou Zipping. Zhou Zipping's family had a little bit of money, and he had been chasing after her before, but she didn't agree. Xiaoyu, you're not going to fall in love with Qin Xiaolong, are you? This poor bastard of his is not good enough for you. Zhou Zipping looked at Qin Xiaolong with mockery and said, he was even more jealous in his heart. Who I love to be with is my right. What do you care? Chen Xiaoyu said back with a cold face. I'm not for your own good. If you lack a boyfriend you can find me. Our family conditions can be hundreds of times stronger than him. See this store? This is my father gave me money to open it. Zhou Zipping said as if showing off. Xiaolong, let's go. Chen Xiaoyu didn't want to take care of Zhou Zipping at all, pulling Qin Xiaolong's arm and preparing to leave. Don't go. Don't you want to buy clothes? Our store is full of this year's most fashionable new models. I guarantee you'll like them. Take whichever one you fancy. No money. Zhou Zipping hurriedly stopped Chen Xiaoyu and said, I don't care. Her own dad looked down on Qin Xiaolong. Chen Xiaoyu couldn't help it, but she definitely wouldn't allow others to humiliate her favorite man in front of her. Xiaoyu, since Zhou Zipping has said that it's a free gift, then you can pick a few pieces. Anyway, it's a good idea not to take advantage of a bargain. Qin Xiaolong stopped Chen Xiaoyu and said, although he similarly disliked Zhou Zipping, the style of clothes in this store was indeed quite a bit stronger than the ones they had shopped between them, not to mention the fact that it was a free gift not to be taken for nothing. Seeing Qin Xiaolong giving himself a wink, Chen Xiaoyu immediately understood the situation. Alright then, I'll pick a few pieces. After Chen Xiaoyu finished speaking, she went to the side of the hanger and picked 10 dresses in one breath. Zhou Zipping, didn't you say it was for free? Then pack all these clothes for me. Chen Xiaoyu directly brought all the clothes to Zhou Zipping. Xiaoyu, I'm talking about giving you one piece. If you take so many at once, I mustn't lose blood. Zhou Zipping smiled bitterly and said back, these clothes into the price of a piece of more than 100. If Chen Xiaoyu was willing to accompany him to sleep, he sent for nothing. The key even Chen Xiaoyu's hand has not touched. He is really willing to just send out for nothing. Oh, can't afford to send what you pretend right now finding the opportunity. Qin Xiaolong immediately mocked back. Shut the up. Where is the part for you to talk? Zhou Zipping viciously glared at Qin Xiaolong and said, Zhou Zipping, keep your mouth clean or don't blame me for not being polite. Chen Xiaoyu snapped. Alright, I won't say anything. You hurry to the fitting room to try on the clothes size so I can find you the right size. Zhou Zipping glared fiercely at Qin Xiaolong and did not continue to say anything. Originally, Chen Xiaoyu did not intend to buy clothes here, but she just picked a few pieces that she still liked. After a little contemplation, she handed her bag to Qin Xiaolong, and then took the skirt and went to the fitting room. Not long after, Chen Xiaoyu who had changed her skirt came out. Xiaolong, how is this dress? While asking, Chen Xiaoyu also spun around in front of Qin Xiaolong. It's quite nice, but I think the purple one you're holding should go better with you. Qin Xiaolong commented. Then I'll try the purple one again. As the saying goes, a woman's opinion is important to her. Qin Xiaolong's opinion was very important to Chen Xiaoyu. She took the purple skirt and entered the fitting room. Xiaolong, you come in quickly. However, not 2 minutes later, a sudden scream came from inside the fitting room. Qin Xiaolong didn't know what had happened but still rushed over as fast as he could. What's wrong, Xiaoyu? Qin Xiaolong hurriedly asked. There's a gecko there. Hurry and get rid of it. Chen Xiaoyu blocked her body with her clothes, her face filled with fear. Hey, isn't it just a gecko? What are you afraid of? Qin Xiaolong laughed and reached out, ready to grab it. However, this little thing quickly climbed towards the top. Qin Xiaolong's gaze followed the gecko as it moved upwards, and in the next second, his eyes abruptly shrunk. He once again took a step forward, then stood on his tiptoes and yanked something down from above the locker room. It was surprisingly a pinhole camera. Xiaolong, what are you holding? Chen Xiaoyu asked uncertainly. A camera. Qin Xiaolong returned, while showing the camera to Chen Xiaoyu. How come there's a camera here? Then wouldn't the process of changing my clothes just now be recorded? Looking at the camera, Chen Xiaoyu's face changed violently. You put your clothes on first, I'll take care of the rest. After saying this, Qin Xiaolong directly came to Zhou Zipping. Tell me, who loaded this thing? How would I know? Zhou Zipping pretended to be stupid and said back. However, from the panic in his eyes, Qin Xiaolong still instantly determined that this thing was definitely loaded by Zhou Zipping. Hand over the storage card to me, Qin Xiaolong said with cold eyes. What storage card? I don't have one at all. Zhou Zipping continued to deny. Don't know how to raise your voice. Qin Xiaolong's eyes flashed with a cold light as he punched Zhou Zipping in the stomach, then lifted his foot and directly kicked him out. I'll ask one last time. Where is the storage card? If you still don't tell me, I'll break your legs. Qin Xiaolong's expression was cold, and an aura like that of a god of death emanated from all around his body. It was the first time Zhou Zipping had seen Qin Xiaolong's frightening appearance, and a shiver ran through him. Don't hit me. The storage card is on the second floor. Zhou Zipping was already scared by this time. He didn't dare to be tough anymore. Take me to get it. Dare to play tricks with me. I guarantee you a miserable death. Qin Xiaolong grabbed Zhou Zipping's hair and led him up to the second floor. There was a room on the second floor with a computer, and that pinhole camera was connected to this computer. Chapter 30 Brother-in-law bullied. Qin Xiaolong clicked on the computer and took a look, only to realize that in Zhou Zipping's computer there were actually a dozen or so videos stored that he had secretly captured with a pinhole camera. Qin Xiaolong gave Zhou Zipping another violent beating, and then took out the hard disk of the computer storing the videos and smashed it to pieces. Zhou Zipping, listen to me. Today I will spare you once. In the future, if you dare to do this kind of nasty thing again, I will abolish you. Qin Xiaolong viciously warned Zhou Zipping before leaving with Chen Xiaoyu. The two quickly arrived at a women's clothing store located in the town center plaza, which sold almost the most expensive clothes in town. Of course, expensive is relative. After all, most of the rural people are poor. Buy clothes are to buy tens of dollars of the ground, but this women's clothing store clothes are basically more than 100. Most of them have to be 300 or 400, 400 or 500 apiece. Many people cannot afford to consume. However, this time Qin Xiaolong bought 2 skirts plus 2 tops for Chen Xiaoyu in one breath, spending a total of over $900. Xiaolong, this is the money you just paid for me. Take it. Outside the clothing store, Chen Xiaoyu took $1,000 from her own bag and handed it to Qin Xiaolong. In her heart, Qin Xiaolong's family was in a bad condition. This 900 plus was not a small amount. She could not add to Qin Xiaolong's burden so early. Xiao Yu, you're purposely hitting me in the face, aren't you? Qin Xiaolong's face slumped, pretending to be angry, and asked. I don't mean that. I just don't want you to break the bank that much. Your family doesn't have any money. This is money I want you to use where you need it, Chen Xiaoyu hurriedly explained. Seeing that Chen Xiaoyu was so understanding, a smile immediately reappeared on Qin Xiaolong's face. Don't worry, brother is not bad for money now, and I just got a lot of dendrobiums in the mountains yesterday. When the time comes to sell at least $100,000 into the account, not to mention just buy a few clothes, even if this store is rounded up there is no problem, Qin Xiaolong said back with a smug face. Are you telling the truth? Chen Xiaoyu asked with some disbelief. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, go to my house later to see, Qin Xiaolong said back. Then I'll take this money back first, but even if you can earn money, don't spend it indiscriminately, and strive to save up $1 million early so that you can go to my house to propose marriage, okay? Chen Xiaoyu once again urged Qin Xiaolong. Don't worry, $1 million is nothing to me. When the time comes, brother will marry you home in a sedan chair. Qin Xiaolong smiled and said back. That's what you said. Then don't make me wait too long or I'll take up with another man. In order to make Qin Xiaolong work a little harder, Chen Xiaoyu deliberately scared him. You saying that you're good with another man in front of me. Looks like you want brother to serve you with the family law again. The corner of Qin Xiaolong's mouth curled up as he took Chen Xiaoyu into his arms. Stop it. There are so many people. What if people see it? Chen Xiaoyu hurriedly pushed Qin Xiaolong's hand to the side. Seeing is seeing. What's wrong with me teaching my woman a lesson? Qin Xiaolong said with a brutal face. Okay, I'm wrong, okay. Chen Xiaoyu's face was not as thick as Qin Xiaolong's. She hurriedly admitted her mistake. Give me a kiss first. Qin Xiaolong pointed to his cheeks and said. Chen Xiaoyu didn't refuse and flew to give Qin Xiaolong a kiss on the cheek. That's always fine. Had. Seeing as you're sincere in admitting your mistake, brother won't get into it with you. Qin Xiaolong, who had taken advantage of the situation, immediately smiled with satisfaction. Virtuous. Chen Xiaoyu blankly glanced at Qin Xiaolong. She didn't mess around with Qin Xiaolong any further and directly went to the store in front to buy a bunch of food before arriving at the Chunkai training course in town. Her younger brother Chen Wenbin will be in his third year of high school, so her father specially enrolled him in a summer class, thinking to take advantage of the summer vacation to make up for his schoolwork, and in the future he will also be able to get into a good university, and give them the old Chen family to honor their ancestors. Soon the two came to Chen Wenbin's dormitory. After knocking on the door, not long after Chen Wenbin opened the door. Wenbin, what happened to your face? Seeing the bruise on her brother's face, Chen Xiaoyu couldn't help but frown. Nothing, I accidentally fell. Chen Wenbin immediately said back. How could you fall like this by yourself? Did you get into a fight with someone? Chen Xiaoyu continued to question. She did not believe Chen Wenbin's words. There was no fight. I really fell by myself. Hurry up and give me the money. I still have to go buy something. Chen Wenbin urged with an impatient face. Seeing that her brother was unwilling to say more, Chen Xiaoyu could only take out $500 from her bag and hand it to him. This is your food expenses for this week. Save it, Chen Xiaoyu admonished. 500 is too little. Our teacher is letting us buy training materials again. You give me 500 more, Chen Wenbin said. Okay. Chen Xiaoyu didn't think much about it, and took out another 500 and gave it to her brother. Sis, I still have to go out to buy something, so I won't accompany you. After saying this, Chen Wenbin was ready to head outside. Wait a minute, your sister came all the way here. You don't even have the effort to say a few words to me? Chen Xiaoyu asked as she grabbed Chen Wenbin. Aren't I in a hurry to buy something? What do you have to say when I come back? Chen Wenbin had no intention of talking to his sister at all, got up and left. This brat, now there is more and more of me as his sister in his eyes. Chen Xiaoyu huffed. I think your brother should be bullied. Let's go. Let's follow and see. Qin Xiaolong could see clearly that Chen Wenbin had multiple bruises on his face. That was obviously from being beaten. However, he refused to tell the truth, so he guessed that there was something else behind it. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoyu was also anxious and hurriedly caught up with Qin Xiaolong to catch up with her brother. After leaving the dormitory, Chen Wenbin turned 2 streets and finally came to Feiyue Internet Cafe. After entering the Internet Cafe, Chen Wenbin quickly walked up to a large and thick-looking youth, then filled with respect and pulled out $500. Brother Ming, this is the cigarette money I prepared for you. Keep it. At this time, Chen Wenbin groveled and looked that humble. What are you giving him the money for? Chen Xiaoyu, who chased after him, snatched the $500 down and questioned in a stern voice. Sister, who told you to come over? Hurry up, Chen Wenbin said with an anxious face. Go, did I let her go? Sun Yuming sneered and stood up violently. When he saw that Chen Xiaoyu was actually a flowery little beauty, Chen Yuming couldn't help but have a touch of lechery appear at the corner of his mouth. Chen Wenbin, I didn't expect you to look bad, but this sister of yours is quite watery. How about this? Let your sister be my girlfriend, and I'll guarantee that you'll walk horizontally in our Woyang town in the future. Sun Yuming stared at Chen Xiaoyu with fiery eyes. Anyone could guess what was going through his mind at this time. Chapter 31 Make a bet. Brother Ming, my sister, she has a boyfriend, so don't make things difficult for her. Chen Wenbin hurriedly smiled. There is a boyfriend can change well. When I became your sister's boyfriend you do not also follow the light. Sun Yuming said with a lewd smile. Brother Ming, I beg you to let my sister go. She really does not deserve you. Chen Wenbin hurriedly begged. Splat. Sun Yuming suddenly flashed a slap to Chen Wenbin's face. Damn. I let your sister be my girlfriend, that's to give you face. You're pushing around with me here. You're really shameless. Sun Yuming cursed with an arrogant look. Bastard. What gives you the right to hit my brother? Seeing her brother being beaten, Chen Xiaoyu instantly became furious. Little beauty, don't be angry. As long as you become my girlfriend, I promise that I won't hit your brother in the future. Okay. Sun Yuming stared straight at Chen Xiaoyu. That look, as if he wanted to swallow the whole thing. For trash like you to still want to think about my woman. You're tired of living. Qin Xiaolong, who hadn't said anything, suddenly stepped forward and blocked in front of Chen Xiaoyu. Who the hell are you, daring to talk to me like that? Sun Yuming asked with a hostile face as he showed his teeth. I'm your grandfather Qin Xiaolong. Good boy, quickly call grandpa. Qin Xiaolong said with a cold smile. I'll call your mom. Sun Yuming shouted angrily, his sandbag-like fist violently smashing towards Qin Xiaolong's head. Qin Xiaolong smiled disdainfully, directly coming to blows with Sun Yuming. In that instant, Sun Yuming felt as if he had smashed on an iron plate. His arm was about to be shattered. However, without waiting for him to make another attack, Qin Xiaolong took a step forward, smashed his stomach with a fist, and in the moment he bent over, he did another knee bump, and finally raised his leg and kicked him out. The entire process flowed smoothly. Sun Yuming did not have an ounce of resistance at all. Big brother has been beaten. Brother's copy. Seeing Sun Yuming being beaten, several of the surrounding roving youths pulled out wooden sticks from under the table and rushed towards Qin Xiaolong. They thought they were outnumbered, but they didn't realize that in Qin Xiaolong's eyes, these people were nothing more than dirt and dogs, and he didn't put them in his eyes at all. Watch out! Seeing that Qin Xiaolong was about to be hit on the head by the stick, Chen Xiaoyu hurriedly reminded him loudly. However, Qin Xiaolong did not move until the stick was less than 5 centimeters away from him before he finally kicked out a foot. Thud! A muffled sound came, and the young man closest to Qin Xiaolong instantly flew out. Next, Qin Xiaolong struck out several times, and in just a few breaths of effort, the other 3 men were all lying on the ground as well. Holy, is Qin Xiaolong possessed by Bruce Lee? Seeing Qin Xiaolong instantly securing 4 gangsters, Chen Wenbin was instantly dumbfounded. Wenbin, come here. Qin Xiaolong suddenly waved at Chen Wenbin. What for? Chen Wenbin asked after walking in. The injury on your face is from this guy, right? Qin Xiaolong pointed at Sun Yuming and said. Aha! Chen Wenbin didn't hide it this time and nodded his head to admit it. How did he hit you before? You double back now. If he dares to fight back, I'll waste him. Qin Xiaolong said in a very domineering manner. I don't dare. Chen Wenbin quickly refused. What's there to be afraid of? Go ahead and do it. If he dares to fight back, see if I get him. Qin Xiaolong continued to encourage. Qin Xiaolong, do you know who his father is? His father is Sun Jianpain. If I hit him, he will never let me go. Chen Wenbin hurriedly explained. Oh, so it's Sun Jianpain's son. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. After hearing this, Qin Xiaolong instantly understood the reason behind this. Asterisk. Scared. You hurry up and apologize to me on your knees, or I'll let my dad get you killed. Sun Yuming roared viciously after getting up from the ground. You just said to let me kneel down, right? Qin Xiaolong buckled his ears and asked carelessly. That's right. If you don't kneel down and apologize to me today, thud. Before Sun Yuming could finish his sentence, Qin Xiaolong once again kicked him to the ground. Then came the second kick, the third kick, the fourth kick. In the blink of an eye, Sun Yuming was kicked in the nose and face. Sun Yuming, listen carefully, my name is Qin Xiaolong, from Taoyuan village. If you want to retaliate against me, feel free to do it. I'll be waiting for you in the village, but don't blame me for not reminding you. If you dare to touch a single hair of my brother-in-law Chen Wenbin again, I promise to kill you alive. Qin Xiaolong looked disdainful, and a thick murderous aura erupted from his body. Sun Yuming was abruptly startled inwardly. He had a feeling as if Qin Xiaolong would really kill him, but once he thought of his dad, he regained his bottom. You have guts. You wait for me. If I don't report this revenge, I, Sun Yuming, will not swear to be a man. Sun Yuming had already thought about it. Later on he would go and let his dad avenge himself. Alright, I'll wait for you. Qin Xiaolong smiled contemptuously, not taking Sun Yuming's threats seriously at all, and directly left with Chen Xiaoyu's siblings. Qin Xiaolong, you're in big trouble you know. Sun Jianpain, that's our Wuyang town, is famous for his ruthlessness. You hit his son. It's strange that he won't find you trouble. Outside the internet cafe, Chen Wenbin said with a heavy expression. Sun Jianpain is Wuyang town is a well-known bully. Secretly loan sharks open casinos, under the hands of a number of ruffians. Because of this, his father is clearly the village chief, but he was beaten or dare not say anything. Wenbin, how about we make a bet? Qin Xiaolong said with the corner of his mouth curled up. What do you want to bet on? Chen Wenbin asked uncertainly. Just bet on whether Sun Jianpain will go to find me trouble. If he doesn't go to find me trouble within 3 days, in the future you must call me brother-in-law when you see me. If he goes to find me trouble, I'll give you 10,000 bucks. How about it? Do you dare to bet? Qin Xiaolong smiled back. Qin Xiaolong, it's not that I look down on you. Do you have $10,000? Chen Wenbin questioned. Qin Xiaolong's family was notorious for being poor in the village, and this $10,000 was definitely considered a huge sum for their family. Don't worry, I can still take out a mere 10,000. If you're afraid I'll back out, we can make a note. Qin Xiaolong said back in a loud voice. No need to make a note, although I think your behavior just now was too reckless, but you can stand up for my sister and beat up Sun Yuming. Just for that, I can choose to believe you, but let's get the ugly words out in front. If you lose and don't recognize the debt, in the future, I'll make sure you never see my sister again. Chen Wenbin had actually always known that his sister was secretly dating Qin Xiaolong, but he had never told his dad about it, because in his opinion, who his sister likes is her freedom. They have no right to interfere. But if Qin Xiaolong was the kind of person who didn't keep his word, he would go to his own dad's gaomi even if he was resented by his sister, to completely break up the two. Chapter 32 delivered to the door on his own initiative. Good, then let's have a gentleman's word. Qin Xiaolong smiled faintly and directly agreed. Sun Jianpain's notoriety was something he had heard a lot about. If this was placed in the past, he might still be afraid of it for 3 minutes. When now he was not what he used to be, he would not put such an unorthodox bully in his eyes at all. However, Chen Wenbin didn't know about the strange encounter Qin Xiaolong had gotten. In his opinion, Qin Xiaolong was completely pretending to be a bully in front of his sister. It was estimated that Sun Jianpain should go to Qin Xiaolong's house tonight to find trouble with him, and this $10,000 he would surely win. Sister, let's go to Yanjing for a few days after I earn Qin Xiaolong's money. $10,000 is enough for both of us. Chen Wenbin looked at Chen Xiaoyu next to him and said. He had already started planning how to use Qin Xiaolong's $10,000. Don't think that far ahead first. Xiaolong's money is not that easy to earn. Chen Xiaoyu gave her brother a blank look and said. She knew Qin Xiaolong too well. Monkey-minded. There was absolutely no way he would give his brother money to spend for nothing. Humph. Don't worry, he's bound to lose this bet. Chen Wenbin said back with confidence. Brother-in-law, don't talk so full of words. Be careful of hitting your face. Qin Xiaolong said with a smirk on his face. Don't call me brother-in-law. I didn't recognize you as my brother-in-law. Chen Wenbin frowned. He wouldn't look down on Qin Xiaolong the same way his dad did, but to be honest, he equally didn't want his sister to marry a poor man. After all, as the old saying goes, a poor wife is a poor wife, and love can't be a meal. If his sister really married Qin Xiaolong, she would have a hard time in the future. Don't worry, you're bound to call me this brother-in-law. Qin Xiaolong smiles with the corners of his mouth, and has already thought of a response in his mind. Looking at the time, it was already 12:30 p.m. Qin Xiaolong then brought his siblings to a small restaurant in the town, ordered a few dishes, and the three of them had a simple meal. After eating and drinking, Qin Xiaolong used the reason that he needed to lose his ID card and needed to replace it, and let Chen Xiaoyu go shopping first, while he came to Sun Jianpain's house. In Wuyang town, Sun Jianpain's house was very recognizable, a 3-story small villa. It was called a grandiose. Woof woof woof. Seeing Qin Xiaolong, the big wolf dog chained in the yard of Sun's house immediately shouted loudly at him. Woof! Qin Xiaolong barked at. The terrifying aura that erupted from his body instantly scared the big wolf dog back into the house. Qin Xiaolong slowly and leisurely entered the Sun family villa. Inside the first-floor living room, Sun Jianpain was drinking and chatting with his men. Are you kid here to borrow money? One of Sun Jianpain's henchmen glanced at Qin Xiaolong and said. Obviously he thought of Qin Xiaolong as a loan shark. I'm not borrowing money. I'm here to find Sun Jianpain. Qin Xiaolong faintly said back. What are you looking for me for? Sun Jianpain asked after exhaling a mouthful of smoke. I just beat up your son, so I purposely came to apologize. Qin Xiaolong smiled back. Upon hearing this, Sun Jianpain's face steeply darkened. Are you the little one from Taoyuan village? Mr. Son, why is your mouth so stinky? Are you eating here? Qin Xiaolong sneered with a leathery smile. Try saying what you just said again, Sun Jianping said with a cold light flashing in his eyes. At the same time, those juniors who were drinking with him stood up, and two of them even picked up wine bottles, just waiting for Sun Jianping's order. They would greet Qin Xiaolong with wine bottles. Don't be angry, Mr. Sun, I'll apologize to you, okay? Qin Xiaolong was calm as usual. Not a trace of panic could be seen on him at all. In Sun Jianping's eyes, Qin Xiaolong was an ant that he could crush with his own hands. He didn't hurry to make a move, but shouted towards the second floor. Yuming, come down. Hearing his dad call out to him, Sun Yuming walked out from the house. What's going on? Sun Yuming asked as he stood at the stairway. He quickly noticed Qin Xiaolong. Dad, it's this asshole who hit me. Hurry up and waste him for me. Sun Yuming had told his dad about his beating when he got home today. Originally his dad had said that he would go to Taoyuan village at night to avenge him. Who would have thought that Qin Xiaolong would take the initiative to send him to the door? Little, you really have the balls. Say it, how do you want to die? Sun Jianping stared at Qin Xiaolong with an icy gaze and said, Mr. Sun, as the saying goes, it's better to settle a score than to tie it up. I'll drink this glass of wine. How about the grudge between us is written off? Qin Xiaolong picked up a glass of wine on the table and said, You idiot, right? Sun Jianping looked at Qin Xiaolong with a cute little look at Qin Xiaolong and said, Looks like Mr. Sun doesn't agree with the settlement? Qin Xiaolong said with his mouth agape. Sun Jianping's reaction was actually completely within his expectations, and he hadn't really planned to make amends in the first place. Brothers, break both his legs for me first. Sun Jianping was too lazy to waste his breath with Qin Xiaolong and immediately gave the order. Hearing this, the few surrounding thugs immediately surrounded Qin Xiaolong. Qin Xiaolong smiled disdainfully and quickly made a counterattack. At this moment, Qin Xiaolong was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, and in the blink of an eye, several of the thugs were all lying on the ground. One of them even tried to stab Qin Xiaolong with a spring-loaded knife, but without even hurting a hair on Qin Xiaolong's head, the knife was snatched away, and in return, Qin Xiaolong twisted off one of his arms. Seeing that Qin Xiaolong was so powerful, Sun Jianping lost his arrogance from earlier. He was about to go get his dick when Qin Xiaolong appeared in front of him with a single movement of his body. Mr. Sun, are you willing to reconcile now? Qin Xiaolong looked calm, a faint smile still hanging on his face. Kid, don't think you can flaunt yourself in front of me just because you're very capable of fighting. Let me tell you, I have dozens of brothers under me. If you dare to touch me, I'll kill your whole family. Sun Jianping was in the end a bully who had caused trouble for one side, so he did not concede at this time. It seems that Mr. Sun still doesn't understand me. Introduce myself. My name is Qin Xiaolong, from Taoyuan village. I'm not much of a man. I'm just bold. Since I was a kid I've dared to play with people. Today I put my words here. If you don't reconcile, I guarantee that none of you will see the sun tomorrow. Before the words fell, Qin Xiaolong's body violently erupted with a monstrous murderous aura, especially his eyes, which were terrifying, as if the gaze of the god of death. Even Sun Jianping, who had been mixing in society for decades, couldn't help but feel a wave of fear in his heart. After looking at his men lying on the ground and then at Qin Xiaolong, Sun Jianping finally chose to compromise. Fine, I'll settle with you. We'll never offend each other in the future. Remember what you said. If I know you're playing dirty tricks on me, this is what you'll get. After saying this, Qin Xiaolong fiercely blasted his fist onto the solid wood dining table. Ka-ching! The solid wood dining table instantly fell apart in pieces. Chapter 33, Qin Xiaolong is under wrapped. It was only until Qin Xiaolong disappeared from his sight that the subdued Sun Jianping reacted. Looking at the solid wood dining table in pieces on the ground, Sun Jianping couldn't help but dry swallow a mouthful of spit. Damn, is this little still human? Sun Jianping's heart was also trembling at this time. To know, this is a dining table made of solid wood, sturdy. An ordinary person's fist down is estimated to even leave a mark. However, Qin Xiaolong only used a fist. The table will be completely destroyed. This power can only be described by horror. Thanks to this punch was on the table. If it hit his body, he estimated that he would have to directly have a heart flying through his heart. Dad, this kid is too arrogant. Hurry up and find more people to get him killed. Returning to his senses, Sun Yuming said with a face of hatred, Get the hell out of him. Grow some brains will you? Sun Jianping raised his hand and slapped his son's face. If it was an ordinary person, he definitely wouldn't let the other party go. But Qin Xiaolong obviously belonged to that kind of ruthless character. If he could finish Qin Xiaolong off in one go then it would be fine. If he couldn't get him killed, what was waiting for him would surely be the disaster of extermination. Therefore, the best option at the moment was to put things to rest. You incompetent thing, give me a good listen. In the future long a little Don't mess with everyone. Again next time. I'll sever the father-son relationship with you. Sun Jianping thought more and more angry. Nowhere to vent, he can only scold his son. Qin Xiaolong did not know what happened next in the Sun family. For him, what he just said was not just a threat, but more of an advice. If Sun Jianping didn't know what to do and wanted to retaliate against him, he had the means to send this guy to the king of hell. Not long after, Qin Xiaolong met up with Chen Xiaoyu's siblings at the entrance of the affordable supermarket. In order to avoid Sun Jianping went to the village to take revenge. Qin Xiaolong did not know. Chen Wenbin simply asked for 3 days off. Anyway, the teacher had basically finished teaching what he was supposed to teach, and it was just as well for him to study at home. Afterward, Qin Xiaolong drove his motorcycle and took Chen Xiaoyu's siblings back to Taoyuan village. Considering that he had gotten quite a lot of medicinal herbs this time, after arriving home, Qin Xiaolong first made a call to Mu Qiushi and asked her to send someone to buy them at home. Then he took 3 snakeskin bags and hoofed it into the mountains without stopping. He didn't pick any more herbs this time, but just carried the ones he picked yesterday down the mountain after loading them up. With Qin Xiaolong's speed, it took more than 3 hours to go back and forth, and it was already more than 5 o'clock when he went home again. Qin Xiaolong was about to classify the herbs, when his cell phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed that the call was from Mu Qiushi. Qin Xiaolong, I'm at the entrance of your village, come and pick me up. After the phone was connected, Mu Qiushi directly asked, Okay, I'll be right over. Qin Xiaolong didn't expect Mu Qiushi to come over personally, and after returning the call, he hurriedly ran towards the village entrance. At this moment, Mu Qiushi, who was driving a Porsche, was waiting patiently at the village entrance. Taoyuan village belongs to a relatively poor village. There are only a few families with cars. However, today suddenly came a Porsche. Immediately attracted a lot of villagers to come over to watch. What kind of car is this? It looks much better than the Shizi family's van. I don't know. This is called a Porsche. It costs more than $1 million. Oh my god, over $1 million for a car? The city people are too rich. This is nothing. When I worked in the city before, I heard that those rich people can spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on a meal. We poor people can't compare. The villagers are talking. Everyone's face is full of envy. Inside the cab, seeing Qin Xiaolong come over, Mu Qiushi opened the door and walked out. Mu Qiushi is already a stunning beauty, and today she is wearing a one-shoulder dress. Her snow-white shoulders and collarbones are exposed, which is eye-catching. Yo, look, big beauty, this woman is really too beautiful. That skin is whiter than the steamed buns in my house. If only she were my wife, I would be willing to lose 10 years of my life. Don't dream, she is a rich girl from the city. She can't look at you. Strange, what's the reason for this city beauty to come to our poor countryside? Just between the crowd's doubts, Qin Xiaolong had already walked up to Mu Qiushi. Mu, why have you personally come over? Qin Xiaolong took the initiative to greet Mu Qiushi. I didn't have much to do this afternoon, so I came over to take a look. Originally, I thought that your village should be full of small buildings, but I didn't realize that your village is so poor that there are still people living in adobe houses in this day and age. Mu Qiushi said after taking a look around. It can't be helped. Our Taoyuan village was originally known as a poor village. The villagers don't have the money to build new houses, so of course they can only live in old houses. Qin Xiaolong smiled bitterly and said back, Peach Source Village. The name sounded very poetic, but in fact, they were a poor mountain village, and there were quite a few poor households in the village. But then again, their rural area had very little pollution, and if they didn't consider making money, it was definitely a good place to retire. Let's go. Take me to your house to take a look. Besides traveling out, it's the first time I've been to the countryside in so many years. Mu Qiushi was a rich family's daughter. Growing up with a golden spoon, she was used to seeing the skyscrapers in the city. Instead, she was more interested in the countryside. Then I'll lead the way in front. You follow me, Qin Xiaolong said and prepared to lead the way. Just sit directly in my car and show me the way. Mu Qiushi called out to Qin Xiaolong and said, I'm too dirty. What if I dirty your car? Qin Xiaolong asked sardonically. He had just come down the mountain not long ago. His clothes hadn't even been changed, and there was still a lot of dirt on them. It's fine. I won't say anything about you. Hurry up and get in the car. Mu Qiushi said back with full disinterest. Seeing Mu Qiushi said so, Qin Xiaolong also did not ink. Immediately on the co-pilot, began to give Mu Qiushi pointed up the road. I go. When did Qin Xiaolong recognize such a beautiful woman? Villager Zhang Yutian couldn't help but mutter. Did you guys see that? That woman was just talking and laughing with Qin Xiaolong. The two of them won't have a leg up, right? Villager Lu Lifan then gossiped. What are you talking about? That woman looks like a rich person. Can look at Qin Xiaolong, that poor boy? Yang Liwu from the east end of the village said with a disdainful face. Hey, this you don't understand. The more rich the city woman is, the more she will play. A lot of women secretly keep several white boys. Qin Xiaolong, this kid, although his family is poor, but his body is strong. Dragon essence. City women like this kind of capable man. If I say, the probability that he has been adopted. Yang Erwa, who often hangs out in the city, hurriedly smiled lewdly and said, Chapter 34, Vinegar Flips. Qin Xiaolong didn't even know that the villagers were cataloging themselves. He had already brought Mu Qiushi to his house. Mom, let me introduce you to Mu Qiushi, the owner of her Holy Virtue Hall. Miss Mu, this is my mom, and that one is my dad. After entering the door, Qin Xiaolong immediately gave an introduction to both parties. Good day, uncle and aunt. Mu Qiushi smiled faintly and greeted the two very politely. Miss Mu, have an apple. This is one I just washed. Liang Jing was very enthusiastic and hurriedly handed over the apple. Auntie, you put it there first. I'll take it myself if I eat it. Mu Qiushi politely refused. Alright then. Liang Jing knew that Mu Qiushi was a city dweller and didn't care for anything, so she didn't force herself anymore. Xiaolong, didn't you say you got a lot of dendrobium? Where is it? Mu Qiushi said straight to the point. It's in this room. Qin Xiaolong pointed to the room next to the house where the grain was kept and said. Mu Qiushi followed Qin Xiaolong into the house, and at a glance, she recognized that these were all 7 years of excellent dendrobium. Afterwards, Mu Qiushi got another one and chewed on it. The sweet flavor made her feel a sense of refreshment. Xiaolong, I'll take all of these iron-skinned dendrobiums for 2,000 akati. Can you accept this price? Mu Qiushi hurriedly quoted. A big part of the reason she could personally come over today was for these superb iron-skinned dendrobiums. Because recently a big customer ordered a batch of iron-skinned maple pipe with their Shang de Tang. She was worried that there was no place to acquire wild iron-skinned dendrobium, but as a result, Qin Xiaolong provided her with a sufficiently high-quality source of goods, which was simply like someone sending a pillow to her when she dozed off. 2,000 akati can be much higher than the market price. Cootie, it's not for sale. Qin Xiaolong smiled back. He checked online before calling Mu Qiushi. Like his grade of dendrobium is only about 15,000 akati. Mu Qiushi directly gave to 2,000. This price he has been quite satisfied. That's fine. Then let's weigh it now. Mu Qiushi was worried that Qin Xiaolong would raise the price again, and hurriedly asked the workers who came with him to bring the scale over. After weighing, these dendrobiums weighed a total of 124 pounds and 6 taels, valued at $240,800. Together with the other herbs Qin Xiaolong dug up and those he collected, Mu Qiushi gave him a total of $280,000. When Mu Qiushi paid the money into Qin Xiaolong's bank account, Liang Jing and Qin Fugue were so excited that they were on the verge of tears. $280,000 was undoubtedly a huge sum of money for the couple, and now with this money, they had finally come to the end of their suffering. Qin Xiaolong was unusually calm at this time, because he knew in his heart that this was just the beginning. With his ability, it would only become easier and easier to make money in the future. Xiaolong, I'm here today. There's actually another thing I'm looking for you to help me with. All these poultry and livestock in your village are not fed with feed and hormones, right? Mu Qiushi suddenly changed her mind and asked such a question. Of course I don't feed them. We rural people are usually free range. At most we feed them some grain. Qin Xiaolong returned. I have a bosom friend. Her restaurant will open soon. They focus on high-end catering. The requirements for ingredients are very high, but the supplier side suddenly had a problem. She is now in urgent need of this kind of free-range poultry and livestock. As long as you can provide her with a stable source of supply, the price of which I package you satisfied. Mu Qiushi continued. That's no problem. Qin Xiaolong agreed very quickly. This was nothing more than a show of hands for him. Alright then, I'll call her now. You two contact her directly. Mu Qiushi finished speaking and immediately dialed a phone number. Her name is Su Yafu. Just call her sister Su. After speaking to Qin Xiaolong, Mu Qiushi gave Qin Xiaolong her cell phone. Su Yafu's side was very forthcoming and gave Qin Xiaolong all the prices. For example, the local chickens they raised in the countryside. She quoted 81 pounds, while a hen is usually around 3 pounds. Casually sells for $200 or $300. There is also pork, as long as it is not hormones and feed fed out of the quick pig. A catty 60, ducks a catty 70, geese a catty 100. The price is at least half higher than those who come to their village to collect poultry and livestock dealers. Qin Xiaolong as a middleman. He naturally cannot work for nothing. He has already thought about it. He will collect goods from the villagers when the price will be lowered by 10%. This extra part as his labor fee. Su Yafu's side seems to be quite busy. After finishing the offer and the purchase quantity with Qin Xiaolong, he hangs up the phone. Xiaolong, thank you for your help. Otherwise Sister Su's side definitely wouldn't have been able to open properly. Qin Xiaolong had helped himself out with a not-so-small favor, which made Mu Qiushi very grateful as well. Miss Mu, you're welcome. To say thank you should also be me thanking you. Thanks to you for introducing me to another doorway to make money. Qin Xiaolong smiled and said, Then let's not say thank you to anyone. Let's consider it as helping each other. By the way, don't call me Miss Mu. Call me Qiushi from now on. Mu Qiushi smiled sweetly and said, she had always been arrogant, but through her contact with Qin Xiaolong she realized that this man was still quite interesting, and she was still very willing to make friends with Qin Xiaolong. Okay. Qin Xiaolong nodded and answered. Just then, Chen Xiaoyu suddenly walked in. Looking at the tall, heavenly-looking Mu Qiushi, Chen Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel somewhat ashamed of herself. Mu Qiushi was simply too beautiful. She was like a fairy that did not eat the fire of the earth. Anyone in front of her would have to be eclipsed. Xiaolong, this fox, who is this beauty? Chen Xiaoyu originally wanted to say vixen, but changed her mind when the words came out. This is the owner of the Holy Virtue Hall. Mu Qiushi. Qiushi, this is our village head's family's daughter. Chen Xiaoyu. Qin Xiaolong hurriedly introduced. Miss Chen is so beautiful. I didn't expect such a small mountain village to still hide a great beauty like you. Mu Qiushi took the initiative to compliment Chen Xiaoyu. Miss Mu is joking. In front of you, how dare I be a beauty? No wonder someone doesn't even reply to my WeChat. If I came across a stunning beauty like you, I couldn't care less about hitting on other women, Chen Xiaoyu said in a sour tone. In terms of beauty, she has always been unconvinced by others, but Mu Qiushi is above her in terms of posture and temperament, so she simply can't compare to others. Xiaoyu, you sent me a WeChat? I'm so sorry, I didn't notice. Qin Xiaolong hurriedly made an explanation after glancing at his cell phone. Alright, don't explain. Anyway, I'm not your anything. I don't care which woman you love to be with. Goodbye. After saying this, Chen Xiaoyu directly turned around and left. Chapter 35, The Duck is Roasted. How smart was Qin Xiaolong? He instantly sensed that Chen Xiaoyu was jealous, and hurriedly chased after Mu Qiushi after saying something to her. I'm just talking business with Mu Qiushi. What kind of jealousy do you think you're having? Qin Xiaolong asked with a smile. I'm not the one who's jealous. Chen Xiaoyu denied it, but the cold color on her face had already betrayed her heart. Don't pretend. If you're not jealous, I'll immediately perform upside-down diarrhea in front of the entire village, Qin Xiaolong said in an affirmative tone. Put. Hearing this, Chen Xiaoyu, who had just tensed her face, couldn't help but burst out laughing. You're disgusting. Chen Xiaoyu glared at Qin Xiaolong. Being teased by Qin Xiaolong, she was not angry at all. He, as long as my Xiaoyu is happy, not to mention upside-down diarrhea, I have no problem with cesspool butterfly swimming, Qin Xiaolong said with a bad smile. Alright, don't pull me in if you have a special hobby. Chen Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. She didn't want to talk to Qin Xiaolong about such a heavy topic. Casually, Chen Xiaoyu glanced towards the direction of Qin Xiaolong's house again, before saying, tell me the truth. Are you having an affair with that Mu Qiushi? What are you talking about? How could I have an affair with her? Qin Xiaolong said back with some tears and laughter. Then why did everyone in the village say that you were adopted by that woman, and that you're going into the city with her to be a gigolo? Chen Xiaoyu then questioned. Which one of these rumors is making up? I'll go tear his mouth apart. Hearing this, Qin Xiaolong was also infuriated. Yang Erwa, Zhang Yutian, they all said so. They also said that Mu Qiushi is the same as Li Xian. She's A and can be ed by any man. Chen Xiaoyu quickly said back. Damn it, you wait, I'll clean them up right now. Qin Xiaolong could care less about himself being rumored about, but Mu Qiushi is a yellow flower girl. If these rumors are spread and people get the wrong idea, where is her face? So after saying this, Qin Xiaolong ran to Yang Erwa's house. At this time, Yang Erwa, who was full of talk, is blowing up with the villagers in front of his house, talking about all kinds of so-called secret stories that he has heard from hearsay. Qin Xiaolong no nonsense, a step forward, to him is a beating, until Yang Erwa admitted to apologize and then stop. Yang Erwa, you listen to me well, in the future again dare to talk nonsense, I tear your mouth. Qin Xiaolong pointed at Yang Erwa and said with a fierce look, don't worry, I will definitely not talk nonsense in the future. Yang Erwa scowled back, facing Qin Xiaolong, a mixed demon king who would strike at the drop of a hat. He was truly afraid. Remember what you said, don't do it again. Qin Xiaolong warned Yang Erwa once more before leaving. Xiaoyu, in the future, don't listen to the wind. Don't you know that some people in our village are idle and love to start rumors? Qin Xiaolong said after returning to Chen Xiaoyu's side. I know, I'm not afraid that you'll fall. Chen Xiaoyu said back as if she was pampered. She had just gone to find Qin Xiaolong because she had heard those rumors, and after figuring out that those were all rumors, a smile immediately reappeared on her face. Afraid that I'll fall? Then I'll degenerate for you now. The corner of Qin Xiaolong's mouth curled up, and a move of dragon claw hand directly grabbed towards Chen Xiaoyu. Oops, hurry up and let go. Someone's coming. Chen Xiaoyu didn't dare to have excessively intimate behavior with Qin Xiaolong on this street. Otherwise, in case someone saw it and then went to her dad to rat her out, Her dad should definitely scold Qin Xiaolong again. My young mind has been seriously hurt. You have to make it up to me or I won't let go, Qin Xiaolong said in a very roguish manner. Fine, fine, I'll compensate you. Chen Xiaoyu had no choice but to give Qin Xiaolong a fragrant kiss. Qin Xiaolong, however, got the better of her, and only let her go after another handful. My dad is probably coming back soon. I have to go home, so hurry up and go talk about your business. After saying goodbye to Qin Xiaolong, the two of them went their separate ways. Xiao Shi, I'm really sorry for making you wait so long. After arriving home, Qin Xiaolong hurriedly expressed his apologies. It's okay. Mu Xiaoshi smiled, then said, it's getting late. I should also go back. Let's contact each other by phone if there's something. Let's eat before we go. My mom's almost done with the meal. Qin Xiaolong hurriedly said, some other day. Tonight I have a date with a friend. Mu Xiaoshi politely refused. This is your excuse for disliking my family's bad food, right? It's also true that the coarse tea and rice in our countryside. A city dweller like you probably really can't eat it. Qin Xiaolong said to himself, don't get me wrong. I really have an appointment. If you don't believe me, look at my chat log. In order to prove that she didn't lie, Mu Xiaoshi also opened her WeChat for Qin Xiaolong to take a look. Qin Xiaolong looked and realized that Mu Xiaoshi really had an appointment with her friend, so he didn't stay any longer. However, just as Mu Xiaoshi left, Liang Jing came out of the kitchen. Xiaolong, hurry up and tell Ms. Mu to come eat. Eat what? People have already left. Qin Xiaolong smiled back. You say this child of yours, people come all the way to our home. You don't even let them eat. People will still say we don't know how to be polite. Liang Jing lectured Qin Xiaolong. It's not that I don't let her stay for dinner. It's that she has a dinner party in the evening. Qin Xiaolong hurriedly made an explanation. Forget it then. Let's eat by ourselves. After hearing that was the reason, Liang Jing didn't say anything else. 5 dishes in 1 soup. This was definitely considered very sumptuous in their countryside. After eating, Liang Jing came to the duck circle to take a look according to the usual practice, only to realize that the ducks raised at home hadn't even returned yet. Xiaolong, go out and look to see if our ducks have landed halfway down the nest again. Liang Jing shouted at Qin Xiaolong. Okay, Qin Xiaolong answered, picked up the flashlight and went out the door. Their family raised a total of 5 ducks. Usually during the day those ducks would go out to the river to forage for food on their own, and then come back on their own in the evening, but occasionally they would forget to go home, which wasn't uncommon. In a short while, Qin Xiaolong came to the vicinity of the Qingshui River. He was about to look for ducks along the river when he suddenly saw a bunch of bonfires lit along the river bank, and several children were roasting something around the fire. Qin Xiaolong walked over to see duck feathers on the ground. What was being roasted on the fire was precisely ducks. Where did you guys get the ducks from? Qin Xiaolong immediately went forward and asked. Zheng Pengcheng said he got it from their house. He invited us to eat roast duck. A child got up and said back, Zheng Pengcheng, did you take this duck from your family? Qin Xiaolong said as he looked towards the kid holding the roasted duck. This child he recognized, named Zheng Pengcheng, is Granny Wang's grandson, only 10 years old this year, but has been spoiled since childhood, arrogant and capricious, often causing trouble in the village. Qin Xiaolong doesn't like him at all anyway. Chapter 36, Where there's a milk, there's a grandchild. It's what I took from home. So what? Zheng Pengcheng tilted his head and returned with a brash attitude. However, Qin Xiaolong didn't believe him and directly picked up that duck and looked at the duck's left flipper. One could clearly see a small gap on the inside of the flipper. In the countryside, every family raises ducks basically free range. In order to avoid their own ducks and other people's ducks confused, each family will mark their own ducks. And Qin Xiaolong's family's duck marking is on the inside of the flippers of the duck minus a small gap. Therefore, he instantly determined that the duck that died tragically was their family's. Little brat, who gave you the guts to roast my family's duck? Qin Xiaolong asked angrily. Their family's duck couldn't even afford to eat it themselves, but it ended up being slaughtered by this little brat. If it wasn't for the fact that he was still small, Qin Xiaolong would have absolutely slapped him in the face. Who said this is your family's duck? This is our own family raised, Zheng Pengcheng sophistically said. You fart. See this mark? The duck in my family is like this. Qin Xiaolong pointed at the duck's flippers and said, then I don't know. I thought it was a wild duck. Zheng Pengcheng hung back, without a hint of admitting fault on his face. If you say one more sentence to me that you thought it was a wild duck, do you believe me or not? I'll reward you with a mouthful. Qin Xiaolong pointed at Zheng Pengcheng and said, if city people can't tell the difference between domestic ducks and wild ducks, Zheng Pengcheng is a native of the countryside. It would be strange if he doesn't recognize domestic ducks. What's more, this kid has a criminal record. About a week ago he secretly killed a chicken of the old Lu's family at the east end of the village and roasted it to eat, and was beaten by the old Lu's son when he found out. Only a few days later, their family's duck was also poisoned. This kid is a typical dog that can't change its ways. Humph. It's just a broken duck. I'll let my grandmother compensate you for it. Zhang Pengcheng said back, not caring. Okay, let's talk about it if your grandmother doesn't pay for it. After determining that the other few kids of consequence were just called to eat roast duck, Qin Xiaolong dragged Zhang Pengcheng and went directly to Granny Wang's house. Granny Wang, come out here. Qin Xiaolong stood at the door and shouted, who is it? Granny Wang answered back and walked out from the house. Granny, Qin Xiaolong hit me. You have to do something for me. Without waiting for Qin Xiaolong to open his mouth, Zhang Pengcheng directly ran to Granny Wang and cried out, where did he hit you? Granny Wang hurriedly asked. He hit me in the face. Look, he swelled my face. Zhang Pengcheng cried. Only he was crying dryly without tears. Hearing Zhang Pengcheng's wickedness, Qin Xiaolong's face instantly darkened. You fart. When did I hit you? Qin Xiaolong loudly questioned. You just hit me. Grandma, you must avenge me. My face hurts like hell. Zhang Pengcheng pretended to fake cry again. Don't cry, Pengcheng. Grandma will definitely give you an explanation. Granny Wang pacified her grandson, then looked at Qin Xiaolong and said, Qin Xiaolong, what are you? What gives you the right to hit my grandson? I didn't hit your grandson at all. It's him who secretly slaughtered my family's ducks and roasted them there to eat that I found out. So that's why I brought him back to you to discuss the matter of compensation. Qin Xiaolong patiently explained. Don't be sophomoric. You just hit my grandson. I'm not done with you if you don't pay up today. Granny Wang said sternly. Let me compensate money? Are you out of your mind? Qin Xiaolong laughed back in anger. Zhang Pengcheng had slaughtered his family's ducks. Granny Wang didn't compensate for the money even if it's not enough. Instead, she hit him with a rake and asked him to compensate for the money. This woman was really shameless enough. Are you going to pay for it? If you don't pay, you can't leave. Granny Wang grabbed Qin Xiaolong's clothes and said, let go. Don't be unreasonable with me. Qin Xiaolong said with a cold face. However, Granny Wang did not let go of Qin Xiaolong. Qin Xiaolong had no choice but to make a strong effort to break free. As a result, Granny Wang was unsteady and fell to the ground with a thud. You dare to hit my grandmother. I'll fight you. Zhang Pengcheng shouted and threw a punch at Qin Xiaolong. However, he was just a small child. How could he be Qin Xiaolong's opponent? Qin Xiaolong directly picked him up like a chicken cub. Say, did I hit you just now? Qin Xiaolong asked again. Seeing that he couldn't break free, Zhang Pengcheng even opened his mouth and bit towards Qin Xiaolong's arm. Qin Xiaolong didn't spoil him, directly pinching his chin, snapping and slapping him 3 times in a row. You dare to hit my grandson. I'll fight you. Granny Wang shouted, grabbing towards Qin Xiaolong's body like a shrew. Get lost. Qin Xiaolong flung his hand and Granny Wang fell to the ground once again. Oops. Beating? Someone's dead. Help. Knowing that she couldn't beat Qin Xiaolong at all, Granny Wang simply lay on the ground and cried loudly. Hearing her shouts, the villagers living around her came out from their homes. Xiaolong, what are you doing? Hurry up and loosen Peng Chang. Villager Zhao Wuwei hurriedly persuaded. Granny Wang, let's get up and talk. Another villager helped Granny Wang, who was rolling on the ground. Up. Zhang Pengcheng slaughtered a duck in my house and I found out. I came to find Granny Wang to argue, but she hit me instead and said that I hit her grandson and asked me to pay for it. So you all comment on this. Does this person want to be ashamed? Qin Xiaolong simply told the facts. I didn't slaughter his family's duck. That duck is what I picked up by the river. It was already dead when I picked it up. Qin Xiaolong nonetheless said that I slaughtered his family's duck, and he also beat me and my grandmother. Oh. Zhang Pengcheng made up another reason to weasel out. You little brat, I think you really have itchy skin. Looking at the lying Zhang Pengcheng, Qin Xiaolong was also furious. Xiaolong, let's not make a move. Let's have a conversation. Zhao Wuwei hurriedly stopped Qin Xiaolong. Everyone see how powerful Qin Xiaolong is. He relies on his youth. He casually bullies our milk and grandchildren. Simply lawless. If you guys don't come out, our milk and grandchildren will only be beaten to death by him. Zhang Pengcheng cried dryly without shedding any tears, but Granny Wang was obviously much more powerful, instantly bursting into tears, crying in a sad and pitiful manner. Qin Xiaolong was not the kind of person who was narrow-minded, but seeing this milk and grandchildren being so brazen, he was also infuriated. Since you're claiming that I beat up your grandson, then fine. Today I'll really have to teach this little brat who has a life and no one to teach him a lesson. But wherever Granny Wang gave in and admitted her mistake, Qin Xiaolong wouldn't pursue this matter any further, but she bit back and shouted at the thief. Then Qin Xiaolong couldn't spare him. Chapter 37 Underground Gold. Forget it, Xiaolong. Let's not be generalized with a kid like him if we're a big old man. Zhao Wuwei hurriedly stopped Qin Xiaolong. No, I have to give this brat a little color today. Qin Xiaolong was still angry and didn't listen to Zhao Wuwei. Wuwei, let go of him. He dared to hit my grandson. My wife will make him pay even if she sacrifices this old life today. Granny Wang said sternly. On her face there was absolutely no hint of an attitude of apologizing and admitting fault. Alright, don't add fuel to the fire. Zhao Wuwei glared at Granny Wang, then made an effort to pull Qin Xiaolong to the side. Xiaolong, give uncle a face. Let's forget about this matter today. Uncle, it's not that I don't give you face, it's really that this milk and grandchildren are too much of a thing, Qin Xiaolong said angrily. I'm Granny Wang's neighbor. I don't know what she's like. Listen to uncle, let's not see eye to eye with her old woman. Otherwise, in case this old woman lies on the ground and blackmails you later, it's you who will suffer. Zhao Wuwei lowered his voice. Wang is notorious for her unclean hands and feet in the village, and has done a lot of things to steal chickens and dogs, but even if she is discovered, it is basically not a matter of concern, because this dead wife is old, not moving to lie on the ground to play dead. In the face of such a dead dog dirty goods, other people basically can only eat a dumb loss in the end. Qin Xiaolong did not want to make peace, but at this time, his mom Liang Jing and dad Qin Fugui got the news also ran over. Xiaolong, you first go back with your father. I will solve the rest of the things. Liang Jing rushed to say, the character of the wife of the king she also clear. She does not want his son and the wife again hands, or things get big, the loss is still their family. I'm not leaving, I have to clean up this little brat today. Qin Xiaolong stubbornly said back, let's go Xiaolong, aren't those ducks in our house still not home? Let's hurry and look for them. Qin Fugui didn't listen to his son and forcefully dragged him away. Along the river, Qin Xiaolong soon found 4 other ducks hiding in the grass, but these ducks were not injured. When Qin Xiaolong drove the ducks back home, his mom also came back, because Wang Mabik Qin Xiaolong hit her grandson. Eventually Liang Jing did not let her compensate for the ducks. However, she knows her son's temperament. In order to avoid her son to find Granny Wang again, she deliberately lied, said Granny Wang compensated $100. Qin Xiaolong only then give up. At this time, in the house of Granny Wang, my little ancestor, who do you think you are messing with? You have to mess with Qin Xiaolong, that devil of the world. Don't you think grandma's life is too long? Granny Wang counted down her grandson with a helpless face and said, there weren't many people in the village that could make her afraid, and Qin Xiaolong definitely belonged to one of them. How was I to know that was his family's duck? Zheng Pengcheng rolled his eyes and said, he just killed a duck on a whim. Who knew that the duck was caught by Qin Xiaolong before he could eat it in his mouth? Forget it today. In the future, if you kill anyone's chicken or duck again, don't eat it outside. Take it home and grandma will cook it for you. Okay, Granny Wang admonished. Got it. Zheng Pengcheng returned with disinterest. There is also the future to pretend to cry more or less squeeze a few tears for me. You just cry without tears cannot be good to fool people. Granny Wang then said, no one knows. In fact, Zheng Pengcheng bit back Qin Xiaolong a bite as the good teacher taught by Granny Wang, in order to be the first to complain. Facts proved that her move was still quite effective. Didn't see that even Qin Xiaolong couldn't help them in the end. Alright, I know, I'm going out to play. Zheng Pengcheng replied back with an impatient look on his face before he ran out again. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. Thunder roared, and in a short while, raindrops the size of soybeans descended from the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into pouring rain. Yo, today's forecast is really on time. Looking at the heavy rain outside the window, Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but mutter. In the morning, he read the weather forecast that it would rain at around 10 o'clock in the evening, but he didn't expect that it would really rain on the dot. As the rain washes away the dry heat, this weather instantly cools down quite a bit and isn't as stuffy as before, but it only rained for less than an hour. The rain stopped. It really came and went quickly. As the saying goes, the marrow of the food knows the taste. After experiencing the wonderful thing of man and woman with Wu Jinlian, Qin Xiaolong lay on the bed for half a day and didn't fall asleep. That mysterious place kept surfacing in front of his eyes, and he really wanted to go and talk about life with Wu Jinlian again, but in the end he still held back. After all, Wu Jinlian is still Li Gang's wife, and he, the old king next door, can't go to cuckold others every day. In case of rumors, his Qin Xiaolong's reputation can be ruined. In order to ease the torment, Qin Xiaolong did not sleep again, but plopped down on the bed and began to cultivate the chaotic heavenly scripture. Cultivation has no age. Without realizing it, a night passed. Because of the rain, today's weather was exceptionally good. The sky was clear and cloudless. After breakfast, Qin Xiaolong's family went up the mountain with bamboo baskets. After the rain, the mushrooms on the mountain have all sprouted up one by one, but Qin Xiaolong and his family obviously came a little late, and the nearby mountains are full of villagers picking mushrooms to earn pocket money. Qin Xiaolong suspected that his parents were walking slowly, so he separated from them and rushed towards the oak forest a few hills away by himself. As he expected, there was no one here, and in a short while, he found a patch of chanterelle mushrooms in a bush. Chicken fur mushroom meat thick and plump, the texture of fine silk white, taste sweet and crispy. The main thing is that the price is also expensive. A caddy of wild chicken fur mushroom can be sold for $80. And he found a piece of chicken fur mushroom at least 3 kilograms. Easy to earn a small $200. When the fur mushroom is finished, Qin Xiaolong found a few porcini mushrooms not far away. Porcini mushrooms meat thick, with chili pepper stir fry. TSK, that taste, just think about it makes people drool. Next, Qin Xiaolong also found dried mushrooms, lily mushrooms, red head mushrooms and other more common mushrooms. In less than an hour, his bamboo basket was basically full, because wild mushrooms age quickly. In order to pick more mushrooms, Qin Xiaolong didn't rush home and continued to search around. What's that smell? As he walked, a very special smell reached Qin Xiaolong's nose. He sniffed back and forth, and eventually his eyes landed on the roots of an old oak tree. Qin Xiaolong gently peeled away the dead leaves, only to realize that there was a piece of grayish-white, somewhat dirt bump-like stuff growing under the leaves. Qin Xiaolong picked up this thing and sniffed it. That special flavor emanated from it. Chapter 38, The Beautiful Woman Who Charmed People to Death. Qin Xiaolong always felt that this thing he seems to have seen on the internet, but for a moment and cannot remember what it is called, so directly took out his cell phone to take a picture and sent it to the bar. Not a moment, there are people in his post left a message, and he also finally remembered. He picked up this piece looks like something is the legendary white truffle. White truffle is known as the underground gold. In foreign countries and caviar, foie gras and one of the 3 delicacies. Qin Xiaolong hands this piece then his fist is slightly larger. He weighed almost a catty 3 taels. White truffle generally grows in the pine tree or oak tree, for the growth of the environment is very picky. Soil pH, sunlight, temperature and so on. A slight change will not grow, so it has been until now it cannot be artificially cultivated. Is recognized as one of the world's top ingredients. White truffle specific price Qin Xiaolong is not clear, but according to the internet said, this piece of white truffle can definitely buy a cow. I didn't expect this Wulong mountain to have white truffles. If I knew that earlier, I wouldn't have gotten rich earlier. Qin Xiaolong muttered to himself with a face of joy. He had been going up the mountain to pick mushrooms since he was a child, but he had never thought that there were white truffles in Wulong Mountain. However, this is probably also related to the inherent cognition. The mushrooms he has been picking are the ones he recognizes. Like the white truffle, this thing at first glance is not much different from the dirt bumps. If not for the fact that Qin Xiaolong's sense of smell has now become incomparably sensitive, he probably wouldn't have cared about it even if he had come across it. Out of curiosity for the white truffle, Qin Xiaolong wiped the dirt on it clean, then snapped a small piece and put it in his mouth. Yuck! However, soon Qin Xiaolong spat out the white truffle in his mouth. Damn! This stuff is too unpalatable. Qin Xiaolong spat out. It was said that white truffle was the world's top delicacy, making countless gourmets rush for it, but Qin Xiaolong didn't know if he didn't have this mouthful of good fortune. This thing he ate was like a liquid he made himself. The flavor was really uncomplimentary. Forget it, the good stuff is better left for you rich people to eat. I won't eat it. Qin Xiaolong didn't waste any more white truffles. After wrapping it carefully with leaves, he specialized in searching for white truffles in the surrounding woods again. However, after spending 2 hours, he found quite a few other mushrooms, but only a ping-pong ball-sized piece of white truffle. Looking at the time, it was almost noon, so Qin Xiaolong returned home. Seeing that Qin Xiaolong had picked more than twice as many mushrooms as the two of him, Liang Jing couldn't help but marvel at her son's ability. Qin Xiaolong specially told his mom about the white truffle. Once she heard that this looks like rotten potatoes, a caddy of several thousand tens of thousands of things, Liang Jing picked up the hoe was ready to go up the mountain to find truffles, but was Qin Xiaolong stopped. After all, the white truffle is very difficult to find. With his fiery eyes, half a day only found 2 pieces. His mom on the mountain is estimated to be a waste of time, because promised to Su Yafu supply. After lunch, Qin Xiaolong in the village to collect a cow, 2 pigs, plus 100 of poultry. This time let him advance nearly 40,000 yuan. Yang Daju's father is a professional butcher. Qin Xiaolong spent another $1,000. Let him help the cattle and pigs are slaughtered. At 5 p.m., Qin Xiaolong used Yang Daju's family's car to pull the poultry, and Lu Sanchi's family's van to pull the beef and pork to the Dragon Court restaurant. Daju, Sanchi, you guys wait for me here. I'll go find the boss of the Dragon Court. After speaking to Yang Daju and the two of them, Qin Xiaolong entered the Dragon Court restaurant. The Dragon Court restaurant was an antique building with 5 floors, carved dragons and phoenixes on top, flying eaves and warped walls. It looked quite spectacular. The interior of the restaurant was decorated with the same opulence and splendor, and out of nowhere, it gave one a feeling of having arrived at the palace hall. Seeing Qin Xiaolong come in, the staff on the first floor thought that Qin Xiaolong was a diner, and hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Hello sir, our Dragon Court restaurant will not officially open until tomorrow, and we do not receive diners now. I'm not here to eat, I'm a supplier. I don't know how many floors your boss she is on? Qin Xiaolong quickly returned. Sister Su's office is on the 5th floor. After you go up the stairs and turn right, the innermost one is Boss Su's office. The staff returned. Thanks. After saying a thank you, Qin Xiaolong went up the stairs and arrived in front of the room on the far right side of the 5th floor. He knocked on the door first, and only after hearing the 2 words, "Please come in," did he open the door and enter the room. Inside the office, there was a woman sitting, an extremely beautiful woman. This woman was incredibly beautiful, and her eyes were like a flood of autumn water, misty and charming. Her hair was like a black waterfall, her willow eyebrows were curved, and her almond face had peach cheeks. Her small lips were slightly curved, and her flaming red lips made people want to kiss her. And her figure was even more perfect. Augmented breasts and slender waist, blooming buttocks and slim legs, better than a begonia drunken day, pear blossom with rain. The close-fitting wraparound skirt outlined her body curves perfectly, letting her knit her brows and smile with a kind of indescribable temptation. If Chen Xiaoyu was compared to a green apple, then this woman was a ripe peach, and she exuded a mesmerizingly mature aura all over her body, making people want to swallow her in one bite right away. Have you seen enough? A heavenly voice rang out. That voice seemed to carry a special kind of magic, making one's bones crumble. Didn't see enough. Nope, seen enough. Qin Xiaolong returned a sentence, suddenly remembered that it was wrong and hurriedly changed his mouth. This woman is really too seductive. Wu Jinlian, Lu Shangqiao also belongs to the beauty of the woman, but with the woman in front of them compared to the difference of more than one level, Rao Qin Xiaolong just looked at the infatuation. Giggle. You're really funny. Looking at Qin Xiaolong's funny expression, Su Yafu couldn't help but laugh. With this smile of hers, it was truly a smile back with 100 winks, and the 6 palaces had no color, and looking at Qin Xiaolong was just like hitting the chicken blood, directly bonking. Ahem, you are Sister Su, right? Qin Xiaolong coughed dryly, hiding his inner embarrassment. Yes, I'm Su Yafu. Who are you? Su Yafu smiled lightly and said, I'm Qin Xiaolong. We spoke on the phone yesterday. Qin Xiaolong hurriedly said back, oh, you're Qiushi's friend. Not bad, quite handsome. Sister's favorite type. Su Yafu said with a light smile. Sister Su, I'm here to deliver the goods to you. I've prepared all the ingredients you want. It's right downstairs. Would you like to see who to let go down to inspect the goods? Qin Xiaolong swallowed his saliva and hurriedly changed the topic. This Su Yafu was too tantalizing. In his opinion, she shouldn't be called Su Yafu, she should be called Su Daji. This woman is absolutely mesmerizing to men. Chapter 39, Sister Su's Secret. Errors in the first 2 chapters have been fixed. Re-click to view. There's no need to inspect the goods. You can just send it directly to the back kitchen. I've already greeted them. Su Yafu waved her hand and said, thank you for Sister Su's trust. Qin Xiaolong hurriedly said thanks. There's no need to thank me. I'm not trusting you. I'm trusting Qiu Xie. Not to mention that if you really dare to screw me over, I'll make sure that you brat won't be able to get out of your wheelchair for the rest of your life. Su Yafu had a smile on the corner of her mouth, but the words she said came out with an intimidating and domineering aura. Sister Su, don't worry. A gentleman loves money and takes it in his own way. What I provide you with are absolutely all the free-range livestock from the families in our village. Absolutely no hormones and no feed. Qin Xiaolong repeatedly assured. Looking at your face, you don't look like the kind of person who commits adultery. As long as you supply me properly, sis definitely won't lose out on you. Su Yafu returned a sentence, then waved her hand and said, if there is nothing else today, I still have to meet an important guest later. Sister Su, do you want to see this thing? Qin Xiaolong hurriedly opened the shoulder backpack he was carrying and took out the 2 pieces of white truffles wrapped in leaves from inside. White truffles. When she saw that what Qin Xiaolong took out was actually white truffles, a trace of surprise surfaced on Su Yafu's face with it. She first picked up the white truffle and examined it carefully before sniffing it. Then she took a fruit knife and sliced a very thin slice from it and put it into her mouth. No less than the top quality white truffle from Alba, Italy. This flavor is too mesmerizing. Su Yafu closed her eyes and exclaimed with a face of enjoyment. Looking at Su Yafu with this expression, Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but brainstorm certain evil images. Xiaolong, where did you get these 2 white truffles from? Are there any more? After enjoying herself, Su Yafu opens her eyes and asks with eagerness. This is what I dug up in Wulong Mountain, and I found 2 pieces so far. Qin Xiaolong returned. When did Wulong Mountain still produce white truffles? Su Yafu couldn't help but question. It should have been there before. It just hasn't been discovered. Qin Xiaolong explained. At first glance, this white truffle really doesn't look too different from the earth lumps, coupled with the special flavor. It's estimated that even if the rural people came across it, they wouldn't take it seriously. After all, in Qin Xiaolong's opinion, this so-called top-notch delicious delicacy was far less tasty than the chicken fur mushroom porcini mushroom. Then in the future, If you find white truffles again, can you sell them all to me? I guarantee that the price is definitely higher than the market price. Su Yafu continued. Of course. Qin Xiaolong returned very cheerfully. Thank you, little dragon. Hearing Qin Xiaolong agreeing to her request, Su Yafu hurriedly said a thank you. You're too polite. Sister Su, this is something I would have sold to anyone. Qin Xiaolong smiled back. He then pointed at the 2 pieces of white truffles. Do you want to give an estimate for these 2 pieces first? You wait a moment. Su Yafu returned, then took out her cell phone and dialed a number. Not long after, a slightly obese man walked in with a precision electronic scale. Little dragon, let me introduce you to our Dragon Court chef Gao Xiang. Master Gao, this is Qin Xiaolong, our livestock supplier. Su Yafu introduced the 2 men. After the 2 greeted each other, Gao Xiang couldn't wait to ask, Mr. Su, where are the white truffles you mentioned? Isn't that it? Su Yafu pointed to her desk and said. Gao Xiang quickly ran over. Like Su Yafu, he also smelled it first and then cut a thin slice and tasted it. Not bad, it is indeed a top-quality white truffle. After Gao Xiang commented, he quickly weighed it with a precision electronic scale. The first piece of white truffle weighed 703 grams. The second piece weighed 269 grams. Xiaolong, I'll acquire this big white truffle according to $100,000, and I'll give you this small one according to 51 grams. What do you think about this price? After the weighing was over, Su Yafu directly gave an offer. Isn't this all the same white truffle? Why is the price difference so big? Qin Xiaolong asked in disbelief. A single white truffle of more than 500 grams is very rare. As the saying goes, things are more expensive than rare. Generally, white truffles this big will go directly to the auction, which naturally has a higher price. Su Yafu simply explained. Good, then let's go by this price. Qin Xiaolong had checked online before he came. The world's topmost alba white truffle was only $50,000 a kilogram, and the price Su Yafu gave him was definitely considered the highest in the market. The large white truffle is worth $100,000. The small one is also more than $10,000. He earned more than $100,000 this time. Qin Xiaolong was already quite satisfied with this price. Su Yafu had likewise picked up a great bargain. She knew very well that a superb truffle like this with a single weight of 700 grams would take at least $200,000 if it went to auction. Mr. Su, I'll put these 2 white truffles into the cold storage first, Chef Gao Xiang said, and then prepared to leave with the truffles. Wait, leave me a few slices, I'll enjoy them slowly later. As a foodie, Su Yafu loved white truffles too much, especially this freshly dug white truffle. The flavor was even better. She never got tired of eating it. Gao Xiang smiled and used the knife to cut a few thin slices for Su Yafu. Then he hurriedly took the white truffle to the cold storage, so as to maintain the flavor of the white truffle to the maximum extent. Sister Su, is this white truffle really that delicious? Why do I feel it's quite hard to eat? Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but ask. I reckon you should have never eaten it before, so you don't like it. When you eat it a few more times and slowly get used to its flavor, you'll realize that it's definitely a rare delicacy on earth. But some people really can't accept white truffle. It's just like folded ear root. Those who love it are like honey. Those who hate it are like arsenic. It can only be said that turnips and greens each have their own favorites. Su Yafu said with a smile. Forget it. I don't like to eat folded ear root. It seems I don't have this mouthful. Qin Xiaolong shook his head helplessly. Folded ear root is fishy grass. He had eaten it before. It's hard to eat. On the contrary, the southerners were willing to eat it, which undoubtedly fulfilled the old saying, one side of the water and soil raises one side of the people. Qin Xiaolong preferred big fish and meat, such as braised pork, which was one of his favorites. Not long after, Gao Xiang's side had finished receiving the goods. After calculating, the ingredients Qin Xiaolong supplied this time were worth a total of 47,000. After deducting the money he advanced himself, he netted 7,000 on this trip. While waiting for Su Yafu to transfer the money, Qin Xiaolong unobtrusively came to her side, his nose continuously sniffing a few times. A moment later, he then asked, Sister Su, taking the liberty of asking, are you spraying such heavy perfume to cover up the fox odor on your body? How do you know that? Hearing this, Su Yafu was immediately on guard. Suffering from fox odor was a secret she had hidden for many years, and she didn't expect to be broken by Qin Xiaolong in a single word. Chapter 40, I will promise you anything. You are a great beauty. Even if you are veiled, you should be able to charm men, but you have sprayed a very heavy perfume onto your body, which is obviously a bit abnormal. So I just came up to you and smelled it, which is why I realized that there was a hint of fox odor mixed in with the heavy aroma. Qin Xiaolong quickly explained. Su Yafu, this woman was a proper human creature. Looking at her, Qin Xiaolong had an urge to commit a crime. However, the beauty of it was that the perfume odor on her body was too heavy. Logically, this kind of low-level mistake shouldn't have happened to her. It could only mean that she was trying to cover up something with her aroma. Following this logic, coupled with Qin Xiaolong's keen sense of smell, it wouldn't be too difficult to discover that Su Yafu had a fox odor. Xiaolong, you must keep it a secret for sis. I don't want people to know that I have fox odor. Su Yafu hurriedly pleaded. As a woman, especially a beautiful woman, she didn't want to be pointed out because of her fox odor. Don't worry, I definitely won't tell anyone, but ask a question that shouldn't be asked. Why don't you go and cure your fox odor? With the current medical means, curing fox odor shouldn't be a difficult thing. Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but ask. Alas, how did I not go to cure? In order to eradicate the fox odor, I have at least been to hundreds of hospitals. I have tried to remove sweat glands, tried high-frequency freezing laser treatment, tried a variety of traditional Chinese medicine ointment, but it's not useful at all. Each time less than a month will recur. There is no way I can only rely on the spraying of perfume to press the smell of the fox odor. Su Yafu said, full of helplessness. In order to cure the disease, she had spent millions of dollars before and after, and as a result, time and time again hope was exchanged for time and time again disappointment, so much so that by now, she had given up on the treatment. Sister Su, why don't you let me give you a look? I've studied Chinese medicine, maybe I can help you, Qin Xiaolong proposed. You? Forget it. Su Yafu glanced at Qin Xiaolong and quickly shook her head. Sister Su, don't look down on people. My medical skills are not inferior to those old Chinese doctors. Qin Xiaolong immediately said. Sister isn't looking down on you. The main thing is that sister just looks down on Chinese doctors. Previously, there was a Chinese doctor who said that he could help me eradicate my fox odor. As a result, that dog cheated me out of $2 million. Not to mention that, he also tried to take advantage of me under the guise of healing, and was directly broken by me with 3 dog legs. The moment she mentioned that incident back then, Su Yafu was angry. So much so that she was prejudiced against the profession of Chinese medicine. Sister Su, I dare say the Chinese medicine practitioner is definitely a charlatan. A real Chinese medicine practitioner wouldn't be so devoid of medical ethics. Qin Xiaolong immediately clarified. The inheritance that he himself had gotten had a huge amount of knowledge about Chinese medicine, and he knew very well that Chinese medicine was a treasure of China, and that a true miracle doctor who could heal the living dead was definitely not a falsehood. Just a pity, because of various reasons, a lot of knowledge of Chinese medicine are annihilated in the long river of history. The remaining Chinese medicine books are only a few, coupled with the recent popularity of Western medicine, and the emergence of a lot of society under the banner of Chinese medicine to cheat the money of the garbage, which directly led to the reputation of Chinese medicine is getting worse and worse. Chinese medicine naturally declined, and as a Chinese medicine inheritor, he had the obligation to write the name of Chinese medicine. That's fine, come on, you give sis a look. How in the world can I cure this fox odor? Seeing that Qin Xiaolong was full of righteousness, Su Yafu thought about it and agreed to let him cure herself. Except that in her heart, she didn't even expect Qin Xiaolong, a youngster, to be able to cure himself. After receiving permission, Qin Xiaolong immediately put his fingers on Su Yafu's wrist and began to take her pulse. How is it, my little divine doctor? Can you cure sis's fox odor at all? After Qin Xiaolong withdrew his hand, Su Yafu deliberately flirted with Qin Xiaolong. Can? Qin Xiaolong gave an affirmative answer without hesitation. What did you say? Su Yafu hurriedly asked again as if she hadn't heard clearly. I said I can cure your fox odor. Qin Xiaolong repeated. You're not joking with sis, right? Su Yafu asked, full of disbelief. If I can't cure you, I'll cut off my head and give it to you to kick as a ball. Qin Xiaolong replied back with his words. Upon hearing these words, Su Yafu was like a drowning person grabbing a life-saving straw as she grabbed Qin Xiaolong's arm. Xiaolong, as long as you can cure my fox odor, I can promise you anything. Fox odor was like a nightmare that had plagued Su Yafu for many years. She wanted to eradicate it too much to go live a normal life. Sister Su, according to my diagnosis and treatment just now, the cause of your fox odor actually does not lie in your armpits, but in your spleen. As long as you regulate your spleen, plus my unique acupuncture secret technique, in 1 week, I guarantee you will get rid of the disease, Qin Xiaolong said with conviction. This was not him bragging about being powerful, but he had already found a way to cure Su Yafu. As long as Su Yafu followed his requirements, in less than a week, he would be able to make her fox odor completely disappear. You just said that my fox odor is in my spleen? What does that mean? Su Yafu frowned and asked. According to Chinese medicine, fox odor is mainly caused by blood-qi disharmony and accumulation. The blood-qi disharmony and dampness heat in your body are embedded, and over time, the yin and wei are out of balance, which ultimately injures the spleen. Spleen, 5 elements of the earth. In the 5 viscera, yin and yang belongs to the yin of the yin, is the source of the body's qi and blood biochemistry. You now have a problem with the spleen. The spleen does not unify the blood. The body's dampness cannot be diffused, which is naturally unable to cure the fox odor. Of course, There is another reason is that your armpit after laser treatment, resulting in the blockage of the acupoints, cortex proliferation. I have to help you rechanneling conditioning to work. Qin Xiaolong thought that he had already said it very straightforwardly, but Su Yafu could be said to know nothing about Chinese medicine. She was like listening to heavenly books. Anyway, she didn't understand a single word. However, she really didn't care what the cause of the disease was, as long as Qin Xiaolong could cure her. It was enough. Xiaolong, you say it, how to cure. Sis all listen to you, Su Yafu said impatiently. I'm going to buy the tools I need to use for the treatment. You wait a bit, I'll cure you when I come back. After speaking to Su Yafu, Qin Xiaolong left the door. Originally, Su Yafu still had to meet with a very important client, but in order to cure her fox odor, she directly called and pushed the meeting to tomorrow. Half an hour later, Qin Xiaolong, who had done his shopping, returned. Sister Su, do you have a place here where you won't be disturbed? Qin Xiaolong then asked. There is, you come with me, Su Yafu said and immediately came behind her desk, only to see her turn a vase on a bookshelf. The bookshelf immediately parted, revealing a bedroom hidden behind it. This is a bedroom that I purposely had built. There will definitely be no disturbance here, Su Yafu said, and pressed the mechanism on the wall again, and the bookshelf quickly closed. Sister Su, I have to tell you first, later on I need to perform acupuncture on you, and you can't wear clothes on your upper body during acupuncture. Qin Xiaolong hurriedly reminded Su Yafu. It's fine, as long as you can cure me. I cannot even wear pants, but let's say the ugly words up front. If you can't cure me, I'll gouge out your eyes. When she said this, Su Yafu deliberately revealed a ferocious color. It was just that she was such an extremely beautiful thing. This viciousness was not much of a killing force, but instead, it gave her a touch more of a different flavor. Chapter 41, Fire Needle. Su Yafu wasn't the type to squirm. She quickly took off her blouse. Looking at that human weapon that was enough to make people suffocate, Qin Xiaolong subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Luckily, he was an old fan. If he were one of those youngsters, he would have already had a nosebleed. Even so, Qin Xiaolong's body still had a surge of hot blood. In order to avoid making a mistake, Qin Xiaolong hurriedly recited the meditation mantra, Dawei Tianlong, Dala Dharma mantra, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Bama Boom. Under the effect of the meditation mantra, Qin Xiaolong quickly suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart. Sister Su, I'm going to start treating you now. It might hurt slightly, so bear with it. Qin Xiaolong reminded Su Yafu in front of him. Got it. To Su Yafu, not to mention enduring the pain, as long as it could cure her fox odor at its root, even cutting her flesh would be fine. Hearing this, Qin Xiaolong didn't dawdle any longer, took out a few three-pronged needles, and after briefly sterilizing them, he stabbed into Su Yafu's Taichung, Shaohai, and Jiechuan acupoints in turn. He then pulled out the three-pronged needles and let another 5 drops of blood be released from each acupoint. The main purpose of releasing blood with the needles was to drain the heat poison that had accumulated in Su Yafu's body, in order to open up the orifices and drain the heat, and energize the meridians. After completing the first step of the treatment, Qin Xiaolong brought starch and made it into a paste, then evenly applied it to Su Yafu's armpits. Next, he mashed the peeled garlic into garlic paste, making a garlic paste cake with a thickness of roughly only 3 millimeters. After standing still for a few minutes, the starch in Su Yafu's armpits had naturally dried. If one looked closely, one would find small holes on the surface of the starch. These small holes were sweat glands and the target point of Qin Xiaolong's next moxibustion. Sister Su, I'm starting. After speaking to Su Yafu, Qin Xiaolong placed the garlic paste cake on those target spots, then lit the moxa pillar and sizzled those sweat glands of Su Yafu through the garlic paste cake. If a master acupuncturist was here, he would have realized that what Qin Xiaolong was using was a very ancient form of moxibustion. Garlic money moxibustion. Garlic money moxibustion was first recorded in Gu Hong's book After Elbow in the Jin dynasty. In ancient times, garlic money moxibustion was often used to treat carbuncles and gangrene, and very few people knew that garlic money moxibustion was also effective in treating fox odor. Through this extremely special treatment, it can help to promote the circulation of qi and blood, and pull out the poison from the outside. At first, Su Yafu didn't feel anything, but as the sizzling time lengthened, a sensation as if being eaten by ants came. Su Yafu couldn't help but let out a petulant grunt. In order not to affect Qin Xiaolong's treatment, she hurriedly clenched her teeth, and then grasped even the bedsheet with both hands. To know Su Yafu tender skin, at a glance is the kind of pampered noblewoman. Qin Xiaolong originally thought she would scream endlessly, did not think that she was hard to hold back, did not scream. This kind of willpower, even a lot of men have to sweat. Waiting for the first moxa pillar burning finished, Qin Xiaolong took out the second moxa pillar, continued to roast up those sweat glands. This cycle repeats itself. Qin Xiaolong burns a total of 12 moxa pillars before stopping. At this moment, Su Yafu was already drenched in sweat. Her pretty face was scarlet, her mouth panting slightly. That demeanor, as if she had just finished a vicious battle. Little dragon, is the treatment over? Su Yafu asked after taking another breath. The healing process just now was still quite torturous. She almost didn't hold on. Not yet. There is still the most crucial step left. Later I will use a red-hot silver needle to pierce into your acupoints to help dredge up blood stasis, resolve turbidity, and regulate your qi and blood. This will completely cure your fox odor. Qin Xiaolong quickly returned. Pricking me with a red-hot silver needle? You're not wanting cis life, are you? Su Yafu asked full of worry. This was the first time she had heard of this type of treatment. Don't worry, this is called a treatment method called fire needle. Other than a slight pain during the treatment, it definitely won't cause you any harm. Qin Xiaolong can understand Su Yafu's worry, but he is not one of those quacks who sells his reputation. He has absolute certainty that he only cures the disease and does not hurt anyone. Sis reads less. Don't lie to sis. Su Yafu joked. Although she believed that Qin Xiaolong wasn't joking with himself, she still shuddered a little at the thought of red-hot silver needles stabbing into her body. Don't worry, if anything goes wrong, I'll compensate you for this little life. Qin Xiaolong said with a smile. That's fine. Sis will give up her life for you. If you dare to lie to me, I will definitely let you know how to write the word regret. Su Yafu was already on the edge of her seat at this point. She simply had no choice but to trust Qin Xiaolong. As the saying goes, facts speak louder than words. Qin Xiaolong didn't explain anymore, picked up the silver needle and started to put it on the alcohol lamp and burned it. When the silver needle burned red, Qin Xiaolong stabbed towards Su Yafu's danzhong point on her forehead with great speed. Even though she was already mentally prepared, Su Yafu subconsciously dodged backwards. In an instant, the raging waves swayed, looking at Qin Xiaolong for a moment. Sister Su, don't move around. How can I treat you if you're like this? Qin Xiaolong said with a bitter smile. The requirements of the acupuncture needle for the person administering the needle are very high. The slightest deviation could cause fatal injuries to the person. He doesn't want the acupuncture to fail because of Su Yafu's fidgeting. Ahem. That, sis isn't scared. You're a bit too scary. Su Yafu said with an embarrassed face. She could endure the pain, but looking at a red-hot silver needle piercing into her body, that kind of visual impact caused fear. She believed anyone would be scared. In that case, close your eyes. You have to have absolute trust in me, or else I won't cure this disease of yours. Qin Xiaolong said very directly. Curing a disease requires doctor-patient cooperation. If Su Yafu can't completely trust him, he can't help her even if his medical skills are superior. Don't worry, sis will definitely not hide later. Su Yafu returned a sentence, then closed her eyes. However, from her slightly trembling body, it was not hard to tell that she was still very nervous. Take a deep breath and relax. Qin Xiaolong said a few more words to Su Yafu, and when her body relaxed, Qin Xiaolong picked up a red-hot silver needle and stabbed it into Su Yafu's danzhong point with precision and accuracy. The moment the silver needle entered her body, Su Yafu felt as if someone was cutting her flesh with a knife. It was a pain that penetrated deep into her bones. However, Su Yafu still clenched her teeth and did not scream out. Seeing this, Qin Xiaolong picked up two silver needles at the same time and stabbed into Su Yafu's Juke point as well as Xiamen point respectively. Fire needle therapy has extremely high requirements for the person who administers the needles. The force as well as the depth of each needle has strict requirements. For example, the depth of the first needle into the danzhong point could only be 1 inch and 2 inches, while the depth of the Jukik point and the Ximen point was 2 inches and 3 inches. As the saying goes, a tiny difference makes a huge difference. This point can never be wrong. Otherwise it is not healing, but killing. Next, Qin Xiaolong did as he had done, stabbing one fire needle into Su Yafu's spleen point, heart point, and soul gate point in turn. In a short while, Su Yafu's front and back were pierced with 18 silver needles respectively. At the beginning, Su Yafu felt unbearable pain. Her flesh, blood and bones were all sore, but after passing that energy, a stream of heat began to flow back and forth in her body. That feeling was very special, making her feel both pain and pleasure. After waiting for 10 minutes, Qin Xiaolong pulled out one of the silver needles in the opposite order from stabbing. Is it over now? After all the silver needles were pulled out, Su Yafu hurriedly asked. Well, it's over. Later on I'll prescribe you some more medicine. With a two-pronged approach, in less than a week, this fox odor of yours will surely disappear permanently. It should have played a certain effect by now. If you don't believe me you can smell it. Qin Xiaolong nodded and said, garlic money moxibustion paired with fire needles. This can be compared to those so-called high-tech therapies of Western medicine not knowing how much superior. Su Yafu sniffed towards her armpit, and she found that fox odor had obviously reduced a lot from before. Xiaolong, thank you. Seeing that Qin Xiaolong's treatment really worked, Su Yafu, who was ecstatic in her heart, immediately hugged Qin Xiaolong and gave him a fragrant kiss. As the saying goes, a healer is a parent. During the entire process of treating Su Yafu, Qin Xiaolong was almost always without distractions, but now that this stunning beauty took the initiative to hug herself, the feeling of warm fragrance and soft jade in her arms made Qin Xiaolong's steel-like will instantly crumble. It's a good thing that he's a person with a bottom line, otherwise he'd only be afraid that he'd already exchanged 3 years of life for Su Yafu's October well-being. Sister Su, hurry up and get dressed. I'll go out first. Qin Xiaolong really can't stand this demonic woman in front of him a bit. After saying this, he opens the organ and goes to the office outside. This silly brat, really being in a blessed state and not knowing the blessings. Looking at Qin Xiaolong's back as he left, Su Yafu couldn't help but laugh and snicker. In the entire Lin city, there were countless people who coveted her beauty. And how many people dug their heels in trying to curry favor with her, but they were all turned away by her. Qin Xiaolong right now clearly had a great opportunity to enjoy her body in a positive light but took the initiative to leave. If this was known to other men, they would definitely say that he was a cutie. However, this undoubtedly shows that Qin Xiaolong's character is excellent. He is definitely not that kind of dirty colorful lot. This even made Su Yafu's good feelings towards him rub off on him all the way. Inside the office, Qin Xiaolong drank several cups of water one after another. Only then did he press down the fire in his body. Grandma Bear, this woman's killing power is really great. I guess she's really the reincarnation of Su Daji. Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Mu Qiushi was as beautiful as a heavenly fairy, and she was as beautiful as a country. But when facing Mu Qiushi, Qin Xiaolong could make himself very calm and collected. But in front of Su Yafu it was different. Some special thoughts would pop up in his head from time to time. It was too testing. Not long after, Su Yafu got dressed and walked out. Xiaolong, come here. Su Yafu suddenly waved at Qin Xiaolong. What for? Qin Xiaolong asked after taking a few steps towards Su Yafu. Get closer to Sis. Sis isn't a demon. Su Yafu smiled and said, you're scarier than a demon. Qin Xiaolong said silently in his heart. He could still resist when demons harmed people, but Su Yafu absolutely ate people without spitting out their bones. Just a smile and a look could make people fall under her skirt. After waiting for Qin Xiaolong to come to his side, Su Yafu picked up a piece of tissue paper and helped him wipe the beads of sweat on his forehead. Just now, you continuously helped Sis heal for 2 hours. It's really hard on you, Su Yafu said with a crispy voice. It's not hard to serve the people, Qin Xiaolong said back with great righteousness. LOL, you're really funny. Hearing Qin Xiaolong's words, Su Yafu burst out laughing. This laugh of hers was like a peony in full bloom, enough to make all flowers lose their colors. Sister Su, this is the prescription I wrote just now. Later on, you have someone go and grab the medicine back. Drink 1 pair every morning and evening, and when I give you acupuncture once more the day after tomorrow, with the Chinese medicine, your fox odor will be eradicated within a week. Qin Xiaolong swallowed a mouthful of saliva and hurriedly changed the topic. Tough day for you. Sis will treat you to a big meal later. Say it, what do you want to eat? Su Yafu asked while collecting the prescription. Wait for next time. My friend has been waiting for me outside for half a day. I promised to treat him to dinner. Qin Xiaolong politely declined. After collecting the goods in the back kitchen he let Lu Sanqi go back to the village. But Yang Dazhu had been waiting for him outside without leaving. Alright then, I'll treat you when you come over next time. Su Yafu happened to be planning to go out as well, so she didn't stay much longer. After saying goodbye to Su Yafu, Qin Xiaolong hurriedly went downstairs. At this moment, Yang Dazhu was playing King of Glory with full concentration, and hadn't noticed Qin Xiaolong's arrival. Who told you to park illegally? Fine. Qin Xiaolong deliberately scared Yang Dazhu. Hearing this, Yang Dazhu was startled and was about to explain. When he saw that it was Qin Xiaolong, his face immediately darkened. Stop it, playing a game. Yang Dazhu replied back and hurriedly reoperated. But because of this distraction, his teammates were directly destroyed by the group. He was alone, and in a short while, their family crystal was pushed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's all your fault. Losing again. I've lost 5 in a row. Yang Dazhu glared at Qin Xiaolong in a bad mood and said, isn't it just a broken game? Later on brother will take you flying. Qin Xiaolong smiled back. Yang Dazhu likes to play games, but he belongs to the kind of vegetables and love to play. A king of glory. Single row even a starlight segment cannot go. Is really a batch of pit. This is what you said. Don't take me to the king. I'm not finished with you. After saying this, Yang Dazhu then put away his cell phone. The two of them then went to a nearby small restaurant together and ordered a few dishes and had a good meal before going home. After taking a shower, Qin Xiaolong was about to cultivate when he suddenly received a text message from Wu Jinlian on his cell phone. The content of the text message was like this: Xiaolong, Sis can't sleep. Come over and accompany me. Because he was treating Su Yafu in the afternoon, Qin Xiaolong was holding a fire with no place to release it. He left the door after sending a text message back to Wu Jinlian. The next day, Qin Xiaolong sneaked back home before the sun came out. Because his family's toilet cesspool was full, Qin Xiaolong took the initiative to stop the heavy responsibility of pulling out manure. Nearly 9 o'clock, Qin Xiaolong was busy when Yang Dazhu ran to his house with a black plastic bag. Xiaolong, come quickly, see what goodies I brought you. Chapter 42 Contracting the Mountain. With curiosity in his heart, Qin Xiaolong walked over after placing the 2 dung buckets on the ground. Is this a bullwhip? Qin Xiaolong asked tentatively. Bullwhip is nothing. This is donkey whip, Yang Dazhu said with a smug look on his face. Donkey whip? That's really good stuff. Where did you get it? Qin Xiaolong's eyes lit up. As the saying goes, dragon meat in the sky, donkey meat underground. Donkey meat's taste is known to those who have eaten it. It's called a delicious, and the donkey whip is a rare tonic, and money is not necessarily able to eat it. This is my father and I went to Mingao town early in the morning to help a family to kill donkeys and people want. Originally I want to keep their own to eat, and then thought, you all day with Lu Xiangxia that pretty widow eye to eye, maybe one day to sleep a quilt, so specially brought to you to make up for the body. Yang Dazhu said with a lewd smile. What are you talking about? I'm innocent with Sister Xiang Xiao. Qin Xiaolong rolled his eyes and said, Alright, don't pretend with me, I understand everything. After saying this, Yang Dazhu patted Qin Xiaolong's shoulder, and then asked, how is it? This kind of good stuff I can't even afford to eat myself, and I specifically brought it over for you. Is this brother of mine interesting enough? Meaningful enough? When I braise it at noon, let's have a good drink. Qin Xiaolong said back, I eat now is also a waste. You still keep your own eat it. But when you one day see Sister Xiang Xiao remember to help me blow the pillow wind. See if you can let her introduce her cousin Xiao Chui to me. If we become, I will get you a set of every month in the future. Yang Dazhu then said, asterisk. I knew that your dog day's purpose is not pure. It turns out to be hitting other people's Xiao Chui's idea. You can be really shameless. Qin Xiaolong nonchalantly flirted. Lu Xiangxiao is next door to the village of Wagyu married over. She has a cousin named Lu Xiao Chui. The two are very good relations. As soon as they have time, they will come to find Lu Xiangxiao to play. The key Lu Xiao Chui Long is also considered to be as beautiful as a flower. Yang Dazhu look on people too normal. You say this? I've been a single dog for more than 20 years. What's wrong with me finding a daughter-in-law? Yang Dazhu retorted unconvincingly. Then you talk to Sister Xiangxiao yourself. Why are you talking to me? Qin Xiaolong said. You're not on good terms with Sister Xiangxiao. Your words must carry more weight than mine. I'm begging you. I'm counting on you to get me out of this year. Yang Dazhu said with a pleasing face. Seeing as your kid is still honest, I'll do this favor, but I won't guarantee whether it will work or not. Qin Xiaolong and Yang Dazhu were good brothers who had played together since childhood. He naturally wouldn't refuse. It's fine, as long as you get the word to me, I'll work on the rest myself. Yang Dazhu hurriedly said. He was not familiar with Lu Xiao Chui, but if Lu Xiangxiao was willing to matchmaker, it would be much easier for him to chase Lu Xiao Chui again. And if he still couldn't catch up with others at that time, he could only say that he himself was incapable. Next, the two chatted a few more sentences. Yang Dazhu went home. After lunch, Qin Xiaolong took 2 cigarettes and 2 bottles of wine bought by his dad, and the two of them came to the village head Chen Guofu's house together. Looking at the things Qin Xiaolong brought, Chen Guofu, who was drinking tea and watching TV, suddenly frowned. What's the meaning of this? No meaning, it's just a little token of appreciation. Please don't mind the village head, Qin Xiaolong said with a faint smile. No merit. First say clearly what exactly you want, otherwise I wouldn't dare to accept your things. Chen Guofu faintly said back. He and Qin Xiaolong had always been at odds, yet today Qin Xiaolong came to give him a gift. If there was nothing fishy behind this, the ghosts would not believe it. Village chief, it's like this. I want to contract the barren mountain on the east slope of our village. See if you can give a grant. Qin Xiaolong said bluntly. Last night, Su Yafu told him that the livestock supplier would be handed over to him in the future, but he knew very well that with the existing livestock in their village alone, it would only be enough for Dragon Court Restaurant to consume for a month. That's why he wanted to save for a rainy day, and contracted the barren mountains in advance to engage in farming, so that he could guarantee the supply. Of course, the way he farmed was still using the most primitive free-range farming to ensure the quality of the livestock. It's not that I'm looking down on you, even if I approve it. Can you come up with the contracting money? Chen Guofu's mouth curled up, a hint of contempt hidden on his face. Don't worry about this. As long as you're willing to approve it, I guarantee that the contracting payment will be a penny less. Qin Xiaolong returned in a cloudy manner. He knows that Chen Guangfu looks down on himself, but it doesn't matter. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. It won't be long before Qin Guangfu has to look up to him. That barren mountain on the east slope adds up to an area of almost 200 to 300 acres, planting crops and not much harvest. What's the use of you contracting it? Chen Guofu asked, full of curiosity. I intend to start a breeding. When I make money, I can still bring our whole village together to become rich. Qin Xiaolong did not hide his purpose. Just you still want to make money? I'm afraid that you'll lose money to the point that you won't have any pants left. Chen Guofu snorted nonchalantly. I won't bother you if I lose money or not. Village chief, just say if you can grant me the land. Qin Xiaolong looked calm and did not engage in a verbal fight with Chen Guofu. Of course I can. How can I not want you to give money to the village? Chen Guofu said with a mocking face. He despised Qin Xiaolong from the bottom of his heart, so he didn't think Qin Xiaolong could succeed at all. However, that piece of mountain land in Dongpa is still deserted. Contracting it out can still create a little income for the village. This kind of good thing of course he can't refuse. Then you give a price. Qin Xiaolong then said. The area of that mountainous land on the east slope is estimated to have 260 or 70 acres, and I don't talk to you much. Just according to 250 acres to calculate. Each acre a year to charge you 200 rent. Guafu, you want this rent is too high. Our village those good land a year rent is only 600 or 700. That mountainous land is useless. You want 200 a year. This is not a pit. Qin Fuguei couldn't help but interrupt Chen Guofu. Fuguei, I don't like to hear this. That mountain land is collectively owned by the village, not our family. 200 a year is the village committee. I can only rent it to you according to this price. Otherwise other people won't scold me. Chen Guofu to harm the collective interests. Chen Guofu said in a dignified manner. Village chief, who doesn't know that you are the biggest in our village? Your words are the holy decree. Who dares to say that you are not? For the sake of our poor family, please lower the rent a little bit, so that I can afford to rent. The village can also be an additional income. We can realize a win-win situation. Right. I suddenly remembered that there are still 2 hibiscus king cigarettes in our house that no one has smoked, so I'll send them over to you tonight. Qin Xiaolong is also a human savant. He is well versed in all kinds of human affairs. Some flattering down. Chen Guofu suddenly that is uncomfortable. Chapter 43, The Netizen Who Cheats Money. Since you are sincere in contracting, then I'll lower this price for you some more. 150 per acre per year. This is the lowest price. Don't haggle with me. Chen Guofu said in an official voice. He knows very well that the mountainous land in Dongspo is impossible to be contracted by anyone except Qin Xiaolong, so it doesn't matter if the price is lower, as long as it's contracted out. It's an income generator for the village. Thank you, village head. Hearing Chen Guofu lower the rent, Qin Xiaolong hurriedly said thanks, although he didn't like Chen Guofu, but just moving his lips to save tens of thousands of dollars. This kind of thing little cute, only to not do it. Don't be in a hurry to thank. I'll tell you, if you really intend to contract the mountainous land on the east slope, the rent must be paid for 3 years at once. This is the rule of the village. I can't change it. Chen Guofu continued. No problem. Qin Xiaolong now had money on hand, not to mention paying for 3 years at once. Even if he paid for 30 years, there was no problem. Then you go with me to the village committee to sign the contract. Chen Guofu got up and said, at the same time stuffing the cigarettes and wine sent by Qin Xiaolong into the cabinet. Good. Qin Xiaolong nodded and had just walked to the door with Chen Guofu when he ran into Chen Wenbin driving his motorcycle back with Chen Xiaoyu. Xiaolong, what are you doing in my house? Chen Xiaoyu asked with a surprised face. I came to talk to the village chief about something. Qin Xiaolong casually replied. What do you have to talk about? Chen Xiaoyu continued to ask. Why ask so many questions? Hurry home and go wash your clothes. Chen Guofu waved his hand and said. He had always disliked his daughter having too much interaction with Qin Xiaolong. If you don't ask, don't ask. What's so fierce about it? Lu. Chen Xiaoyu playfully spat out her tongue before returning home. After arriving at the village committee, Chen Guofu personally drafted a contract. According to the contract, the entire east slope is converted into 250 acres to be rented to Qin Xiaolong. Each acre of land is rented for $150 a year. Qin Xiaolong leases it for 30 years, and each time he needs to pay 3 years of rent. At the same time, the rent in the future will float accordingly according to the market price. This contract you read it. No comments, just sign and press a handprint. Chen Guofu said while handing the contract to Qin Xiaolong. Qin Xiaolong naturally had no opinion and signed his name very quickly. Seeing this, Chen Guofu took out his cell phone and dialed the village accountant Li Gangxian's phone. Hey, Gangxian, you come to the village committee now and enter an account. Village chief, I have something to come to town. I'll go back at night and get it okay. Li Gang now on the other end of the phone returned. How the do you run to the town twice in 3 days? This accountant you still want to do it. You do not want to do it, I will change now. Chen Guofu directly scolded. The day before yesterday he had something to look for Li Gangxian. The result was that Li Gangxian said he was in the town. And today it's like this again. He is a little angry. Village chief, don't be angry. I'll go back now, okay? Village accountant can make a lot of oil and water. Li Gang now cannot afford to give up this position. Stabilized Chen Guofu and then began to rush back. Qin Xiaolong is clear in his heart. Li Gang is now absolutely to find the vixen. This guy is typically in the blessed do not know the blessing, deserved to be cuckolded by him. Good in the town from Taoyuan village is not far. Li Gang now riding a motorcycle. This less than 10 minutes he came back. When he saw Qin Xiaolong's time, Li Gang now faced suddenly a cold. How are you here? I contracted that piece of mountain land on the east slope of our village, waiting for you to come back to pay the money. Qin Xiaolong faintly returned. Where did you get the money to contract the east slope? Li Gang now questioned with a raised eyebrow. What do you care? Qin Xiaolong replied with a cold attitude. He was already at loggerheads with Li Gang Xian, so naturally he didn't need to give him a good face. Cut the crap. Hurry up and give Qin Xiaolong a receipt according to the amount on the contract. Chen Guofu urged with an impatient face. Hearing this, Li Gang now took the contract and glanced at it. Qin Xiaolong surprisingly needed to pay $112,500 for 3 years. This money, even for him, this was a huge sum of money. He simply didn't believe that Qin Xiaolong could afford to take it out. However, after he gave Qin Xiaolong the bank account of the village committee, Qin Xiaolong transferred the money on the spot. Looking at the arrival text message, Li Gang now froze once again. He completely did not expect Qin Xiaolong to be able to come up with this huge amount. However, Qin Xiaolong didn't give any explanation to Li Gangcheng, took the contract and the receipt and went home with his dad. How about Xiaolong? Did the village head contract Dompa to you? Seeing Qin Xiaolong back, Liang Jing, who had been waiting at home, hurriedly asked. Took it smoothly, Qin Xiaolong said with a faint smile. That's good. In the future, let's work together as a family. I'd like to see who dares to look down on our family, Liang Jing said in a loud voice. Qin Xiaolong contracted the Barren Mountains and both of them said that if this were in the past, they would definitely not agree. But now it's not the same. Their son has made a good living, can earn money, they have nothing to do. Naturally unconditional support for their son. She believed that her son would be able to make a career and honor their old Qin family. Mom, don't worry. In the future, everyone in our village will have to flatter us. Qin Xiaolong smiled back. After chatting with his mom, Qin Xiaolong went out to Lu Xiangqiao's house and told her about Yang Daju's interest in her cousin Lu Xiaocui. This is if other people say, Lu Xiangqiao certainly will not help, but change into Qin Xiaolong that nature is different. She promised down, must try to help Yang Daju and say. After leaving Lu Xiangqiao's house, Qin Xiaolong went straight to Donpa and did some fieldwork. He has already planned. These days spend time to transform this side of Donpa into a farm. Just wait for the scale to develop. He can completely find a few more hotels lying around to make money. After the survey, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Xiaolong, who was sweating profusely, was planning to go home and take a shower, and he couldn't help but stop when he passed by Zhao Er Donkey's house, only to see a stout body, neck with a big gold chain man is holding a pile of banknotes, one by one sent to a few villagers in front of him. The last villager Hao Ran is his dad Qin Fugui. His dad was wearing a very shabby dress, his hair was disheveled and his face was dirty, and in the big gold chain man next to another 2 men and a woman, where the woman is holding a cell phone, obviously doing a live broadcast. Obviously these people are netroots. Lao Tai guys. As you can see, I, Dong Dezhuang, have always been true to my word. I have already donated my share of the reward money to these poor families, and I also ask all of you to support me, Dong Dezhuang, so that I can continue to be charitable, and continue to pass the love on. The man with the big gold chain said loudly into his cell phone. Old iron people, Chinese people don't lie to Chinese people, who still want to give love can directly chat privately with us, or directly reward in the live broadcast. I thank you all for these poor households. A man next to the man with the gold chain followed. Within the live broadcast room, there were soon people rewarding gifts. Thank you for the airplane reward from my lifetime prosperity, Big Brother. Big Brother 666. Thank you for my Shinzhou Guanxi brother, rewarded rocket. Big Brother is awesome. Asterisk 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 thanks to my Tigerfish First Handsome, Big Brother for sending out the treasure map. Big Brother awesome. I kowtow to Big Brother. Because the treasure map was worth $5,000. The man with the gold chain knelt on the ground and kowtowed on the spot. Chapter 44 revealed. Old irons, there's a gift to brush. A dime apiece is love. Dezhuang for all the poor households to bless the old ironman who swiped the gift each 18 centimeters. When the CEO, to marry the white rich beauty. After the man with the gold chain got up from the ground, he urged netizens to brush up their gifts for him. That face, completely like a network beggar. At the same time, another man quietly called Qin Fugui and a few other villagers to the side, asked for all the $1,000 that had just been sent to them, and then handed them a pot of peanut oil each. Seeing this scene, Qin Xiaolong instantly thought of a news he had read before. The news said that a few netizens went to the village to give money to the poor households in the name of charity. But in reality, they were just acting for the netizens to see. It was all a setup. And afterwards, they would ask for the money back, and then give the poor households a little bit of random benefits to get rid of them. Qin Xiaolong was really surprised that the same thing would happen in their village. Hey, you bunch of dead crooks, taking advantage of other people's kindness to cheat them out of money. Won't your conscience hurt? Qin Xiaolong was not a saint, but these few netizens were using other people's kindness to make obscene money. This kind of person was simply a social tumor. He had the obligation to expose them, not for any other reason, just to not let those who are truly kind-hearted chill their hearts. Who the hell are you? Less meddling here. Zhang Chang glanced at Qin Xiaolong and said with an arrogant look, I'm your grandpa. Qin Xiaolong was even more arrogant than Zhang Chang as he lifted his foot and directly kicked Zhang Chang to the ground. Damn it, I'll get you killed. Zhang Chang roared angrily and was ready to retaliate back after getting up from the ground. However, he twisted his arm with Qin Xiaolong before he could touch him. On the other side, Dong Dezhuang, who was licking his chops to ask for a gift, saw his little brother being beaten and his face suddenly sank. Kid, release Zhang Chang. Dong Dezhuang immediately walked over and droned. It's no problem to release him. You first apologize to the netizens in the live broadcast room and tell them how you cheated them out of their money. Qin Xiaolong said with a cold smile. Don't you spit blood here. I, Dong Dezhuang, have done the right thing. I've never cheated anyone. Dong Dezhuang said righteously. Brothers in the live broadcast room, everyone look. I don't know where a black powder came out from. It's slandering brother Dezhuang. What do you say? The net red-faced woman holding the cell phone immediately aimed the camera at Qin Xiaolong, and as soon as she came up, she dubbed Qin Xiaolong a black powder. Brother Daxiang, him, I'll paint you rockets. The black fans are all dead to the master. Brother Daxiang gets blackmailed even when he does something good. Some people are so stupid and bad nowadays. We're in for a treat. Beer, melon seeds and mineral water are on sale. Oh, Dong Daxiang himself is black as hell. What else does he need to be black? With the appearance of Qin Xiaolong, the netizens in the live broadcast room have launched pop-ups. The number of pop-ups instantly doubled. Qin Xiaolong didn't know what was going on in the live broadcast room. He took a violent step and rushed to the female netizen, snatching his cell phone down. Netizens in the live broadcast room, these people are all liars. They were just acting for you to see. If you don't believe me, you can ask the several so-called poor households. Seeing that the scam was about to be revealed, Dong Daxiang rushed forward to grab the phone. However, Qin Xiaolong casually waved his hand and the man fell to the ground. What the are you all waiting for? Hurry up and grab the phone. Dong Dezhuang roared. The other few people came back to their senses and rushed towards Qin Xiaolong together, yet in the blink of an eye, they were all put down on the ground by Qin Xiaolong. Netizens, this man is my father. Let him tell you how Dong Dezhuang does charity. Qin Xiaolong once again aimed the camera at his dad, Qin Fugue. Qin Fugue was still a bit confused at this time, but he still said truthfully, these city people said that they would let us pretend to be poor households, and that we don't have to do anything but cooperate with their live broadcast. The $1,000 they gave us just now have all been asked back, but they gave us a pot of oil as payment. After saying this, Qin Fugue even purposely shook the peanut oil in his hand. Everyone heard that. These scum are just utilizing your love. Everyone must stop swiping gifts for them. Qin Xiaolong then said to the netizens in the live broadcast room, Grass, Dog Bei Dong Dezhuang, refund your money. Ha ha, I said long ago that Dong Dezhuang was cheating. You guys still scolded me. Now you know who is the cutie. I'm not sure if you're a good person or a good person. Report this garbage anchor. Must be blocked permanently. After learning the truth of the matter, a group of netizens instantly excited. Thanks to the network. If this is in reality, a mouthful of spittle can drown Dong Dezhuang several people. Seeing his purpose reached, Qin Xiaolong only threw the phone back. Old irons. Everyone mustn't believe him. He's clearly smearing me on purpose. Dong Dezhuang picked up his cell phone and was still making his final sophistry. But unfortunately, no one believed him at all anymore, and the pop-ups were clear of cursing him. And because of the public anger, there are too many reporters, and soon the Tigerfish Live official banned him from the live room. As the saying goes, cutting off people's money is like killing their parents. And seeing that he was even blocked from his live room, Dong Dezhuang instantly became furious. Give me a copy of the guy. Get him dead. Dong Dezhuang was originally a gangster, because just now in the live broadcast, he did not dare to do it, but now the live broadcast room are blocked. He no longer have any scruples. Called on his own, a few little brother rushed to not far away from a Toyota Baidao, and then one person took a steel pipe and rushed over towards Qin Xiaolong. Looking at the murderous several people, Qin Xiao not only did not panic, and even wanted to laugh a little. To know this is his territory. A few outsiders dare to be arrogant, afraid that they really have never been beaten by society. Dad, step back a bit, don't get hurt. After speaking to his dad, Qin Xiaolong took the initiative to walk towards Dong Dazhuang's few people. In front of Qin Xiaolong, Dong Dazhuang's few people were completely dirt. In less than a minute, they were all lying on the ground. Hey, why don't you call out old Iron 666? Qin Xiaolong flirted with Dong Dazhuang with a smile on his face. I admit defeat today, but you wait for me. I'll definitely avenge this. Dong Dazhuang looked at Qin Xiaolong with resentment and said, alright, I'll wait. Qin Xiaolong returned with disdain and directly took out his cell phone and dialed the police. Not long after, people from the town's police station came and arrested all of the several people for the crime of provoking trouble. The next day, Qin Xiaolong got up early, and according to the agreement, sent the poultry and livestock needed by the Dragon Court restaurant to the back kitchen before 6 o'clock. When Qin Xiaolong entered Su Yafu's office with the receipt, he froze. He didn't expect that Su Yafu was wearing a semi-see-through muslin nightgown. Underneath the pajamas, the delicate scenery was hidden, which really wanted to hook people's souls. Chapter 45. Sister Su, I was wrong. Sister Su, why are you wearing pajamas in the office? Qin Xiaolong asked after swallowing his saliva. Sister is wearing it especially for you. How is it? Does it look good? Su Yafu hooked her finger towards Qin Xiaolong and said with a seductive face. Not to mention a bloodthirsty young man like Qin Xiaolong, even those monks who had attained the way would probably have to break their fast in the face of her. Sis, don't joke with me, or you won't blame me if I commit a crime later. Qin Xiaolong bitterly smiled back, although Su Yafu's demeanor was frivolous. Qin Xiaolong knew very well that if he dared to touch her, he would definitely die a horrible death. Ha ha, you're still really cute. Su Yafu smiled sweetly before saying, yesterday, our Dragon Court restaurant officially opened. Business was too busy, and then I simply made do with a night here. And I haven't even come here to change your clothes before you came. But this is taken as a reward for your welfare. Other men don't have the chance to see me in my pajamas. Thank you Sister Su for being so nice to me. Although Qin Xiaolong had a full stomach, he could only look but not eat. It was definitely a very painful torture. Let's go. You hurry up and give me some more acupuncture. I still have a lot of things to do today. Su Yafu didn't tease Qin Xiaolong anymore. Taking him along into the bedroom hidden behind the bookshelves, Qin Xiaolong washed his hands and started giving Su Yafu acupuncture just like the previous afternoon. An hour later, the acupuncture ended. Sister Su, can I borrow your toilet here? Qin Xiaolong asked after putting away the silver needles. You can't help it. You don't want to go to the restroom and hit the gray machine, do you? Su Yafu laughs and jokes. How could that be? I'm just anxious to pee. Qin Xiaolong returned with a black face. It's only Su Yafu who was bold enough to tell him this kind of dirty joke. If it were any other woman, she would have been too shy to speak. It's okay, even if you really want to play gray machine, sister will not look down on you. It's normal. Only you pay attention to point. Small jerks pleasure, big jerks hurt the body. Strong jerks fly ash annihilation. Su Yafu continued to joke with Qin Xiaolong. Faced with Su Yafu, this bold goblin, Qin Xiaolong was already speechless and hurriedly turned around to go to the restroom. Ah, Xiaolong, come over here. Qin Xiaolong was in the middle of peeing when Su Yafu's scream suddenly came from his ears. Qin Xiaolong thought something had happened and rushed out without even zipping up. What's wrong, Sister Su? Qin Xiaolong hurriedly asked. Xiaolong, my armpits have suddenly turned fragrant. What's going on? Su Yafu said full of nervousness. Let me take a look. Qin Xiaolong walked over to Su Yafu and sniffed under her armpit, and indeed smelled a faint fragrance. That scent was very special. Straight away it made one's hormones soar, and one had the urge to go and reproduce the next generation. Xiaolong, what's going on? You won't cure sis, right? Su Yafu asked worriedly. Sis, you've gotten lucky. My acupuncture just now unintentionally activated the fragrance source urinary gland in your body. From now on, you're fragrance princess in the world. Qin Xiaolong said with a smile. No, make your words clearer. How did I become fragrant concubine in the world? Su Yafu asked with a bewildered expression. In the human body, there is a very mysterious gland called the fragrance origin urinary gland. The ancient fragrant concubine's body carries its own fragrance because her fragrance origin urinary gland was activated. Only this gland is too mysterious. Unless there is enough chance, or even the gods can't find its location. But as long as it is activated, a woman's body will always produce aromas. These aromas are beneficial to a woman without any harm. Not only can it make a woman more attractive, but it can also help a woman nourish her yin and nourish her face, repel the filth and aroma of her body, and slow down the aging process. So it can be said that it can be encountered, but not sought. Qin Xiaolong quickly explained. The fragrance produced by the fragrance source urinary gland was very similar to a girl's virginal body fragrance, except that this situation could be described as a phoenix feather, and not even a single case in a million would appear. Then in that case, shouldn't sis set up a drink to celebrate? Su Yafu said with an excited face. Yes, this matter must be celebrated. In the future, Sis is expected to become the world's first great beauty. Other women in front of you have to step aside. Qin Xiaolong said with a smile. He. Thank you Xiaolong, this is all because of you. Sis really loves you now. In the past, Su Yafu needed to spray a lot of perfume when she went out because of her fox odor, and she was afraid of being smelled out. But Qin Xiaolong not only helped her eradicate her fox odor, but also made her become a woman like the legendary fragrant concubine. Even though she has always been pampered, she was as excited as a child at this time. Sister, didn't you say before that as long as I cured you of any request you would promise me? Do you still mean what you said? Qin Xiaolong asked with a twist of words. Of course it counts. Say it, what are your demands? Su Yafu quickly returned. I don't have any requirements either. As long as you, Sister Su, give me a wife. Qin Xiaolong said with a smile on his lips. In fact, he was just joking with Su Yafu. He knew very well that it was impossible for the other Su Yafu to even look at himself. You brat, your guts are really not small. How dare you hit on my idea? Do you believe that I will find someone to chop you up as flower fertilizer right now? Su Yafu said with the corner of her mouth curled up in a smile. Sister Su, you were the one who said what you asked me to promise me before. You can't go back on your word. Qin Xiaolong argued reasonably. Fine, as long as you're not afraid to die, then you can come, Su Yafu said with an indifferent look. Looking at the flavorful Su Yafu in front of him, Qin Xiaolong only felt a rush of hot blood in his body before something flowed out of his nose. He touched it with his hand, only to realize that it was nosebleed. Asterisk. Disgrace to my grandma's house. Qin Xiaolong couldn't be bothered to joke with Su Yafu anymore and hurriedly ran into the toilet, while behind him came Su Yafu's silvery laughter. After slapping his forehead with cool water for a full 3 to 4 minutes, Qin Xiaolong was able to stop his nosebleed. However, just as he walked out of the toilet, Su Yafu teased him once again. Hubby, hurry up and come over. Slave will help you remove the fire. Sister Su, I'm wrong, don't joke with me, my brother really can't take it anymore. Qin Xiaolong hurriedly begged for mercy. This woman, Su Yafu, is bewitching to the bone. If he is teased by her again, Qin Xiaolong should probably turn into a wild beast. Chapter 46, Poisonous Miasma. I'm not joking with you, I've already agreed to be your wife. Come on hubby, I'm waiting for you to hurt me. Su Yafu has a smile on the corner of her mouth and deliberately throws another wink at Qin Xiaolong. Don't. I just casually said it just now. I don't have that fortune to marry such a beautiful wife like you. Sister Su, Qin Xiaolong returned with a bitter smile on his face. What? Are you going to abandon your slave so soon? You're really a thin-skinned, heartless man. Su Yafu's small mouth pouted. That pitiful look made Qin Xiaolong want to swallow her in one bite. But in the end, he still held back. Sister Su, I want to leave if there's nothing else. This is today's receipt. You remember to transfer the money to me. After saying this, Qin Xiaolong flew away from Su Yafu's small bedroom. Little bastard, you can run away from the monk but not the temple. Sooner or later, sister will make you kneel down and sing conquest. Looking at Qin Xiaolong's departing back, the corner of Su Yafu's mouth once again drew a charming arc. After meeting up with Yang Dazhu, Qin Xiaolong didn't rush home, but went to the automobile city first. Although there are many other brands of cars here, in the end, he still spends $58,000 to buy a Wulingshan car. As for the reason is only one. The Wulingshan car is durable. He usually pulls goods or something even if the cuts touched also do not need to feel pain. Moreover, this car is just his transition to use. When he later earned a lot of money, he will certainly change again luxury car. Under the operation of the 4-store staff, Qin Xiaolong got a license plate at noon that day, and then he drove his car directly back to the village. Seeing that their son had bought a car, Liang Jing and her husband felt even more proud of themselves and walked with straight backs. After all, in the past, the only 4-wheeled vehicle in their family was a tractor, and now that the family had bought a new car, they could finally become the envy of other families. After a short rest at home, Qin Xiaolong took his dad to the town to purchase all the materials needed to build the farm, and all the things together cost him almost $20,000. When those things were transported back to the village, Qin Xiaolong found a dozen strong laborers, and then began to follow his own design on his contracted east slope began a comprehensive remodeling. Before Qin Xiaolong's family was poor, many people in the same village looked down on their family, but now Qin Xiaolong in a short period of time to pay off the family's debt, not to mention, and is to buy a car, and is contracted to the mountain. The people of the Qin Xiaolong family's attitude has obviously changed. Have praised Liang Jing gave birth to a good son, and intentionally with them to set up a close relationship. Of course, there is no lack of some red-eyed, sour can't, deliberately spread rumors, said Qin Xiaolong is a white boy, which has money. Qin Xiaolong is clear in his heart that the rumor mongers are the ones who can't see the good in others, and he doesn't bother to take care of them. Anyway, his own family's days will only get better and better. Those people will not even qualify him to be angry in the future. The next morning, after letting his dad stay behind as a supervisor, Qin Xiaolong once again entered the mountain. He intends to harvest all the remaining dendrobiums in that valley, and by then he estimates that he can still sell 100,000, which is enough money for him to start his own breeding program. Without stopping along the way, Qin Xiaolong came to that valley at less than 9 o'clock. A dendrobium was constantly being pocketed by Qin Xiaolong. The feeling of almost picking up money was called a cool. After busy for half an hour, Qin Xiaolong was about to rest for a while, when he realized that there was a grass yellow mist floating in the valley in front of him. However, Qin Xiaolong soon determined that it was not a mist, but a poisonous miasma. Continuing onwards, at the bottom of the valley, there are also animal carcasses scattered. At first glance, this place looks like an animal graveyard. The picture is quite shocking, and at a distance of almost 10 meters away from those corpses is growing a piece of black fern. Black fern, in the countryside known as the universal antidote to poison. Because of the existence of these black fern, the poisonous miasma only coalesced in the valley in front of them, and did not spread outward. I didn't expect this to have poisonous miasma. Fortunately I didn't enter into it by mistake, otherwise wouldn't I have to die young? Looking at the poisonous miasma in front of him, Qin Xiaolong's heart was also a burst of happiness. From those skeletons all over the place, it was enough to tell that this miasma definitely contained poison. While he was still a mortal body now, he couldn't be invulnerable to all poisons. Qin Xiaolong was about to leave when a faint fragrance suddenly drifted into his nose between breaths. The scent was very faint, but it revitalized Qin Xiaolong's spirit as he immediately stopped and looked into the depths of the poisonous miasma. As the old saying goes, there will be strange treasures in dangerous places under the world. Qin Xiaolong had a strong intuition that this poisonous miasma was most likely hiding some kind of heavenly treasure, and this aroma should be emanating from that thing. After a slight hesitation, Qin Xiaolong decided to go deeper into the poisonous miasma to find out. Qin Xiaolong quickly climbed from the mountainside to the bottom of the valley, and then came to the side of the black fern bush. Qin Xiaolong first got a large handful of black ferns, then tore off a piece of cloth from his clothes and put the mashed black ferns on the side of the cloth, using them to make a simple antivirus mask. After everything was prepared, Qin Xiaolong entered the poisonous miasma with the anti-poison mask. The deeper they went, the more animal carcasses on the ground, the heavier the poisonous miasma became. Luckily, the Wu fern was worthy of being a universal antidote to poison, and after being filtered through it, Qin Xiaolong didn't feel any discomfort. Moving all the way along the valley, after walking nearly 100 meters, Qin Xiaolong finally stopped, only to see that halfway up the mountainside, there was a very strange plant growing. It was brown in color, with sharp spikes growing above the rhizome, while its leaves were covered with greenish bumps, looking like a toad had become a spirit. But the most surprising thing is that the top of the rhizome is blooming with a colorful flower, and the strange fragrance mixed in the air was coming from this 7-colored flower. This is the 7-colored pansy. After a moment's daze, Qin Xiaolong violently exclaimed in shock. According to the inheritance memory records, the 7-colored violet is a kind of heaven and earth strange flower. This kind of flower before the blossom contains poisonous, touch it will die. However, the opposite is true. The flower that blossoms out of the 7-colored violet is the antidote to poison, which can solve all poisons in heaven and earth. In addition to this, there are many other wonderful uses for the pansy, and its value can't be measured in terms of money. I didn't expect that even this legendary flower would let me stumble upon it. It seems that I, Qin Xiaolong, am really going to have a lucky break. At this moment, Qin Xiaolong was simply more excited than buying a lottery ticket and winning $100 million, because he knows very well, even if he put it in the ancient times, the 7-colored violet is a treasure that everyone coaxes for. Once it appears, it is bound to cause a bloody storm, but he picked up the bargain for nothing. This feeling of pie falling from the sky and also hitting himself is really refreshing. Chapter 47, $2,000 reward. However, the blooming time of the pansies is extremely short, only 1 hour. Once the blooming period is over, the pansies will quickly wither and fade, and when they bloom again next time, they won't know what time it will be. Qin Xiaolong didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly dug out the whole 7-colored violets with his sickle. According to the inherited memories, the juice from the roots of the pansies must be dripped onto the petals to air dry them, so as to maximize the medicinal efficacy of the pansies, or else the pansies will become worthless after a long period of time. When the root juice drops on the pansy petals, those petals immediately stop releasing fragrance. The color of the flower also dimmed, no longer bright and colorful just now. After another hour, when the pansies were completely air-dried, Qin Xiaolong carefully put them away. Today is really a big profit. Qin Xiaolong was so springy at this moment, his mouth was almost crooked with laughter. However, he knew very well that there was an old saying in this world that a man who is not guilty of a crime is guilty of a crime. The matter of him obtaining the 7-colored cordial must not be divulged, or else it would most likely bring about a murderous disaster for him. After slightly stabilizing his emotions, Qin Xiaolong quickly left the poisonous miasma valley. At this time, Qin Xiaolong no longer had the heart to dig up other herbs. He loaded all the dendrobiums and went down the mountain. By the time he reached home, it was just 12 o'clock. Ha, Xiaolong, why are you back so early today? Liang Jing originally thought that her son would have to come back in the afternoon. She didn't expect him to come back at noon at all. I got lucky today and got 2 more bags of dendrobium, so I came back early. Qin Xiaolong casually found a reason to explain. Ha ha, getting rich. Looking at the 2 big snakeskin bags full of dendrobiums, Liang Jing instantly cheered. Alright, hurry up and go give our son noodles, Qin Fugui said. Got it. Liang Jing replied back, smilingly went to the kitchen, and in a short while served Qin Xiaolong a big bowl of noodles with eggs. Qin Xiaolong went to the mountain to run for half a day, had long been hungry, took the noodles and then feasted on them. After eating, Qin Xiaolong specially found a piece of white cloth and wrapped the 7-colored pansy and hid it in the innermost hidden position of the closet. He then took out his cell phone and called Mu Qiushi. Hey, Qiushi, I got another batch of dendrobium, see when you'll send someone to pull it. Qin Xiaolong said after the call was connected. I'll personally go over to get it later. Mu Qiushi hurriedly replied. The quality of the last batch of dendrobium is very good. She took it back before she even had time to make tippy maple pipe. It was almost snapped up by the old customers. Can you trade in cash this time? This batch of dendrobium is worth almost 120,000. Plus some herbs I received. The total value should be around 140,000. Qin Xiaolong discussed with Mu Qiushi. He has to continue to purchase livestock in the afternoon. But many older people in the village don't know how to pay by cell phone at all. They have to use cash. If Mu Qiushi brings cash over, he'll save himself the trouble of going to the town to get money again. That's no problem. I'll go over to you later when I'm done with the work at hand. Mu Qiushi immediately agreed. Okay, then I'll wait for you at home. After returning another sentence, Qin Xiaolong hung up the phone. Because of the heat, Qin Xiaolong went out the door and prepared to go to the village head store to buy a few bottles of cold beer to come back and drink. However, only just reaching the door he stopped. He saw that his newly bought Wuling car had been scratched on both the left and right sides of the body, and the bottom paint was exposed. Damn it, which scratched the master's car? I curse you to go out and get hit by a car and die. Qin Xiaolong cursed towards both sides of the street. Although the Wuling car is very cheap, but this is he just bought a new car. The result is less than a day was scratched. Even if Qin Xiaolong temperament again good cannot stand. Xiaolong, what happened? Hearing Qin Xiaolong cursing outside, Liang Jing, who was already preparing for her lunch break, rushed out. My car was scratched. Qin Xiaolong forced down his anger and said, what kind of murderer is this so unethical? What kind of ability do you have to scratch our family's car? Looking at the deep scratches on the car, Liang Jing was also heartbroken at this time. Because it was noon, there was no one on the street. Qin Xiaolong could not determine who scratched his car, but he did not intend to let it go. He came directly to the village committee. At this time, Ma Dongmei, the women's director, was on duty. Qin Xiaolong spoke to Ma Dongmei and went to the radio room. Hey, folks of Taoyuan village, this is Qin Xiaolong. Just a moment ago my car was scratched. No matter who it is, as long as you give me clues to help me find the one who scratched my car, I'll give him a reward of $2,000. Qin Xiaolong said through the loudspeaker. There is no surveillance in the village, and his car is not equipped with an onboard camera. Trying to find out the person who scratched the car is simply impossible. That's why he came to the village committee to publicly issue a reward. He doesn't believe that he can't find that person. After 3 successive broadcasts, Qin Xiaolong went home and waited patiently. About 10 minutes later, villager Chen Lu came to their house. Xiaolong, is it that you'll give $2,000 as long as you give you a clue? Chen Lu asked directly. I'll pay if your clue is true. I have the money ready, Qin Xiaolong said, directly flashing $2,000 in cash. When I came back from the field today, I happened to run into Zhang Dayang's son, Zhang Pengcheng, hanging around in front of your car, and he was holding a rock in his hand, although I didn't see him do it with my own eyes. But this kid has always been bad at doing good things, so I think there's a possibility that it's the same guy who scratched your car. Chen Lu hurriedly spoke out his findings. Zhang Pengcheng? So it's this little brat again. Qin Xiaolong cursed angrily, and in his heart, he instantly determined that the suspect was Zhang Pengcheng. Zhang Pengcheng, this kid, because he was spoiled by his grandmother. Bold as hell. Besides him, others, even if they wanted to scratch his car, would definitely choose to sneak in at night, not in broad daylight. Xiaolong, don't tell Granny Wang that it's my snitch, otherwise the dead old woman will definitely go to my house to make trouble. Chen Lu continued. Don't worry, I definitely won't betray you. Here's the money. Qin Xiaolong handed over $2,000 to Chen Lu, copied a willow and went to Zhang Pengcheng's house. At this time Zhang Pengcheng was playing King Pesticide in the yard. When he saw Qin Xiaolong enter the door, he was like a mouse seeing a cat, running with his legs. But how could he outrun Qin Xiaolong? And in the blink of an eye, he was caught by Qin Xiaolong. "Grandma save me! Grandma save me!" The captured Zhang Pengcheng shouted out in a stern voice. Inside the house, Granny Wang was sleeping and rushed out after hearing her grandson's cries for help. Chapter 48, The Arrogant Boss. "Qin Xiaolong, let go of my grandson!" Granny Wang shouted and quickly rushed towards Qin Xiaolong. Qin Xiaolong didn't even pay attention to her, picking up the willow stick and whipping it against Zhang Pengcheng's ass. "Ah! It hurts me! Granny save me! Ah!" Zhang Pengcheng was drawn by the willow stick and kept screaming miserably. Granny Wang looked so distressed. "Qin Xiaolong, you quickly let go of my grandson." Granny Wang wanted to pull Qin Xiaolong away, but she was just an old woman. How could she pull Qin Xiaolong? Seeing this, Granny Wang raised her hand and grabbed towards Qin Xiaolong's face. Qin Xiaolong flung his hand away and Granny Wang stumbled and fell to the ground. Say, did you scratch my car? Qin Xiaolong asked in a cold voice. "It's not me who scratched it. I didn't scratch your car at all." Zhang Pengcheng did not admit it. Dead duck mouth hard. Qin Xiaolong did not have any mercy, throwing his hand at Zhang Pengcheng's buttocks and smacking it a few more times. In order to save her grandson, Granny Wang immediately rushed to the kitchen to get a kitchen knife. "Qin Xiaolong, if you hit my grandson again I'll chop you to death." Granny Wang threatened viciously with the knife. "Granny Wang, your grandson scratched my car. I have to teach him a lesson today." Qin Xiaolong returned with cold eyes. "I didn't scratch his car. Granny save me." Zhang Pengcheng cried out. "I don't care if he scratched your car or not. Hurry up and let him go." Granny Wang gritted her teeth and said, that look in her eyes, as if she wanted to eat Qin Xiaolong alive. Seeing that this dead old woman was still so unreasonable, Qin Xiaolong sneered and viciously whipped Zhang Pengcheng in front of Granny Wang. "Aha!" Zhang Pengcheng screamed in pain, and Granny Wang was even more enraged. "I'll chop you to death, you bastard." Granny Wang roared angrily and raised her kitchen knife to hack towards Qin Xiaolong. Qin Xiaolong had a disdainful look on his face, and in the moment when the chopper was about to fall on him, he snapped out and directly took the white man with his empty hand, while rewarding Wang Xiaolong with another slap. Qin Xiaolong didn't use too much force in this slap, but it still slapped Granny Wang dizzily. "I'll ask one last time, did you scratch my car? If you still don't tell the truth, I'll beat you to death today." Qin Xiaolong looked fierce and scared Zhang Pengcheng. "It's me who scratched it. It's my scratch. Don't hit me. I know I'm wrong." Last time he was beaten by Qin Xiaolong, Zhang Pengcheng had been harboring a grudge, so today he took advantage of the fact that no one was there to secretly scratch Qin Xiaolong's car. He originally thought that no one would know. Who would have thought that Qin Xiaolong would come to his door so quickly? And even his grandmother couldn't save him, so he could only confess everything. Hearing Zhang Pengcheng's admission, Qin Xiaolong smacked him hard a few more times before releasing him. "Qin Xiaolong, you are really inhuman. Pengcheng is just a child. How can you go down with this kind of poison?" Looking at the bruises on her grandson's buttocks, Granny Wang was so distressed that she was on the verge of crying. "Granny Wang, I'm helping you educate your grandson. Otherwise if he dares to smash my car today, he'll dare to kill when he grows up." Qin Xiaolong coldly replied back. "Zhang Pengcheng is a typical bear child. If you don't teach him a lesson, he will properly be a social scum when he grows up. My grandson doesn't need you to teach him a lesson. You'll get retribution sooner or later." Granny Wang cursed with full of resentment. "Xiaolong, what is wrong with you guys again?" Hearing the commotion of the left and right neighbors again surrounded to the house of Wang Granny, Qin Xiaolong did not hide. Zhang Pengcheng scratched his car thing said. Hearing that this matter is Zhang Pengcheng did. Everyone did not have a trace of sympathy for him. Many people even showed a gloating smile. After all, Granny Wang and his grandson in the village reputation has always been very bad, but this old man often rely on the old. The crowd also took her no way. Today Qin Xiaolong, this fierce man, even hit Zhang Pengcheng. The crowd heart is also a burst of dark pleasure. Let's forget about this today. If there's a next time, you'll see if I beat up your grandson and break his legs, because he was already out of anger. Qin Xiaolong didn't let Wang Wang pay for the money again, and left this sentence and went back home, leaving Wang Wang holding her grandson and bawling there in vain. Nearly 1:30, a Mercedes-Benz Big G stopped in front of Qin Xiaolong's house. The door opened and a young man quickly got out of the car. "Hey, is this Qin Xiaolong's house?" The young man loudly stood in front of Qin Xiaolong's house and loudly inquired. Hearing someone shouting at him, Qin Xiaolong walked out from the house. "Who are you?" Qin Xiaolong looked at the strange man and asked. "Are you Qin Xiaolong?" The young man asked. "I am." "Why?" Qin Xiaolong said back. Upon hearing this, the young man hurriedly ran back to the Mercedes and opened the door before saying respectfully, "Mr. Zhao, that kid is Qin Xiaolong." Soon, a man with an obese figure and a large backcomb walked out from the car. "I'm Zhao Weifeng. the general manager of Yunкong Medicine, and I'm here to find you today mainly because I want to talk to you about a business deal. The obese man Zhao Weifeng looked at Qin Xiaolong condescendingly and said, his words and demeanor carrying a sense of arrogance. I don't know what kind of business Mr. Zhao wants to talk about? Qin Xiaolong returned indifferently. He was still relatively polite. I heard that you have a batch of dendrobiums for sale, right? Sell it to me. Money is not a problem. While saying this, Zhao Weifeng gestured, and the young man next to him immediately opened a box in his hand, all of which contained piles and piles of cash. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao. I've already promised Mr. Mu to sell the iron-skinned dendrobium to her. Qin Xiaolong politely refused. He didn't know where this person got the news that he had the iron-skinned dendrobium, but he had said he would sell it to Mu Qiushi, so naturally he wouldn't go back on his word. Alright, don't you just want money? Mu Qiushi iron-skinned dendrobium for you is 2,000 a caddy. I can add 2,000 to a caddy. Sell all those iron-skinned dendrobium to me. As long as you promise not to sell the herbs to Mu Qiushi again in the future, I can reward you with another $50,000. Zhao Weifeng said with an air of superiority. No one would have a problem with money. Qin Xiaolong was naturally no exception, but the tone of this man's speech was really uncomfortable. It was almost as if he was treated like a lackey. Qin Xiaolong would rather make less money, and there was absolutely no way he would do business with him. I'm sorry, my iron-skinned dendrobium is not for sale to anyone except Mu Qiushi. Qin Xiaolong rejected Zhao Weifeng very clearly. Kid, don't give your face away. If you anger our Mr. Zhao, you'll have it coming. The young man immediately pointed at Qin Xiaolong. Shut up, I'm talking to your master. What qualifications do you have as a dog to bark here? Qin Xiaolong never treats people as if they respect me. I respect them. This man had a bad attitude towards himself. Qin Xiaolong naturally wouldn't have any politeness. Chapter 49, he's my friend. 3 chapters today. 4 tomorrow. Who the hell are you calling a dog? Mocked by Qin Xiaolong to his face, the young man was instantly enraged. Of course I'm talking about you. Not even a little bit of self-knowledge. Looks like you're still a stupid dog. Qin Xiaolong sneered nonchalantly. You're ing looking for death. The young man cursed angrily, then prepared to make a move on Qin Xiaolong. Zhang Lin, don't make a move yet. Zhao Weifeng voiced out to stop the young man, then looked at Qin Xiaolong with an arrogant expression. Don't you just want to sit on the ground and raise the price? Say it. How much money are you willing to sell those dendrobiums to me? It has nothing to do with money. I've already promised to sell the iron-skinned dendrobiums to Mu Qiushi. You want to go and buy them from her? Qin Xiaolong returned with an expressionless face. Seeing that Qin Xiaolong was so not giving himself face, Zhao Weifeng finally lost his patience. Kid, I'm going to ask you one last time. You're sure you're not selling, right? Not for sale means not for sale. Cut the crap and hurry up. Qin Xiaolong waved his hand and directly issued an eviction order. This Zhao Weifeng, thinking that he has a little bit of money, he is unselfish and treats him like a lackey. This kind of person Qin Xiaolong has never had any good feelings. Not to mention that the dendrobium is not at all a worry to sell. Even if no one wants it, he will not sell it to this person even if he feeds it to the pigs. Mr. Zhao, I think the stinking farmer is just giving face, or else I'll give him some color first. Zhang Lin said with a fierce face. I'm going to have a smoke. What you want is none of my business. I couldn't care less. After saying this, Zhao Weifeng walked to the back of the Bajaj car. Hearing this, Zhang Lin would really be a pig if he still didn't understand Zhao Weifeng's meaning. A stinking peasant still dares to be arrogant in front of Mr. Zhao. I think you really don't know how many eyes Master Ma has. Today I'll educate you properly. Zhang Lin walked to Qin Xiaolong's side with a sardonic smile on his face. Raising his hand, he was ready to give Qin Xiaolong a big slap. However, before he could touch Qin Xiaolong, his wrist was grabbed by Qin Xiaolong. Qin Xiaolong then violently twisted Zhang Lin's arm behind him, followed by a kick to his leg socket, and Zhang Lin flopped onto his knees. Egu! Zhang Lin immediately screamed miserably. Come on, tell me how many eyes does the Horse King have? Qin Xiaolong asked with a smile at the corner of his mouth, full of playfulness. Hurry up and let go of me, or I'll kill you. Zhang Lin forced himself to endure the pain and cursed. Still mad at me? You're still really lacking in social beatings. Qin Xiaolong laughed contemptuously and stomped on Zhang Lin's back, then made his face have a close contact with the earth. Put! Between breaths, dirt burrowed into Zhang Lin's mouth. He desperately struggled to get up, but Qin Xiaolong was like a huge mountain that pressed down on him. He couldn't move at all. Behind the Bajaj car, Zhao Weifeng, who was smoking, walked back. According to his vision, the one who was beaten was definitely Qin Xiaolong. But who would have thought that Zhang Lin would be pressed to the ground and rubbed? Asshole! Hurry up and let go of Zhang Lin. Zhao Weifeng pointed at Qin Xiaolong and shouted angrily. I'll let go if you tell me to. You think I'm your father, listening to you that much? Qin Xiaolong sneered nonchalantly. Something that doesn't know how to die. I think you're really tired of living. Zhao Weifeng was used to being a bully in the city. Seeing that Qin Xiaolong, a stinky peasant, dared to talk to himself like that, he immediately burst into a rage, clenching his fist and smashing it towards Qin Xiaolong. Qin Xiaolong raised his leg and kicked him. He flew out directly. Coincidentally, the moment he landed, Zhao Weifeng's face fell right onto a pile of dog, perfectly staging a show of what is called a dog eating. Mr. Zhao, are you hungry? Qin Xiaolong still didn't forget to flirt. However, Zhao Weifeng no longer had the heart to pay attention to Qin Xiaolong at that time. He hurriedly took off his suit worth a few $1,000s and wiped his face, then opened the trunk of the car and rinsed it with mineral water several times, one after another. Small, I'll kill you. In order to take revenge, Zhao Weifeng drew out a golf club and was ready to commit another murder. However, how could he beat Qin Xiaolong's hands? Qin Xiaolong just put him on the ground with a single move. Take your stinking money and get the hell out of here. If you dare to come and mess with me again, I'll make sure you can't leave our Taoyuan village. Qin Xiaolong kicked Zhang Lin away and said with a disdainful look, this Zhao Weifeng was a big boss in the city, but he, Qin Xiaolong, wasn't made of clay either. What's more, a strong dragon can't suppress a snake. Zhao Weifeng ran to his doorstep to make a move on him, and he wouldn't have done such a thing without a 10-year blood clot in his brain. Zhao Weifeng, heart burning with anger, but good man not to lose. He knows very well, if he continues to do it, he will only bring shame to himself. Just as Zhao Weifeng was about to leave with Zhang Lin, a Porsche and a van drove over. The door opened, and a long and coveted leg stepped out of the car, followed by a magnificent face that was as beautiful as the country. Zhao Weifeng, why are you here? Looking at the grimy Zhao Weifeng, Mu Qiushir's brows couldn't help but knit. Mr. Zhao wanted to buy my iron-skinned dendrobium. He got annoyed after I rejected him and tried to beat me up, but unfortunately he was a bit out of his depth, so I treated him to some of our village's local specialties. Mr. Zhao, please forgive me for the offense just now. Qin Xiaolong smiled skinlessly and said back. Anyone could hear the mocking meaning in his words. Just laugh. There will be times for you to cry in the future. Zhang Lin, let's go. Zhao Weifeng lost all his face. He no longer had the face to stay any longer, calling on his men and preparing to leave. Wait. Right at this moment, Mu Qiushir suddenly called out to him again. Zhao Weifeng, Qin Xiaolong is my friend. You'd better not touch him, or don't blame me for being impolite. Mu Qiushir warned Zhao Weifeng with an ice-cold expression. She was very clear that Qin Xiaolong's grudge against Zhao Weifeng had something to do with herself, and she naturally couldn't stand by and watch this matter. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Just wait. Sooner or later I will make you kneel in front of me like a... Coldly smiling back, Zhao Weifeng whisked his sleeve away. This asshole. Looking at Zhao Weifeng's departing back, Mu Qiuxia couldn't help but curse before she looked at Qin Xiaolong again. Xiaolong, in the future, if Zhao Weifeng finds you in trouble you tell me, I'll help you deal with him. Good. Qin Xiaolong agreed with his mouth, but in his heart, he didn't take it seriously. After all, he was a man. He wouldn't hide behind a woman to seek shelter. Mu Qiushir asked Qin Xiaolong again about exactly how he crossed paths with Zhao Weifeng. Qin Xiaolong didn't hide it and simply told him what had just happened. It seems that our sacred virtue hall still has a mole planted by Zhao Weifeng, otherwise he couldn't have snatched ahead of us to come to Xiaolong's house. Old Chu, you go back and check who exactly this mole is. Mu Qiushir said to Chu Hong who was beside her. Understood. Chu Hong immediately answered. Next, Qin Xiaolong weighed the just harvested dendrobium, a total of 128 pounds. In order to thank Qin Xiaolong for not breaking the contract, Mu Qiushir similarly increased the purchase price to 2,002 pounds a caddy, plus some other herbs, a total of 298,000, and Mu Qiushir directly paid according to 300,000. Xiaolong, here is a total of 500,000, of which 300,000 is considered the money for the herbs this time. The remaining 200,000 will be the advance payment, Mu Qiushir said, handing a password box to Qin Xiaolong. Chapter 50, Yellow Skin repays the favor, giving $200,000 in advance at once. You're not afraid that I'll take the money and run? Qin Xiaolong asked with a smile. Not afraid. I believe you are not that kind of person. Mu Qiushir shook her head. She thought that her eye for reading people was still very accurate. Qin Xiaolong was definitely not the kind of villain who would renege on his word for the sake of a small profit. Ha ha, just for this trust of yours. From now on, I'll only sell my herbs to you alone. Qin Xiaolong chuckled. Mu Qiushir was obviously a rich family's daughter, but she spoke to him completely as if he were a friend, and there wasn't a trace of a big lady's demeanor in her, much less looking down on him, which made him very comfortable. Therefore, even if someone offered another high price, he would still choose to do business with Mu Qiushir. Hearing this, Mu Qiushir immediately felt like she had eaten a pill of peace of mind, and she wouldn't have to worry about a situation like Zhao Weifeng's halfway cut off again in the future. After the two of them chatted a few more times, Mu Qiushi suddenly took out her cell phone and opened the photo album. Xiaolong, do you know what herb this is? This is the ascending immortal herb, right? Qin Xiaolong asked as he glanced at it. Yes, this is the ascending immortal grass. I didn't expect you to recognize it at a glance, Mu Qiushi said with a surprised face. The ascending immortal grass was a very cold herb, nearly extinct. Even many old Chinese medicine practitioners did not recognize it, but Qin Xiaolong, a small farmer, was able to recognize its name with a single word, which really surprised her a bit. I've picked up general ancient medical books before, which happened to have this stuff on it, so I memorized it. Qin Xiaolong casually made up a reason to explain. I see. Mu Qiushi didn't doubt Qin Xiaolong. She then said, Xiaolong, remember to keep an eye out for me in the future when you go up to the mountains to collect medicines again. As long as you can find the ascending immortal grass, I can give you $1 million. TSK, $1 million for a herb. You're really rich and generous. But this ascending immortal grass has only been extinct for a long time. Where am I going to find it for you? Qin Xiaolong said back. The ascending immortal grass was very common in the ancient times, but this thing had nearly disappeared decades ago. Long before that, the ascending immortal grass hasn't gone extinct yet. According to the news I got, about 5 years ago there was someone else who dug up the ascending immortal grass right on Wulong Mountain. If you go up to the mountain often, maybe you'll be lucky enough to find another one, Mu Qiushi hurriedly said. Alright then, I'll call you if I find it, but don't get your hopes up. Wulong Mountain was huge, stretching for hundreds of miles. Wanting to find an ascending immortal grass in the vast, pristine mountains, the probability of this was estimated to be even lower than buying a lottery ticket and winning $5 million. So even if Qin Xiaolong could search a mountain in half a day, he wouldn't dare to guarantee that he would definitely have that luck to find the ascending immortal grass. It's fine, just forget about it if you really can't find it. Mu Qiushi naturally understands the difficulty of finding the ascending immortal grass, otherwise she wouldn't have offered a price of 1 million per plant. After chatting with Qin Xiaolong for a few more sentences, Mu Qiushi left. In order to increase the chances of finding the ascending immortal grass, Qin Xiaolong went to the village committee again and used the only printer in the village to print out the picture of the ascending immortal grass and then posted it all over the village. Whoever gets the ascending immortal grass and gives it to him can get $500,000 from him. As the news spread, the entire Taoyuan village exploded as groups of villagers ran to Qin Xiaolong's house to inquire about the authenticity of the news. After determining that Qin Xiaolong was not joking, many villagers took their medicine baskets and went up the mountain, dreaming of finding the ascending immortal grass and getting rich overnight. In the evening, Qin Xiaolong went with Yang Dazhu to catch eels for 3 hours, but today's harvest was very average. The two of them caught less than 4 pounds of eels in total. Good thing Su Yafu said, eels, chickens, turtle, monkey, mushrooms and other local specialties they want to restaurant, and the price can be a lot higher than the price given by other dealers. Qin Xiaolong has already asked his parents to buy it home, and he will be able to make a small profit again. After a busy night, in order to treat himself, Qin Xiaolong went to the village store to buy another Texas steak chicken, a caddy of pork, a bag of peanut rice, plus a case of ice-cold beer. On his way home, he happened to run into Chen Wenbin. From the robin monkey in the bucket in Chen Wenbin's hand it was not hard to tell that he should have just returned from catching robin monkeys. Yo, isn't this my brother-in-law? Brother-in-law, come and call brother-in-law to here. Qin Xiaolong rushed forward and joked, you haven't married my sister. I'm not calling. Chen Wenbin immediately rebuffed. He knew that Qin Xiaolong was still talking about the matter of the bet. He had to know that Sun Jianpain was not a good person and had always been vindictive, which was why he felt that he had a sure win. As a result, there hadn't been any movement at all in the past 3 days, which made him depressed as well. Talking is not good enough. What kind of a man are you? Why don't I lend you some money, and you can just go to Thailand to do a sex change operation to become a woman, so as to save you from disgracing us men in the future. Qin Xiaolong deliberately mocked Chen Wenbin. Stop it. I'm willing to gamble and admit defeat. I'll call yet okay. In order to not let Qin Xiaolong taunt himself again, Chen Wenbin still admitted the bet. Then you call brother-in-law instead, Qin Xiaolong said with a spring in his step. Chen Wenbin's lips moved, hesitating again and again before saying with great reluctance, brother-in-law, alas, so good. Come, this is the New Year's money that brother-in-law gave you in advance. Take it and spend it as you please, Qin Xiaolong said, pulling out $1 from his pocket and handing it to Chen Wenbin. Qin Xiaolong, you're deliberately humiliating people, aren't you? Do I owe you $1? Chen Wenbin said with a dark face. Sorry, took the wrong one. Qin Xiaolong hurriedly took out a few more $100 bills and handed them to Chen Wenbin. Take it and spend it. When you run out of money look for your brother-in-law later. Your brother-in-law has money, Qin Xiaolong said with great bravado. You'd better keep it yourself. Save up enough money for the bride price earlier. Go marry my sister earlier. Don't let my sister wait for you for the rest of her life. Chen Wenbin continued. He knew that Qin Xiaolong had earned a lot of money recently, but his father had always looked down on Qin Xiaolong. If Qin Xiaolong couldn't come up with a large enough dowry, not to mention marrying his sister, he wouldn't even want to go in their door. This brother-in-law of mine really understands things. Don't worry, brother-in-law has plenty of ways to make money. Qin Xiaolong smiled and said. However, Chen Wenbin still didn't ask for Qin Xiaolong's money. He said goodbye to Qin Xiaolong and went home. Qin Xiaolong's side was almost home with beer and food when suddenly a group of black shadows leapt out. Qin Xiaolong fixed his eyes on them and realized that they were a group of weasels, and the one at the head was the one that had stopped Qin Xiaolong before and asked for help. Grandma, this guy won't want to repay him for his kindness, right? Looking at this large group of weasels in front of him, Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but feel a little numb, and at the same time prepared to fight back. Chapter 51, Lend me some money. Kirk, the lead weasel barked at the other weasels, and dozens of them stood on their two hind legs in unison before bowing to Qin Xiaolong. Seeing this bizarre scene, Qin Xiaolong only felt a chill run down his back. Nima, is this still a weasel? This is clearly a bunch of yellow-skinned spirits. Qin Xiaolong secretly exclaimed in his heart. Kirk, the weasel leader barked once again, and those other weasels retreated to the side. The weasel leader then came to Qin Xiaolong's side, and after making a bow to him once again, he opened his mouth and suddenly spat out an orb emitting a light green fluorescent light from his mouth. Kirikirikirikir. The weasel called out while pointing at the orb with its paw. Are you trying to give it to me? Qin Xiaolong asked, not too sure. The weasel immediately nodded. After making sure that he hadn't gotten the wrong idea, Qin Xiaolong then picked up the orb from the ground. He quickly determined that the orb was actually a night pearl. Even if he didn't know much about night pearls, it wasn't hard to tell from the fluorescent light emanating from this night pearl that it was definitely considered a treasure. Thank you for the night pearl. Qin Xiaolong was a little worried about being besieged by the weasel just now, but now he finally figured out that this weasel had come to return the favor. Carry. The weasel leader waved its paw as if saying no thanks again. The weasel leader then bowed again at Qin Xiaolong before disappearing into the darkness with that own descendant. If the night pearl wasn't still in his hand, Qin Xiaolong would have to wonder if he was hallucinating. No wonder it's called the weasel yellow immortal. This is a weasel that apart from not being able to spit out human words, I'm only afraid that its spiritual intelligence is comparable to that of a normal human. Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but sigh. Last time, he only saved that female weasel out of kindness, something he himself had forgotten, but he didn't expect the weasel to bring his own children and grandchildren to personally thank him, and also gave himself a night pearl to repay his kindness. This kind of heavenly fantasy, set out of the fear of others, will not believe. The night pearl will be put away. Qin Xiaolong will return home. The next day, Qin Xiaolong still sent all kinds of ingredients to the Dragon Court restaurant before 6 o'clock. Today, Su Yafu didn't sleep in the office, so Qin Xiaolong didn't get to see her again, and when he finished collecting the goods, he left. He didn't even have to worry about Su Yafu reneging on the bill. Not long after, Qin Xiaolong took Lu Sanqi and Yang Dazhu to sit down in a nearby breakfast store. The three were eating breakfast and chatting when a man with messy hair walked in. Boss, a drawer of buns and a cup of soy milk to pack away. The man rushed at the breakfast store owner. The boss answered and immediately packed what the man wanted. Handsome man, 13 in total. Boss, can I get a credit? The man asked. Sorry, I'm a small business. No credit. The boss immediately rebuffed. When he heard that someone was eating on credit, Yang Dazhu turned his head to look at him, then hurriedly patted Qin Xiaolong. Xiaolong, look, isn't that person Xiaoyu's big brother? Although the other person had a beard and disheveled hair, Qin Xiaolong instantly recognized the other person as Chen Xiaoyu's elder brother, Chen Wenhao. Even if it was just someone from the same village, Qin Xiaolong would definitely go up to say hello when he met him. Not to mention that this person would be his own great-uncle in the future. Qin Xiaolong hurriedly walked over. Brother Hao, what a coincidence, to run into you here. Qin Xiaolong took the initiative to greet Chen Wenhao and said, He, little dragon. Seeing Qin Xiaolong, Chen Wenhao's face then revealed a look of surprise. He then seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, Little dragon, can you lend me some money to buy breakfast first? I forgot my wallet. What do you mean by that? Why are you so polite? This breakfast of yours is on me. Qin Xiaolong said back very cheerfully, and specially asked for another tea egg for Chen Wenhao. Afterward, Chen Wenhao took a seat at the table Qin Xiaolong and the others were at. Little dragon, is there something you guys came to the city early in the morning for? Chen Wenhao asked after taking a bite of the bun. It's not much of a matter. It's just a delivery for the Dragon Court restaurant. Qin Xiaolong returned. Delivery? Deliver what goods? Chen Wenhao asked in confusion. Brother Hao, you still don't know. Xiaolong's family has now become a boss. specializing in providing livestock and meat to the Dragon Court restaurant, and also helping a boss in the city to acquire medicinal herbs, earning more money in a day than we earn in a month, Yang Sanchi said with full of compliments. In the past, Qin Xiaolong's family was poor, and people in the village looked down on their family, but since Qin Xiaolong became a supplier, he has become the object of a lot of people to flatter, and many people have to call out Qin boss when they meet. Don't listen to Sanchi's nonsense, I'm just earning hard money, Qin Xiaolong said with a smile. Xiaolong, don't be modest, I'm sure, in less than a year, you'll be the new richest man in Taoyuan village, and Chen Degun will have to step aside. Yang Sanchi then complimented. Okay, a small dragon, out of interest, when also bring your brother Hao, let me follow a little wealth. Chen Wenhao said half jokingly, how brother you don't shame me, I really earn a hard money, which is like you sitting in the office every day, salary is also high, how comfortable Qin Xiaolong hurriedly said back. Chen Wenhao is one of the few college students in their village, and has been working in the city since graduation. Listening to Chen Xiaoyu, he said that his monthly salary last year was 12,000 yuan, a white-collar one, and he has already prepared to settle in the city. Usually except for New Year's festivals almost never return to the village. I think you are shabby me only right. I'm a month on that dead salary. Eat and drink to pay the rent is almost a moonlight family. Living is not as good as a dog. Chen Wenhao laughed at himself. Brother Hao, don't say that. You're not as good as a dog. Then wouldn't we all have to find a block of tofu and crash to death? Yang Daju couldn't help but interject. Forget it, forget it. Chen Wenhao took the initiative to change the subject and casually chat with Qin Xiaolong and the others. After finishing breakfast, Qin Xiaolong settled the bill and then said, Brother Hao, where are you going? Do you need me to send you? No need, the place I live is not far from here. Chen Wenhao refused Qin Xiaolong's goodwill, and after a slight hesitation, he then said, Xiaolong, can I borrow a step to talk? Yes. Qin Xiaolong nodded and followed Chen Wenhao to the corner ahead. Little dragon, can you lend me some money? I have an urgent need. Chen Wenhao said with a difficult face. How much do you want to borrow? Qin Xiaolong asked. Borrow 30 to 50,000. Let's see how much you can come up with. Chen Wenhao said back. Borrow so much, what are you borrowing money for? Qin Xiaolong asked with some confusion. Chapter 52, King of Chicken Raising. My girlfriend is pregnant. It's an ectopic pregnancy. She has to be aborted. But I myself haven't saved any money in the past 2 years. That's why I want to borrow some for you. Do you think it's convenient for you? Chen Wenhao said with a lowered expression. Do you need so much money for an abortion? Also, why don't you ask your family for it? I think in this situation Uncle Buafu shouldn't be so bad that he won't give you any money. Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but question. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to lend money to Chen Wenhao. The main reason was that the relationship between the two before was actually quite average. Excluding Chen Xiaoyu as a factor, it certainly wasn't to the point where they could casually borrow tens of thousands of dollars from each other. Besides, Chen Wenhao is a white-collar worker in the city, and his father is the village chief. Tens of thousands of dollars to their family is not a matter. Now, I won't hide it from you. My girlfriend's family is poor. My dad has never been able to look at her. All the money I earned before was spent for my girlfriend's dad's medical treatment, and then my dad forced us to break up. If I borrow money from my dad now, he should definitely guess that the two of us are together again, and with his nature, he should definitely beat up the lovebirds again, or else I wouldn't have opened my mouth to borrow money from you. Chen Wenhao explained with a bitter face. Oh, so it's like this that's fine then. Is it enough for me to lend you $30,000? After learning the reason behind this, the doubts in Qin Xiaolong's heart were dispelled and replaced by a feeling of empathy. After all, Chen Guofu also has been looking down on him. Usually do not even let Chen Xiaoyu talk to himself. Otherwise he would not have to meet with Chen Xiaoyu, have to sneak around like a thief. Thank you, Xiaolong. Hearing that Qin Xiaolong was willing to lend money Will himself, Chen Wenhao hurriedly said thanks. Don't be polite. You're Xiaoyu's brother. It's only right to help you. Qin Xiaolong smiled back. Chen Wenhao then gave Qin Xiaolong his bank card number, and Qin Xiaolong immediately transferred him $30,000. Xiaolong, I know you like my sister Xiaoyu. Don't worry, when I go home again, I will definitely persuade my dad, and strive to make you two lovers. After receiving the money, Chen Wenhao said with full of gratitude. I'll thank brother Hao then. Qin Xiaolong smiled back, but in his heart, he didn't expect Chen Wenhao to do himself any favors. After all, he himself was a clay bodhisattva himself. It would be strange if he could help himself. The two chatted a few more sentences, and then went their separate ways. Qin Xiaolong didn't rush home, but brought Yang Dazhuang to Shilinzi village, which is about 8 miles away from their village. Although it belonged to the same Luoyang town, Taoyuan village was a poor village, while Shilinzi village was rich as hell. In this village, many villagers have built 2- or 3-story buildings. More than half of the family bought a car. Shilinzi village is known as Wuyang Town, the first tycoon village. The reason why this village is so rich, mainly because they are the earliest people in the village outside when the contractor, after, relatives with relatives, friends with friends, the village is slowly rich. To this day, the village blossomed, doing all kinds of business, and Qin Xiaolong came over today is to find the village of Shilinzi to buy chickens. Not long after, Qin Xiaolong arrived at Lin Guodong's chicken farm. Lin Guodong used to be a street vendor selling chickens, but his business grew bigger and bigger, and as early as 10 years ago he contracted a hill to specialize in raising chickens. It is said that he now raises tens of thousands of chickens, and is honored as the Chicken King. Young man, what's the matter with you? Inside the office, seeing Qin Xiaolong enter, Lin Guodong, who was drinking tea, immediately stood up and asked, Boss Lin, I want to buy chicken fry. I don't know how do you sell this chicken fry. Qin Xiaolong directly stated his intention. I don't know if you want to buy broilers or soil chickens? Broilers are cheap, regardless of male or female. A fry is a flat $2.50. Earthen chickens are more expensive, $4 for males and $5 for females. You can get a discount if you have a large quantity. Lin Guodong returned. I'll buy earth chickens, 3,000 each for male and female chickens. I don't know how much discount you can give, Qin Xiaolong said. Upon hearing that it was a big business, Lin Guodong immediately paid more attention. How about I give you a 98% discount? Boss Lin, what's the difference between you and no discount? We are at least old folks. You give it cheaper again. 70% off. Qin Xiaolong bargained with Lin. He was not short of a few $1,000s now, but he could save a lot of money by moving his lips. So why not? No. I'll have to lose my life with a 70% discount. Then you might as well break my bones. Lin Guodong joked. You'll be cheaper. We are not a one-shot deal. As long as the quality of your chickens is not a problem, I will definitely look for your long-term cooperation in the future. Qin Xiaolong continued to discuss with Lin Guodong. Business is not easy these days, but you have opened your mouth. Then I'll give you a cheaper price. 90% off. This is the lowest price. You don't believe it can go to ask around. Usually it's the old customers that I'm only playing 90% off. Lin Guodong thought about it and said, Boss Lin, you don't want a 90% discount. Let's just have a 88% discount. 88 fafa. How auspicious. Qin Xiaolong smiled and said, Alas, young man, you are really good at doing business. Okay, 80% discount on 80% discount. This single business I don't make any money. Just take it as making a friend with you. Lin Guodong said with a helpless face. Thank you, Boss Lin. Don't worry. In the future I'll definitely still look for you when I buy another chicken seedling. Qin Xiaolong hurriedly said. In his heart, he knew clearly that Lin Guodong's so-called not making money was just earning less, but he didn't see through it. Boss Lin, can you show me the chicks? Qin Xiaolong said with a twist of words. Sure. Lin Guodong replied back and immediately brought Qin Xiaolong to a semi-open-air chicken coop at the innermost part of the chicken farm. The general village chicken coop is a random shed in the corner, but Lin Guodong's chicken coop is obviously much more upscale. Not only planted with lawn, there is also a live water canal. The chicken coop is also very clean. Unlike some chicken coops, the stench is so bad that there is chicken poop everywhere. I sell all the chickens with the village from the village of the protection of all the collected eggs hatched out of the soil. Absolutely all pure soil chicken. And the chickens eat our own millet and organic vegetables. Drink is the spring water. In addition, my chicken coop will be cleaned every day. Not to mention Wuyang Town. Look at the entire Lin City. There are not a few chickens can compare to the quality of my family. Lin Guodong pointed to the chickens in the chicken coop and said proudly, Your chickens are really well raised. All of them are alive and kicking. No wonder you are known as the king of chicken raising. Qin Xiaolong praised with a smile. He had only heard that Lin Guodong raised chickens well before, but today he realized that this chicken-raising king was well-deserved. Chapter 53, Shindig Gun Robbing Business. Then Lin Guodong personally helped Qin Xiaolong pick up the chickens. The hens and roosters were given 30-10 each, and the extra 10 were complimentary. Next, Qin Xiaolong visited Lin's chicken farm. In addition to local chickens, Lin also raised a lot of fast food chickens. These fast food chickens 40 days out of the pen. The price is cheaper, very cheap. A chicken is only sold for $18. Many fast food restaurants on the market as well as those who push the cart to sell roasted chicken most of the use of this kind of chicken. But Lin said himself, because the chicken feed mixed with a lot of hormones, this kind of instant chicken he never eat. And in the area near the hill are all free-range chickens. Soil chicken prices than the price of ready-made chicken prices nearly 10 times more expensive. A catty 50. According to an average of 3 pounds of a chicken, this one will have to 150. However, there are expensive reasons. The soil chicken to eat is the village food. Drink is the spring water. Usually nothing can be in the mountains to eat some bugs and herbs, plus at least 1 year of growth period. If not sell expensive, Lin Guodong really cannot afford to raise this group of chickens, considering that it's too troublesome to collect local chickens in the village every day. Qin Xiaolong immediately booked 2,000 with Lin Guodong, and when he needs them, he'll make a call to Lin Guodong and they'll be delivered to his door. By the way, Mr. Lin, do you have any ducklings and goose seedlings for sale in your village? When he was about to leave, Qin Xiaolong asked in passing. There is. Huan Laosan in my village specializes in raising this. I'll take you there. Lin Guodong was very enthusiastic and directly took Qin Xiaolong to Huang Laosan's place again. Qin Xiaolong spent more than 20,000 for the chicken fry, and another 20,000 for the duck fry and goose fry, adding up to nearly $50,000. But he is not distressed. After all, this is an investment. Just wait for these chickens, ducks and geese to grow up. He can at least earn several times the profit. Afterwards, Lin Guodong and Huan Laofu sent the poultry seedlings purchased by Qin Xiaolong to their village. Mom, my dad is still at Donpa Farm, right? Qin Xiaolong asked as he looked towards his mom, Liang Jing, who was busy in the vegetable field in front of his house. Liang Jing returned, then glanced towards the van behind. Xiaolong, what did you buy again? Bought chickens and ducks and geese. I'll send them directly to Donpa for stocking later. Qin Xiaolong said back, my goodness, why did you buy so much? Looking at the cart full of chicks, Liang Jing couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The area of Donpa is so large, if you don't diversify, wouldn't that be a waste of resources? Qin Xiaolong replied with a smile, either you don't do it or you do it big. This is Qin Xiaolong's philosophy of doing things. Mom, let's not talk to you first. I'm going to go to the chickens to send Dongpa. After saying this, Qin Xiaolong was ready to leave. Wait, Liang Jing called out to Qin Xiaolong, then hurriedly walked to his side and whispered, Xiaolong, there is something I have to tell you. Chen Degun sent out a broadcast in the morning saying that his family has also started to collect medicinal herbs, and all the prices of the medicinal herbs are a few cents higher than our family's, which is obviously intentionally trying to steal business from our family. There's still this matter? Hearing this, Qin Xiaolong raised his eyebrows. Chen Decanon was the richest man in their Taoyuan village. If he insisted on stealing business from himself, he really wouldn't be able to beat him. Xiaolong, do you think we should raise the price as well, or else in the future, the villagers should all sell their herbs to Canon Chen? Liang Jing asked with some concern. Although an increase of a few cents per catty didn't sound like much, to the rural villagers, a hair more was a hair more. In this case, their family would definitely not want to receive any more herbs in the future. Don't be in a hurry. Later I'll go to Chen Degun's house and ask to see what he really wants. After saying this, Qin Xiaolong hurriedly went to Dongpa. Compared to Lin Guodong's luxurious chicken coop, his chicken coop is undoubtedly much shabbier. It's a simple shed built with color steel tiles, but it's good enough to give these chickens a shelter from the wind and rain, and he himself is intended for free range. There is no need to build the chicken coop too good. As for the heavy responsibility of raising chickens, Qin Xiaolong handed over to his parents. His parents are crop people origin. Raising these things, that is a connoisseur. Of course, he will hire a few more people in the village. Otherwise his parents, 2 people to take care of thousands of chickens, ducks and geese, is too tired. When he finished eating at noon, Qin Xiaolong was planning to go to Chen Degun's house, when his cell phone suddenly rang again, and the one who called him was still Chen Xiaoyu's brother. Chen Wenhao, brother Hao, what's the matter? Qin Xiaolong asked after the call was connected. Xiaolong, my girlfriend's father was suddenly hospitalized with a cerebral infarction and is in the process of being rescued. Can you lend me another $30,000? When I have money in the future I will definitely pay you back with interest. Chen Wenhao said with full of anxiety. Okay, I'll call you right away. Human life is at stake. Qin Xiaolong didn't think too much and agreed straight away, then transferred another $30,000 to Chen Wenhao. This is thanks to the fact that he has earned a lot recently. If he were to do it before, he would not have been able to put together so much money even if he were to sell the pots and pans. After a burst of thanks, Chen Wenhao hung up the phone, while Qin Xiaolong went to Chen Degun's house. As the richest man in Taoyuan village, Chen Decanon's house was undoubtedly the most imposing, a 3-story villa. There was also a Mercedes-Benz parked in front of his house. Although it was an entry model, it had to be several $100,000. Not many people in the entire Taoyuan village could afford it. Baby, I've missed you to death. Wait for the night, I'll go find you. Let's fight for 300 rounds. Inside the courtyard, Chen Canon's son didn't know who he was videoing with, his mouth full of flirty talk. Good, see if I don't suck you dry tonight. The woman on the other end of the phone said. Chen Xiaohui, where's your dad? Qin Xiaolong asked after entering the door. Chen Xiaohui turned his head, and when he saw that it was Qin Xiaolong, his face instantly grimaced. My dad isn't home. Don't bull ***** me? Your dad's car is still outside. Chen de Cannon is also a love of pretentious goods. Go out will certainly open his Mercedes. Right now the Mercedes is still parked at the door. He certainly did not go out. I said not at home is not at home. You want to find him later. Chen Shelwei returned with an impatient face. Because he failed to marry Qin Xianshui, Chen Shelwei still held a grudge against Qin Xiaolong in his heart. He naturally wouldn't give Qin Xiaolong a good face. Chen de Gun, Qin Xiaolong, have something to find you. Qin Xiaolong didn't talk nonsense with Chen Shelwei and directly shouted at the house. Not long after, a man with a goatee, hawkish nose, and hair with hair wax came out from the house. This man was the richest man in Taoyuan village, Chen de Gun. Don't look at him now, but more than 20 years ago, Chen de Cannon was a gangster. And I don't know what kind of luck this guy had. And then he suddenly got rich, which led him to today's position. Qin Xiaolong, what are you looking for me for? Chen de Cannon walked to the courtyard and looked at Qin Xiaolong and asked, Chen de Cannon, you said that you're the richest man in our Taoyuan village. What do you mean you're still stealing business from me? Deliberately trying to get on my bad side, aren't you? Qin Xiaolong directly questioned. You're right. I'm really deliberately going against you. What can you do to me? Chen de Cannon smiled at the corners of his mouth, smiling but not laughing as he said back. His words were extremely arrogant. Chapter 54, Tai Sui. Chen de Gun, if you can raise your price, can I raise my price? You don't really think you're settling for me, do you? Qin Xiaolong retorted without showing any weakness. Then why don't you raise it? As long as you dare to raise it, I'll dare to increase it upwards. I'd like to see who will still go to your place to sell herbs in the future. Chen de Gun quickly said back. Is it fun for you to do this? In the end, none of us will want to make money. Qin Xiaolong frowned. He had a 10% profit margin. He could raise the price upwards, but at most by 10%. If Chen de Gun exceeded this interval, then he definitely couldn't continue to raise it. After all, he was a middleman to make money, not to be a charity. Don't worry, with the big boss backing me up, I'll definitely make a steady profit. Chen de Gun said with a smile. Do you take the other bosses to be little cuties? Who would buy your herbs when the price exceeds the market price? Qin Xiaolong said with a sneer. Looks like you still don't understand what I mean. To tell you the truth, someone doesn't want you to be well. I'm just getting paid to do my job. Chen de Cannon said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but frown. He had thought that Chen de Cannon was deliberately trying to make things difficult for himself, but now it seemed obvious that there was something else behind this. Although he had offended quite a few people in the village, even the village chief could not have instructed Chen de Cannon. Qin Xiaolong frowned and contemplated for a moment before his mind flashed and he suddenly thought of someone. It was Zhao Weifeng who told you to do this, right? Qin Xiaolong immediately asked. Not bad, surprisingly guessed. It seems you're not so stupid as to be irredeemable. Chen de Cannon didn't hide it, and admitted it very readily. This asshole wouldn't really think that I won't be able to make any money if I let you take away my herbal business, Qin Xiaolong said with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Yesterday, Mu Qiushi had told him that Zhao Weifeng was their biggest competitor of Shang Ditang. The two families had been fighting openly and secretly for many years, and Zhao Weifeng had always wanted to annex Shang Ditang. And Shang Ditang had a very important customer who wanted a batch of pure wild dendrobium made of iron skin maple dipper. Because of this, Zhao Weifeng came to his house first, wanting to snatch that batch of dendrobium and then snatch that big customer. He only didn't expect to be rejected by Qin Xiaolong, and the two of them even had a grudge because of it. What Qin Xiaolong didn't expect even more was that it was only a day ago that Zhao Weifeng found Chen de Gun and asked him to deal with himself. This person was really vindictive. The other Mr. Zhao said, taking away your herbal medicine business is just the first step. In the future, he has ways to play you to death. Unless you personally come to the door to kowtow to Mr. Zhao, he will definitely let you live a life more miserable than even a dog. Chen de Gun said with a gloating smile. He was the richest man in the village. Even the village head Chen Guofu had to give him a few points of face. Yet Qin Xiaolong, this prick, had never given him respect. He had long looked at Qin Xiaolong with displeasure. He just hadn't made a move. In addition, Qin Xiaolong rejected his son's marriage proposal, and even scolded his son for Toad wanting to eat swan meat, which made him hold a grudge against Qin Xiaolong even more. So when Zhao Weifeng found him, the two of them hit it off, which led to the scene of him stealing business from Qin Xiaolong. Tell Zhao Weifeng for me, he'd better not mess with me again, or I guarantee he'll regret it. Qin Xiaolong had never been afraid of anything, especially now that he had gotten the immortal inheritance. He would not be afraid of Zhao Weifeng even more. Alright, I'll definitely relay your words word for word to Mr. Zhao. Chen de Cannon returned with a mocking face, while he looked at Qin Xiaolong as if he was looking at a little cutie. Like, Qin Xiaolong didn't say any more nonsense and turned around to leave Big Cannon Chen's house. This idiot still wants to fight with Mr. Zhao. He really doesn't know how to write the word death. Waiting for Qin Xiaolong to leave, Chen de Gun steeply surfaced a cold smile. Dad, who is this Mr. Zhao you're talking about? Chen Xiaolui asked, filled with curiosity. The owner of Yunkong Medicine. He is worth billions of dollars. Pinching Qin Xiaolong to death is as easy as pinching an ant to death. It's laughable that this kid still dares to threaten Mr. Zhao. He really doesn't know what he's doing. Chen Canon said back. Qin Xiaolong even offended such a big shot. Then isn't he dead? Chen Xiaolui said. That's for sure. He is a big man in the city. Even if he kills your father, it's just a matter of words for me. Not to mention Qin Xiaolong, that little punk calf. Chen de Canon said with disdain. He. Then when Qin Xiaolong is finished I'll make sure to play with Qin Xianxue. I'll turn her into my slave. Chen Xiaolui said with a lecherous face. He had coveted Qin Xianxue's beauty a long time ago, but had never gotten his hands on her because he was afraid of Qin Xiaolong. If Qin Xiaolong was screwed to death, no one would stop him in the future. You bastard. Your whole day is filled with playing with women. Can't you fight for your old man? Chen de Canon scolded with hatred. Hey, I'm not learning from you, with a good teacher like you teaching me by example. I don't just play with women. Chen Xiaolui is not ashamed, but thought of honor back. His father Chen de Bao colorful very, relying on money, toying with a lot of women in 8 villages. He grew up in the ear, naturally became such a playboy now. Okay, don't play around with me all day. I tell you, hurry up and learn how to do business with your second uncle. I don't want to defeat the family business that was hard to lay down in your hands. Chen de Gun scolded with a black face. I know, I will definitely learn from my second uncle by heart. You old man will wait to enjoy your happiness in the future. Chen Xiaolui hurriedly replied back. As the saying goes, people fight for a breath of air and Buddha suffers from a burnt incense. After leaving Chen de Gun's house, Qin Xiaolong immediately raised the price by 5% on top of the original price respectively. In this way, his purchase price is higher than that of Chen Canon. And Qin Xiaolong also told his mom. If Chen Canon then increased the price, they also up, but at most 5%, Qin Xiaolong cannot make money. But he cannot do a losing business. Then Qin Xiaolong went up the mountain again. Because the places he went to were deep mountains off the beaten track, it was much easier for Qin Xiaolong to pick up herbs than the other villagers. Only the herbs with a unit price lower than 20 akati were directly ignored by him. He only needed those expensive and fine herbs. Unconsciously, it was getting late. Qin Xiaolong carries up the medicinal herbs and begins to be rushing back along the dry river valley. When he was halfway there, he stepped over a stone in front of him. However, what he didn't expect was that the stone was soft. This abnormality couldn't help but make Qin Xiaolong stop his footsteps. Qin Xiaolong rushed back to the stone next to him. He first used the sickle to poke it, and then he made a cut at it. Looking at the white flesh exposed at the incision, Qin Xiaolong's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 55 Dogs and Men in the Cornfield. Ha ha, it's really a Tai Sui. Qin Xiaolong shouted with a face of ecstasy. Tai Yu, also known as Fleshlingji, was a very ancient and mysterious creature. And this one that Qin Xiaolong unintentionally stepped on. The cut surface was snow-white in color, tender and bouncy, with a meaty texture. This was even the very best of the Taiyu. The white Taiyu. Legend has it that Taiyu can make people live forever. Although this is a bit exaggerated, but it can prolong life is true. And in Qin Xiaolong's inheritance memory there is a formula about using Taiyu as a medicine guy to refine pills. Qin Xiaolong roughly estimated. He picked up this white Taiyu about 30 pounds. So heavy Taiyu, at least must have more than 1,000 years. And the white Taiyu is much more medicinal than other kinds of Taiyu. If he takes it out to sell, there are definitely a bunch of bosses grabbing for it. Selling a few million is not much of a problem, but he wasn't going to sell it. He was going to take it home and refine it into an elixir to honor his grandpa, mom and dad, especially his grandfather. He was old. His body was deteriorating. If he could take the elixir made by Tai Sui, not to mention returning to youth, his body would not have any problem to be 10 years younger. Ouch! Suddenly, a wolf howl sounded in Qin Xiaolong's ears. Judging from the sound, the coyote should be a few kilometers away from himself. Even so, Qin Xiaolong didn't dare to delay any longer and hurriedly stuffed the Taiyu into his snakeskin bag and went down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, while passing through a cornfield, a light suddenly attracted Qin Xiaolong's attention, but the light disappeared after a few tens of seconds. Ha! Who's working in the cornfield at night? Qin Xiaolong muttered rather curiously. However, soon after, a reverie-inducing sound came out from the bract field. As a veteran driver, he knew too well what this sound represented. After a moment of celestial struggle, Qin Xiaolong still couldn't hold back, put down the snakeskin bag, and gently walked towards the source of that sound. After walking about 10 meters, Qin Xiaolong stopped, only to see that the corn in the field had been tripped over a large piece, and a man and a woman were doing something illicit. Although the moonlight wasn't really bright, Qin Xiaolong still recognized at a glance that the man was Li Mingtao, the Director of Governance and Protection, and the woman was Wang Shufan, the second wife of his brother Li Xingli. These two even got together. Li Mingtao is really colorful. Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but secretly exclaim. Wang Shufan stealing from someone in a cornfield. Or Li Mingtao. If this was placed 30 years ago, both of them would probably be dipped in a piggy bank. Even now, once this matter spreads out, the two of them are bound to suffer 1,000 accusations. Brother Tao, hurry up and let go of me. What if people see it later? Wang Shufan was obviously a little worried. Seeing, little cutie in the middle of the night, will only run into the ground. Li Mingtao returned a sentence full of concern. Simply did not realize that in the dark there is a pair of eyes staring straight at the two of them. Not to mention that Qin Xiaolong has already photographed the scene of the two of them having an affair. With this handle in place, I'd like to see if Li Mingtao dares to go wild in front of me again in the future. Qin Xiaolong, who had recorded the video, felt a burst of smugness in his heart. Bearing in mind that he was the village's director of security, Li Mingtao could be said to be quite arrogant, and this guy had once even hit his own dad with his hands. And Li Dahu brothers dare in the village. A large part of the reason is because there is Li Mingtao, this uncle behind the support. But Qin Xiaolong now has a video. He is undoubtedly equal to pinch Li Mingtao's soft underbelly. If Li Mingtao dares to be arrogant with him again, he will expose the video. And then it is estimated that Li Xingli will have to cut his own good big brother alive. In order to avoid being discovered, Qin Xiaolong quietly left this place, as if he had never appeared. Xiaolong, Chen Degun raised the price of herbs up a few more cents. Now no one comes to sell herbs here anymore. Seeing Qin Xiaolong come back, Liang Jing hurriedly told him the news. It's okay, the big deal is that we don't accept it. Anyway, those 3 melons and 2 dates I simply can't see. Qin Xiaolong said uncaringly. He can earn several $1,000s a day by picking herbs on the mountain himself, and if he is lucky and finds some rare herbs, earning tens of thousands of dollars is not a difficult thing, so there is no need for him to continue to fight with Chen Decanon. I think this Chen Decanon must be deliberately not wanting our family to have a good life. It's really hateful. Liang Jing said somewhat angrily. It's okay, he loves to do whatever he wants. You and my dad will manage the farm well. When the time comes to rely on the farm alone, it's not a problem to earn a few million a year. Qin Xiaolong pacified his mom. Now the farm only has chickens, ducks and geese, but in the future he will definitely introduce other livestock, as long as it is managed properly. Making money is not too easy. Xiaolong is right. If Chen Degun wants to be an herb merchant, we'll let him. Qin Fugue followed. Well, that's all we can do at the moment. Liang Jing knew that they couldn't compete with Canon Chen and could only give up the herb business for now. The 3 members of the family were talking when Yang Daju suddenly came. Uncle, Auntie, this is the pig's gel that my dad went to kill a pig for someone else. I brought some for you. Yang Daju said and handed over a black bag he was holding. Thank you Daju, you quickly sit there and rest for a while. Qin Xiaolong and Yang Daju that were childhood playmates and the two families were also very close, so Liang Jing didn't refuse. Xiaolong, how is the effect of eating that good stuff I sent you last time? Is it a great tonic? Yang Daju then came to Qin Xiaolong's side and asked with a bad smile on his face. It's sitting in the refrigerator and hasn't been eaten yet. Qin Xiaolong said back. Hurry up and eat it. When you're done I'll ask my dad to get it for you again. Yang Daju smiled. Right, to tell you one more thing, Aunt Feng suddenly went to my house today. She said that Li Xian has a crush on me and asked me if I'm willing to marry her. Also said as long as I agree to this marriage, I do not have to pay a dowry. Their family subsidized 100,000 yuan dowry. Do you think this marriage? Yang Daju turned the tables and then said. You must not agree. Really agreed. You wait for the happy father. Qin Xiaolong quickly returned. What do you mean? How I'm happy to be a father? Yang Daju asked with a puzzled face. Tell you this, Li Xian is pregnant. The baby's father doesn't know who it is. Now looking for a receiver. A few days ago also looked for me, but was rejected by me. Qin Xiaolong bluntly stated the reason behind this. Grass. I told you how this kind of good thing came to my turn, so it's because he took lousy as a naive batch. Hearing this, Yang Daju couldn't help but get a little angry as well. Chapter 56, The rope is specialized in breaking fine points. Bad luck only finds bitter people. No, I have to go scold Du Meifeng. This old is too unethical. Yang Daju thought more and more angry. If not Qin Xiaolong told him, he was afraid really stupid to agree to this marriage. After all, Li Xian looks quite a bit of beauty, and marry a daughter-in-law does not spend money can also earn $100,000. This kind of good thing anyone will be moved. Forget it, what's the point of being general with them? Besides, how can you quarrel with Du Meifeng? Don't make yourself uncomfortable. Qin Xiaolong called out to Yang Daju and said, Du Meifeng has been a matchmaker for decades, she is very articulate and skillful. Yang Daju will undoubtedly be playing with a big sword in front of Guangong, and he will be humiliated. Yang Daju thought about it, indeed so a reason, and ultimately chose to lay down. Then Qin Xiaolong let his mom Liang Jing with Yang Daju send pig gel to get a stir-fried pig liver, a spicy pig heart, and then got a peanut rice as a dish, and Yang Daju while drinking wine. When the wine was in full swing, Wang Lanji from next door suddenly ran into Qin Xiaolong's house like crazy. Xiaolong, please hurry up and send my daughter to the hospital. My daughter is dying, please. Wang Lanji cried and wailed loudly, her face filled with grief and despair. Auntie Wang, please speak clearly first. What's wrong with your daughter? Qin Xiaolong hurriedly asked. Tong Tong committed suicide by drinking pesticide. You quickly go save her, I beg you. Wang Lanji sadly trumpeted. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaolong didn't dare to delay any longer and hurriedly followed Wang Lanji to her home. There was a girl lying on the bed in the bedroom. This girl was Wang Lanji's daughter Zhou Tong. Qin Xiaolong came to Zhou Tong's side and was about to rescue her, but soon gave up, because Zhou Tong's body was stiff. She had been dead for 2 to 3 hours at the very least. Xiaolong, why are you still waiting? Hurry up and drive your car to send my daughter to the hospital. Wang Lanji urged with an anxious heart. Auntie Wang, there's no need to send her to the hospital anymore. Zhou Tong is already gone. Qin Xiaolong said with a heavy expression. Impossible. Tong Tong is not dead. I even saw her moving just now. Xiaolong, I beg you to hurry and send her to the hospital. Wang Lanji begged loudly. She simply could not accept this fact. Aunt Wang, calm down. Zhou Tong is dead. Qin Xiaolong said loudly. Tong Tong, how could you bear to leave your mom alone? How can you let me live? My daughter Because of excessive grief, Wang Lanji suddenly fainted while crying. Qin Xiaolong hurriedly held her up and sent her to another room. Qin Xiaolong then re-entered Zhou Tong's bedroom. An empty bottle of dichlorvos was thrown on the floor, while on the bedside table there was a piece of paper pressed with a cell phone. Qin Xiaolong picked up the paper and read it, only to realize that it was Zhou Tong's suicide note. After reading the suicide note, Qin Xiaolong realized that Zhou Tong had fallen in love with a man named Lu Xuancheng, and the two had been dating for almost 3 months. Zhou Tong originally also fantasized that the two will enter the marriage hall. Old age? Who knew that Lu Xuancheng has a girlfriend? She was the original as a mistress beat up, and Lu Xuancheng is very desperate to say that she is just playing with her, and from now on the two will never have any dealings. Zhou Tong could not bear the blow, so this afternoon chose to drink pesticide suicide. At the end of the suicide note, Zhou Tong also attached a curse to the scum Lu Xuancheng, saying that he will turn into a ghost to haunt him forever. Alas, this girl, what a fool. After reading the suicide note, Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but sigh. Zhou Tong was still a year younger than him, just at a flower-like age, and as a result, she went on a desperate path because she met a bad person, which was really heartbreaking and regrettable. But the person is already dead. There is no point in saying anything now. After another 10 minutes, the police station and ambulance came to Zhou Tong's home, because it was a suicide. The police simply went through the motions and let the ambulance pull Zhou Tong's body away. Auntie Wang, people can't be revived after death. Your condolences. Qin Xiaolong looked towards Wang Lanji who had already awakened and comforted her. I'm fine. All of you leave. I want to be alone. Wang Lanji returned with a numb expression. Her daughter's death had dealt too great a blow to her, and her entire being was on the verge of collapse. Xiaolong, you guys go first. I'll just accompany your Aunt Wang. Liang Jing waved her hand and said. Qin Xiaolong didn't say anything else and called on Yang Daju and his dad to leave together. However, before he could walk out the door, a heartbreaking cry came from his ears. It wasn't until almost 11 o'clock at night that Qin Xiaolong's mom, Liang Jing, came home. Xiaolong, why don't we let your Auntie Wang come and work for you in the future? We'll pay her salary, so that I can enlighten her more in the meantime. She's too pitiful. Liang Jing discussed with Qin Xiaolong. Okay, that's exactly what I want. Qin Xiaolong agreed. Wang Lanji's husband died early, and she raised a pair of children all by herself. Originally, she should have been enjoying her happiness in the future. But in the end, such a thing happened. This is really the old saying. The rope picks the thin place to break. Bad luck only find the bitter people. The next morning, Qin Xiaolong finished delivering the goods early, and spontaneously came to Wang Lanji's house with other villagers to help her take care of Zhou Tong's affairs. Qin Xiaolong had already thought of recruiting Wang Lanji to work for him after Zhou Tong was buried. Besides Wang Lanji, Qin Xiaolong also selected several villagers in the village whose families were not in good condition. As the saying goes, if you are rich, you can help the world, but if you are poor, you can help yourself. In the past, their family was so poor that he could barely afford to cook himself, so it was impossible for him to help others. But now he has the ability, of course, to help these poor families within the scope of his ability, which is also considered to be for their own virtue. At 5 in the afternoon, Zhou Tong was finally in the ground. Xiaolong, thank you for helping me bury Tong Tong. I kowtow to you. Today's day, Qin Xiaolong was busy, not to mention that he advanced all the funeral expenses, which made Wang Lanji grateful as well, as she said that she was about to kneel down for Qin Xiaolong. Auntie Wang, hurry up, aren't you breaking my life? Wang Lanji was at least considered as her elder. Qin Xiaolong wouldn't let her kneel down for himself, and hurriedly helped her up. Next, Qin Xiaolong comforted Wang Lanji for a while, and then told her about letting her come to work for him, and at the same time, he also gave him an advance of 10,000 yuan, which made Wang Lanji even more grateful. Leaving from Wang Lanji's house, Qin Xiaolong was about to go back to his own house when he suddenly saw that Chen Xiaoyu had come to Wang Lanji's doorstep at some point. Xiaoyu, what brings you here? Qin Xiaolong hurriedly went forward and asked. I just came over to take a look. This $500 you have time to help me transfer to Auntie Wang. It's considered a little token of my appreciation, Chen Xiaoyu said, took out $500 from her pocket and handed it to Qin Xiaolong. Chapter 57, Two Brothers Who Don't Do Good. Why don't you just go in and give it to her yourself? That way you can still let people take your personal favor. Qin Xiaolong smiled and said, you're not just talking nonsense. Chen Xiaoyu rolled her eyes and said, Wang Lanji's husband, Zhou Kong, also worked in the village committee before his death, but because of the competition with Chen Guangfu for the position of village chief, the two had a big fight, and then, the two families were completely at war. Even though Zhou Kong had been dead for almost 10 years, the two families still didn't talk when they met. Qin Xiaolong knew the reason why Chen Xiaoyu refused to go see Wang Lanji, so he didn't say anything more and took the money. Xiaolong, I heard people say that Zhou Tong was dumped by her boyfriend and that's why she drank pesticide and committed suicide, right? Chen Xiaoyu then asked. Pretty much. She mainly ran into scumbags. Qin Xiaolong didn't hide it and briefly told Chen Xiaoyu what was on the suicide note. This Lu Xianchang is simply scum. If I were Zhou Tong, I would definitely pull him as a cushion even if I died. Chen Xiaoyu cursed with righteous indignation. Chen Xiaoyu then looked at Qin Xiaolong, listen to me carefully. In the future, if you dare to abandon me in favor of the new, I will definitely kill you first before committing suicide. Don't worry, brother won't abandon you at any time. Qin Xiaolong looked at Chen Xiaoyu with doting eyes and said, even reaching out to pinch her cheeks. Humph, forgive you, you wouldn't dare. Chen Xiaoyu still knew Qin Xiaolong very well, although he often gave people a bad feeling, but Chen Xiaoyu knew that Qin Xiaolong was definitely a very responsible man. Otherwise, it was impossible for her to be captured by Qin Xiaolong. Alright, not talking to you, I'm going home for dinner. Chen Xiaoyu's purpose for this trip had been achieved, and she turned around and prepared to leave. Wait Xiaoyu, your brother he. Qin Xiaolong was about to tell Chen Xiaoyu about the matter of Chen Wenhao lending him money, but the words reached his mouth and swallowed back. After all, he had promised Chen Wenhao before that he wouldn't talk to his family. What happened to my brother? Chen Xiaoyu stopped walking and said, nothing, I just happened to run into him yesterday, and he even said he wanted to set us up. Qin Xiaolong changed his words, then you hurry up and try to earn money. If you can't get 1 million dowry, this lady won't marry you. Chen Xiaoyu said with a smile, don't worry, 1 million doesn't mean to brother. You just wait for brother to marry you in 8 carriers. Qin Xiaolong said back with confidence, not to mention that a valuable 7-colored cordial, on his hands of the Night Pearl and Millennium Taiyao as long as the hand, casually can put together a few million, only he is not going to sell it for the time being. Don't brag, wait until you've saved up $1 million. Chen Xiaoyu smiled back and then went home. How dare you look down on your brother? See how I'll serve you with the family law in the future. Qin Xiaolong muttered in a low voice and similarly returned home. After dinner, Qin Xiaolong went to catch eels with Yang Dazhu again, but today, besides catching eels, they also put dozens of turtle hooks by the wild pond. There were still quite a lot of turtle in this wild pond. Once they got lucky and caught 4 wild turtle, but in most cases it was just 1 or 2. Xiaolong, wait for me for a while, my stomach hurts, I'm going to take a. On the way home, Yang Dazhu suddenly stopped covering his stomach. You're really a lazy donkey with a lot of. Qin Xiaolong flirted with Yang Dazhu, but still waited up on the side of the road while Yang Dazhu hurriedly drilled into the woods. As Yang Dazhu was releasing, 3 flashlight lights suddenly came from far and near towards their side. Qin Xiaolong's eyesight was amazing. Even though he was still 20 to 30 meters away, he still instantly recognized that 2 of those 3 people were really Li Dahu and Li Erwo, and the other one he didn't recognize. At this moment, Li Dahu and his 2 brothers were carrying a shovel. When they were still 15 meters away from Qin Xiaolong, Li Dahu's 3 men turned to another road. Qin Xiaolong knew very well that that road led to the North Ditch Cemetery. What are these 2 guys doing in the graveyard at night without sleeping? Qin Xiaolong muttered to himself with a puzzled expression. Xiaolong, I'm done pulling. Do you have any paper? Get me some paper. Behind a big tree, Yang Dazhu shouted. I don't have any either. Qin Xiaolong said. Grass. What a damn bad luck. Yang Dazhu spat. and had no choice but to pick up a few stones and pull them just like he did when he was a kid. Let's go. Go home. Yang Daju came to Qin Xiaolong's side and said, don't be in a hurry. I just saw the two Li Dahu brothers taking a stranger towards the North Ditch Cemetery. Let's also go over to see what these two goods really want. Qin Xiaolong quickly spoke about his discovery. Going to a cemetery in the middle of the night? The two of them have a pit in their brains. Yang Daju cursed with a speechless face. They're definitely up to no good. Let's go over and take a look. Qin Xiaolong didn't delay any longer. He called Yang Daju and the two of them rushed to the cemetery together. Beigo Cemetery is the public cemetery of Taoyuan Village. Basically all the people of Taoyuan Village are buried here after death. So the graves here are all over the place. It's very eerie. Even during the daytime no one comes here, let alone at night. After arriving at the graveyard, Qin Xiaolong didn't see any lights. He stood still and swept back and forth, and soon found 3 black shadows digging at a grave. And the owner of that grave was Zhou Tong, who was just buried today. These 3 people, seeing the behavior of the 3, Qin Xiaolong instantly became furious. Without any hesitation, Qin Xiaolong quickly rushed over. In the blink of an eye, all 3 of Li Dahu's men were lying on the ground. Give me a reasonable explanation as to why you dug up Zhou Tong's grave? If you guys can't tell me a reason, I'll bury you alive today. Qin Xiaolong asked with a fierce look. Don't do it. It's him who said he wanted to take Zhou Tong's ashes to sell them for money. We're just helping him work. Li Dahu knew Qin Xiaolong's fierce very well, and without any hesitation at all, he directly sold the man beside him. You guys are really heartless. Hearing these words, Qin Xiaolong's face steeply developed an extra touch of coldness. Zhou Tong had just been buried in the ground and her bones were not yet cold. These people even used her ashes to sell for money. This behavior was worse than beasts. What's the point of bothering with them? Let's beat them up first. Yang Daju was equally very angry at this time, coming up and punching and kicking at Li Dahu's men. In the blink of an eye, the 3 were beaten to a pulp. Qin Xiaolong interrogated the strange man again, only to learn that this guy was called Wang He, a person from their next-door village of Waigu. After learning of the death of Zhou Tong from their village, Wang He rushed over at the first opportunity and colluded with the 2 Li Dahu brothers. Chapter 58. I'm not running a bank. If Qin Xiaolong hadn't appeared in time, Wang He would have sold Zhou Tong's ashes for $20,000 tomorrow morning to match the Yin marriage. Qin Xiaolong also loved money, but in his opinion, a gentleman loves money and takes it in the right way. But these people even make this kind of money with no conscience. They are worse than pigs and dogs. After another bout of beating on the 3, Qin Xiaolong called the police station and Zhou Tong's mom, Wang Lanji, as well as the village chief, Chen Guangfu, respectively. In just 10 minutes, Chen Guangfu rushed to the cemetery with Wang Lanji and several villagers. They first brought Li Dahu's trio back to the village committee, and after learning what happened, Chen Guangfu was also furious. You two are simply scum. Scum, tumors, you are a disgrace to our Taoyuan village. I really want to chop you all up and feed you to the dogs. Although Chen Guangfu did not get along with Zhou Tong's family, but the behavior of Li Dahu's trio because had touched the bottom line of being a human being. If it was not a case of killing someone and breaking the law, he would definitely do the right thing for the heavens and send these 3 to the west. Lanji, today this matter is my son did wrong. I apologize to you on their behalf. I'm sorry. If you're not angry, you can beat them any way you want. Li Dahu's father, Li Shangli, took the initiative to apologize to Wang Lanji. This time his face was also full of shame. I won't beat them. I want them to be sanctioned by the law. Wang Lanji coldly said back. Dahu, Eru, why don't you hurry and kneel down to apologize to your Aunt Wang? Li Mingtao followed and spoke. Aunt Wang, we know we're wrong. We just got carried away for a moment. Please forgive us once. The 2 brothers, Li Dahu, didn't dare to argue at all and could only kneel down and beg for Wang Lanji's forgiveness. Lanji, this time the 2 brothers really did not do the right thing. But if this matter spreads out, the reputation of our entire Taoyuan village will be affected. Look at it this way. Can you say a number? Let's settle this matter privately. Li Mingtao discussed with Wang Lanji. No way. Wang Lanji decisively refused. Auntie Wang, I support you. We definitely can't go private. Qin Xiaolong followed and stated. Qin Xiaolong, shut up. This is no place for you to interject. Li Mingtao glared at Qin Xiaolong and said, who do you think you are? If you tell me to shut up, I'll shut up. Qin Xiaolong said very arrogantly. He didn't even put the village chief in his eyes, let alone a director of governance. Besides, he still had the evidence that Li Mingtao had cuckolded Li Xingli in his hand, and he was even more unlikely to goad Li Mingtao. Being contradicted by Qin Xiaolong, Li Mingtao's eyes immediately flashed with a cold light, but not waiting for him to open his mouth, the police siren sounded. The police station people finally arrived. The police first gave a statement to Qin Xiaolong and the others before taking all 3 of Li Dahu away. As for how they were convicted, that was out of Qin Xiaolong's hands. By the time he returned home, it was already more than 12 in the morning. Qin Xiaolong just wanted to take a shower and go to bed when his cell phone rang again. The call was still from Chen Xiaoyu's brother, Chen Wenhao. Hey, Xiaolong, are you asleep? After picking up the phone, Chen Wenhao immediately asked. Not yet. What's wrong? Qin Xiaolong returned. Can you lend me another $40,000 to make up 100,000 when I return you 110,000 with interest later? Chen Wenhao immediately said. Brother Hao, I'm not running a bank. Where can I lend you so much money? Qin Xiaolong pretended to be helpless and said back. The first time, the second time, for the sake of Chen Xiaoyu, he lent Chen Wenhao the money, but it had only been a day since then. Chen Wenhao was even looking for him to borrow money for the third time. This was simply treating him like a self-service ATM. Qin Xiaolong naturally didn't want to borrow again. Otherwise, who knew if it would be a meat bag that never returned? Xiaolong, I beg you, lend me another 40,000. My girlfriend's father's condition has suddenly deteriorated and is being rescued. If I can't raise the medical fees, the hospital is going to give up on the treatment. Chen Wenhao begged bitterly. Brother Hao, it's not that I don't lend you, I really don't have any money, otherwise I would have borrowed it for sure. Qin Xiaolong's bank card still had nearly $200,000, but Chen Wenhao was like a bottomless pit. He estimated that all of his $200,000 were lent out and were not enough for Chen Wenhao to spend. So, the best way or not to borrow for the best, to save the two people in the future because of the money again fell out. Xiaolong, I beg you, lend me some. I can't just watch my future father-in-law die. Right, don't you like Xiaoyu? As long as you're willing to help me one more time, I promise to let Xiaoyu marry you. Chen Wenhao said undaunted, even moving Chen Xiaoyu out. Brother Hao, I'll lend you up to 10,000 more. This is the last bit of money I have in the bank. Qin Xiaolong thought about it and finally decided to lend Chen Wenhao another 10,000. And this was the last time. In the future, if Chen Wenhao didn't return the money and wanted to borrow money again, then sorry, not a dime. Okay, 10,000 is 10,000. Then you hurry up and transfer it to me. I'll gather some more from other friends. Chen Wenhao hung up the phone after saying this. Qin Xiaolong transferred 10,000 to Chen Wenhao. After a little contemplation, he dialed Chen Xiaoyu's video call. Xiaoyu, sleeping yet? Nope, watching a movie. What's wrong? Chen Xiaoyu returned. Your brother borrowed $70,000 from me, saying it was for his girlfriend's father's treatment. Do you know about this? If it was just $10,000 or $20,000, Qin Xiaolong wouldn't even mention it, but this was $70,000. It was already not a small amount. Plus he always felt that there was something fishy about Chen Wenhao borrowing the money. He would still be safest to talk to Chen Xiaoyu about it. I don't know. I didn't even know my brother had a girlfriend. Chen Xiaoyu immediately shook her head and said, Xiaolong, did you really lend me $70,000? Chen Xiaoyu asked again. Of course, if you don't believe me, I'll send you the transfer records. No need, I trust you. After returning a sentence, Chen Xiaoyu's brows couldn't help but wrinkle. Strange, my brother just asked my dad for $80,000 a few days ago, saying that he was going to go through the connections to be able to work in the organization. Why does he still need to borrow money from you? Xiaolong, wait for me for a while, I'll give my brother a call and ask him what's going on. Chen Xiaoyu was also now full of doubts. She hung up the phone after saying this. About 5 minutes later, Chen Xiaoyu called back. Xiaolong, my brother's cell phone is turned off. I don't know if it's out of battery. Wait for tomorrow morning, I'll call him again to ask him clearly. If he borrows money from you again, you mustn't lend it to him. Got it. Qin Xiaolong also sensed something wrong at this time. He seriously suspected that Chen Wenhao's reason for borrowing money was made up. As for what he actually borrowed money for, Qin Xiaolong still doesn't know. The next day, Qin Xiaolong made his usual delivery to Longting restaurant first, and after that, he went to North Slope Farm. Near noon, Qin Xiaolong was planning to go home to cook, when Chen Xiaoyu happened to come face to face. Only at this time, Chen Xiaoyu's eyes were red, obviously having just cried. Chapter 59, I only belong to you. Xiaoyu, why are you crying? Who bullied you? Tell me. I'll clean him up for you. Qin Xiaolong immediately stepped forward and said. Although he and Chen Xiaoyu hadn't crossed the final step yet, he had long since treated Chen Xiaoyu as his woman. No one minded bullying Chen Xiaoyu except him. No one is bullying me. I'm just sand mesmerized in my eyes. Chen Xiaoyu squeezed out a smile and said, do you think I'll believe such a poor reason? Tell me the truth. Who actually bullied you? Qin Xiaolong continued to pursue. There's really no one bullying me, so don't ask. I came to find you today because I have another very important thing to find you. Let's go to town and get a room. I want to give myself to you, Chen Xiaoyu said with a forced smile. Ha! Hearing this, Qin Xiaolong froze. He completely did not expect Chen Xiaoyu to suddenly say such words. He was not prepared at all. Xiaoyu, You're not joking with me, right? Qin Xiaolong, who had come back to his senses, hurriedly asked. I'm not joking with you, I've already thought about it. I'm going to give you my most precious thing. Let's go. Don't waste time, Chen Xiaoyu said and went to pull Qin Xiaolong's hand. Wait, Xiaoyu. Qin Xiaolong called out to Chen Xiaoyu, then asked with a serious face. Tell me the truth. What's going on? If you don't tell me clearly, I definitely won't want you. Although Qin Xiaolong had been tempting Chen Xiaoyu in various ways a long time ago, wanting to steal the forbidden fruit with her in advance, but now that Chen Xiaoyu had taken the initiative to give it to him, he was instead not in a hurry to have it, because he knew very well that Chen Xiaoyu was a very principled girl. If not for certain things that happened that he did not know about, Chen Xiaoyu would not be able to go against the rules that he had set in the first place. Xiaolong, just don't ask. This afternoon I belong to you alone. I will fulfill whatever you want. Chen Xiaoyu still didn't give Qin Xiaolong the answer he wanted. Forget it if you don't say. I'll go find your father and ask. In Qin Xiaolong's opinion, this matter definitely had something to do with Chen Guangfu. He turned around and was ready to go question Chen Guangfu face to face. Xiaolong, don't go. I'll tell you okay. Chen Xiaoyu pulled Qin Xiaolong back, after a slight hesitation. Then she said, I'm planning to marry Chen Xiaowei, but my first time I will only give it to you. What? You're going to marry that trash? Did your father force you? Qin Xiaolong was instantly furious and said, It's not my dad's fault, it's all my brother's. My brother, he misappropriated $1,030,000 of public money to gamble, and ended up losing it all. In order to get his capital back, he found all kinds of reasons to borrow from his relatives and friends, but in the end, he lost it all as well. Today, their company checked the accounts and quickly discovered the fact that my brother had misappropriated public funds, and their manager said that if my brother didn't make up all the money before noon tomorrow, he would let him go to jail. But that is more than $1 million? My father scrambled. Think of all the ways also only came up with 520,000, still short of 78 shortfall. Then there was really no way out. My dad went to find Chen Cannon. Chen Cannon said, as long as I am willing to marry his son, he will give our family 200,000 dowry, and the other 580,000 is counted as a loan to my dad. In order to save my brother, my dad directly kneeled down and begged me. I could only agree if I didn't. But I love you. My first time will only be for you alone. When she said this, Chen Xiaoyu could no longer control her tears, which snapped and dripped to the ground like broken beads. Looking at the pearly Chen Xiaoyu, Qin Xiaolong also felt a heartache. Xiaoyu, don't cry. I'll take care of the sky when it collapses. I'll pay back this money for your brother. Qin Xiaolong hurriedly pacified Chen Xiaoyu. He guessed last night that he was cheated by Chen Wenhao. He just didn't expect that this guy even took the money was to go gambling. He even didn't expect that Chen Guangfu would push his own daughter into the fire pit in order to save his own son. This father was really biased. Xiaolong, this matter you don't care. We are missing too much money. You would not be able to get it together yet. Chen Xiaoyu cried. Who told you I can't scrape it all together? Isn't it just $1,300,000? I'll pay for this. Qin Xiaolong said with a loud voice. He wasn't a saintly mother. If it was someone else's business, he definitely wouldn't care. But Chen Xiaoyu was his own woman, so he naturally couldn't see death to save her. Xiaolong, do you really have a way to gather $1,300,000? Chen Xiaoyu wiped a handful of tears, still unable to believe Qin Xiaolong. You go home and wait for my news. I'll go to the city to get the money. I'll send it to your house later. After speaking to Chen Xiaoyu, Qin Xiaolong immediately returned home and took out the night pearl hidden inside the closet. Originally, he had planned to play with this pearl, but now he could only sell it to help Chen Xiaoyu's brother pay off his debt, because he didn't know exactly how much the pearl could be sold for. Qin Xiaolong took the Millennium Taiyu with him and drove into the city. More than 2 hours later, Qin Xiaolong arrived at the city's antique street. This antique street is all about selling all kinds of antiques and paintings. Qin Xiaolong has been here twice before, but he was just casually strolling around. Not long after, Qin Xiaolong arrived at the Wanbao building located at the center of the antique street. Wanbao Lu is the largest antique store in the entire Lin city. The price has always been relatively fair. The reputation is very good, and almost counts as a child and an old man. Because it was now mealtime, there were not many customers in the curio store except for the clerk. Handsome guy, what do you want to buy? Seeing Qin Xiaolong, a female clerk who was quite pretty hurriedly came forward to greet him. I don't buy things, I sell things, Qin Xiaolong said, taking out his night pearl. Night pearl. Seeing this one night pearl, the female sales clerk instantly brightened up. Handsome, wait a moment, I'll find a treasure appraiser to give you an appraisal, the female sales clerk said, and was about to go to the backyard, when it so happened that an old man with white hair walked out from the backyard. Beside the old man was a rather handsome-looking young man. The two of them were talking and laughing, and it was unknown what their relationship was. Elder Su, you came out at the right time. here's a handsome man who came to our store to sell the night pearl. The female sales clerk rushed forward. Hearing the 3 words night pearl, Su Yunjo instantly became interested. Young man, I'm Su Yunjo, the chief treasure appraiser of Wan Baolu. I wonder if you can take out that night pearl for me to take a look at. Su Yunjo comes to Qin Xiaolong's side and asks very politely. Of course. Qin Xiaolong didn't hesitate and handed over the night pearl in his hand to Su Yunjo. Looking at the beautiful night pearl in front of him, Su Yunjo also couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. It's so beautiful. It's been a long time since I've seen such a beautiful night pearl. Chapter 60, 1 byte price, 300,000. Qin Xiaolong took out this one night pearl bead round jade. Exquisite, even if it is now daytime, still flowing light, beautiful. The young man who had just spoken to Su Yunjo was also attracted and quickly walked over. Elder Su, can you show me the night pearl? Lu Zihong discussed with Su Yunjo. Be careful, don't drop it. After Su Yunjo purposely instructed seemingly, he carefully handed over the night pearl to Lu Zihong's hands. Lu Zihong first back and forth to check a bit, and then again the night pearl to the sunlight to see, which praised, good, is a good thing? I do not know this brother you intend to sell how much money? You bid first. I'll sell it if the price is right. If not I'll continue to use it as a family heirloom. Qin Xiaolong looked calm and pretended to be sophisticated as he returned. In fact, he didn't even know how much this night pearl of his could be sold for. That's why he raised the ball to the other party, so that it would be easier for him to take the initiative in the transaction. This night pearl of yours is much stronger than its counterpart. It has almost no flaws. The only thing I have some regrets about is that it's a bit small in size. How about this? I'll offer 1,200,000. How's that? Lu Zihong thought about giving a price. Looks like this young master is treating me like a little cutie. Now, since you're so sincere, I'd better look elsewhere. $1,200,000 was definitely not a small amount, but Qin Xiaolong felt that his night pearl should cost more than that, so dropping these words he turned around and left, walking away very dryly. Seeing this, Lu Zihong hurriedly stopped Qin Xiaolong. Brother, don't be in a hurry to leave. The price is negotiable. I don't know how much you want. Lu Zihong said with a smile on his face. Add another 0. Qin Xiaolong lightly returned. Brother, what are you thinking? You're not the kind of top-notch night pearl on the crown of old Buddha Sishi. How can you sell 12 million? Lu Zihong said with a bitter smile. You can't afford it even if. Anyway, I didn't say I would definitely sell it to you. Qin Xiaolong faintly said back. It's not a matter of whether you can afford it or not. The main thing is that this night pearl is really not worth that much, but I can add some more money. $1.5 million. You sell this night pearl to me. Lu Zihong continued to discuss with Qin Xiaolong, purposely adding another $300,000 upwards. Not for sale. Qin Xiaolong directly rebuffed Lu Zihong. Lu Xiao, let me be fair. This night pearl is not as good as the one on the crown of old Buddha Sishi, but it is still considered to be a superb product. According to the current market price, at least $2.5 million. If you don't want it, we, Wan Baolu, will take it. Su Yunjo couldn't help but open his mouth. Elder Su, don't try to grab it from me. I'll take this night pearl. Lu Zihong had originally seen Qin Xiaolong dressed in plain clothes and thought that he hadn't seen the world, and that he should be able to get rid of him by casually quoting a price. Who would have thought that he would be even more difficult to deal with than he had imagined, and would be completely like an old fox, making it impossible for people to guess what he was thinking, especially now that Su Yunjo had opened his mouth. It was even more impossible for him to pick up the favor. Brother, you've heard what Elder Su said. I'll offer $2,600,000. You sell this night pearl to me. I can just give it to my girlfriend as a birthday gift. Lu Zihong then said. 1 byte price. 3 million. I won't sell it for a dime less. Qin Xiaolong directly gave his offer. Okay, 3 million is 3 million. I, Lu Zihong, am not too bad with that several $100,000. Lu Zihong glanced towards Su Yunjo, and after seeing Su Yunjo nod, he agreed very quickly. Qin Xiaolong naturally noticed the small movements between the two, and he instantly realized that he might have sold at a loss. However, his original expectation was actually just 1 million, and now that the sale price had tripled, he was already quite satisfied. Next, Lu Zihong asked for Qin Xiaolong's bank card number, and he earned the 3 million on the spot. The money arrived. On the surface Qin Xiaolong didn't move, but in his heart he was already happy. He just saved the weasel's life out of kindness, and it sent such a big gift to himself, which undoubtedly fulfills the old saying, good people have good rewards. Brother, what's in that bucket of yours? Lu Zihong, who had put away the night pearl, looked at the bucket in Qin Xiaolong's hand and asked. Nothing, just a little bit of local specialty. Qin Xiaolong was well versed in the principle of not revealing one's wealth, so he didn't say that the bucket was filled with 1,000-year-old white taiyu. After all, as the old saying goes, one is not afraid of thieves stealing, but afraid of thieves thinking about it. He didn't want to be targeted as a fat sheep again. Young Master Lu, I'll leave first, see you again sometime. Without lingering any longer, Qin Xiaolong bid farewell to Lu Zihong and left. After leaving the antique city, Qin Xiaolong went to the bank again. Because there was no appointment, Qin Xiaolong had worn out a lot of lips, and only then did they reluctantly agree to give him 1,300,000 in cash. Waiting until 3:30 p.m., Qin Xiaolong finally returned to Taoyuan village. He went straight to Chen Xiaoyu's house. At this time, Chen Guangfu's husband and wife as well as Chen Xiaoyu's siblings were gathered together. However, everyone's face was very heavy. As for Chen Wenhao, he was even penalized for kneeling on the ground. Other than the Chen family, there were two other people here. It was none other than Chen Degun's father and son. Guangfu, this is the 200,000 dowry. I've brought it over to you first, only waiting for this evening after Xiaoyu and Xiaowei both cavort. I'll transfer the remaining 580,000 to your account again. Chen de Cannon was sitting on a chair, crossing his legs, holding a cigarette, full of vigor, while on the coffee table in front of him was neatly placed $200,000 in cash. Chen Guangfu only had one daughter, Chen Xiaoyu, who he had always loved, and he was more than aware of what kind of virtue Chen Xiaoyu was, but in order to save his son, he could only sacrifice his daughter's happiness. Xiaoyu, Dad is sorry for you. Dad makes amends to you. Chen Guangfu felt guilty inside and said that he was going to kneel down and apologize to his daughter. Dad, don't be like this. I didn't blame you. Chen Xiaoyu with tears in her eyes hurriedly helped her dad up. Uncle Guangfu, don't worry. I will definitely love Xiaoyu well. I will definitely not let her suffer a single bit of wrongdoing. Chen Xiaowei hurriedly spoke. Chen Xiaoyu that is even more beautiful than Qin Qinshui a few points. A veritable village aflower. He has long been craving Chen Xiaoyu's body, but because of the fear of Chen Guangfu's identity as the village chief, he did not dare to have any excessive action. So today Chen Guangfu went to their home to borrow money. He immediately came to take advantage of the fire, proposed to let Chen Xiaoyu marry him, but in order to prevent the night from growing long, he hurriedly brought his dad to Chen Xiaoyu's house again with the bride price. He intends to eat Chen Xiaoyu first tonight. Just wait for the raw rice cooked rice. Chen Xiaoyu wanna back out also late. Chapter 61, I'll be your godfather. Chen Xiaowei, you dare to think about Laozi's woman. I think you're really tired of living. Right at this moment, Qin Xiaolong, who was standing outside the door curtain eavesdropping, finally walked in. Seeing Qin Xiaolong, a touch of gloom instantly surfaced on Chen Xiaowei's face. As the son of the richest man in Taoyuan village, Chen Xiaowei had always been a bully, bullying whoever he wanted. However, Qin Xiaolong was definitely an exception, because he dared to play with your life in a fight. So even though Chen Xiaowei had a good father, he usually still wouldn't mess with Qin Xiaolong. But soon, a smile resurfaced on Chen Xiaowei's face. Qin Xiaolong, you've come at the right time. I'm going to marry Xiaoyu soon. You can remember to attend our wedding then. Chen Xiaowei said with a smug face. In the past, Chen Xiaoyu was so high and mighty that he could only fantasize about it in his heart. But now, he would soon be able to take Chen Xiaoyu for himself in a righteous manner, while Qin Xiaolong, his own rival, could only watch as he ate meat. Just thinking about this, Chen Xiaowei's heart was incomparably cool. Still want me to attend your wedding? It's more like I'll attend your funeral. Qin Xiaolong sneered back. Qin Xiaolong, today is my son's big day. I don't want to get angry. Don't be unreasonable with me. Chen Degun's eyes were gloomy as he warned Qin Xiaolong. Who are you bluffing? Do you really think that little master is scared? Qin Xiaolong replied back very arrogantly, then beckoned to Chen Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, come to hubby. Chen Xiaoyu knew that Qin Xiaolong had gone to get money. Looking at the black plastic bag he was carrying in his hand, she could probably guess that it should be loaded with money. She hurriedly came to Qin Xiaolong's side. Xiaolong, are you? Don't worry, brother has said that I'll carry the sky when it collapses. Qin Xiaolong purposely interrupted Chen Xiaoyu, not letting her finish her sentence, then not seeing the outside world at all, directly pulled over a chair and sat down. Pinch your husband's back. After driving for half a day, I'm exhausted. Qin Xiaolong patted his shoulder like a grandpa and said. Seeing this, Chen Xiaoyu immediately guessed that Qin Xiaolong must have raised the money. Her whole body instantly relaxed, and very obediently came behind Qin Xiaolong to knead his shoulders. Egu, comfortable, really comfortable, Qin Xiaolong said with a face of enjoyment. Seeing his wife to be actually giving Qin Xiaolong a massage, Chen Xiaowei's eyes almost spewed out fire. Chen Xiaoyu, you give me. Xiaowei, calm down. The resourceful Chen Cannon's behavior at this time was very calm. He didn't get angry, but instead looked directly at Chen Guangfu. Guangfu, what does your daughter mean by this? When we are blind? Chen de Cannon was very clear that he was now pinching Chen Guangfu's soft underbelly. There was no need for him to directly start a conflict with Qin Xiaolong. Chen Guangfu would naturally step in to set things right. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Come back here. Chen Guangfu drank with a gloomy face. He likewise did not expect Qin Xiaolong to suddenly appear to stir up trouble, and even took advantage of his daughter in front of him. If it wasn't for the fact that Chen Degun was still present, he would have gone ballistic. Village chief, I can understand your eagerness to save your son, but isn't it a bit too much to bury your daughter's life just for your son? Qin Xiaolong asked with a smile on his lips. I don't want you to tell me what to do. Get out of here immediately or don't blame me for not being polite. Chen Guangfu coldly drank. Letting his daughter marry Qin Shelui, why wouldn't he be heartbroken? But he already had no choice. Or else his son would have to spend the rest of his life in a steel window. Qin Xiaolong, Uncle Guangfu told you to get lost. Do you hear me? Chen Shelui followed and drank. I should be the one to say this to you. Get the hell out of here as far as you can. Don't affect my ability to liaise with my future father-in-law here. Qin Xiaolong turned around and said with a smile. Still your future father-in-law? You're out of your ing mind, aren't you? Let me tell you. I'll sleep with Chen Xiaoyu tonight, and you, a dirt dog, won't be able to touch her for the rest of your life. Chen Xiaoyu said with a fierce smile on his face. Pa! Qin Xiaolong raised his hand and slapped at Chen Xiaoyu. Listen carefully, Chen Xiaoyu is my woman. If you dare to hit on her again, I'll waste you. At this moment, Qin Xiaolong was full of hostility, especially his cold and merciless eyes, looking at people with a chill in their hearts. But being slapped in the face by Qin Xiaolong in public, Chen Shelui was instantly enraged. Mother asterisk 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 her, you dare to hit me, I'll kill you. Chen Shelui roared and was ready to retaliate against Qin Xiaolong. Shelui, calm down. Chen Degun stopped his son once again and coldly looked at Chen Guangfu. Guangfu, if you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, the marriage between our two families will be cancelled. Don't! Chen Guangfu was still counting on borrowing money from Canon Chen to save his son. He didn't dare to provoke Canon Chen. Qin Xiaolong, I'll say it for the last time. Get out of here xiaoyu, you come back to me as well. From now on, you're not allowed to see Qin Xiaolong again, or I'll disown you as my daughter. Chen Guangfu angrily said. Xiaoyu, your father disowns you, I'll disown you. How about I become your godfather from now on? Qin Xiaolong joked with a bad smile on his face. Asterisk 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 you. Me being your godmother is more like it. Chen Xiaoyu glared at Qin Xiaolong, then looked at her dad and said, Dad, what are you so angry about? Won't you ask him what Xiaolong is doing here? What else can he do besides messing up? Chen Guangfu said with a gloomy face. Village chief, you are really a dog-biting Lu Dongbin. You don't know what's good for you. In fact, I came over today, but I came specifically to save my great-uncle's brother. You open this bag and take a look. Seeing that the time was ripe, Qin Xiaolong then threw the black plastic bag in his hand over. Chen Guangfu didn't know what Qin Xiaolong was playing again, but still opened the bag. In the next second, a look of shock violently surfaced on his face. My goodness, Xiaolong, where did you get so much money? Looking at the bag full of cash, Zhao Yongmei on the side even exclaimed in shock. It's just over $1 million. Just a sprinkle, Qin Xiaolong said back very boldly. Chen Degun's father and son were also shocked and puzzled at this time. In their minds, Qin Xiaolong had always been a poor man. Although their family's situation had improved quite a bit recently, they still couldn't believe that Qin Xiaolong could come up with more than $1 million in one go. Qin Xiaolong, did you steal this money? Chen Shelui questioned loudly. It's not stolen. I robbed it from the bank. Hurry up and go to the police to arrest me. Qin Xiaolong returned with a mocking face. Xiaolong, what's the point of talking nonsense with him? Chen Xiaoyu, who had been holding back for half a day, interjected. Chen Shelui, hurry up and take your money and get lost. I'm not going to marry a scum like you. Before, when she was blackmailed by Chen Shelui, Chen Xiaoyu could only endure it, but now she no longer had to hide her disgust for Chen Shelui. Did you hear what Xiaoyu said? You two hurry up and get lost. Don't make me treat you to meat buns, Qin Xiaolong said, deliberately shaking his fist with a threatening flavor. Guangfu, make a stand. If you say you don't want to be my relative, I'll leave now. Chen Decanon held back his anger and looked at Chen Guangfu with a gloomy face and said, Chapter 62, Reward for you at night. You take the money and go. I'm not going to close this marriage, Chen Guangfu said after a slight pause. He had originally been forced to agree to marry his daughter to Chen Shelui in order to borrow money from Chen Degun, and now that Qin Xiaolong had already taken out enough money, he naturally wouldn't push his daughter into the fire pit anymore. After all, Chen Shelui was a notorious asshole, and he likewise did not like Chen Shelui at all. Good, I'll remember this today. Chen Degun, I hope you won't beg me again in your life. Son, let's go. After saying this, Chen Decanon was ready to leave. I'm not leaving. I want to marry Chen Xiaoyu. Chen Shelui had been thinking about Chen Xiaoyu for several years, and now that he was about to get what he wanted with great difficulty, he was not willing to give up just like that. What's one Chen Xiaoyu? Wait for Dad to find you a prettier one in the future, Chen Degun said. No, I want Chen Xiaoyu. Chen Xiaohui said with a resolute attitude. Pa! Chen de Cannon suddenly gave Chen Xiaohui a slap. Cut the crap and follow me. After saying this, Chen de Cannon's eyes stared at Qin Xiaolong for a few seconds. At this moment, he was like a cold poisonous scorpion, but he didn't say anything and quickly whisked his sleeves away. Qin Xiaolong, the hatred of taking his wife is not shared. This matter is not over. Chen Xiaohui dropped these words full of resentment and rushed to catch up with his dad in order to avoid being beaten. Shabby. Qin Xiaolong spat out 2 words full of disdain, not taking Chen Xiaohui seriously at all. Village chief, this money is enough to pay off the debt for brother Hao, right? Qin Xiaolong turned his gaze to Chen Guangfu and said, are you sure that all this money will be used to pay off Wen Hao's bills? Even though Qin Xiaolong's words were clear, Chen Guangfu still couldn't help but ask. Of course, otherwise what would I do with the money? Qin Xiaolong said with a faint smile. Thank you. I'll definitely pay you back when I have money in the future. This money was timely rain for Chen Guangfu, and he couldn't help but say thank you to Qin Xiaolong. It doesn't matter if you return it or not. I remember we had a bet before. As long as I take $1 million as the dowry, the village chief will agree to marry Xiaoyu to me, right? I don't know if the village chief is still true to his word? Qin Xiaolong said with a smile on his lips. Count, I won't stop you from dating Xiaoyu in the future. Chen Guangfu replied back very cheerfully. He was dead set against Chen Xiaoyu being with Qin Xiaolong before because he felt that Qin Xiaolong's family was too poor and his daughter would be suffering if she married there. But Qin Xiaolong had really taken out $1 million. So naturally, he wouldn't beat up on his daughter anymore. After all, he also wanted his daughter to be happy. In the past, didn't you scold me for being a toad who couldn't match the white swan that is Xiaoyu? Now the village chief shouldn't look down on me anymore, right? Qin Xiaolong said with a smug smile. In the past, it was my dog's eyes that looked down on me. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Qin Xiaolong was not what he used to be. Plus he still needed the $1 million+ to help his son pay off his debt. So Chen Guangfu put his posture very low. Knowing one's mistakes and being able to change them, the village head is really a good person. Qin Xiaolong smiled and praised, then deliberately coughed twice. Cough cough. This has been here for half a day, and no one has poured a drink of water. I'm dying of thirst. It's all my fault. I'll pour you some tea. Zhao Yongmei said that she was going to pour tea. Aunt May, you sit there and rest. I want to drink the tea poured by the village chief. The corner of Qin Xiaolong's mouth curled slightly as he said by name. Seeing that Qin Xiaolong was getting the better of him, Chen Guangfu was also a bit angry, but in the end, he still held back and personally poured Qin Xiaolong a cup of tea. Drink tea. Qin Xiaolong was ungracious and took the cup of tea and drank it in one go. Ha ha, the tea poured by the village chief is just delicious. Before this, Chen Guangfu had always treated himself with a cold eye, yet today he apologized and poured tea for himself. Qin Xiaolong only felt a raised eyebrow. It was simply better than drinking a Sharpie. Alright, this money is also sent. Tea is also drunk. I still have things to do at home, so I'll go back first. Qin Xiaolong could have directly transferred money to Chen Guangfu, but he intentionally went to fetch cash just to come to Chen's house to pretend. Now that he had finished pretending, he could naturally leave in style. Xiaolong, have dinner at our house before you leave. Zhao Yongmei hurriedly retained. Some other time. Qin Xiaolong declined Zhao Yongmei's kindness, then turned to Chen Xiaoyu and said, Xiaoyu, see me off. Okay. Chen Xiaoyu hurriedly agreed. This time, Chen Guangfu did not do anything to stop her. Dad, why don't I go see little Long off as well? Chen Wenhao, who had been kneeling on the ground, couldn't help but speak. Keep kneeling for me, unworthy thing. I really want to beat you to death. Chen Guangfu viciously scolded. Chen Wenhao was one of the few college students in Taoyuan village. He had always been Chen Guangfu's pride, and Chen Guangfu had high hopes for him. But who would have thought that he would embezzle public funds to gamble? Owed a butt of debt. Yesterday when he learned the news he almost did not vomit blood. Seeing his father angry, Chen Wenhao also did not dare to speak again. Can only honestly continue to kneel on the ground, outside the Chen family. How about it, Xiaoyu? Isn't hubby very capable? Qin Xiaolong asked with a smug look on his face. You're so capable. You even dared to ask my father to pour tea for you. You're really floating. Chen Xiaoyu glared at Qin Xiaolong and raised her hand to twist the soft flesh on his waist. Goo. It hurts. You want to murder your own husband. Qin Xiaolong grimaced in pain for a while. Say, will you dare to disrespect my father in the future? Chen Xiaoyu then asked. I'm just doing it to get out of anger. Don't worry. I'll definitely give my old father-in-law enough face in the future. Okay. Qin Xiaolong hurriedly softened. That's more or less the same. Only then did Chen Xiaoyu satisfactorily let go of her hand. Xiaoyu, I spent a lot of effort to get money for your brother this time. Shouldn't you give me some rewards? Qin Xiaolong rubbed his waist and began to invite credit. What reward do you want? Chen Xiaoyu asked back. I want you. Of course. Qin Xiaolong returned with a bad face. Don't even think about it. I won't give it to you before marriage. Chen Xiaoyu refused on the spot. Xiaoyu, you still said you would give it to me in the morning. Why did you change your mind so quickly? You can't keep your word, Qin Xiaolong said with a dark face. It's called this moment. Who made you not want it before? Now it's too late to want it. Chen Xiaoyu smiled back. In the morning she had actually thought of going to a hotel room with Qin Xiaolong and giving herself to Qin Xiaolong before she went to marry Chen Xiaowei. But on the night of the wedding she would commit suicide to ensure her innocence. Only now that this matter has been resolved smoothly, she naturally has no need to talk to Qin Xiaolong again. You women can't keep your words. I'm angry. Humph. Qin Xiaolong's face slumped and he deliberately acted like he was angry. Alright, don't pretend with me. I wouldn't be called Qin Xiaoyu if I didn't know about your little flowery mind. Wait for me at 10 o'clock tonight at the grove in front. I'll give you a reward. After saying this, Chen Xiaoyu gave Qin Xiaolong another fragrant kiss before running back home with a blushing face. Chapter 63, Lemony Chicken. He. Looks like Laozi's hard work wasn't in vain. Hearing Chen Xiaoyu's words, Qin Xiaolong's heart burst with joy. We common people are really happy today. We common people are. Then, Qin Xiaolong hummed a little song while stepping on the devil's pace and returned home unhurriedly. Because dad and mom have gone to Dompa farm, there is no one at home. Qin Xiaolong washed a few apples, and was about to go over to help. He suddenly remembered that the turtle hooks were still not confiscated. Qin Xiaolong hurriedly took a bucket and rushed to the wild pond at the west end of the village. The first, the second, the third, a dozen turtle hooks in a row were all empty, but from the hooks have disappeared bait is not difficult to see. There should be a snapper hooked, but because the time is too long he did not come over to collect. The snapper ran away again. Qin Xiaolong had no choice but to continue to collect hooks. When he received the 30th hook, the water grass in front of him suddenly moved. Qin Xiaolong saw a snapper trying to escape at a glance, but because it was hooked in the mouth, it could only spin around in the same place. Finally a ing catch. Qin Xiaolong swept away his loss just now and hurriedly dragged the turtle over. This is a 6 or 7 years old turtle. Qin Xiaolong weighed it, nearly 7 pounds. Not bad, even caught a big one. Looks like this hard work wasn't in vain. Qin Xiaolong muttered to himself with an excited face. Like this kind of wild old turtle, a caddy is at least $500. This one can be sold for 3 or 4,000. Qin Xiaolong threw the turtle into the bucket and continued to collect the remaining hooks. One by one, the hooks were empty, and soon came to the last one. Originally, Qin Xiaolong had no hope. Who knew that just as he approached the hook, the water surface rippled. Qin Xiaolong knew that this is another goods. He hurriedly pulled back the hook. Not long after, a snapper was pulled out from the water plants. However, unlike the common gray snapper, this one has a golden body, just like a layer of gold plating. Very beautiful. A golden turtle. Looking at this golden-colored turtle, Qin Xiaolong violently exclaimed. The golden turtle is a kind of turtle, but this kind of turtle is quite rare. It's just like the royalty of the turtle. Its value far exceeds that of ordinary turtle. After being dragged ashore by Qin Xiaolong, this golden turtle began to struggle continuously, looking very ferocious. Unfortunately, it was like a sun monkey that had fallen into the palm of Buddha Rudra, and it was already hard to escape. Old turtle brother, stop struggling and resign yourself to your fate. Qin Xiaolong, with a happy face, directly threw this one golden turtle into a bucket of water. Only then did the golden turtle quiet down. 60 turtle hooks caught 2 turtles and a golden turtle. This time it's really profitable. Before coming here, Qin Xiaolong was worried that he would return empty-handed. However, the actual harvest far exceeded his expectations. Not to mention, a golden turtle is enough to build a house in their countryside. In order to share this good news with young Daju, Qin Xiaolong took out his cell phone and called the video. Hey, Daju, do you know how many turtles were collected from the turtle hooks we put out yesterday? After the video was connected, Qin Xiaolong said with full of excitement, 5 or 6. Yang Daju guessed. He and Qin Xiaolong had been catching turtle together since they were young, but after so many years, the most they had ever caught was 4. Not that many, just caught 2. Qin Xiaolong returned. Hey, only 2. I thought it broke our record. Yang Daju rolled his eyes and said, even though it's 2, one has 7 pounds and the other has almost 5 pounds, and it's still a golden turtle. Qin Xiaolong said, pointing the camera at the bucket. Holy, it's really a golden turtle. Get rich, get rich. Originally, Yang Daju didn't even take it seriously, but when he saw the extremely rare golden turtle in the bucket, he immediately got excited. The last time a golden turtle appeared in Taoyuan village was 3 years ago, and it was only about 2 pounds, but it was bought by a boss in the city for $100,000, and they caught this one as nearly 5 pounds. At least 2 to 300,000 did not have to run. Where are you now? Are you back yet? Qin Xiaolong then asked. The turtle hook is he alone to collect. He secretly sold the golden turtle. Yang Daju will not know, but he and Yang Daju is from childhood to play to the big brother. The two have always been caught in the wildlife sell money equally. He naturally could not do such a loss of character thing. It's still on the way. It will take more than an hour to reach home. Yang Daju said back. That's fine. Then you drive. I'll go home first and stew this big turtle. Bring your parents to my house at night. Let's have a bully chicken. Qin Xiaolong said with a happy face. It's too bad to eat that turtle. It's too bad to sell it for a few $1,000s. Yang Daju couldn't help but say. What's a pity. We have caught the golden turtle. Naturally we have to celebrate. So happily decided. Qin Xiaolong made a final decision. That's fine. Yang Daju thought about it and could only agree. When he got back home, Qin Xiaolong quickly sent the big turtle to Elysium. 7 pounds of turtle. Even after removing the internal organs, the shell and meat together still had almost 5 pounds. Qin Xiaolong then slaughtered an old hen, and then used his own iron pot to stew a king's chicken. When the chicken was ready, his parents came back from the farm. If it were before, Liang Jing would have been heartbroken to see Qin Xiaolong stew such a valuable turtle. However, now that her son had been able to earn a lot of money, it was only right for them to eat properly. Not to mention that there was a golden turtle around. There was nothing wrong with eating a turtle for a toothsome meal. Xiaolong, have you called your grandfather yet? Let him come over once to eat as well. Liang Jing then asked. I called just now, but no one answered. I'll personally go over and call him. Qin Xiaolong said. His grandfather often didn't take his cell phone when he went out sometimes, so Qin Xiaolong didn't care too much. Alright, then you go. I'll fry 2 more green vegetables, Liang Jing said and then entered the kitchen. While Qin Xiaolong went to his grandfather's house, the door to Grandpa's house was unlocked, and it was obvious that people didn't go out. Grandpa? Qin Xiaolong entered and shouted, but no one answered. Qin Xiaolong directly entered the house, where the TV was still on, but no one was there. Qin Xiaolong went to the kitchen again and still didn't find his grandfather. Strange, where did the person go? Qin Xiaolong stroked his chin, and a pang of doubt could not help but arise in his heart. Right at this moment, he noticed that the door of his grandfather's house leading to the backyard's cowshed was open, so he walked over, wanting to see if his grandfather was feeding the cows. The moment he entered the backyard, Qin Xiaolong's face suddenly changed, only to see his grandfather lying on his back on the ground, already in a coma. Chapter 64, I've killed people. Qin Xiaolong hurriedly gave his grandfather a checkup, only to realize that he was only in a temporary coma and not in danger of dying. Then, Qin Xiaolong carried his grandfather back to the house and pinched his center, and in a short while the old man awoke. Xiaolong, why are you here? Qin Jinkai looked at Qin Xiaolong with a bewildered face and said, I came to call you to my house for dinner, but I realized that you fainted in the cowshed, so I carried you to the house. Qin Xiaolong said back, oh, I remember. I just went to feed grass to the cows, but it turned out that they didn't know what kind of madness it had, suddenly kicked me, and directly knocked me out. Qin Jinzai, who came back to his senses, said, that even dared to kick you. Later I will slaughter it to eat beef. Qin Xiaolong said angrily, don't. It's pregnant with a calf. It's too bad to slaughter it now. Qin Jinkai had raised the cow with great difficulty and was counting on the cow to give birth to a calf to sell for money. He didn't want to slaughter the cow now, then let that live for a while longer. If it dares to commit another disease, I will absolutely slaughter it. Qin Xiaolong didn't care about the money of a cow anymore, but he definitely couldn't make a move without his own grandfather giving the word. Grandpa, why don't you move in with us? Otherwise what if something happens to you again one day? After a little silence, Qin Xiaolong once again proposed to let the old man live with them. After all, his own grandfather was old and living alone and the old mansion was too unsettling. For example, today, thanks to good luck, he didn't injure any vitals, or else he might even have to invite the whole village to a banquet. Forget it, I just want to live alone. Clean. Qin Jinkai waved his hand, once again rejecting Qin Xiaolong. You're also living with us in a room by yourself. We promise not to disturb you still. Qin Xiaolong persuaded bitterly. Just don't persuade me. I really don't want to move. Qin Jinkai waved his hand, rejecting Qin Xiaolong once again. No, you must move to my house. If you don't agree, I'll strip this old house. Seeing that his grandfather was so stubborn, Qin Xiaolong's attitude also hardened. Qin Jinkai knew that his grandson had good intentions, and a look of struggle suddenly appeared on his face. A moment later, he looked solemn and said with a grave face, Xiaolong, go close the gate. Grandpa will tell you a secret. What secret? Qin Xiaolong asked, full of curiosity. You go and close the gate first, then I'll tell you. Qin Jinkai said. Hearing this, Qin Xiaolong quickly went outside and closed the gate. Qin Jinkai glanced towards the window again, making sure that there was no one else but their grandparents and grandchildren before he lowered his voice and said, do you know why Grandpa has been insisting on living in the old mansion? Didn't you say you like purity? Qin Xiaolong froze for a moment and said, liking purity is only part of the reason. There is another very important reason. I have killed people. After a slight hesitation, Qin Jinkai finally spoke the secret that had been buried in his heart for many years. The moment these words came out, like a stone breaking the sky, Qin Xiaolong's heart instantly set off a wave of shock. Grandpa, you're not joking with me, right? Qin Xiaolong took a deep breath and asked after stabilizing his emotions. In his impression, his grandfather was an honest farmer who hardly ever got red in the face with anyone, and it was really hard for him to imagine that he had even killed someone. Come, move this bed to the side with me. Qin Jinkai didn't explain much. Instead he asked Qin Xiaolong to move up the bed he was sleeping on. After moving the bed to one side, Qin Jinkai pried up the bricks on the ground one by one, and then swept the soil with a broom. Qin Xiaolong then realized that under the soil there was also a wooden board covering the ground, and underneath the wooden board was an underground passage. Grandpa, what's under here? Looking at the dark underground passage, Qin Xiaolong's heart immediately gave birth to a strong curiosity. You'll know later, Qin Jinkai faintly replied back, stood on the passageway and waited for almost 10 minutes before he took the flashlight and led Qin Xiaolong into the underground passageway. The passage snaked downwards. Qin Xiaolong estimated that he had to go almost 20 to 30 meters deep underground before he finally walked to the bottom. Looking at everything in front of him, he was once again stunned with jaws dropping. Here there is an area of hundreds of square meters of underground palace. The ground is covered with black stone slabs. The palace is surrounded by 12 dragon pillars, each of which has a hideous-looking monster carved on the top. In the center of the palace was a high altar-like platform, on top of which was placed a blood-red box. Not far from Qin Xiaolong and the others, there were also 3 corpses. Probably because of the long time that had passed, these 3 corpses had all turned into dried corpses, looking eerie and terrifying. Qin Jinkai obviously knew everything about the smile. He very calmly walked next to the nearest dried corpse. Xiaolong, do you know who this is? Qin Jinkai pointed at the dry corpse and said, how would I know this? Qin Xiaolong said dumbfounded. This is Xiaoyu's grandfather, Chen Yongguo. Qin Jinkai continued, Xiaoyu's grandfather originally died here. Qin Xiaolong exclaimed with a shocked face. Chen Xiaoyu's grandfather had suddenly disappeared more than 10 years ago. Not seeing anyone in life and not seeing his body, who would have thought that he would have died horizontally here? Then, Qin Jinkai walked towards another dried corpse and pointed at the other side. 15 years ago, Chen Yongguo suddenly came to me with this man in black. He said that his ancestors had buried a batch of treasures in our old mansion, and that as long as he found the treasures, he could share half of them with me. I was also obsessed with wealth at the time, so I agreed. And then we only spent half a day to find this underground palace in my house. Who knows that we just came down? The man in black suddenly killed Chen Yongguo with a single stab, and just when I was about to be killed as well, the man in white suddenly broke in, and then these two fought. Originally, the man in white had the upper hand. Who knew that the man in black's knife was actually quenched with poison, and as the poison kicked in, the man in white was in an increasingly dangerous situation, but he ultimately tried desperately to control the man in black, allowing me to stab him to death with a single stroke of my knife. Then later, the man in white also died because he was poisoned, but before he died, he had specially instructed me that I must not divulge what happened here, and not to touch the things above the altar, or else it would surely bring about the disaster of extermination to our family. After hitting that, I sealed up the bottom of this and never told anyone about it again. After all, I killed that man in black, and Chen Yongguo also died here. If the Chen family knew about it, I wouldn't be able to say anything even if I had 100 mouths. After listening to his grandfather's narration, Qin Xiaolong's heart once again set off waves, unable to calm down for a long time. Chapter 65, Mysterious Beads. Grandpa, is this something you didn't even tell my dad about? Qin Xiaolong looked at his grandfather and asked, let alone your dad. I didn't even say a word to your grandmother. Your grandpa, I'm not capable of much. I don't dare to cause trouble in my life, and I'm really afraid that if someone finds out about this, it'll bring about the calamity of our family's annihilation. If it wasn't for you having to let me stay at your house today, I probably would have taken this secret straight to my grave. Qin Jinkai said back. Living in the old mansion was clean, but the main thing was that as long as he lived here, it would be impossible for others to discover the secret, and their family was naturally safe. So no matter how much Qin Xiaolong and the others persuaded him before, he had to insist on living here. After hearing this, Qin Xiaolong finally understood his grandfather's good intentions. Grandpa, there are 3 corpses under your bed. Aren't you afraid to sleep at night? Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but snicker. I was quite scared in those first few days, but then I slowly got used to it. Qin Jinkai said. Well, it's still you who's bold. Qin Xiaolong smiled back. By the way, do you know what's in the box above that altar? Qin Xiaolong said with a twist of words. I don't know. I killed someone that day. I was scared to death. I went back to the surface and blocked the underground passage, and I didn't come back down after that. Qin Jin Kai had also guessed whether there was any treasure in the red box before, but then thought about it. He was just a farmer. Even if he really got the treasure, he probably had the life to make money but not the life to spend it, so he didn't hit the idea of that box again. After hearing this, Qin Xiaolong walked straight towards the altar. Xiaolong, what are you doing? Qin Jin Kai shouted in a hurry. I'm going to see what's in there. Qin Xiaolong returned. What do you care what's in there? Let's not touch it. Qin Jin Kai hurriedly discouraged. It's fine. I'll just take a look. Qin Xiaolong didn't listen to his grandfather's words, and soon arrived next to the chest on the altar. This chest was blood red all over, as if it had been drenched in blood. It looked very oozy. Fortunately, there was no lock on the chest, and after a slight hesitation, Qin Xiaolong reached out and opened the chest. In an instant, an intimidating coldness violently emanated from the box. Even with Qin Xiaolong's endurance, he couldn't help but shiver, but the coldness disappeared in the blink of an eye. Qin Xiaolong looked towards the inside of the box. To his surprise, there was no gold, silver or jewelry inside, only a piece of rag with a black bead. Qin Xiaolong picked up the black bead first. This black bead was a pure black. It was like a black abyss that seemed to devour all light. The weirdest thing was that, for some reason, while staring at the black bead, Qin Xiaolong's heart fluttered. The feeling was as if there was a bloodthirsty beast staring at you, ready to devour you at any time. What the hell is this? Qin Xiaolong stared at the beads back and forth several times, but was never able to determine what it was. Then, Qin Xiaolong picked up the piece of rag in the box. Only then did he realize that there were many strange lines drawn on the other side of the rag. Apparently this should be a part of a map, only that it was torn by who knows who, and right now only a quarter of it was left. This remnant of the map was also unknown to be built with what material. Even if Qin Xiaolong used all his strength, this remnant of the map was still intact. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Xiaolong took the remnant diagram and walked over to his grandfather along with the black beads. Grandpa, look, which box is this inside? What's this? Looking at the item in Qin Xiaolong's hand, Qin Jin Kai was similarly stunned. He had always thought that there was some priceless treasure inside, but it turned out to be two raggedy things, thanks to which he had been thinking about it for more than a year. I don't know exactly what this is, but to be hidden in this underground palace, it's obviously not something mundane. Qin Xiaolong said solemnly, even if it's really a treasure we're holding, it's not much use. You'd better put it back. If it was a gold or silver treasure, Qin Jin Kai would definitely let Qin Xiaolong take it away, but they didn't even know what this thing was. Instead it would easily bring them trouble. No, put it back. I'll take this thing. Wait for me to go back and study it. Qin Xiaolong was still very interested in these two things. He was going to keep them and study them slowly. Anyway, as long as he didn't tell anyone, no one would know about this. Qin Jin Kai advised again, and after seeing that Qin Xiaolong did not listen, he could only give up. Without staying in this underground palace for a long time, the grandparents and grandchildren soon returned to the ground. Xiaolong, you must remember, don't tell anyone about today's matter, and also don't tell anyone about the black beads and the rags you took from below. Qin Jin Kai urged Qin Xiaolong with a grave face. The words that the man in white said to him before he died were still fresh in his mind. He didn't want to bring about the destruction of the old Qin family because of these extraneous things. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. Qin Xiaolong smiled back. Knock knock knock. Just then, a knock came from outside. Who is it? Qin Xiaolong asked loudly. I'm your father. Qin Fuguei quickly replied back. Upon hearing that it was his dad, Qin Xiaolong hurriedly covered the underpass and then moved the bed back into place before going out and opening the door. Xiaolong, what's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you to tell your grandfather to go to dinner? Why don't you go back for half a day? And you can't get through on your cell phone. Qin Fuguei couldn't help but reproach. I just helped my grandpa feed the cows. This is ready to go back. Qin Xiaolong casually found a reason and said. He knew very well that he was just dozens of meters underground. There should be no signal from his cell phone. That's why Qin Fuguei couldn't get through on the phone. Don't ink. Hurry back to eat. The food will get cold later. Qin Fuguei did not doubt what Qin Xiaolong said. Called on the grandparents and grandchildren rushed back home. Only when he got home did Qin Xiaolong realize that Yang Gaju's family had already arrived. The good thing is that a turtle is big enough. Qin Xiaolong stewed a big pot. Plus his mom also fried 2 green vegetables. Get a shoot cucumber. This meal enough to eat. After eating, send off Yang Daju family. Qin Xiaolong will rush into the house to check up the black beads he got from the underground palace. Qin Xiaolong soon realized that as long as he stared at the black bead for more than 3 minutes, he would experience a strong sense of dizziness. Moreover, the bead didn't know what kind of material it was made of. It was very hard. Qin Xiaolong took a hammer and smashed hard on it a few times, all intact. Unfortunately, Qin Xiaolong had studied for more than 2 hours and still couldn't figure out what the black beads were for. As for the remnants of the map, it should be related to a certain treasure. But since it's only a quarter of the map, Qin Xiaolong can't find the whereabouts of the treasure for the time being. Looking at the time, it was almost 10 o'clock, because he had arranged to meet with Chen Xiaoyu in the grove. Qin Xiaolong hid the black beads under his bed and left the door. What he didn't know was that the moment he left the house, the black beads suddenly emitted a burst of black light. Only in the blink of an eye, the black light disappeared without a trace, and the black beads became flat again. Chapter 66, Hundreds of Thousands of Fish. Inside the grove, Qin Xiaolong and Chen Xiaoyu made out for a while, doing everything they could. Unfortunately, because of Chen Xiaoyu's insistence, Qin Xiaolong was never able to eat the forbidden fruit. Xiaoyu, why don't you just obey me? I really can't help it. Qin Xiaolong dryly swallowed a mouthful of spit and said. At this moment, he was like a hungry wolf while Chen Xiaoyu was a lamb. If it wasn't for his toughness of will, he probably would have eaten the little sheep long ago. No, I'll give it to you when we have our wedding night. Chen Xiaoyu refused without even thinking about it. Although there was only one layer of window paper left to be pierced between her and Qin Xiaolong, she still hoped that she would remain intact until she got married. This was not only responsible for herself, but also for Qin Xiaolong. Waiting until the bridal chamber, I guess I would have suffocated long ago, Qin Xiaolong said with a bitter face. Obviously the fat meat was right next to his mouth, but he could look at it but couldn't eat it. That kind of torment was enough to drive a person crazy. You can go and use your hands to solve it. What's that saying? Sitting alone in an empty room with your hands as your wife. Your children and grandchildren will be turned into mud. Don't think I don't know what bad things you boys usually do, Chen Xiaoyu said with a wry smile. She is not a 3-year-old child, especially when she has several little sisters of the tainted demon king by her side. We usually chat about boys things, and it's common to drive a car at the drop of a hat. Why don't you say let me go buy a doll? Qin Xiaolong rolled his eyes and said, that's a good idea. Wait for tomorrow, I'll pick a good one for you. In the future you'll use it once a day, saving you from going out and messing around. Chen Xiaoyu said with a smile. I'm so damn sinful. How did I make such a diabolical girlfriend like you? Hearing Chen Xiaoyu's words, Qin Xiaolong's face instantly darkened into a pot. He had always thought that Chen Xiaoyu was quite innocent before, but now he realized that Chen Xiaoyu was the real old driver. The way you say that, you're clearly calling an understanding little cutie just right, Chen Xiaoyu said with a playful smile. She then looked at the time. It was 11 o'clock. Alright, not playing with you anymore. I'm going home to sleep. Bye. Following the usual practice, after sending Qin Xiaolong a fragrant kiss, Chen Xiaoyu bounced back home. At this moment, Qin Xiaolong was like being roasted on the fire. It was hard to die. After a slight contemplation, he still took out his cell phone and sent a Weibo message to Wu Jinlian. Originally, he wanted to go find Wu Jinlian to remove the fire, but Wu Jinlian's side delayed in sending him a message back. Can't it be that Sister Jinlian is already asleep? Qin Xiaolong stroked his chin and secretly muttered to himself. He should know that a few days ago, Wu Jinlian would send him selfies once the night came, and it was the kind of thing that she wore sexily, but she hadn't sent herself a message since yesterday. Qin Xiaolong does not know whether Wu Jinlian is sleeping or because Li Gang is now home is not convenient to return the message. Can only return home to take a cool shower to physically lower the fire to go. The next day, Qin Xiaolong, who had finished delivering goods, received a call from Su Yafu, saying that there was something to find him. Qin Xiaolong then let Yang Daju two people go back first. A person in the Dragon Court restaurant 1-floor rest area waiting up. It wasn't until almost an hour later that Su Yafu appeared. Today's Su Yafu was wearing a cheongsam. Her tantalizing body curves are perfectly outlined, especially that pair of big white legs, which are hidden in the cheongsam's openings. Looking at people gulping straight. Xiaolong, I'm really sorry for making you wait for such a long time. Su Yafu hurriedly came to Qin Xiaolong's side and apologized to him. It's okay, I'm not doing anything per se. Qin Xiaolong replied back without any concern. Just now he also played 2 games of king by hand. He didn't feel like waiting for too long. Mr. Su, you see where to put this fish tank for you? A man behind Su Yafu asked. He and another man were carrying a large fish tank, and in the tank were 2 blood-red ornamental fish. Put it in my office, Su Yafu said, then turned to Qin Xiaolong and said, Let's go Xiaolong, let's go up and talk. After arriving at the office, the 2 men set up the fish tank and left. Sister Su, what kind of fish is this? It's really pretty. Qin Xiaolong pointed at the fish in the fish tank and asked, This is a dragon fish. I specifically bought it to suppress feng shui. Su Yafu smiled and said, So this is a dragonfish. Qin Xiaolong had heard people talk about the great name of dragonfish before. It was said that dragonfish was the aristocrat of ornamental fish. Even the cheapest one would cost a few $1,000s, and some of the finest dragonfish sold for even hundreds of thousands of millions. Sister Su, how much did you pay for these 2 fish? Qin Xiaolong asked again. You guess? Su Yafu deliberately sold a lie. It should be $20,000 to $30,000, right? Qin Xiaolong knew very little about dragonfish and could only give a price that he felt was still reasonable. $20,000 to $30,000 to send you a few fish scales is more or less the same. These two of mine are the very best blood red dragons. One is $600,000. But because I'm friends with the boss who sells the dragonfish, they gave a friendship price. The two fish only cost me $1 million. Su Yafu gave Qin Xiaolong a blank look and said, "Holy, a fish made of gold isn't that expensive?" Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but exclaim in shock. $600,000 for a fish. This was beyond his imagination. Dragonfish is a feng shui fish. It's used to ward off evil spirits and calm the house. This certainly can't be measured by ordinary fish. Otherwise you think those big bosses are stupid, spending millions one by one to buy dragonfish. Su Yafu smiled and explained, "Well, the world of the rich is really different from us ordinary people." Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but sigh. "Are you interested in buying a few dragonfish for fun? I can introduce my friend to you and guarantee to get you a few superb ones." Su Yafu then asked, "Forget it, I can't afford to keep this fish." Qin Xiaolong waved his hand and said, "A dragonfish costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is not to be bought back as an ancestor. He does not have this addiction." However, soon Qin Xiaolong's mind was struck by an idea. An idea suddenly emerged from his mind. "Sister Su, is this dragonfish good to keep alive? Can I raise it?" Qin Xiaolong hurriedly asked. In his opinion, breeding dragonfish was undoubtedly a new business opportunity, and he was eager to give it a try. He didn't expect a fish to sell hundreds of thousands of dollars. As long as a fish sells for tens of thousands of dollars, and sells a few hundred a year, then making money isn't the same as picking up money. This specific I'm not really too clear. I'll introduce my friend who sells dragonfish to you. You ask him directly. He is a connoisseur. After Su Yafu finished speaking, she made a call to her friend Liao Wei Huang. Since it was too much to say in a few words over the phone, plus Liao Wei Huang was still out of town, he agreed with Qin Xiaolong to wait until tomorrow morning when he would teach Qin Xiaolong the techniques of breeding dragonfish in person. "Sister Su, thank you for hooking me up." After hanging up the phone, Qin Xiaolong hurriedly thanked Su Yafu. He knew very well that if it wasn't for Su Yafu's help, the other Liao Wei Huang wouldn't have given a damn about him. Chapter 67, The Big Man. "It's just a matter of raising my hand, so don't be polite to me." Su Yafu likewise didn't care. "Right, Sister Su, didn't you say you were looking for me for something? What is it?" Qin Xiaolong said with a twist of words. "Look at my memory. I almost forgot about the main event. Later I'll take you to see a big shot." Su Yafu slapped her head and said, "Big person? As big as you, sis?" Qin Xiaolong glanced towards Su Yafu and asked with an evil smile. Su Yafu was so smart that she instantly understood the meaning of Qin Xiaolong's words. "You little villain. Dare to molest your sister. Believe it or not, I'll have someone geld you." Su Yafu raised her eyebrows and drank in feigned anger. "Believe? Of course I believe. Where in this world is there anything that Sister Su can't do?" Qin Xiaolong smiled back. "Then be honest with me. If you are oily with me again, Sister will let you become a woman as well." Su Yafu glared at Qin Xiaolong and said, "As ordered." Qin Xiaolong replied back, but did not continue to joke with Su Yafu. "Sis, who is this big shot you're talking about? Does Fan Kanglin know?" Su Yafu asked. "Of course I know him. There are a few in our Lin city who don't know him." Qin Xiaolong quickly returned. "Fan Kanglin, Fan Fifth Master. That was once the underground emperor of Lin City, with a great deal of power. But as early as 8 years ago, Fan Kanglin was cleansed. Now he is black and white, is one of the top few big shots in the pyramid of Lin City. The person I'm going to bring you to see today is Fan Kanglin." Su Yafu continued. "What are you bringing me to meet him for? Can a big shot like him have time to meet me?" Qin Xiaolong asked, rather puzzled. Compared to Fan Kanglin, he was just a small shrimp, and people probably wouldn't even treat him as a matter of fact. "Fan Kanglin has a disease. I hope you can go and help cure him. If only you can cure him, the benefits will definitely not be short of you." Su Yafu simply explained. "What kind of disease does he have?" Qin Xiaolong hurriedly asked. "That thing of his is useless. Can you cure this disease?" Su Yafu lowered her voice, as if she was afraid of being overheard. "Ah, Fan Kanglin is actually a useless person." Hearing this, Qin Xiaolong was really taken aback. Fan Sanlan is a big brother who turns his hand to the clouds and his hand to the rain. Such a person never lacks women around him, but he is a waste who cannot be humanized. How ironic is this? Keep your voice down. Although this matter is not a secret, but it's only known to a small group of people in the uppermost layer of our high city. Don't spread it out or sis won't be able to protect you. Su Yafu instructed Qin Xiaolong with a grave expression. She herself belonged to the upper class of Lin City, and she was more aware of how terrifying Fan Kanglin was than ordinary people. If he was offended, Qin Xiaolong would definitely not be able to eat his words. "Don't worry sis, I'm not an octogenarian. I definitely won't go around talking nonsense. Qin Xiaolong smiled and made a guarantee. Well, it's good that you know the importance of things. Let's go. I'll take you to see Fan Kanglin now. It would be best if you can cure him, and he won't blame you if you can't. Su Yafu's fox odor had plagued her for many years, but Qin Xiaolong only spent 3 days to cure her. This kind of medical skill was enough to be called Hua Tua in the world. That's why Su Yafu wanted to let Qin Xiaolong go and give Fan Kanglin a cure. Her idea was very simple. If Qin Xiaolong could cure Fan Kanglin, then he could make the other party owe him a huge favor. And if he couldn't cure her, they wouldn't lose anything. Half an hour later, Qin Xiaolong and the two of them arrived at Fenghuayuan neighborhood. Fenghuayuan is one of the 3 richest districts in Linchang. This neighborhood is full of villas. The cheapest selling price is more than 10 million. The most expensive is even up to 50 to 60 million. Ordinary people can't afford to eat or drink for their whole life. However, Fan Kanglin is worth billions of dollars. For him, buying a villa here is like playing. After entering the neighborhood, Su Yafu drove for another 2 minutes before stopping in front of a 3-story luxury villa in the innermost part. Su Yafu was driving a BMW 7 Series, worth millions, but the villa is parked in front of a Rolls-Royce, a Bentley, there is a Lamborghini, and these top luxury cars compared to Su Yafu's BMW is a bit out of hand. However, they themselves were not here to compare who was rich, so they didn't care about this. This is Fan Kanglin's house. Later on you pay attention to what you say, don't offend them. After Su Yafu parked the car, she instructed Qin Xiaolong again, before leading him to ring the doorbell. A man in a suit soon opened the door. I'm Su Yafu, I have an appointment with Master Fan Fifth. Su Yafu faintly said back. Miss Su, please come in. The man in the suit made an inviting gesture and welcomed Qin Xiaolong and the two of them inside. It was only after entering that Qin Xiaolong realized that the first floor of this villa had actually been transformed into a swimming pool. At this moment, a man with a lean figure and scars all over his body was swimming in the pool. And this man is the famous Fan Sonlan. Miss Su, wait here for a moment. Master Fifth will come out soon. The man in the suit said to Su Yafu and then stood to the side. After Qin Xiaolong and Su Yafu sat down, a servant soon brought them tea. However, both of them didn't drink it and waited there quietly. Almost 10 minutes later, Fan Kanglin climbed up from the pool, put on a bathrobe and came to Su Yafu's side. Fan Kanglin was around 40 years old, and his body was kept very well, not inferior to those bodybuilding champions at all. Most of all, Fan Sonlan clearly carried a superior aura on his body. Even if he just stood there and didn't say anything, he would still give people a very powerful oppressive force. TSK, it's only been a few days since I've seen you. Yafu, you're even more charming. How about it? Are you interested in coming to be my suppressive wife? Fan Kanglin looked at Su Yafu with a smile on his face and said, Fifth Master, don't joke about me. If I follow you, then your several confidants won't be able to tear me alive. Su Yafu smiled sweetly and said, Su Yafu was already a superb beauty, and with this smile, it was even easier to see people's hearts thumping. Don't worry about this. Whoever dares to touch you, I definitely won't spare her. Fan Sonlan continued. Forget it, I still want to live for a few more years. Su Yafu once again rebuffed Fan Kanglin. Then she hurriedly changed the topic. Fifth Master, this is my friend Qin Xiaolong. Xiaolong, hurry and say hello to Fifth Master. Good day, Fifth Master. Regardless of power or strength, Qin Xiaolong is definitely still not as good as Fan Kanglin right now, so he gave him enough face between words. Little brother is quite the looker. He has the demeanor of my youth. Fan Kanglin smiled and complimented, then looked at Ning Yafu and said, Yafu, what did you come to find me for? Chapter 68, Heavenly Eunuch. You guys wait a bit, I'll change my clothes. Fan Kanglin spoke to Su Yafu and went to the dressing room to change into a casual outfit before leading Qin Xiaolong and the two of them to his study. After settling down, Fan Kanglin sat down on the main seat with a big horse, while Qin Xiaolong and the two of them sat down next to the coffee table. Speak up, what is it that you're looking for me for? Fan Kanglin knew very well that Su Yafu would never come to his house if she had nothing to do. I brought Xiaolong over today mainly because I want him to cure you. I don't know if you are willing to let him try. Su Yafu bluntly returned. Let him cure me? You're not making fun of me. Fan Kanglin glanced at Qin Xiaolong and said, a hint of contempt evident in his eyes. Fifth Master, don't look at Xiaolong's youth, but he's a little miracle doctor. Maybe he really has a way to cure you. Su Yafu immediately said, forget it, I don't think it's necessary to waste time. Fan Kanglin had seen an unknown number of famous doctors before, and had taken an unknown number of medicines, but his thing still had no way to function properly, and Qin Xiaolong was so young that he hadn't even read a few medical books, so he didn't think that Qin Xiaolong had the ability to cure himself. Master Fan Wu, you won't let me cure you. Are you addicted to being an invalid? Qin Xiaolong said with a smile on his lips. Who are you calling an invalid? Fan Kanglin hated it when people said he was an invalid. Hearing Qin Xiaolong's words, his face instantly turned grim. Don't be angry. Master Fifth. I'm just discussing the matter as it is. If you're used to being an invalid, then I'll leave now. If you want to turn back into a real man, then give me honest cooperation and I guarantee to let you show off your masculinity. Qin Xiaolong replied calmly. The disease of a man's thing not working was not considered a terminal disease, and he had absolute certainty of curing Fan Kanglin. Good, then I'll give you a chance today. If you cure me, I'll be grateful. If you can't cure me, then don't blame me for not giving Yafu face. Fan San Lan returned in a chilling voice. Qin Xiaolong had opened his mouth to say that he was an invalid. This was undoubtedly rubbing salt into his wounds, and had already enraged him. He wanted to see if Qin Xiaolong was a truly capable divine doctor or a charlatan who was here to make a name for himself. If it was the latter, he guaranteed that Qin Xiaolong would pay the due price for his words and actions. Fifth Master, Xiaolong isn't very good at talking, so you mustn't get on his bad side. Little dragon, why don't you hurry up and apologize to the Fifth Master? Su Yafu hurriedly opened her mouth to round up the situation. No need to apologize. I, Fan San Lan, am not that narrow-minded. You heal me first. If you can't, we'll talk again. Fan San Lan said with a cold face. Sister Su, please go out first. I need to give Master Fan Fifth a full body checkup first. Qin Xiaolong continued. He was still very calm at this time. Xiaolong, trust me, I definitely won't let you down. Su Yafu wanted to say something else, but was directly interrupted by Qin Xiaolong. Looking at Qin Xiaolong's confident appearance, Su Yafu could only choose to believe him. After Su Yafu went out, Qin Xiaolong looked back at Fan Kanglin and said, Fifth Master Fan, take off your pants. Fan Kanglin hesitated for a moment, but eventually took his pants off. Don't look at him as the reigning underground emperor, but at this moment, he obviously became very formal. After all, not being able to be humane was too humiliating, and because of this, he had a rather low self-esteem when he was younger, and it wasn't until he made a name for himself later on that he regained his self-confidence. Even so, now he was still very jealous of people calling him a waste. Qin Xiaolong glanced towards Fan Kanglin and let out a poof of laughter. Being the same man, his thing was a big dragon, mighty, yet Fan Kanglin's thing drooped like an earthworm, completely without a bit of the momentum a man should have. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Fan Kanglin said with a gloomy face. He now seriously suspected that Qin Xiaolong was deliberately coming to humiliate him. Don't misunderstand me? Fifth Master, I didn't laugh at you. I just suddenly remembered a funny joke. Qin Xiaolong hurriedly found a reason that even he himself didn't believe to explain. Fan San Lan didn't say another word, but he made up his mind in his mind that if Qin Xiaolong couldn't cure him, he would make sure that he would let Qin Xiaolong cry his way out in a while. Qin Xiaolong took a deep breath and discarded all distractions and started to examine Fan Kanglin. Soon he found the cause of Fan Kanglin's illness. Master Fifth, if I'm not mistaken, you haven't peed standing up since you were a child, right? Qin Xiaolong once again opened his mouth and asked. I just haven't peed standing up. So what? Fan Kanglin snapped. Because of his physical defects, for 40 years, he went to the toilet and squatted to pee just like a woman. Except that no one had ever dared to say this out in front of him. That's right, you're a celestial castrate. Ordinary means can't cure it at all, but as long as you cooperate well, within 3 days, I guarantee that I'll let you pee standing up, and in a month, I'll let you taste what it's like to be a woman. Qin Xiaolong said with a slight smile. The so-called celestial castration is to be born dysfunctional, similar to a eunuch. This kind of disease was almost impossible to cure because it was innate, but Qin Xiaolong was different. The inherited memories he obtained had a treatment for this disease. Curing Fan Kanglin was as easy as a slap in the face. Brother, can you really cure me? Fan Kanglin asked half-heartedly. If I can't cure you, you can rip my head off and kick it as a ball. Qin Xiaolong chuckled. Brother, as long as you can cure me, I'll give you any amount of money you want. After hearing Qin Xiaolong's reply, Fan Kanglin was like a drowning man grabbing a life-saving straw, instantly becoming incredibly excited. For so many years, although on the surface Fan Kanglin seemed to have resigned himself to his fate, he had actually always longed in his heart to be able to live like a normal man. As long as he could realize this wish, he would even dump his family's money. I don't want your money. I'm just doing Sister Su a favor. Qin Xiaolong replied back, then continued, Master Fifth, do you have any silver needles here? Get me a pair over here. Yes, wait a moment, I'll have someone bring them over. Fan Kanglin replied back and hurriedly dialed a phone number, and in a short while, a man sent the silver needles in over. Considering that the study wasn't too appropriate for healing, Qin Xiaolong went with Fan Kanglin to his bedroom. After arriving at the bedroom, Qin Xiaolong asked Fan Kanglin to strip off all his clothes and lie on the bed. Fifth Master, I'm starting. After speaking to Fan Kanglin, Qin Xiaolong picked up 7 silver needles and simultaneously stabbed them into his 7 acupoints of Tianshu. Feng Qi, shoulder well, Hatu, Shen Ke, Qihai and Yongquan. Chapter 69 Toys. The moment the silver needle didn't enter his body, Fan Kanglin suddenly realized that it was as if he had been anesthetized, and his whole body could no longer move the slightest bit. If Qin Xiaolong wanted to kill him at this moment, he could have ended him without much effort. However, Qin Xiaolong naturally wouldn't do that. Next, Qin Xiaolong pinched a silver needle with one hand and began to gently move it. At first, the whisking speed was slow, but in less than a minute, his speed steeply accelerated. A moment later, Qin Xiaolong's fingers fluttered, and several more silver needles pierced into the acupoints on Fan Kanglin's body. Steeply, Fan Kanglin felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His entire body was on the verge of freezing. However, very quickly, that icy coldness disappeared and was replaced by an extreme burning sensation, and he felt as if he was going to be burned to ashes. Just like this, one moment hot, one moment cold. This feeling of ice and fire caused Fan Kanglin's entire being to collapse. At this moment, he even wanted to just die. Unfortunately, because his entire body couldn't move, he couldn't even make a sound. If there were any bystanders here, they would have realized that Qin Xiaolong's 10 fingers were dancing like flying, faster than lightning, using dozens of techniques in a jiffy, with a speed that dazzled people. 10 minutes later, the application of needles ended. Qin Xiaolong began to input a strand of true qi into Fan Kanglin's body through the silver needles. A heavenly eunuch's essence qi was locked up, and his blood qi was unable to complete the circulation. Because of this, that thing was as useless as an earthworm. Therefore, Qin Xiaolong could only help Fan Kanglin unclog his blood qi through acupuncture first, and then he could use his true qi to help him repair his damaged meridians. Time passed. Unconsciously another 40 minutes passed. Qin Xiaolong's true qi in his body was almost exhausted, and a layer of fine beads of sweat seeped out from his forehead. Phew! Well, today's treatment ends here. Qin Xiaolong exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, and with a movement of his fingers, all those silver needles on Fan Kanglin's body were pulled out by him. A hot current flowed through Fan Kanglin's body. The feeling was like spring had come and the frozen earth had regained its vitality, giving him an unprecedented sense of pleasure deep inside. Fan Kanglin slowly sat up, then quickly glanced towards himself there. In the next second, he violently rushed towards the bathroom as if he had discovered a new continent. Ha 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 ha, I, Fan Kanglin, can finally be standing up. Inside the bathroom, Fan Kanglin laughed wildly to the sky. He had never been as excited as he was right now. When he finished peeing, Fan Kanglin quickly ran to Qin Xiaolong's side again and hugged him. Xiaolong, I've recovered. I've finally recovered. Master Fifth, you hurry up and put your clothes on before you say anything. Otherwise if people see it, they won't misunderstand that the two of us have any special hobbies. Qin Xiaolong said with a bitter smile. Upon hearing this, Fan Kanglin realized that he hadn't put on his clothes yet, and he hurriedly put them on. Xiaolong, thank you. Your medical skills are truly divine. You are simply Hua Tuo in the world. No, you are even more powerful than Hua Tuo. Fan Kanglin looked at Qin Xiaolong full of excitement and said, Fifth Master, if I remember correctly, it seems like you didn't believe I could cure you before, right? Qin Xiaolong smiled and joked. Just now, it was me who had no eyes and didn't recognize that you, brother, are a divine doctor come back to life? You mustn't be so ignorant with me. Fan Kanglin really didn't believe that Qin Xiaolong could cure himself before, but Qin Xiaolong just used less than an hour to let him raise his head. If this can't be called a divine doctor, then I'm afraid that no one in the world would be able to afford the word divine doctor anymore. Fifth Master is overstating it. I'm just a nobody. It's normal for you to question me. Qin Xiaolong deliberately laughed at himself. He didn't stomp on his nose and take the opportunity to mock Fan Kanglin again. Right, Xiaolong, when will I be able to do that with a woman? Fan Kanglin couldn't wait to ask. There was no lack of women around him, but for so many years, he hadn't had sex with a woman. And even because of his overly low self-esteem, he never let a woman accompany him when he slept at night. This is just the beginning. I'm going to help you with 3 more consecutive acupuncture sessions in the next 3 days, so as to ensure that you can truly regain your manhood. But within a month you absolutely can't have intercourse with a woman. Otherwise, the yang qi in your body will collapse, and it will be hard to recover again. Qin Xiaolong quickly returned. He had already used his true qi to help Fan Kanglin repair the defects in his body, but after all, he had been heavily castrated for so many years, and had just recovered. It was not yet suitable for strenuous exercise, or else it would be much harder to recover from further damage. Don't worry, as long as you don't open your mouth, I definitely won't touch a woman, Fan Kanglin hurriedly promised. He had been a living eunuch for 40 years, now he only needed to hold out for another month. He could wait perfectly well. That's it for today then. I'll prescribe another pair of medicines for you, and you'll drink 1 meal a day, Qin Xiaolong said, and gave Fan Kanglin another prescription for yang qi tonic, before going out with him. Inside the living room, Su Yafu, who had been pacing, saw Qin Xiaolong come out and rushed to welcome him. How is it, Xiaolong? Can you cure Fifth Master's illness? Su Yafu asked, full of nervousness. Of course, can't you see that Fifth Master's mouth is almost crooked with laughter? Qin Xiaolong smiled back. Yafu, thanks for introducing Xiaolong to me, count me as owing you a big favor. In the future, if there's anything, just ask. Fan Kanglin said like a spring breeze. Fifth Master, you are too polite. As long as I can help you, I'm happy. Previously, Su Yafu was worried that Qin Xiaolong wouldn't be able to cure Fan Kanglin, but now her whole body was relaxed. After chatting with Fan Kanglin for a few more moments, Qin Xiaolong and the two of them excused themselves and left. Xiaolong, you're really powerful. You can even cure Fan Songlan. Sis really didn't look at the wrong person. Inside the BMW, Su Yafu looked at Qin Xiaolong with admiration and said, he, it's not that I'm bragging. When I say that my medical skills are the second best in the world, no one dares to say that he's the first in the world. Qin Xiaolong said back with a haughty face. Although his words were wild, they were indeed true. After all, he mastered the essence of Chinese medicine, and there was absolutely no one else in the world who could come out on top. Su Yafu thought deeply and gave Qin Xiaolong another round of praise from everyone. When they returned to the Dragon Court restaurant, originally Su Yafu also said that she would invite Qin Xiaolong for dinner at noon, but he refused. Qin Xiaolong then said goodbye to Su Yafu and drove his Wulingshan car back to the village. When he reached the entrance of the village, Qin Xiaolong happened to receive a call from Chen Xiaoyu, who said she had something for him, so he drove to the entrance of Chen Xiaoyu's house. Here, it's for you. I guarantee you'll like it very much. Chen Xiaoyu smiled wryly and held a paper box in front of Qin Xiaolong. Qin Xiaolong had curiosity in his heart, and when he opened the paper box, his face was instantly covered with black lines. Chapter 70, Wu Jinlian imprisoned in the basement. How is it? Do you like it? Chen Xiaoyu asked with a smile on her face. Like it to death. Qin Xiaolong said with a dark face. Last night Chen Xiaoyu said that she would buy him a toy. He originally thought that Chen Xiaoyu was just joking. Who would have thought that she would actually buy it? What was contained in this box was an adult toy. He, the boss said. This is their store's best-selling one this year. 1-to-1 simulation. It cost me more than 300. Chen Xiaoyu said with a smile. Xiaoyu, I want to interview you. How can a girl like you have the nerve to go into an adult store to buy toys? Qin Xiaolong asked rather breathlessly. The owner of the other store is a woman herself. I told her that I'm going to the provinces for a few days and I'm afraid that my boyfriend will be lonely. So she recommended this one to me. Chen Xiaoyu smiled back. I, Qin Xiaolong, saved the earth in my last life, didn't I? God sent me such an understanding girlfriend as you. Qin Xiaolong rolled his eyes and said, that's a must. Otherwise how could this young lady look at a big bad guy like you? Chen Xiaoyu returned with a dimpled smile. Being the daughter of the village head's family, coupled with being as good-looking as a flower, there was no shortage of suitors around her at all. However, she had fallen in love with Qin Xiaolong, who was from a poor family, so it had to be said that fate was really a wonderful thing. Of course, now that Qin Xiaolong was not what he used to be, she no longer had to sneak around when she met with Qin Xiaolong like before. Right, Xiaolong? Remember to clean this toy with disinfectant after you're done with it. The boss said that it can be recycled. You mustn't throw it away after using it once. That would be too wasteful. Chen Xiaoyu forced a smile and reminded Qin Xiaolong. Why don't you keep it for your brother to use? I'm not blessed with this kind of good stuff. Qin Xiaolong refused. That won't do. This is what people bought especially for you. You have to use it even if you don't. Chen Xiaoyu hurriedly said. Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Qin Xiaolong could only accept it. The two of them then chatted a few more times before Qin Xiaolong said goodbye to Chen Xiaoyu. However, Qin Xiaolong didn't rush home, but went to Yang Daju's house and gave that toy to Yang Daju. After all, he didn't need to use it right now. Next, Qin Xiaolong once again came to the farm. After a few days of remodeling, the farm had already had a huge change, but it would still take a lot of time and effort to turn this place into a vacation spot that could also serve as a place for leisure and entertainment. Unconsciously, it was getting late. On his way home, Qin Xiaolong happened to pass by Wu Jinlian's house. Originally, he wanted to ask Wu Jinlian why she hadn't returned his messages in the past 2 days, but he didn't realize that the door of Wu Jinlian's house was locked. Qin Xiaolong was about to leave when a knocking sound suddenly came to his ears. He re-arrived in front of Wu Jinlian's house door and listened with his side ear, and soon determined that he was not hallucinating, and there was indeed a knocking sound continuously coming out from Wu Jinlian's house yard. Strange, the door of Sister Jinlian's house is locked. How could there be knocking sounds? Qin Xiaolong stroked his chin with a puzzled expression. After sweeping left and right to make sure there was no one around, Qin Xiaolong leaped and easily scaled the wall to enter Wu Jinlian's house. He stood in the yard and listened for a while, quickly walked towards the source of the sound, and in a short while came to a house. The house was unlocked. Qin Xiaolong pushed the door straight into it. This is a room for miscellaneous things. Inside all sorts of miscellaneous things. Qin Xiaolong swept around and came to a wooden board. The knocking sound was coming from behind this wooden board. When he pushed the wooden board away, he realized that there was actually a passage behind it. Qin Xiaolong turned on his cell phone light and walked down the passage for 5 or 6 meters, eventually coming to a basement. Help! Help! Seeing the light source, a cry for help immediately came from within the basement. Qin Xiaolong instantly judged that the owner of this voice was Wu Jinlian. Sister Jinlian, is that you? Qin Xiaolong immediately asked. It's me Xiaolong. Save me out. Wu Jinlian shouted back. Sister Jinlian, wait a moment. I'll save you out immediately. After speaking to Wu Jinlian, Qin Xiaolong quickly returned to the utility room, took a wire, and without messing with it for a few moments, he pried open the lock on the basement door. There were a lot of cigarettes and alcohol in this basement. While Wu Jinlian was chained up like a slave, Qin Xiaolong hurriedly opened the chains on Wu Jinlian's feet and saved her. Xiaolong. Oh. After being rescued, Wu Jinlian directly jumped into Qin Xiaolong's arms and bawled her eyes out. The tears quickly wet Qin Xiaolong's clothes, but he didn't care at all. Looking at the pearly Wu Jinlian, Qin Xiaolong felt a sudden heartache. Alright, it's alright, I'm here. Qin Xiaolong kept patting Wu Jinlian's back gently to pacify her, but she was still in tears. A full 7 or 8 minutes passed before Wu Jinlian's emotions stabilized. Sister Jinlian, what's going on here? Who locked you up down here? Qin Xiaolong asked with a heavy face. It's Li Gang now. He locked me up in the basement for 2 whole days. He also said he would sell me. Wu Jinlian's voice choked back. What kind of nerve did this have? How could he do this to you? Qin Xiaolong drank with an angry face. The day before yesterday afternoon with Wu Jinlian's explanation, Qin Xiaolong finally understood what happened. Because she was a full-time housewife, Wu Jinlian didn't have any financial resources. The day before yesterday afternoon, she asked Li Gangxian for money to buy some meat, but Li Gangxian just gave her a few dozen dollars. Because of this matter, the two again quarreled, and Wu Jinlian again proposed a divorce with Li Gang now. If he does not agree, he will sue. Who knows? Li just now angry. Wu Jinlian severely beaten. Her cell phone is broken. Later, in order to prevent Wu Jinlian from escaping, Li Gangxian imprisoned her in the basement. And these 2 days' time Li just now let Wu Jinlian eat 3 steamed buns and 2 bottles of water. She is now thirsty and hungry. She can only use the side of a wooden stick knocking up the basement door to ask for help. Good in the old days open eyes. Let Qin Xiaolong timely found her. Otherwise she is afraid to be Li Gang now alive torture death. This is really damned After listening to Wu Jinlian's narration, Qin Xiaolong was instantly furious. He couldn't wait to chop Li Gangxian to death. Sister Jinlian, I'll take you up first. At this moment, Wu Jinlian's face was emaciated. Her body looked very weak. She didn't even have the strength to stand up and walk. Qin Xiaolong could only carry her back to the ground. Having just walked out of the utility room, Qin Xiaolong was about to get Wu Jinlian some food when the door of her house suddenly opened. The one who opened the door was none other than Li Gang now. Chapter 71, Dividing the Family Property. In addition to Li Gang present, he was accompanied by 2 men and a woman. Qin Xiaolong, why are you in my house? Seeing Qin Xiaolong hugging Wu Jinlian, the smile on Li Gang present's face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a touch of gloom. I was just saying that I'm going to go and settle the score with you. You've come back just in time. Qin Xiaolong sneered and placed Wu Jinlian on a chair. Sister Jinlian, you rest for a while. I'll help you teach this lesson. After saying this, Qin Xiaolong hooked his finger towards Li Gang present. Come here, kneel down and apologize to Sister Jinlian. I'll apologize to your mother. Li Gangxian viciously returned a sentence, and immediately rushed at the man beside him. Li Jinfu, that woman is the wife I found for you. As long as you can beat that kid down for me, I can ask you for another $5,000 less. That's what you said. As soon as the man known as Li Jinfu heard this, he directly rushed over to Qin Xiaolong, his huge fist smashing against him. A cold light flashed in Qin Xiaolong's eyes as he grabbed the other man's fist, followed by a kick. Li Jinfu flopped and knelt on the ground. You dare to hit my son? I'll fight you. The other slightly older man and woman saw Li Jinfu being beaten and immediately rushed up. Unfortunately, these two were no match for Qin Xiaolong and soon followed in Li Jinfu's footsteps. Seeing that Li Jinfu, who was stronger than an ox, couldn't take a single move from Qin Xiaolong, Li Gangxian instantly panicked. As the saying goes, the 36th plan is the best plan. Li Gang now spread his legs and started to run outside. His speed was already very fast, but in the blink of an eye he was caught up by Qin Xiaolong. Putting aside his own grudge against Li Gangxian, just for the fact that he had imprisoned Wu Jinlian in the basement without food or water, Qin Xiaolong couldn't let him off lightly. Toward Li Gangxian was a severe beating. Don't hit. Please don't hit. Li Gangxian continuously begged for mercy, yet Qin Xiaolong ignored it. Miserable screams rose in all directions. In a short while, Li Gangxian was beaten so badly that he probably didn't even recognize his own mother. Then Qin Xiaolong inquired about the man named Li Jinfu. Only then did he learn that this person is a distant relative of Li Gangxian, because his family is poor. He is 30 years old and still cannot get a daughter-in-law, but Li just now suddenly found him, said that as long as he paid 30,000 yuan, he will get him a daughter-in-law. So after they got together $30,000, Li Jinfu came to his house with Li Gangxian to pick up his daughter-in-law. Damn you, I really want to kill you with a knife. Qin Xiaolong was really surprised that Li Gang present had sold Wu Jinlian for $30,000. This guy was simply inhuman. Xiaolong, you want my wife, right? I can give her to you, as long as you release me. Li Gang now hurriedly begged. I'll release your mom. The more Qin Xiaolong thought about it, the more angry he became, and he violently beat Li Gangxian again. Li Gangxian's screams soon attracted the attention of other villagers, and in a short while a group of people surrounded the courtyard of their house. After learning that Li Gangxian had cheated on his wife, beat Wu Jinlian, and was going to sell her, the villagers were suddenly agitated, especially those villagers who had been warned by Li Gangxian before, directly took the opportunity to surround and beat him up. Stop it! Seeing that Li Gangxian was about to be beaten to death, Chen Guangfu, who had received the news, finally rushed over and protected Li Gangxian. Village chief, save me! Li Gangxian tightly hugged Chen Guangfu's thigh, tears streaming out. Off to the side. Don't touch me. Chen Guangfu kicked away Li Gangxian, then rushed at the surrounding villagers. What are you all doing? All go home. As the village chief, Chen Guangfu was still very authoritative in the village. Hearing his words, the villagers then dispersed. Some unwilling to go were also driven away by Chen Guangfu. Xiaolong, what the hell is going on? Chen Guangfu looked at Qin Xiaolong and asked. It's better to let Sister Jinlian tell you. Qin Xiaolong looked towards Wu Jinlian and said. At this time, Wu Jinlian, who had just eaten cookies and drank water, had already regained her strength, and she cried as she recounted the abuse she had suffered, and made it clear that she wanted a divorce, and that she would never die with Li Gang again. After learning the whole story, Chen Guangfu was also furious. Li Gang present, you tell me, do you want a divorce or do you want to go to jail? Chen Guangfu forced down the anger in his heart and said, don't call the police, I'm willing to divorce. If it was before, Li Gang now could still say that this is his family matter. Others can't get involved. But now that the matter of him selling Wu Jinlian has come out in the East, he wouldn't dare to bite the bullet and not get a divorce anymore. Since you agree to divorce, then it's a good thing. Come on, list all your family's property for me. I'll help you divide the family property, Chen Guangfu said, bringing a pen and paper and handing it to Li Gang present. Village chief, Li Gangxian has done this to Sister Jinlian. What qualifications does he have to divide the family property? He must leave the house with a clean slate. Qin Xiaolong spoke up. Don't worry, I definitely won't let Jinlian suffer. Chen Guangfu replied back, and then continued to let Li Gang presently list up the family assets. When Li Gangxue finished writing, Qin Xiaolong took a look. Good guy, a small village accountant is actually an invisible rich man. Li Gang has 2 motorcycles, one worth 20,000, one worth 70,000. Several bank cards add up to 260,000 deposits. In addition, he has 2 high-grade watches worth nearly $10,000, 3 Apple cell phones, as well as a gold necklace, several brand-name suits, and their house is still a 2-story small building. The money to build the house and the money to decorate the house is estimated to add up to another small $200,000. Village chief, this Li Gang now seems to have more money than you. Where do you think all his money comes from? Will not be the wind to scrape? The corner of Qin Xiaolong's mouth slightly curled, insinuating the question. To know that Li Gang is now a small accountant in Taoyuan village, a month on $2,000 or $3,000 of dead wages. He, even if he does not eat or drink all his life, could not have today's family foundation. Say, how much public money did you corrupt behind my back all these years? Chen Guangfu kicked at Li Gang presently said. Village chief, in all conscience, I really didn't corrupt the village's money. Li Gangxian said back with a bitter face. You fart. Where did you get this money from if you didn't? Chen Guangfu didn't believe Li Gangxian's words at all. This is what I earned from doing extra work. I have been working as an accountant for Chen Cannon to calculate the accounts. Basically all of this money is his paycheck to me. If you don't believe it, you can go to call him over and let's face-to-face confrontation. Li Gang now hastily explained. Okay, I'll call Chen De Gun over here. If you let me know that you're lying to me, I'll make sure that you won't be able to eat or walk. After saying this, Chen Guangfu took out his cell phone and dialed Cannon Chen's number. Chapter 72, Accompany me tonight. About 10 minutes later, Chen De Gun arrived at Li Gang's current home. Guangfu, what did you call me for again? Chen De Cannon asked in a condescending manner. Li Gangxue has a lot of property of unknown origin. He said that he was working for you and you gave him a salary. I want to confirm with you if there is such a thing? Chen Guangfu asked. There is. He has been working part-time as an accountant at my place. Is there a problem for me to give him a salary? Chen Digun returned. He has nearly $300,000 in savings alone, plus watches, motorcycles, gold necklaces, and a house. Total assets are over $600,000. I just don't believe that you can give him such a high salary? Qin Xiaolong immediately questioned. As the saying goes, a man can't get rich without horizontal wealth, and a horse can't get fat without night grass. As a village accountant, Qin Xiaolong is more inclined to think that Li Gang is now greedy for public money. That's why he can have so much money. Xiaolong, I suddenly remembered that Li Gang now also bought a courtyard in the town. That vixen is now living there. Listening to his neighbor said that small courtyard has to be 1 or 200,000. And I saw with my own eyes that he has a small car parked in that yard. Wu Jinlian suddenly interjected. Oh, it seems I still underestimated Li Gangxian. This guy is properly worth millions. Qin Xiaolong said with a cold smile. In the city, being worth $1 million might not be worth mentioning, but in Taoyuan village, this was definitely considered a big family. Even if just now being worth millions is none of your business? Chen Digun glared at Qin Xiaolong and said, whether he has money or not is indeed none of my business, but if he is greedy for the village's public money, then it's my business. Qin Xiaolong faintly said back, I didn't corrupt the village's money, I earned all my money myself. Brother Big Cannon can testify for me. Li Gang now hastily defended. Come on, how much salary can Big Cannon Chen give you? You damn well can't save up so much dowry even if you don't eat or drink, right? Qin Xiaolong asked back full of sarcasm. Really sorry, I give just now open 2 or 3 million a month. The district million. He 2 or 3 years will not save enough? Do you think with you poor bastards, you can't earn a few dollars in your whole life? Chen Cannon corner of the mouth, a face of arrogance said, you pay him $20,000 to $30,000 a month? You're lying to the devil. Qin Xiaolong didn't believe in Cannon Chen's words at all. After all, it's not likely Gang present is a scarce talent. Cootie. Only then would he give him such a high salary. Lao Zi has money. Lao Zi just likes to give Gang Xian a high salary. What's wrong with that? Chen Digun said very rampantly. Village chief, this money is really the salary given to me by Brother Big Cannon. If you don't believe me, you can check my transfer records. The money Brother Big Cannon has transferred to me over the years has long exceeded $1 million. Li Gang now continued. Chen Guangfu checked Li Gangchen's transfer records. What he said was really the truth. This time, Chen Guangfu couldn't say anything else. As for Qin Xiaolong, he had looked at Li Gangxian's cell phone before, and he knew that there were many transfer records between Li Gangxian and Chen Digun. But in his opinion, this was definitely not a paycheck. There should be some kind of ulterior secret between the two. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Chen Cannon, the Iron Rooster, to give him so much money. Unfortunately, he was also unclear about what kind of collusion the two had for the time being. Next, Chen Guangfu started to divide up the property for Li Gangcheng and Wu Jinlian. Because Wu Jinlian was the victimized party, she naturally got more property. The village mansion, the motorcycle worth more than 70,000 yuan and 250,000 deposits to her. The rest of the things belonged to Li Gangxian. Hearing Chen Guangfu this distribution program, Li Gang now immediately anxious. Village chief, these money are my hard-earned. Why give her this? You don't want to give it even if. Then I'll call the police now. I remember our village's young Lakun is trafficking in women was sentenced to 15 years. Right, you're a lighter crime. Hold up only 5 years. By then the two of you may even be locked up in a prison as cellmates. Chen Guangfu sneered and said, Village chief, don't call the police. I'll give her all these things okay. Li Gang now although he was heartbroken about the money, but he even more did not want to go to jail. After all, the outside world can be more moist than the window life too much. If he went in, his adopted mistress is estimated to have to run away with other men. At the same time, Li Gang is now in the heart of the Qin Xiaolong hate to the bone. In his opinion, if not Qin Xiaolong suddenly appeared, Li Jinfu was only afraid to have taken advantage of the night to take Wu Jinlian away. By the time the raw rice is cooked, Wu Jinlian can only resign to his fate. How would he be like this now to lose his wife and his soldiers? Qin Xiaolong, you wait for me. This revenge I must avenge. Li Gang now had an overwhelming hatred in his heart, but on the surface he did not show it, because he knew very well that he could not beat Qin Xiaolong at all. He could only play dirty. Next, in the witness of Chen Guangfu, Li Gangxian and Wu Jinlian signed a divorce agreement as well as a property distribution agreement, and transferred 250,000 cash to Wu Jinlian. According to the agreement, tomorrow morning Wu Jinlian will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with Li Gangxian to formally handle the divorce formalities. Li Gangxian, this is my home now. Get lost. I don't want to see you again. Wu Jinlian chillingly drank. It is said that one night husband and wife have 100 days of kindness, but Li Gang now with the junior beat her even if. but also imprisoned her in the basement, does not give her food and drink, but also sold her. This person is simply a human face and animal heart. If it wasn't for the fact that murder is against the law, she really wanted to break Li Gang present into pieces. Gang Xian, you pack your clothes, you can go and stay at my house first. Big Cannon Chen continued. Thank you, brother Big Cannon. Li Gang Xian gave a thank you and rushed into the house to get a few pieces of clothes before following Big Cannon Chen. As for Li Jinfu's family, Qin Xiaolong didn't do anything more to them and directly told them to get lost. Jin Lian, I'm going home first, call me if anything happens. Chen Guanfu likewise didn't linger much longer and left after saying this. Soon only Qin Xiaolong and Wu Jinlian were left in the courtyard. Xiaolong, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I really don't dare to imagine what my life would have become in the future. Wu Jinlian said, full of gratitude. Don't be polite, Sister Jinlian, this is all what I should do. Qin Xiaolong said back, full of unconcern. That, Xiaolong, stay with me tonight. I'm so afraid that Li Gang will now come in over the wall in the middle of the night to take revenge on me. Wu Jinlian hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but say, being imprisoned in the underground these 2 days is like a nightmare for her, even if now Li Gang has now agreed to divorce her. But she still has palpitations. Qin Xiaolong is the only man she trusts in the village. The main thing is that the two of them have been a couple. If Qin Xiaolong is by her side, she won't have to worry about not being able to sleep at night. Alright then, I'll go home first and kill an old hen for you. I'll give you a chicken soup stew to replenish your body in a while. Qin Xiaolong thought about it. Wu Jinlian is really quite poor for a woman with no one to rely on, so he agreed. Then Qin Xiaolong went home and killed an old hen, and then gave Wu Jinlian a stew of old hen tianma soup, which made Wu Jinlian even more moved with tears. Chapter 73, Throwing Away $600,000. Waiting until 11 o'clock in the evening, after the night is quiet, Qin Xiaolong quietly came to Wu Jinlian's house. Tianma chicken soup is a great tonic. After drinking chicken soup, Wu Jinlian quickly recovered. So that evening she took the initiative to find Yang Dazhu chatting about life. It wasn't until after 1 in the morning that peace was restored in the house. Grandma, the ancients honestly don't deceive me. Looking at Wu Jinlian in his arms, Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but let out a sigh in his heart. As the saying goes, 30 is like a wolf, 40 is like a tiger, 50 can suck dirt while sitting on the ground, and Wu Jinlian is exactly 30, precisely the age of a wolf like a tiger. It was also thanks to his youthfulness and strength. Otherwise he was only afraid that he would not be able to carry it. Xiaolong, being your woman is really too happy. Wu Jinlian, who had slightly recovered some of her strength, said with a face full of happiness. Sister Jinlian, is Li Gang unable to do it now? Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but ask. Well, he's just trash. Every time it ends before it starts. Wu Jinlian said with a grimace. She had been married to Li Gang now for 4 years, but she hadn't enjoyed it at all. Only in Qin Xiaolong's was she able to experience the joy of being a woman. I told you why you're like a starving ghost who was born. You almost can't even be fed. Qin Xiaolong smiled and joked. You're not allowed to laugh at people. Wu Jinlian's small mouth pouted. That little woman's posture looked at Qin Xiaolong with respect again. However, for the sake of fine water, he didn't bother tossing Wu Jinlian again. Looking at the time, it was more than 2 o'clock. Qin Xiaolong hurriedly slept with Wu Jinlian. The next day, Qin Xiaolong delivered goods to Longting restaurant as usual. After delivering the goods, he let Lu Sanqi return home first, and he brought Yang Dazhu to the flower and bird market. I don't know if it's because today is Sunday. The flower and bird market is especially crowded. Everywhere is crowded. Yang Dazhu usually seldom went into the city. At this time it was just like Lu entered the Grand View Garden. Looking at everything was rare. Xiaolong, look at that bird, it's so beautiful. Let's buy 2 and raise them at home. When passing by the bird market, Yang Dazhu was immediately attracted by a bird with colorful feathers. You can buy them if you want. I don't want them. Qin Xiaolong didn't have the leisure to raise birds. To him, making money was the king. Then don't be in a hurry to leave. I'll ask how much. Yang Dazhu immediately walked to the store and looked at the store owner and said, Boss, how much does this bird cost per bird? It ranges from 10,000 to 200,000. Depends on which one you want. The boss faintly said back. Holy, you're punking people. A broken bird is so expensive? Yang Dazhu asked with a shocked face. Bumpkin, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm a macaw. That's the price on the market. The store owner said with a face full of contempt. Forget it, I can't afford this thing. Yang Dazhu liked this beautiful parrot, but the price was enough to discourage him. He had to know that if he really spent tens of thousands of dollars to buy a bird, he would probably go home and let his dad beat him to death. Next, Yang Dazhu asked about several other birds, and finally spent $200 to buy a pair of the cheapest Xinfeng parrot. When Yang Dazhu finished buying birds, Qin Xiaolong brought him to the fish market. Fish market are all selling all kinds of ornamental fish. What tiger fish, parrot fish, peacock fish, colorful dress fish, a wide range of tropical fish to see Qin Xiaolong dazzled, but he just looked and did not buy. Not long after Qin Xiaolong came to a fish store called Crystal Palace. This store only sells one kind of fish, that is the noble of fish, the dragon fish. Hello sir, I don't know what kind of dragon fish you want to buy. Red dragon, gold dragon, silver dragon, we have everything here. Upon seeing Qin Xiaolong come in, a female clerk immediately greets him warmly. I'm looking for your boss, Liao Wei Huang. I've arranged to meet with him this morning. Qin Xiaolong returned. Okay, wait a moment, I'll go inform our boss. The shopgirl returned and hurriedly entered the inner courtyard. Not long after, the shopgirl went and returned, while behind her was an additional man. This man had a bald head, wore a string of large gold chains around his neck, and had a green dragon tattooed on his arm. At first glance, he was a socialite. Hello boss Liao, I'm Qin Xiaolong. We met in the video yesterday. Qin Xiaolong hurriedly greeted the man. Welcome brother Qin to my little store. Go go go, let's go inside and talk. Liao Wei Huang knew that Qin Xiaolong was Su Yafu's friend, so he was quite enthusiastic about him. No need, I came here today just to ask you, boss Liao, how about a dragon fish? If it's good to raise, I also want to get a farm. Qin Xiaolong said very directly. Dragon fish are delicate, raising them is still quite difficult. An amateur can easily lose a lot of money coming in, but you are Yafu's friend. I can pass on all my secrets of raising dragonfish to you. Liao Wei Huang smiled and said, then thank you, boss Liao. Qin Xiaolong hurriedly said thanks. No need to be polite. If you want to thank me, thank Yafu. She has helped me a lot before. I'm helping you purely for her sake. As for how much you can learn, it's up to your enlightenment. Liao Wei Huang didn't hide anything. Next he poured out the know-how of breeding dragonfish and what to pay attention to and so on. Qin Xiaolong's brain was like a computer running at high speed. He memorized everything Liao Wei Huang said word for word. Xiaolong, don't say I don't take care of you. These are the two pairs of breeders I carefully cultivated. A pair of purebred blood red dragons, and a pair of overbacked golden dragons. At most they will be able to spawn and mate in 10 days and half a month. I can sell them to you cheaper if you want them. Of course, you can also buy small fry from me and go back to raise them. I can recycle them when you get bigger. Liao Wei Huang pointed at the fish tank and said, Boss Liao, can you tell me how much this kind of fish costs first? Qin Xiaolong asked. This pair of blood red dragons is 580,000. This pair of overbacked golden dragons is 660,000. No bargaining. Fry are cheap, from a few hundred to thousands, depends on which kind you want. Liao Wei Huang returned. Although the price of this kind of fish is a bit outrageous, Qin Xiaolong, in order to make a lot of money in the future, finally, with a hard heart, directly said, I'll take these two blood red dragons, in addition to the gold dragon, silver dragon, green dragon, black dragon, red dragon fry each give me 10. I'll go home and try the water first. I won't ask you for more than 50 fry. Plus this pair of blood red dragons you can give me more than $600,000. What do you think? Liao Wei Huang thought about it and said, okay. Qin Xiaolong agreed very quickly and paid Liao Wei Huang $600,000 on the spot. Chapter 74, 1 Tales of Oxalis, 2 Tales of Gold. Although Qin Xiaolong had never raised dragonfish, he had raised other freshwater fish. In his opinion, as long as he followed the steps taught by Liao Wei Huang, there should be no problem in raising these dragonfish, which was why he was willing to throw away $600,000 to buy this pair of breeding fish. Of course, there is a prerequisite, that is, he is not poor in money now. Even if the $600,000 is really a loss, he will not be hurt. Liao Wei Huang then loaded all the fry Qin Xiaolong needed into the same fish tank and carried the tank to Yang Daju's car. Daju, take these fish home for me first. I still have things to do. I can't go back until later. Qin Xiaolong said to Yang Daju, okay, then I'll go first. Yang Daju replied back and drove away, while Qin Xiaolong went to Fan Kanglin's house and gave him another acupuncture session. Originally, Qin Xiaolong planned to go home after acupuncture, but Fan Kanglin insisted on keeping him for dinner, so Qin Xiaolong could only agree. Fan Kanglin said to eat a home-cooked meal, but at noon on the table is bird's nest, abalone, lobster, shark's fin. These delicacies, Qin Xiaolong has never eaten such a sumptuous dishes in his life. After eating and drinking, Fan Kanglin took Qin Xiaolong to a private club named Tianyue under his banner. The two of them first had a sauna, followed by a full-body massage. I have to say, the clubhouse technicians are really beautiful. One by one, the posture is completely no less than those small stars, and the technology is also first class. Massage that is called a comfortable. Xiaolong, if you look at who said to me, there are rooms upstairs. You can do whatever you want. Fan Kanglin purposely reminded Qin Xiaolong. No need. just press massage. Qin Xiaolong of course knew what Fan Kanglin meant by this, but he had just had a vicious battle with Wu Jinlian last night, so he really didn't have too much need right now. Xiaolong, you don't think you can't look at them? Do you want me to find you a few more prettier ones? You want college students or models? We have them all here, Fan Kanglin said with a smile. Qin Xiaolong had cured his heavenly castration. It was like a favor to him, so he naturally had to serve Qin Xiaolong well. There's really no need, brother Fan. Qin Xiaolong once again refused Fan Kanglin. He had originally called Fan Kanglin Fifth Master, but today at noon, Fan Kanglin said that he should change his name to Big Brother. That's fine. If you need anything, just come over directly. I'll say hello to the store manager here later, and you can come for free. Hearing Qin Xiaolong say this, Fan Kanglin did not continue to persuade. Brother Fan, I've eaten this meal, and I've pressed the mojo, so I'll go back first. Qin Xiaolong looked at the time. It was 3 in the afternoon, so he said goodbye to Fan Kanglin. Don't go tonight. I've arranged a special event just for you. Fan Kanglin hurriedly retained. Fan. Qin Xiaolong was just about to politely decline when his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and glanced at it, but it was his own old mom calling. Hey mom, what's up? Qin Xiaolong asked after picking up the phone. Xiaolong, when will you come back? Your grandfather's cow suddenly frightened hit someone else's car. Their car was crashed. The cow was also killed. Now people are letting your grandfather to pay for it. You hurry back. Liang Jing said with anxiety. What's going on? How could my grandfather's cow hit someone else's car? Qin Xiaolong asked, full of doubts. Your grandfather's cow has not been eating or drinking for the past few days. He thought to bring the cow to the town's veterinary station to see if it had gotten sick, but ended up walking to Meijing that was scared by a vicious dog. After the cow was frightened, it began to run around. Just with a small car collided together. The other car is broken. The other driver nonetheless let your grandfather to compensate $40,000, or else he will not let him go. I'm now going over with your father. You also hurry back. Liang Jing explained. Okay, you guys wait for me there. I'll go back now. After understanding what happened, Qin Xiaolong didn't dare to delay and hurriedly said goodbye to Fan Kanglin. Hurrying slowly, Qin Xiaolong spent an hour and 40 minutes before he finally arrived at Majiang. At a glance, he saw the car parked on the roadside, the dead cow lying on the ground and his parents. Qin Xiaolong went over to understand the situation, and soon determined that his grandfather was fully responsible for this incident. After all, he did not look after the cow. The cow to the other car hit, because the other side of the car is a new Golf. The new car nearly 200,000. The results have not opened a few days on the front end of the car was crashed. The other driver to 40,000 was not excessive. Qin Xiaolong did not bargain. On the spot to the driver transferred $40,000. This matter is considered to be over. I'm sorry, Xiaolong, it's all my fault. If I didn't have to bring the cow out for treatment, it wouldn't have died. Not to mention that it wouldn't have cost you $40,000 more. Qin Jin Kai said full of self-blame. It's okay to break the bank, as long as your old man is safe and sound. Qin Xiaolong smiled back. He did not bother to blame his grandfather. He is very clear. This cow has been the old man's heart. Now the cow died. The old man is also heartbroken. If he then scolded the old man is expected to be more upset. The two of them drove a minivan to the house, and all of them worked together to carry the dead cow to the car, and then sent it to Yang Daju's house to be slaughtered directly. Yang Daju's dad, Yang Zhensheng, has been a butcher for almost 20 years, and his cow slaughtering skills have long been perfected. In a short while, a cow was disemboweled and separated from its flesh and bones. Yang Zhensheng, who was slaughtering the cow, suddenly saw a bulge at the cow's gallbladder, and directly broke it open with a knife, and an oval object much larger than a human fist suddenly rolled out. Xiaolong, look, what's this? Yang Zhensheng immediately called out to Qin Xiaolong after picking up the oval object. Qin Xiaolong was dealing with the other internal organs and went over to take a look after hearing Yang Daju's words. At first he didn't care, but soon he seemed to think of something as he hurriedly picked up the oval object and then rinsed it with water. Yo Huang, it's oxalis, Qin Xiaolong said rather excitedly. Bovine yellow, to put it bluntly, was actually the gallstones within the gallbladder of a cow. However, oxalis has a very high medicinal value as it has the ability to detoxify, stabilize fear, and treat children's convulsions, epilepsy, and convulsions. So since ancient times there is 1 or 2 oxalis, 2 gold. Qin Xiaolong before also feels strange. His grandfather's cattle how to eat and drink. Now he finally understood. Dare this cow body generated cattle yellow, so it will be like a disease. And this cow in the body of the cow yellow only afraid to have more than a kilogram. According to the market price, at least also worth a few $100,000. Originally, Qin Xiaolong thought that it was too bad for the pregnant cow to die, but now he thought that it was God's will for the cow to die. Otherwise he couldn't have gotten such a precious cow's yolk. Chapter 75 A Meaty Meal. Such a big oxalis. Xiaolong, you are really going to be rich this time. Yang Zhensheng sighed with envy. He was a professional butcher, specializing in killing pigs and slaughtering cows, and had encountered cow yolk when slaughtering cows before, but the largest one was only the size of an egg, while Qin Xiaolong's this one was close to twice the size of his fist, and the money from selling it was estimated to be able to top his hard work for half a lifetime. He. This is called a blessing in disguise. I have to hurry and go tell my grandpa the good news. After talking to Yang Zhensheng, Qin Xiaolong quickly ran back to his home. At this time, his grandfather Qin Jinkai was sitting on the stone pier at the entrance smoking a dry cigarette. His face was worried, obviously still distressed about the matter of the cow being hit and killed. Grandpa, let me tell you a good news. That cow of ours has grown a cow's yellow in its gallbladder. Our family is going to be rich, Qin Xiaolong said with a smile on his face while handing the cow's rhubarb to his grandfather. Is this really ox rhubarb? Hearing this, Qin Jinkai also got excited. Of course it's real. If you take it and sell it now, you can sell it for hundreds of thousands of dollars at least. In the future, you old man will wait to enjoy your happiness. Qin Xiaolong smiled and said. After determining that Qin Xiaolong did not deceive himself, the gloom on Qin Jinkai's face was instantly swept away, and the whole person's mouth couldn't close with joy. After all, for an old farmer like him, a few $100,000 undoubtedly counted as a huge sum of money. Qin Xiaolong then spoke to his parents, who were equally happy. Xiaolong, my dishes will be fried soon. You hurry to the store and buy 2 bottles of good wine. Let's celebrate as a family tonight. Liang Jing couldn't help but propose. All right, Qin Xiaolong answered and quickly went to the store to buy 2 bottles of Jade Emperor wine. When he returned home, the meal was already set on the table. Today's meal is quite sumptuous. There are white chopped chicken, braised fish, stir-fried eel, deep-fried small fish, chili pepper stir-fried meat, plus hot and sour shredded potatoes, tomato scrambled eggs and garlic oatmeal. This dinner is comparable to their previous New Year's Eve dinner. Mom, where did you get this fish? It tastes really good, Qin Xiaolong asked after taking a bite of the braised fish. This is that red carp you bought. Ah, we ate one at noon. Your dad and I both thought it was quite tasty, so we stewed the other one tonight as well, Liang Jing said back. Hearing this, Qin Xiaolong, who had just been feasting on the fish, seemed as if he had been struck by a fixation spell. His body was instantly petrified, and the chopsticks in his hand snapped and fell onto the table. Xiaolong, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Qin Xiaolong was suddenly a bit off, Liang Jing hurriedly asked. Mom, you ate all those fish I bought? Qin Xiaolong asked as the corner of his mouth twitched. Yeah, the 2 big ones were braised. The rest of the small ones I wrapped in flour and deep fried. These small fish on the table they taste delicious. Liang Jing nodded and said. Looking at the dead-eyed braised dragonfish on the table, Qin Xiaolong immediately felt his heart dripping blood. This was the seed fish and fry that he had spent a full $600,000 to buy back, and as a result, it was eaten just like that. Even those billionaires wouldn't dare to be so extravagant. Xiaolong, why is your face a bit off? Are you not feeling well? Liang Jing once again asked with concern. No, I'm fine, let's hurry and eat. Qin Xiaolong was very clear about his mom's nature. If she knew that what she ate was not red carp but a dragonfish worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, she would definitely die of self-blame. So Qin Xiaolong didn't say anything about it. Hearing Qin Xiaolong answer like this, Liang Jing didn't say anything more. Money is spent and still earned. Today it's just like enjoying the life of a human being in advance. Qin Xiaolong, who was eating the dragonfish meat, could only comfort himself in this way. The good thing is that this dragonfish flavor is really delicious. Not carp, grass carp. These unusual fish can be compared to. Just this price is too expensive. Eat a meal is like cutting their own meat, even if those millionaires are estimated to have a heartache for several days. When he finished dinner, Qin Xiaolong went to Yang Daju's house again. Xiaolong, I've already cut up the cow for you. You can transport it home. Yang Zhenxing said. There's no rush. Qin Xiaolong replied back and went straight into Yang Daju's room. Auxiliary, quickly come to help me. Playing field around the back. Mage, what the are you doing? This bunch of nerdy teammates. Yang Daju was still concentrating on playing king, not even noticing Qin Xiaolong's arrival. Qin Xiaolong snatched Yang Daju's cell phone down. Xiaolong, hurry up and give me your phone. It's a group fight. Yang Daju said with a sense of urgency. What's the difference between you, a spring commander, with or without you? Qin Xiaolong glared at Yang Daju full of contempt, then said, this morning I asked you to send the dragonfish to my house. How did you send it? I just sent it directly. At that time, your grandfather was at home. So I put the fish in the upper room of your house first. Yang Daju returned. Then did you tell my grandfather that I paid a big price for that fish? Qin Xiaolong then asked. Said, what did you say? I just told him that this fish can be expensive. Let him watch out. And then your grandfather also asked me if this fish is delicious. I just joked with him back a delicious. Ancient emperors like to eat and left. Yang Daju said back one by one. I told you how my mom stewed the fish. Feelings are you bastard nonsense. I really want to strangle you. Qin Xiaolong viciously glared at Yang Daju and said, What? Your mom stewed that fish? Hearing this, Yang Daju was instantly shocked with his jaw dropping. Nonsense. Or else why do you think I came to find you? Qin Xiaolong said with a dark face. Big brother, you can't blame me for this. It's not like I knew your mom would stew the fish. Yang Daju hurriedly defended himself, afraid that Qin Xiaolong would make him lose money again. Forget it this time. In the future, if you spread rumors to me again, see how I'll clean you up. Qin Xiaolong hadn't been the one to raise the offense, so he didn't do anything to Yang Daju. Don't worry. In the future, I promise I'll say whatever you tell me to say. Not a word more. Yang Daju hurriedly promised. Afterwards, Qin Xiaolong gave the cell phone back to Yang Daju, and the two of them carried all the beef back to his family's freezer. This accounts several hundred pounds of meat Qin Xiaolong family cannot eat all. He is prepared to leave a few dozen pounds of meat. The rest of tomorrow morning are sent to the Dragon Court restaurant. The next day, Qin Xiaolong first went to the delivery. After the delivery and went to the Shengda Hall, the cattle Huang sold. The price given to Qin Xiaolong by Mu Qiushi's side was still quite good. For more than 2 pounds of cow's rhubarb she gave Qin Xiaolong 450,000, which made Qin Xiaolong get back a lot of blood. Next, Qin Xiaolong went to the Water Dragon Palace and once again threw away $600,000 to buy 2 blood-red dragons as well as dozens of small fry. When he returned to Taoyuan village, Zhao Defa from the same village suddenly waved at him and stopped his car. Chapter 76 Golden Juice to the rescue. Uncle Defa, what's the matter? Qin Xiaolong stopped the car and opened the window and asked, Xiaolong, this morning my son told me that Granny Wang's grandson Zhang Pengcheng roasted a chicken for dinner by the river again last night. He accidentally slipped up and said that the chicken seems to be your family's, so go back later to check if there are any missing chickens at your house. Zhao Defa said. Okay, I know. Thank you Uncle Defa. Qin Xiaolong hurriedly said thanks. Thank you for what Zhang Pengcheng bare child 3 days do not fight on the roof of the house. And on the contrary, he has an unreasonable grandmother to protect. Our village is the only one you dare to clean up his. Zhao Defa laughed and said, if he really slaughtered my family's chicken, I'll have to beat his ass this time. Qin Xiaolong replied back before saying goodbye to Zhao Defa. Back home, Qin Xiaolong didn't even unload the dragonfish and went directly to his family's chicken coop. The chicken coop was empty. Obviously his chickens had gone out to dig for food again. Qin Xiaolong searched outside and soon found his chickens in a wasteland less than 20 meters away from his door. Qin Xiaolong carefully counted. Their family's chicken originally had 16. He gave Wu Jinlian slaughtered 1. His own mother slaughtered 1. Normally there should be 14 right now, but now there are only 13. Thinking about what Zhao Defa said just now, his family's chicken should be eaten by Zhang Pengcheng undoubtedly. This Zhang Pengcheng is really a dog who can't change his ways. At this moment, Qin Xiaolong burst into a rage. He was about to go and give Zhang Pengcheng a violent beating, but just after taking a few steps he stopped again. He knows very well, Zhang Pengcheng this kid is typical of remembering to eat but not remembering to fight, forgetting the pain after a good wound. Even if he beats the other party today, it is estimated that in a few days he will forget again. What's more, his grandma Wang Bao is not a good thing. If he is too heavy-handed, that dead old lady may not how to make trouble. Therefore, he must be like a cruel trick. To Zhang Pengcheng came to a bone-deep lesson before. Stroke his chin after a period of contemplation. Qin Xiaolong brain flash. A plan suddenly came to mind. Qin Xiaolong returned home to drive the car, directly run to town to buy a cake, and so back home, he added some special ingredients to the cake. After all this, Qin Xiaolong deliberately drove the car to the vicinity of Zhao Pengcheng's house, and intentionally did not close the door. The cake was placed directly on the seat. Next, Qin Xiaolong ran far away and lurked in a cornfield 50 meters away. The hot sun, coupled with little wind, the cornfield was like a steamer. Qin Xiaolong was drenched in sweat in a short while, but for the sake of his plan, he still endured it. Time passed quietly. Nearly 40 minutes later, Zhang Pengcheng ran back from the river, because the car door was open. While passing by Qin Xiaolong's car, Zhang Pengcheng caught a glimpse of the cake placed on the car seat. As Qin Xiaolong expected, Zhang Pengcheng was a thief. He pretended not to see anything and walked straight past the car. But after no one was on the street, he immediately ran back, took the cake from the car and ran back to his house. This little brat finally took the bait. Looking at this scene, a sinister smile also surfaced at the corner of Qin Xiaolong's mouth. He hibernated in the cornfield for another 6 or 7 minutes, estimating that Zhang Pengcheng should have already started eating the cake before he walked out. Who took the cake from my car? Hurry up and give it back to me. Qin Xiaolong pretended that he didn't know anything as he stood on the street and shouted loudly. His shout soon attracted the attention of the villagers, and in no time at all, some neighbors were drawn out by Qin Xiaolong's shouts. After learning that Qin Xiaolong's cake had disappeared, some villagers immediately began to suspect that Zheng Pengcheng had done it. After all, this kid got his grandmother's true heritage. His hands and feet have always been unclean. See the car cake? To take a goat is too normal. Qin Xiaolong pretended to listen to the advice of the villagers and quickly came to Zheng Pengcheng's house. Granny Wang, come out here, Qin Xiaolong shouted. And in a short while Granny Wang came out. What are you calling me for? Granny Wang looked at Qin Xiaolong with a gloomy face and said, did your grandson steal the cake from my car? Qin Xiaolong asked. Don't spit blood. It didn't happen at all. Granny Wang immediately denied it. Her response was expected by Qin Xiaolong. Qin Xiaolong didn't care at all. Instead, he intentionally put on a concerned look. Granny Wang, you're sure my cake wasn't stolen by your grandson, right? My grandson wouldn't do such a thing. Granny Wang once again made a denial. That's good. I put rat poison inside that cake. It's specially used to poison rats. As long as your grandson didn't steal it, it's good. Then I'll look elsewhere. Qin Xiaolong was ready to leave after saying this. Hearing this, Granny Wang's face suddenly changed and quickly ran towards the upper room. Goo, Granny, my stomach hurts. It hurts me to death. At this time, Zheng Pengcheng was already lying on the ground, covering his stomach and wailing in pain. Pengcheng, don't be afraid. Grandma is here. Granny Wang hurriedly pacified Zheng Pengcheng and said, because of the panic in her heart, she didn't know what to do for a while. Granny Wang, didn't you say that your grandson didn't steal my cake? What's going on here? Qin Xiaolong who followed him and asked knowingly. Thousand Dagger Qin Xiaolong, why did you poison my grandson? If my grandson has a death, I'll make sure you're buried with him. Granny Wang had an angry face and blamed Qin Xiaolong for all the blame. This has nothing to do with me. Qin Xiaolong rolled his eyes and said, alright, you guys stop arguing for now. Saving people is important. Let's hurry up and send Pengcheng to the hospital. Although everyone dislikes Zheng Pengcheng, but this is in the end a human life. Everyone is still ready to send him to the hospital to be rescued. It's too late. I used potent rat poison. I guess I can't send it to the hospital. Zheng Pengcheng will die. The only way now is to use gold juice to induce vomiting. As long as we let Zheng Pengcheng vomit out the cake he ate in. Qin Xiaolong took the opportunity to propose. The so-called golden juice is just a euphemism. It is actually big fecal water. In the past, if someone in the village was poisoned, someone would use this native method to induce vomiting. It was only because this method was too heavy-handed that no one used it long ago now. Xiaolong is right. Now we can only use this local method to save Pengcheng. I have relatives who committed suicide by drinking pesticides were saved by this method. Old Sun too from the same village immediately sent a divine assist, which made Qin Xiaolong want to give him a best teammate award. Everyone make way. Without further delay, Qin Xiaolong quickly picked up Zheng Pengcheng and then jogged all the way to the side of the toilet pit. Chapter 77, Xiaolong is really a good boy. Uncle Wu Wei, help me hold Pengcheng first, don't let him move around. After speaking to Xiao Wu Wei, Qin Xiaolong directly opened the lid above the cesspool. In an instant, a rush of heavenly stench hit his face. Qin Xiaolong almost didn't pass away on the spot. Wow, it stinks. The surrounding townsfolk were smoked to the point of retreating, but as a 21st century 5 good youth, Qin Xiaolong walked to the side of the cesspool without any hesitation and scooped half a bucket of fecal water from it. Then Qin Xiaolong found a wooden stick and stirred the dung water back and forth. After making sure that the dung water was of the right consistency, Qin Xiaolong came back to Zheng Pengcheng's side. Uncle Wu Wei, help me hold Pengcheng tightly but don't let him move around. I'll start pouring gold juice into him now. Qin Xiaolong gave a special instruction to Zhao Wu Wei before scooping a ladle of golden-colored dung water with a water ladle. Pengcheng, come, let's drink this golden juice. Although Zheng Pengcheng's stomach ached, he wasn't stupid. He certainly couldn't drink the dung water and immediately struggled. I won't drink to drink dung water. Grandma save me. Xiaolong, you'd better not fill Pengcheng with dung water. How can he drink this? Granny Wang said full of heartache. Granny Wang, children don't know any better. Do you know any better? I'm saving your grandson now. If he doesn't drink it he'll be dead. Do you want to watch your grandson die? Qin Xiaolong sternly rebuked in a righteous voice. Of course I don't want my grandson to die. But my ass. Don't talk, I have to rush to save people now. Qin Xiaolong forcefully interrupted Granny Wang, then pinched Zheng Pengcheng's mouth, forcing the golden juice into his mouth. Coo. Zheng Pengcheng still wanted to struggle, but he was a small child. How could he resist the two big men, Qin Xiaolong and Zhao Wu Wei? As he breathed in, the golden juice began to enter his stomach. Seeing this scene, the stomachs of the villagers who were gathering around next to him fluttered, and they almost didn't spit out the lunch they had just eaten. Pengcheng, come on, let's keep drinking. Brother is saving you. As he spoke, Another scoop of gold juice was poured into Zhang Pengcheng's mouth. Zhang Pengcheng struggled even more. The fecal water splashed onto Qin Xiaolong and Zhao Wuwei's bodies. Xiaolong, be careful. The fecal water is all over me, Zhao Wuwei hurriedly reminded. Uncle Wuwei, we are saving the flowers of the motherland. We should have the spirit of not being afraid of getting dirty. What's the big deal if our clothes get dirty? Qin Xiaolong said righteously. He seemed to be the embodiment of justice. You're right. It's Uncle's ideological awareness that's too low. Feel free to continue. Zhao Wuwei was instantly sensitized by Qin Xiaolong's self-sacrificing spirit, and his state of mind was instantly raised to a new level. Pengcheng, come on, drink some more. Try to drink your fill. Yuck. Try to spit out all the rat poison in your stomach. Qin Xiaolong forced the laughter in his heart and kept pouring golden juice to Zhang Pengcheng. The desperate Zhang Pengcheng still wanted to ask for help from Granny Wang, but unfortunately, just as he opened his mouth, the golden juice poured into his mouth and he couldn't say a word. Scoop after scoop. After seeing that Zhang Pengcheng had drank almost all of it, only then did Qin Xiaolong ask Zhao Wuwei to cut him loose. You. Zhao Pengcheng knelt on the ground and spat it out in a big gulp, tears and snot running down his face. Uncle Wuwei, Pengcheng shouldn't have vomited thoroughly enough. Let's pour some more into him. Qin Xiaolong rushed Zhao Wuwei and Zhao Wuwei quickly picked up Zhang Pengcheng. I'm not going to drink anymore. Grandma, save me. Oh. At this moment, Zhang Pengcheng was on the verge of collapse. He was like a pig about to be slaughtered, crying his heart out. Pengcheng, bear with it, it'll be over soon. Granny Wang's heart ached with a burst of old tears, but in order to save her grandson, she could only endure it. Gulp gulp gulp. Another scoop of golden juice entered Zhang Pengcheng's mouth. Little pussy, I still don't believe I can't cure you. Qin Xiaolong didn't move on the surface, but in his heart, he had already smiled. When Zhang Pengcheng was full, Zhang Pengcheng vomited again, so the cycle was 4 times before Qin Xiaolong stopped. Pengcheng, in the future, let's not eat indiscriminately. This time brother can save you. Next time you won't see such good luck. Qin Xiaolong looked at Zhang Pengcheng who was lying on the ground and said in a serious tone. Zhang Pengcheng, on the other hand, had a lifeless look on his face and was no longer able to make any response. Sigh. This kid seems to have not eaten enough and is angry with me. I should have known that I should have gotten him something thick just now. Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but mutter in a small voice. Pengcheng, are you alright Pengcheng? Vomit. Granny Wang picked Zhang Pengcheng up, but when she smelled the stench from his body, Granny Wang directly spat on him with a mouthful of vomit. Granny Wang, wait a moment, I'll go home and get some herbs. You let Pengcheng drink it a few times in a row and he'll be fine. Qin Xiaolong spoke again, not afraid to get dirty and tired in order to save people. Xiaolong is really a good boy. That's right. Nowadays there are really few children like Xiaolong who return kindness for kindness. My family doesn't have a daughter, or I would let Xiaolong be my son-in-law. The villagers highly praised Qin Xiaolong at this time and gave him a thumbs up. Folks, I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do, Qin Xiaolong said back very modestly. Originally, he wanted to do good deeds without leaving a name, but since he was seen, there was no need to hide it. In order to save the flowers of the motherland as soon as possible, Qin Xiaolong went home to get a few more herbs. At this time, Granny Wang was helping Zhang Pengcheng take a bath. The moment she saw Qin Xiaolong, Zhang Pengcheng was like seeing the devil. His body couldn't stop trembling. Pengcheng, don't be afraid. Brother is here to deliver the herbs to you. Qin Xiaolong wore a smile on his face. Then he mashed the herbs in some water, forcing Zhang Pengcheng to drink it. Xiaolong, do we need to send Pengcheng to the hospital again? Granny Wang still asked with some concern. No need. What I gave him is the antidote herb. I guarantee he will be alive and well tomorrow. After returning another sentence to Granny Wang, Qin Xiaolong left. Returning home, Qin Xiaolong hurriedly took a shower, hitting the shower gels several times one after another. Only then did the stench on his body completely dissipate. Waiting until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, after the sun is not so poisonous, Qin Xiaolong will be replaced by the dragonfish to a large bucket, and then carry the dragonfish and screen net and other tools up the mountain, and finally in a small hill halfway up the slope stopped. Behind the waist-deep weeds, there is a rock crevice. Into the rock crevice, inside is a natural cave. Deep inside the cave there is an underground lake. Here is Qin Xiaolong before going up the mountain to catch rabbits inadvertently found. Underground lake are mountain spring water, pure and pollution-free. The surface of the water is as calm as a mirror, and the water temperature is constant throughout the year. Is definitely an excellent breeding of dragonfish treasure. Chapter 78 Money is a good thing. Qin Xiaolong first swam painfully in the underground lake, then used a wooden stake with a window screen net to stop the only outlet of the underground lake, before he put the 2 species of fish and all those fry in. Alright, the big job is done. Looking at the dragonfish swimming freely in the lake, Qin Xiaolong also finally breathed a sigh of relief. According to what Liao Wei Huang said, the dragonfish did not need to be fed too hard. Just feed the small fish once a day and the big fish once every 2 days. The main food for the small fish is breadworms and bloodworms, while the big fish can already be fed with live river prawns. Qin Xiaolong did not go to catch river shrimp today, so he fed breadworms once. When all the work was done, it was almost 5 o'clock. Qin Xiaolong didn't waste any more time and directly left the cave. As for the bucket and other tools, he left them here. No one would come here anyway. After returning to Taoyuan village, Qin Xiaolong happened to run into Li Gangcheng again. Li Gang now looks at him with eyes full of resentment, as if he wants to eat him alive. What's the matter? Want to get me killed? Come, I'll give you the chance. Feel free to do as you please. I promise not to fight back. Qin Xiaolong pointed to his head, his face filled with mockery. Qin Xiaolong, you don't have to be complacent. I'll let you know how powerful I am sooner or later. Li Gang now clenched his fists and said hatefully. He could be said to hate Qin Xiaolong to the bone, but he dared to be angry, or else once Qin Xiaolong made another move on him, he would only get beaten up. Don't do it sooner or later. Do it now. If you don't do it, then I'll do it. Qin Xiaolong smiled contemptuously while rolling up his own sleeves. Seeing this, Li Gang presently changed his face. He didn't dare to let out any more harsh words, and scattered his legs and ran away. Rubbish. Looking at Li Gangxian who ran faster than a rabbit, the contempt on Qin Xiaolong's face increased. For Li Gangxian, he really didn't put it in his eyes. If this guy is honest in the future, he naturally won't go looking for trouble. If he dares to play dirty with himself, he doesn't mind sending Li Gangxian to the western heaven in advance. Back home, see his parents are not yet back. Qin Xiaolong will pick up beans, ready to make dinner. However, before his butt was even warmed up, Chen Xiaoyu suddenly came bouncing. Yo, Xiaoyu, why are you here? Qin Xiaolong asked rather surprised. Not only am I here, my dad and my brother are here. Chen Xiaoyu pointed behind her, and as soon as her words fell, Chen Guangfu and Chen Wenhao, father and son, walked in. Xiaolong, thank you for the money you lent me before. In order to pay off the debt for this rebellious son of mine I spent $98 million. The remaining 320,000 are here. You count it, Chen Guangfu said, handing a paper bag to Qin Xiaolong. There's no need to count. I'm sure the village head won't lie to me. Qin Xiaolong smiled and took the paper bag. Asshole, why don't you hurry up and thank Xiaolong? Chen Guangfu viciously kicked Chen Wenhao and said, Xiaolong, thank you. This is a little bit of our family's intention. Don't mind it. Chen Wenhao hurriedly said thank you, and at the same time handed over a bag of fruits in his hand, as well as a box of Wanglaji and a box of 6 walnuts. No need to be polite. As long as brother Hao can clean up his act, my favor is not in vain. Qin Xiaolong smiled back, not being polite at all, and accepted all the things Chen Wenhao sent. Don't worry, I will definitely work honestly in the future, and I will definitely never go gambling again. Chen Wenhao made a pledge with conviction. As for how much credibility he had in this, it was unknown. Xiaolong, I was wrong in the past. It was my dog's eye view. I shouldn't have taunted you when we met. I shouldn't have blocked you from dating Xiaoyu. I hope you won't take it personally. After a slight hesitation, Chen Guangfu apologized to Qin Xiaolong once again. Qin Xiaolong was able to lend him more than $1 million at a critical moment. This kind of boldness was not something an ordinary person could have, which made him really quite grateful. Most of all, Qin Xiaolong being able to casually take out more than $1 million was enough to prove that Qin Xiaolong was no longer the poor boy that he once could mock and insult at will. That's why Chen Guangfu took the initiative to come to the door today to thank him, wanting to use this to draw closer to Qin Xiaolong's relationship. After all, Qin Xiaolong's conditions, want to find a daughter-in-law is a matter of words. His daughter can marry Qin Xiaolong that belongs to the high climb. Let bygones be bygones. Let's not mention it in the future. Qin Xiaolong waved his hand and said, as the saying goes, don't look at the monk's face, look at the Buddha's face. There is Chen Xiaoyu. Qin Xiaolong how to have to give Chen Guangfu a few points of face. What's more, people Chen Guangfu apologize attitude has been very sincere. Qin Xiaolong also no need to hold on to the previous things do not let, or else in the future Chen Xiaoyu estimate should not let him go to bed. Thank you for being so generous. You have such a broad mind. You will surely become a dragon phoenix among people in the future. Chen Guangfu hurriedly praised Qin Xiaolong again. I've long said that Xiaolong will have a future. Now you believe in my vision, right? Chen Xiaoyu said with a smile. Even though Qin Xiaolong's family owed a buttload of debt before, she had never disliked Qin Xiaolong because she firmly believed that Qin Xiaolong would have the day to excel. It's just that she didn't expect this day to come so soon. Well, it's dad who's old and confused. It's still my daughter who has a great vision. Chen Guangfu nodded and said. Hearing this, Qin Xiaolong almost didn't squirt with laughter. He knew in his heart that Chen Guangfu's attitude towards him could have a 180-degree turnaround only because of one thing: money. Since ancient times, money could make a ghost grind. And now, Money could make the village chief kiss his ass. Money is really a good thing. But seeing through it and not talking about it saved Chen Guangfu from embarrassment. Village chief, I happen to be cooking. You guys can eat at my house tonight. There's still a lot of beef in my house that I just killed yesterday. Qin Xiaolong said with a twist of words. No need. My wife is cooking at home. Xiaoyu, if you want to eat at Xiaolong's house, stay. Chen Guangfu quickly said back. Okay, then I can dine at Xiaolong's house. Chen Xiaoyu said with a sweet smile. Then I'll go back with your brother first. Chen Guangfu didn't stay long and left first after saying this. Soon only Qin Xiaolong and Chen Xiaoyu were left in the courtyard. Xiaoyu, don't go away at night. How about we he together? Qin Xiaolong wrapped his arm around Chen Xiaoyu's small waist and said with a bad face. Hey, your head quickly go and cook. I'm starving to death. Chen Xiaoyu gave Qin Xiaolong a glance and said. Hungry not afraid. Let's go inside. I guarantee to feed you to the fullest. Qin Xiaolong still has a playful look. The two Lushan's claws even more dishonestly began to wander up. Chapter 79, Sitting Through the Chicken in Jail. Stop it. Hurry up and cook. Chen Xiaoyu, in order to hold on to her own body, still forced to endure the desire in her heart to push Qin Xiaolong away. Seeing that he can't eat Chen Xiaoyu for the time being, Qin Xiaolong can only use cooking to divert his attention. When the meal is ready, Qin Xiaolong's father and mother also came back from the farm. Originally, Qin Xiaolong wanted to let his grandfather come over to eat with him, but as a result, the old man said he had already cooked noodles, so he could only give up. In the past, when she was a child, Chen Xiaoyu had eaten at Qin Xiaolong's house a few times, but she hadn't come since she grew up, and this was considered the first time in the last 3 years. So Liang Jing couple was quite enthusiastic, again to give her food and pour drinks. Make Chen Xiaoyu a little embarrassed. Originally, after eating, Chen Xiaoyu said she wanted to wash the dishes, but the result was directly driven by Liang Jing to the upper room so that she and Qin Xiaolong could watch TV. Xiaolong, I'll go out with your dad. You and Xiaoyu can play at home. Liang Jing wasn't stupid. She knew very well that Chen Xiaoyu was able to come to her house for dinner because there was definitely something going on between the two of them. So she naturally had to create some more two-person world for the two of them. In case the two of them couldn't help but have some more dry spells, then she would be able to hold her grandchildren sooner. After his parents left, Qin Xiaolong took Chen Xiaoyu into his room. Because his lips were a bit dry, he was about to ask Chen Xiaoyu to help him moisturize them, when a knock suddenly sounded outside. Immediately after, Yang Daju's loud voice rang out. Xiaolong, are you home? This calf really knows how to pick the time. Xiaoyu, wait for me for a while. After saying this, Qin Xiaolong walked out of the room. What for? Qin Xiaolong asked after pulling the lights in the yard. Xiaolong, I got a pheasant. Let's roast it later as a drink. Yang Daju quickly replied. He was carrying a pheasant in his left hand, while his right hand was carrying 2 bottles of roasted knives. Yo, this pheasant is really pretty. Where did you get it? This pheasant had a rich brown color all over its body. Its head and neck were gray-black. It had short downy black feathers crowned on top of its head, while the feathers on its face and cheeks were a brilliant red color. It looked very pretty. I bought this from Chen Xiaohui for $150. I estimate that I can get 4 or 5 pounds of meat, enough for the two of us to drink. Yang Daju replied back, then walked over to the pool. Xiaolong, bring me the knife from your house. I'll slaughter this pheasant first. Wait. Qin Xiaolong immediately stopped Yang Daju, then re-examined the pheasant, then even made a special baidu. Grass. This is a brown horse chicken. In the next second, Qin Xiaolong directly spat out fenugreek. Regardless of whether it's a hippopotamus chicken or a tiger chicken, all of them will have to be turned into roasted chickens later on. Yang Daju laughed. Roast my ass. If you dare to eat it, you'll be waiting to sit through the bottom of the jail. Qin Xiaolong glared at Yang Daju and said, What the hell? How can you go to jail for eating a pheasant? Yang Daju asked with a confused look on his face. Say you're illiterate and you still won't admit it. This is a grade 1 protected animal. The brown horse chicken, nicknamed the jail bottom sitting through chicken. If ordinary pheasants were eaten, they would be eaten. But this is a first-class protected animal. If they dare to eat it, they will be invited to eat jail tomorrow. Holy, so how do I do this? Or should I just let it go? Reacting, Yang Daju instantly panicked a little. No need to put it. Later I'll give the forestry department a call and have them come over to take it away. Qin Xiaolong returned. Right, you just said that this chicken was sold to you by Qin Xiaohui, right? Well, I just happened to run into him just now. He said it was given to him by someone else and he couldn't eat it, so he sold it to me. Yang Daju said back. This dog thing, even selling brown horse chicken to you, it's really with evil intentions. Qin Xiaolong said coldly. In his heart, he knew clearly that Qin Xiaohui knew about his relationship with Yang Daju. That's why he sold this brown horse chicken to him. If he wasn't wrong, once they ate the brown horse chicken, that calf Qin Xiaohui would definitely report them. and both of them would have to go in at that time. Grandma, this pussy is too insidious. I have to him up. Yang Daju was also angry at this time. It was thanks to Qin Xiaolong's timely discovery that this is a chicken is a protected animal. Otherwise he would not have buried the rest of his life in confusion. Don't be impulsive. Chen Xiaowei is as stupid as a pig. He couldn't have thought of such a brilliant tactic. This evil plan was definitely thought up by that old bastard Chen De Gun. With that old bastard city, you might even bite you back if you go. Qin Xiaolong immediately stopped Yang Daju. Chen De Cannon was known as an old envy. Without enough evidence, Yang Daju would only lose out if he went to find Chen De Cannon. Then what should we do? We can't be counted by them for nothing. Yang Daju asked with an angry face. There's no rush. Let's do 15 when he does. Let me think about it first. I definitely won't let this old thing be happy for too long. Qin Xiaolong is not the kind of piker who has courage but no strategy. Not to mention that Chen Dazhou is very resourceful. If he wants to deal with him, he has to plan his plan well. And the last thing he lacks now is time. He is perfectly capable of accompanying Chen De Cannon to have a good time. Alright then, whatever you say. Chen De Cannon knew that his brain was not as bright as Qin Xiaolong's, so he could only suppress his anger first. Afterwards, Qin Xiaolong called the forestry bureau, and the other party said that it was too late today, so they were allowed to properly place the brown horse chicken first, and they would only come to the door tomorrow to conduct an appraisal. After the two chatted for a while, Yang Daju left first, while Qin Xiaolong sent Chen Xiaoyu back home. On the way home, Qin Xiaolong ran into his parents returning. Xiaolong, has Xiaoyu left? Liang Jing hurriedly asked. Gone. I just sent her home. Qin Xiaolong said. How far did you get with Xiaoyu? Did you two sleep? Liang Jing then lowered her voice. Mom, what are you thinking? We've only just been dating. How can it be that fast? Qin Xiaolong said back somewhat breathlessly. That's true. It's okay. You guys take your time. In the future, invite Xiaoyu to our house more often, and strive to take Xiaoyu down earlier, so mom can hold her grandchildren. Liang Jing is aware of the matter of Qin Xiaolong lending money to Chen Guangfu. She doesn't care. After all, her son is now a rich man. Her only wish now was for her son to marry a daughter-in-law earlier so that she could have grandchildren too. And Chen Xiaoyu is one of her ideal candidates for a daughter-in-law. As long as Qin Xiaolong can get a beautiful woman, that money will be considered as a bride price for the Chen family. Right, Xiaolong. Just now your second uncle in the city called and said that he invited our family to attend his daughter's engagement banquet. Mom has already agreed. The day after tomorrow we will go there together. Liang Jing changed her mind and told Qin Xiaolong about another matter. Yo-ho, he hasn't always looked down on us. Right, why did he still invite us? Qin Xiaolong said with a sneer as the corner of his mouth curled up. Chapter 80, Bringing Mu Qiushi into the mountain. Qin Liye is the youngest son of Qin Xiaolong's grandfather's elder brother. According to the generation, Qin Xiaolong still has to call a second uncle. As early as 20 years ago, Qin Liye went to the city to work, and then he got drunk and broke someone's leg, and lost $2,000, of which 500 or Qin Xiaolong's family sold cattle in exchange. In today's world, $500 may not be called money, but in 20 years ago, 500 is definitely not a small sum. He still remembered that year, 10 cents a popsicle his mom did not want to buy. Later, Qin Liye borrowed several hundred with his family into the city to do small business, which slowly developed home. 12 years ago, this guy is the rural household registration transferred to the city, when the city people eat up the commodity food. However, Qin Liye, this person is a white-eyed wolf, do not know how to be grateful. After he developed, he no longer with their poor relatives to deal with. The most annoying thing is, before his father fell injured, he went to the city to find Qin Liye, thinking that the other party can read in the sake of the relatives of a share to borrow some money. As a result, Qin Liye pushed and blocked. A moment to say that their accounts did not come back. A moment to say that the business loss of money owed a debt. Anyway, the iron cock won. Qin Xiaolong lips are worn out. A penny did not borrow. And his wife, self-reliance is the city people. From the beginning of the marriage to look down on their poor relatives. Open and shut your mouth, you farmers, too dirty. Farmers have no culture. Farmers have no quality. Speak quite harsh, so that these 2 years, in addition to the Qingming ancestor, they have not even seen the face. He hadn't really thought that this second uncle of his whose daughter was organizing an engagement banquet would suddenly remember to invite them. Your second uncle, you do not understand. Borrowing money stingy as Joe Pippi, but like to show off. This time to invite our family to participate in the engagement banquet is obviously want to take the opportunity to show off how rich their family, how good life, may also step on us a few feet along the way. Liang Jing hit the nail on the head when she said, then why do we still go there? Anyway, people have long since stopped treating us as relatives. Qin Xiaolong said, your second uncle has called us, we have to give them face. Besides, how excellent my son is now, I have to let them have a good look at him. just so that mom can also look good. Liang Jing said with a smile. In the past, their family was so poor that they had nothing to say about being looked down upon, but in reality, she had always held her breath in her heart. Now that her son was rich, of course she wanted to raise her eyebrows a bit. This is the same as not returning home when you're rich, like traveling at night in brocade. Alright then, I'll accompany you when the day after tomorrow comes. Qin Xiaolong instantly understands his mom's meaning. He naturally wants to satisfy his mom's mind. When he returned home, around 8 o'clock in the evening, Mu Qiushi suddenly gave Qin Xiaolong a call on his side. Xiaolong, can you get me another batch of dendrobium? I can add another $100 per caddy. Mu Qiushi asked after picking up the phone. This I can't guarantee. Tomorrow I'll go up to the mountain and take a look. If there's any I'll get you some more. The dendrobiums in that valley before were all cut out by Qin Xiaolong, and the dendrobiums grow slowly and can only be harvested once a year. So if you want to get more dendrobiums you'll have to go to other valleys. And this stuff isn't all over the streets. He'll definitely have to take his chances if he wants to find it. Then can you bring me along tomorrow? I want to go into the mountains with you to take a look. Mu Qiushi continued. Miss Mu, I think it's better if you don't go. The mountain road is not easy to walk. I'm afraid you won't be able to walk anymore before you take a few steps. Qin Xiaolong said very politely. Mu Qiushi looks like a pampered young lady. He doesn't want to go into the mountains with such a burden. Don't look down on me. I have always insisted on exercising, and I also participated in 2 marathons when I was in college, and the results were in the top 500. Mu Qiushi said with great pride. Yo, it seems that I really underestimated Miss Mu. That's fine. Tomorrow you come over early and I'll take you into the mountains together. Hearing Mu Qiushi say this, Qin Xiaolong agreed. The next day, 5 o'clock in the morning. It hadn't been long since dawn when the door to Qin Xiaolong's house rang. Qin Xiaolong opened the door only to realize that it was actually Mu Qiushi. I say Qiushi, you've come too early as well. Qin Xiaolong looks at Mu Qiushi with some tears and laughter. Go early and come back early. I don't want to spend the night on the mountain. Mu Qiushi explains. Then wait for me for a while. I'll wash my face first. Qin Xiaolong said and hurriedly went to wash up. Originally, Qin Xiaolong wanted his mom to beat up 2 poached eggs to eat. Who knew that Mu Qiushi had bought him breakfast? Mom, I'll put the brown chicken in the grain house. You can give it to the forestry bureau directly when they come over later. After speaking to his mom, Qin Xiaolong took Mu Qiushi up the mountain. Today's Mu Qiushi is wearing a long coat and long pants. Shoes also changed into hiking shoes. But the beauty is beauty. Delicate Ling Ling's good figure simply cannot be wrapped. Still your rural landscape is good. The mountains are clear and beautiful. The birds and flowers are fragrant. It's much more comfortable than the city where there's steel and concrete everywhere. Walking on the mountain road, Mu Qiushi couldn't help but sigh. What's the point of having a good view? It's not like you can fill your stomach. Qin Xiaolong laughed and said, you can develop tourism. When there are more tourists, won't your income go up? Mu Qiushi proposed. You think things are too simple. The development of tourism firstly has to be famous, and secondly there has to be supporting infrastructure facilities, all of which cost money. Otherwise who would come to a poor countryside? Qin Xiaolong said with a light laugh. That's true. Mu Qiushi nodded, quickly recognizing Qin Xiaolong's point of view. Why don't Miss Mu invest a few $100 million in our Taoyuan village? And when our Taoyuan village develops, how about I build you a temple and a monument? Qin Xiaolong joked. I would like to invest for you guys, but my current conditions really don't allow it. Our company is in a period of expansion. We need money everywhere. Our family still owes the bank a large amount of money. Mu Qiushi returned with a helpless face. That's fine. When Miss Mu has money in the future you must remember to drive the development of our countryside. Definitely. Qin Xiaolong chats with Mu Qiushi while walking. Unknowingly 2 hours have passed. Xiaolong, can you wait for me? I want to go to the restroom. When they walked to a hill, Mu Qiushi suddenly said, alright, then go ahead. I'll wait for you here. Qin Xiaolong replied back before finding a rock to sit on. Mu Qiushi walked a dozen meters forward and eventually came behind a bush, making sure that she wouldn't be seen by Qin Xiaolong before taking off her pants and squatting down. Wow. However, Qin Xiaolong's hearing was too good, and soon he heard a sound of running water, which made him not help but to think about it. Especially here is still a wild mountain. If he can have a wonderful thing with a superb beauty like Mu Qiushi with the earth as the bed and the sky as the quilt, he will definitely die without regrets in his life. Right at this moment, a scream suddenly breaks all of Qin Xiaolong's fantasies. Chapter 81 I'll suck you. Qin Xiaolong was about to run over, when he suddenly remembered that Mu Qiushi was inconvenienced. He could only stop. Qiushi, what's wrong with you? Qin Xiaolong immediately asked. I was bitten by a poisonous snake. Come and save me. Mu Qiushi replied full of panic. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaolong hurriedly ran over. only to see a venomous snake spitting out its snake letters less than a meter away from Mu Qiushi. Qin Xiaolong recognized at a glance that it was actually a 5-step snake. It is important to know that the 5-step snake is extremely venomous, and its bite has an extremely high mortality rate. In the last 10 years, 6 people in their village have been bitten to death by the 5-step snake. In order to avoid the 5-step snake from committing an act of murder, Qin Xiaolong quickly stepped forward and cleaved it with a knife. Qiushi, where were you bitten by the snake? Qin Xiaolong hurriedly turned to Mu Qiushi and asked. It bit me. Bit me. Mu Qiushi stammered for half a day without saying why. You're in a hurry to say and then murmur for a while the gods cannot save you. Qin Xiaolong said with anxiety. It bit me on the ass. What do I do now? Mu Qiushi didn't hesitate any longer, forcibly holding back her shyness to say where she was bitten. Take off your pants. I'll help you suck out the snake venom, Qin Xiaolong said in a deep voice. Ha! Upon hearing this, Mu Qiushi hesitated, knowing that she was still a yellow-bloomed girl. If she let Qin Xiaolong help her suck out the snake venom, wouldn't she be looked at naked by him? Hurry up, otherwise the snake venom will spread in a while and you'll be dead, Qin Xiaolong hurriedly urged. Mu Qiushi was well aware of how strong the poison of the 5-step snake was. If she delayed any longer, she would really perish. In order to survive, Mu Qiushi didn't think of anything else and hurriedly took off her pants as Qin Xiaolong said. This viper is intentional, right? Looking at the part of Mu Qiushi that was bitten by the viper, Qin Xiaolong couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. But for the sake of saving people, he couldn't care less. He hurriedly squatted down and sucked out the snake venom from Mu Qiushi's wound one bite at a time. Mu Qiushi knew that Qin Xiaolong was using the venom, but the thought of being seen naked by a big man still shamed her to death, and she could not wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into. However, as the venom came into play, soon Mu Qiushi didn't have the heart to be shy. She only felt her heart beating faster, dizziness, and an indescribably uncomfortable feeling all over her body. After sucking a dozen or so mouthfuls one after another, seeing that the snake venom on the surface of the wound was almost sucked up by himself, Qin Xiaolong then stopped. Qiushi pupil, don't move around here. I'll go find some more herbs for you now. After instructing Mu Qiushi, Qin Xiaolong quickly searched around. As the old saying goes, wherever a poisonous snake is located, there must be an antidote. After 5 or 6 minutes of searching, Qin Xiaolong finally found the herb he wanted, guanyin grass. This herb had a miraculous effect in detoxifying snake venom. In addition to the guanyin grass, Qin Xiaolong dug up a few more snake ground money, and then quickly returned to Mu Qiushi's side. However, only after returning to Mu Qiushi's side did Qin Xiaolong realize that she had fallen into a coma. As the situation was critical, Qin Xiaolong hurriedly put the guanyin grass and snake ground money into his mouth and chewed them together. After chewing the herbs, Qin Xiaolong wanted to put the herbal juice into Mu Qiushi's mouth, but because she was already unconscious, she couldn't swallow it at all. As a matter of urgency, Qin Xiaolong only used artificial respiration to feed the herbal juice to her, and finally applied the remaining dregs of the medicine to the area where she was bitten by the poisonous snake. As the guanyin herb took effect, Mu Qiushi's heartbeat finally slowly returned to normal. In order to further preserve Mu Qiushi's life, Qin Xiaolong input some more true qi into her body. Time passes quietly, and after nearly 2 hours have passed, the unconscious Mu Qiushi finally slowly opens her eyes. Am I already dead? Mu Qiushi glanced at the sky with a blank expression and said, Don't worry, with brother here, it's hard for you to die. Qin Xiaolong smiled and helped Mu Qiushi up. I'm not dead yet. Mu Qiushi was considered to have regained her senses at this time, and after determining that she wasn't dead, a trace of joy after the robbery immediately arose in her heart. Little dragon, thank you for saving me. Mu Qiushi hurriedly thanked Qin Xiaolong. She was well aware of what the consequences of being bitten by a 5-step snake were, and if Qin Xiaolong hadn't saved her, she would have inevitably already perished. What are you thanking for? It's too out of the ordinary. You'll just give your body to her. Qin Xiaolong joked. I need at least $2 million a month pocket money. You must also buy me a Ferrari, live in a villa that can't be less than 300 square feet, and have less than 3 servants at home. Are you sure you want me to give my body in return? Mu Qiushi let out a light laugh and said, Forget it, when I didn't say anything. Qin Xiaolong is a little bit rich now, but he can't really afford to support Mu Qiushi at this level of consumption. This to really marry home, that is undoubtedly equivalent to marrying an ancestor. LOL. Looking at Qin Xiaolong's comical expression, Mu Qiushi suddenly smiled like a flower. With this smile of hers, of course, she truly had no color in the 6 palaces, and looking at Qin Xiaolong, his mouth went dry for a while. That, Qiushi, this is the herbal juice I got again just now. If you drink it, it should be able to completely remove the remaining toxins in your body. Qin Xiaolong hurriedly diverted his mind while handing the herbal juice in a mineral water bottle to Mu Qiushi. Wow, it's so bitter. Mu Qiushi took a sip, and her face contorted with bitterness. Good medicine is bitter. It's not normal for it not to be bitter. Qin Xiaolong smiled. Mu Qiushi knew that Qin Xiaolong was saving herself, so she still forced herself to endure it and drank all of the medicinal juice. Not a single drop left. Little dragon, thank you for saving me, but I hope you can promise to never tell anyone about what happened today. Mu Qiushi pursed her lips and said with shyness. The matter just now was too shy. She didn't want people to know about it, or else she might not know what others would think. Don't worry, this matter is known to heaven and earth. You know and I know. If I tell a third person, let me be struck by heaven and thunder and not be allowed to die. Qin Xiaolong promised with a solemn look, and even made a special poisonous oath. Upon hearing this, Mu Qiushi let out a sigh of relief. She believed that Qin Xiaolong would keep his promise. Seeing that it was already noon, Qin Xiaolong took out the cookies and beef jerky that he had with him and had lunch with Mu Qiushi. By the time she finished eating, Mu Qiushi's complexion had finally regained its rosy color, but she was still a bit weak and couldn't make any strength. Qiushi pupil, just rest here. I'll look for more herbs around. Qin Xiaolong continued. Although Mu Qiushi had luckily retrieved a life, in her current state, she was definitely not fit to go further into the deep mountains, and since it wasn't easy for Qin Xiaolong to go up the mountain once, he didn't want to go back empty-handed just like that. Don't you leave me alone here. I'm scared. Mu Qiushi said pitifully. She had just been bitten by a poisonous snake, and she still had some heart palpitations. Don't worry, I won't leave too far away. I'll be right here in the neighborhood. If you have something to call me, I'll definitely come back the first time. Qin Xiaolong pacified Mu Qiushi already a sentence, then walked into the mountain forest. Chapter 82 Qian Qian Meet. There weren't many herbs in the surrounding mountains and forests. Qin Xiaolong didn't pick and choose as he did before. As long as they were herbs, he pocketed all of them. As he walked, a faint aroma suddenly came to Qin Xiaolong's nose. Qin Xiaolong swept around and quickly found the source of the aroma, a large dead tree. However, this aroma was not emitted by the tree, but because it was marked by a fragrant roe deer, which was enough to show that there were definitely fragrant roe deer active in the vicinity. If he could get some musk, Qin Xiaolong's trip would be worthwhile. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaolong hurriedly searched around. Unknowingly he climbed up a hill not far away. Looking towards the valley below, a flash of joy immediately appeared on Qin Xiaolong's face. Who would have thought that there were a dozen or so roe deer living in this valley? Knowing that roe deer generally like to be solitary, it's definitely quite rare to see a dozen or so in a group at once. At this time, these roe deer are playing back and forth on the grass. Life is not nourishing. In order to avoid disturbing these roe deer, Qin Xiaolong turned around and went down to the valley from the side. Then he tiptoed closer to the roe deer with the help of the bushes, and finally stopped about 20 meters away from them. Then Qin Xiaolong picked up a small stone, and after pinpointing the strength, he violently shot the stone towards the roe deer. Swoosh! The stone hit the roe deer's neck at a speed invisible to the naked eye, and the roe deer fell to the ground without even uttering a word. This is also Qin Xiaolong familiar with the human body and animal body acupuncture points. This can do a hit. If other people simply cannot have this kind of ability. The other roebucks only thought that their companions were lying on the ground, and were still playing around. Seeing this, Qin Xiaolong did the same thing and knocked out 3 more roe deer. It was only at this point that the other roe deer realized the abnormality and instantly dispersed in a flurry. Qin Xiaolong no longer cared. He quickly came to the side of the stunned roe deer. In ancient times, people take musk almost always directly kill the roe deer to cut off the scent sac, but this practice is too rough. Undoubtedly is to kill the chicken to get the eggs. Qin Xiaolong naturally will not do that. Qin Xiaolong naturally would not do that. He was very careful in the whole process of taking musk, and did not hurt the roe deer in the slightest. Moreover, after taking the musk, he also input some true qi into the roe deer's body. The unconscious roe deer soon woke up and immediately jumped into the woods and disappeared. Not bad, not bad. 4 musk can sell a few tens of thousands of dollars again. The quality of the musk Qin Xiaolong got this time might not be as good as the last time, but after drying it, he could at least get 40 to 50 grams of dried musk. Even at 1,000 grams a gram, he could sell it for more than $40,000. Putting away the musk, Qin Xiaolong searched the valley for a while and found a few dozen more grams of herbs before returning to Mu Qiushi's side. Qiushi pupil, how do you feel now? Your body has regained its strength, right? Qin Xiaolong looked at Mu Qiushi standing and asked. Well, basically it has fully recovered. Those herbs you got really work. Did you learn medicine? Mu Qiushi nodded and said, I learned all these medical skills from an old god. Brother doesn't dare to say that he can bring the dead back to life, but as long as it's a disease, basically after my hand I can get rid of it. Qin Xiaolong said with a proud face. Really? You're not bragging to me, right? Mu Qiushi couldn't help but question. You should know that little problem on Sister Su. She was cured by me. Do you think I'm bragging? Qin Xiaolong smiled back. Mu Qiushi and Su Yafu were good girlfriends. Of course she knew Su Yafu's side of the secret. Moreover, Su Yafu had specifically told her before that Qin Xiaolong had cured her, and had also allowed her to be blessed by the disaster, becoming like fragrant princess, with her body carrying its own aroma, a special ability that even Mu Qiushi was envious of. Thinking about this, and then connecting it to Qin Xiaolong's rescue of herself just now, Mu Qiushi no longer has any doubts about Qin Xiaolong's medical skills. Xiaolong, I have a friend. She has a strange disease. Her face and body have a lot of small pustules. It looks especially disgusting. I don't know if you can cure this disease? Mu Qiushi asked. Your description is too general. At least let me see the patient before I can make a judgment on whether it can be cured. Through Mu Qiushi's description, Qin Xiaolong didn't even know what the other person's disease was, so naturally there was no way to give an accurate answer. Alright then, I'll go back later and ask my friend to see when she can come to our Lin city. Mu Qiushi nodded back and didn't mention this matter again. Afterwards, Qin Xiaolong took out the 4 musk that he had just obtained and showed it to Mu Qiushi. For this kind of precious medicinal material Mu Qiushi has always been the one who comes. She immediately gave the price of 50,000 to the several natural musk all received. Seems to be afraid of bidding late. Qin Xiaolong does not sell to her like. Look at the time. It is already more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Xiaolong did not stay in the mountain, with Mu Qiushi down the mountain, in order to accommodate Mu Qiushi. Along the way, the two did not walk fast. Wait until home or 5 o'clock. Qiushi, let's have dinner at our house tonight. I'll make you a table of authentic farmhouse dishes, so that you, the city's golden lady, can also taste the freshness. Qin Xiaolong took the initiative to invite. Alright, then I'll dine at your house today. Last time Qin Xiaolong had invited himself, but because she had an appointment with someone else, she could only politely decline Qin Xiaolong, and today she had nothing to do, so she agreed readily. Qin Xiaolong then lets Mu Qiushi chat with her mom, and he acts as the chef, going into the kitchen to cook the dishes. An hour later, dinner was finally ready. 6 dishes and 1 soup, which in the countryside is already considered quite sumptuous. After greeting Mu Qiushi and sitting down, everyone began to enjoy their dinner. Xiaolong, your cooking skills are good, definitely comparable to those star hotel chefs. After tasting a bite of the dishes, Mu Qiushi immediately gave a high praise. We still have self-awareness. Those chefs we certainly cannot compare, but open a small restaurant strength we still have. By the way, Qiushi, try this. This is what I made specially to entertain you, Qin Xiaolong said, pointing to a plate of cold cuts on the table. Hearing this, Mu Qiushi quickly clamped a piece and tasted it. Hee, what is this? Crunchy and bouncy. It's quite tasty. Mu Qiushi was a bit unfulfilled, and clamped another piece into her mouth. This is called qianshan meat, Qin Xiaolong said with a smile. What kind of meat is qianshan meat? How come I've never heard of it before? Mu Qiushi asked rather curiously. To put it bluntly, it's donkey whip. The corner of Qin Xiaolong's mouth curled up, and with a bad smile on his face, he said the true identity of this dish. Chapter 83, 9 points and 1 point. When she heard Qin Xiaolong say that qianshan meat was the donkey's whip, the look on Mu Qiushi's face immediately stiffened. Xiaolong, you're not kidding me. Is this really that thing of a donkey? Mu Qiushi asked as the corner of her mouth twitched. Don't worry, it's as good as fake. Qin Xiaolong smiled and said, can this thing be eaten? You're not intentionally fixing me, right? Mu Qiushi frowned and asked. In her mind, whips out eggs. These things are dirty as hell. She's never eaten them since she grew up. I'm telling you, this donkey whip is a good thing. In our countryside it's used to entertain honored guests. Usually you can't even eat it if you want to. Qin Xiaolong returned with a serious face. After the donkey whip is boiled and cut into slices, the shape is similar to copper coins. Hence the name qianshan meat. Today if not for the sake of letting Mu Qiushi eat fresh, Qin Xiaolong really can't afford to take it out. Hearing Qin Xiaolong's words, Mu Qiuxi's expression only slightly improved. Qiushi pupil, this qianshan meat just now you also tasted it. How does it taste should not need me to say. If you don't want it eat it, I won't force myself. Anyway I don't have enough to eat myself. Qin Xiaolong continued. I mainly haven't eaten this before. Psychologically I always feel a bit weird. Mu Qiushi explained. Weird what? Once born twice familiar. When you eat a few more slices I guarantee you won't be able to forget it in the future. Qin Xiaolong chuckled. Mu Qiushi hesitated for a moment, but still picked up another slice of qianshan meat and put it in her mouth. Just like what Qin Xiaolong said, this qianshan meat was really the more she ate the more she wanted to eat. The taste was much better than those mountain delicacies that she was tired of eating. Unconsciously, another 7 or 8 slices of qianshan meat entered Mu Qiushi's stomach. Seeing this, Qin Xiaolong had a dark smile in his heart, but on the surface he didn't say anything, saving Mu Qiushi from losing face. After finishing the meal, Liang Jing goes to wash the dishes. Qin Fugue goes out to buy cigarettes. Only Qin Xiaolong and Mu Qiushi are left in the house. Xiaolong, do you know why I'm going into the mountains with you today? Mu Qiushi suddenly changed her tone and said, I've had my fill. Qin Xiaolong said with a teasing smile, you're the one who's full. Mu Qiushi immediately glared at him. That pouting little woman posture to see Qin Xiaolong hard is like a cat scratching like itchy. Truly the best of the best. I don't know which livestock will be cheap in the future. Qin Xiaolong secretly said in his heart. Mu Qiushi looks like a beautiful woman, not to mention, this body is even more perfect. If you want to say that you don't crave for it, that's definitely deceiving yourself and others. But want to conquer such a woman is definitely harder than climbing Mount Everest. Qin Xiaolong does not think he has that kind of charm to make the other party submit. At the very least, he wouldn't even go for those unrealistic dreams before he really soars to great heights. Alright, in all seriousness, in fact, I'm going up the mountain with you today mainly because I want to do a field trip to Wulong Mountain. I think Wulong Mountain is very suitable for growing herbs no matter the climate or the natural environment. I don't know if you're interested in partnering with me to set up a herb cultivation base. I'll be responsible for providing technical support. You'll be responsible for the operation and maintenance management, and we'll all get rich together. Mu Qiushi said with a straight face, your idea is good. Do you have a specific cooperation program? Qin Xiaolong quickly returned. He had always been very interested in making money. Yes, I do. Next, Mu Qiushi told Qin Xiaolong her thoughts one by one. After hearing what Mu Qiushi said, Qin Xiaolong was slightly silent for a while before he said, I don't have any opinion on anything else, but the profit distribution ratio I think needs to be adjusted. How do you want to divide it? Mu Qiushi asked. 9-to-1 split, 9 for me and 1 for you. Qin Xiaolong directly said, this is impossible. The initial investment is all out of me. The risk is also basically all borne by me. But you want to take away 90% of the profits. I'm not the same as working for you? Mu Qiushi expressed her refusal without even thinking about it. The profit distribution plan she gave just now was a 70-30 split, with her taking 70% of the profit and Qin Xiaolong taking 30%. This had a premise, and that was that all the expenses of the medicinal herb cultivation base in the early stages would all be borne by her, and Qin Xiaolong would mainly be responsible for the management. To put it bluntly, he is actually an agent of his own. As a result, Qin Xiaolong was going to take 90% as soon as he opened his mouth, which was even darker than her. Don't be in a hurry. Listen to me finish my sentence. I can guarantee that the quality of the herbs we produce will be better than pure wild herbs, and the growing period of the herbs will be shortened by at least half or more. You guys running a pharmacy, with high-quality herbs, are you still afraid that you won't be able to make money? Qin Xiaolong said with a faint smile. In the inheritance he had obtained, there was a secret art called the Gonlin secret art, which could make the free spiritual qi between heaven and earth descend with the rain, and with the nourishment of the spiritual qi, the quality of the medicinal herbs would naturally be able to be greatly improved, while the growth cycle would also be shortened by a lot. It was because of this that he had the courage to offer a 91-cent account. Do you think I'm stupid and sweet? Mu Qiushi said dumbly. Of course not. Qin Xiaolong shook his head. Then do you think I'll believe the ridiculous remarks you just made? Mu Qiushi continued. It was possible to improve the quality of herbs through better management and superior selection, but the growth cycle of herbs was there. It was fixed. Yet Qin Xiaolong said that he could shorten the growth period of herbs by more than half. This was simply a fantasy. If it wasn't for her familiarity with Qin Xiaolong, she would have suspected that Qin Xiaolong was out of his mind. Forget it, there's no point in talking more. I'll let you see it with your own eyes some other day. Qin Xiaolong knew that his words were indeed a bit hard to believe, so he had already thought of waiting for the time to personally plant a batch of them. When that time comes, Mu Qiushi would naturally know if he was bluffing or not. Don't change the day. I'll get you a batch of 3-month-old golden lotus tomorrow. If these golden lotus want to mature, it will take at least 3 more months. If you can get them to mature within a month and a half, I'll agree to a 90% split. If you can't get them to mature, then you'll have to accept the 70-30% I said. How about that? Mu Qiushi said with the corner of her mouth curled up. She didn't believe that Qin Xiaolong could really shorten the growth period of herbs anyway. Yes, but you'd better deliver it in the afternoon. I have to go to a relative's engagement banquet in the morning. Qin Xiaolong had a plan in mind and naturally wouldn't refuse. Then it's a deal. Mu Qiushi hurriedly finalized the matter. She simply didn't think Qin Xiaolong had any chance of winning over herself. The two of them chatted for a while longer, and seeing that it was already past 7 o'clock, Mu Qiushi said goodbye to Qin Xiaolong. The next day, Qin Xiaolong woke up early, washed up, and was planning to go to the mountain to feed the dragonfish, when he bumped into Lu Shangqiao, who was pushing her bicycle over.